with Cannon, who are all fed and have a fed Pike. It's not something that T1 generally is known for.
Plus, T1 are going to lose all of their outer defenses so early in this game. Last outer tower right now being taken by Carzzy. Not only is that a bunch of extra money into the Mad Lions carry here, but...
Well, Chasey, feeding here for Mad Lions. The only member that's only marginally ahead gets a lot of damage onto Owner. Wild growth, not necessarily needed, but all of a sudden, there's another setup. Faker gets the dredge line. There's not enough support coming from the rest of the squad. I mean, all three outer towers down before the average of the first tower here at MSI. Death from below is available. Depth charge thrown out once again, using that hook to pull to safety. This is a 2 versus 4 flash forward. Hilly is going to need to dive, getting away for now. Down to 200 hit points, and Guma Gale forces forward. He gets the kill. Here comes Carzzy. The feathers, they fly. That's 1, that's 2. And Mad Lions push T1 back.
Mad Lions strike it back. Yeah, Guma does the flash Gale Force for the execute, but that means he's face first into Carzzy, who collects another one fresh off of his recall from the top side of the map, and they're going to have another dragon problem to deal with pretty soon.
And I think it's fair to say that's kind of like chasing the loss. T1 are in such a difficult situation. Any gold is good, but unfortunately they overstep just enough for Mad Lions to punish.
And Zeus might be in trouble here as well.
Well, let's find out. Here we go. That's a great ward hop into the kick, landing absolutely everything. And I mean, Zeus, just in a 2v1, what can you do? Surviving a lot longer than I was anticipating. And that is a tiny bit of hope. But the thing is, it is still gigantic deficit. Even if Zeus can stay alive in team fights, the rest of the squad are going to melt so quickly.
Okay, so here we see the replay where Owner did use his flash to get the kill onto Chasey. But then the chase is really, really strong from T1. They feel so desperate right now because they are this far behind. So they're trying to create those crazy comeback plays. Hylissang kind of senses that it's coming though, and he kites them back pretty far. A lot of flashes being blown here. Look at these. There's only a flash for Zeus now for T1.
Gonna make it very hard. T1, are they actually going to contest this Drake?
I don't think they should.
I don't think they should, Trevor.
What is the other plan? Kobe, here we go.
They definitely should not, because there's teleport already on Chasey, and he uses it now.
All right, 3,000 hit points. 2,500, 1,500. It's secured by T1. Zeus is the immediate target. That's all of a sudden the Moonlight Vigil fight. T1 have belted through the hit points for now. They've stood toe to toe. Owner is forced away. Chasey finds him. Slicing Maelstrom, but it's at the cost of Nesquik's life. 4 members of T1 going backwards. They get the hook onto the little hamster and the jump charge onto Carzzy. How the hell are T1 doing it? They managed to win the fight. Down 7,000 gold. Alyoya's running for his life, and Carzzy's trying to find time, trying to find the feathers. He's rooted up Faker. He needs one more, but he simply can't do it. Guma's the next target. Feather storm out. Carzzy wants to close it out with the help of Alyoya. Somehow, Mad Lions bring it back from the jaws of teamfight defeat, only for T1 to shut them right down. This fight has gone on so long that Niski's been able to respawn and teleport back in. All of a sudden, Niski, can he catch Faker? Looking for the incinerate, the disintegrate, but Faker's too tonky. Turns it around again. Zeus the next target. Depth charge again. Faker finally down. Niski running for his life, but it's T1. It's T1.
This is madness! All the shutdowns here going over. T1 are trying to make it scrappy to get them back. They got an objective bounty shutdown on the Dragon, and they got the 2 big bounties, Elyoya's and Carzzy's, in the end of it. So even though Mad Lions do chase down and get a bunch of kills onto T1, the more scrappy like this, the better for the possible comeback. My goodness, that just got crazy.
Even then, I've seen a lot of T1 Baron setups, okay, where I'm like, oh, T1, I don't know if you want to do that. I've never seen them contest the Dragon while being this far down and somehow kind of making it work. Like, Mad is still very, very far ahead, but T1, at the very least, are fighting back.
Come on, Mad Lions into that fight. Let's not kid ourselves here a little bit. With a bit of luck, we can actually watch this replay. I mean, Kobe, how did it go so wrong for Mad Lions?
All right, so initially, T1 is going to win the Smite fight here. Q plus Smite on Kha'Zix, really big burst damage, so he easily gets that. And then it's the big chase here. Elyoya in onto Zeus, but he dashes away, as well as the Polymorph following it up. Chasey goes in, he finishes off the Kha'Zix, then he's in the pit, and Faker hits him with the hook. Chasey walked up to try and get a Q for harass, but Faker getting that hook onto him on the front lines opens up Guma carry, and then he Gale Forces up to still have the extra damage and the angle onto Hylissang to get himself the extra kill. That's where the big problem actually emerged. Mad Lions, though, they still have such a
Oh, but at what cost? That's Nisqy being caught out. He's taken down. The Moonlight Vigil as well. T1 have found another fantastic pick.
That's the second time in a row, and I think in the previous fight, we saw Mad in a straight-up 5v5 front-to-back without a flank. Maybe for Chasey, T1 was able to match. Here, T1 is using the amount of CC that they have available to pick up individual targets and not giving Mad a time to respond.
We need another play-by-play. 31 kills in 19 minutes. And T1, that goal deficit, I still feel like it should matter. I just don't think that it does.
I love it. I love it. We were talking about it earlier before this series, but if T1 get behind like this, they're going to try and fight their way out. They are not going to try and minimize damage here. They're trying to fight their way out of it. It's up to Mad Lions here to get back on track.
I am no longer believing in the concept of gold advantage in this game.
Yes,
I don't know what happens. I think, as mentioned, the big thing for me is that Mad does still have a really big map control advantage with the amount of objectives that they have.
And I think what's very crucial as well is we have to keep our eyes on those flashes. Had Chasey had flashed in that Dragon fight, he could have got that slicing Maelstrom deeper into T1's team. Unfortunately, he didn't, so therefore it didn't have that same impact. Mad Lions are still up significantly. 4 towers to 0. That 5,000 gold we talked about, we're a minute away from the next Dragon, but we're not playing for Soul just yet. It'll still be many minutes before that's impactful.
So here's what has to happen for Mad Lions. They have all of the playmaking flashes available. Chasey flash, Nisqy flash, Hylissang flash, all ready, and they have to be able to get Guma with one of those. If one of those players can make the big play with the Annie stun, with the Kennen stun, with the Hylissang hook onto Gumayusi, then they'll get right back on track. They can win the team fight. They have to kill that Aphelios, though.
It's my turn to have some Hopium, so we have 3 players, and they have to just get one.
Hopium?
That is what
You're
Mad Lions
5k
are
gold
looking
up!
Also, Elyoya's going to have his flash soon, so you'll be able to add in the
T1 hasn't taken a turret!
Yeah, but chronically, T1 has taken multiple fights in a row. I will not get excited yet. Mad Lions, the pace is now slowed down. Because of the fact they have to push to those inner turrets, it becomes significantly riskier, as we just saw in that red buff engage, for the Mad Lions to press this lead further. Look at the bottom lane, teleports up for Chasey. He's pushing towards the inner turret, he's got some wards to play with as well.
He's recalling here for a purchase to come in. What's he sitting on? What's he sitting on? He's got the teleport just back to the turret. Okay, so it's not going to be a deep teleport flank or anything here for Mad Lions, just the reset.
And with the value that the Hextech Soul provides, the early play that T1 found, where they were able to deny that one Dragon and delay that for, I think it was about 5 minutes, actually ends up being huge. Yes, the previous Dragon fight was...
yeah, I think
that might have played a small part as well, Kobe.
I think the big one is the one that they just started 7,000 gold down in your face and then took and got the objective bounty. You can
hey, those first 5 minutes matter, okay?
Oh, gentlemen, this is such a great start to the series. Infinity Edge was just picked up the field. Guma, 2 items completed. Kazi's making his way there. The Baron has been started and the teleport's being channeled. Here comes Zeus from below. Dragon, Baron rather, not going particularly quickly as 5 members of T1 now stepping into the river.
Okay, remember all those flashes we listed for Mad Lions. Oh my god, they're just gonna flip.
It's 2,000! It's stolen! It's stolen! Elyoya misses the smite! All of a sudden for the fight! Annie is caught once more! Goes Golden in so much trouble, but Faker is the target. It's a 1 for 2 and Guma is untouched! Finally gets the kill back onto another, but it's Zeus and it's T1 that are cleaning everything up. Elyoya's got another 3 for 3, but they got the Baron as well. Hylissang's got that death from below, but nobody's in execution range. T1 steal Baron!
Oh my goodness, I could not believe they actually just flipped that there against the Kazakhs. And Owner can get in there no problem. The Q plus smite again.
I don't know, why would you flip this? Start the fight! We kept talking about the flashes. You have a cannon, you have an Annie, you have a Pike. Pick someone and murder them.
This is something where maybe Mad Lions a little bit in their head, a little bit excited. I mean, jumping in, 700 and just straight up stolen, Kobe.
Nice stuff there from Owner. And then looking at the follow-up on the fight here, Zeus is able to kite it out again for Faker's hook. Faker hooks Nisqy basically 100% to 0, even with the stopwatch there. It was all Nisqy in the early game here. Big diff over Faker. He had the big brain duel where he flashes into the brush there. But since then, it has been team fight initiations from the Nautilus. These hooks that keep landing. And T1, they are marching right back into this game.
And if Carzzy doesn't get that play, doesn't get the kill on Guma, like that fight is a complete wash.
Yep.
And T1 can pick up so many more Barons now, only 2 Baron buffs still on them.
That's a good call out because yes, they got the injection of gold, but in terms of pushing power, it is somewhat limited. That Bloodthirster was secured there, as all of a sudden Zeus in trouble, pulled backwards, goes back out, Tibbers drop. Niski forced to flash. This Annie is not having a significant impact. Dredgeline will take Faker to the tower. It's still standing. Baron empowered minion chipping away slowly. T1 have still yet to secure a tower. They will get the Dredgeline. Hellsing buys time with that stopwatch and now forced to run, but the tower is still the focus. And Mad Lions, they cannot stop this pressure.
Yeah, hugely successful initiations from T1 again. They were able to chunk down Niski, force him back, as well as get the sideways ultimate out of Carzzy. That Xayah not nearly as safe as previously, and that allows T1, even without getting kills, to get 2 turrets with this Baron.
Chronicler, a little bit earlier when I said to you, I will not get excited. That is why the goal difference this game is frankly meaningless.
Well, what about me, Trevor? I was excited. That early game was exciting AF. Mad Lions, I want to see them pull it back.
And here we are, and the gold lead at this point is negligible,
Yes,
right? Like 3K when Guma has an Infinity Edge is coming up on a third item. In the grand scheme of things, isn't really going to matter. It's all about how the teamfight execution is going to come down.
And if you're an LEC fan, you should be a little bit nervous because the teamfight execution has been T1 favored. What I will say, though, is throughout the course of this game, the first 15 minutes, dominated by Mad Lions, making proactive plays and landing them.
Yeah.
Then T1 was setting up their own fights, and they were landing them. So we haven't yet seen Mad Lions really execute a good team fight where they haven't been jumped on. They haven't been somewhat surprised, and it looks like they're setting up for this inner top turret.
Yeah, they need to be the ones doing the jumping, Trevor. Those many forms of initiation here. Let's see. Siege on top side, though. They've got all 5 members. They should be able to bully this one down.
Yeah, very quickly, in fact. Pouring through all 5 members. Flash is not available for anyone except Hellsing. This Hextech Gate's going to bring members of T1 forward, and we're 40 seconds from the next Dragon spawning. It'll be the 3rd for Mad Lions, the 2nd for T1. And I do want to reiterate just how valuable the Hextech Soul could be for the entirety of Mad Lions. Zeus, he's going to teleport to the bottom lane. Remember, because Dragon is the objective, push that mid lane, push that bottom lane, push the Vision into Mad Lions territory, and T1 inside the river first.
And right now T1 gets the ability to set up Vision, and that was, to me, one of the biggest problems that Mad had in the first fight. With how far ahead they were, with how much control they had ahead of the map, you should be able to choke out Vision and set up flanks.
I mean, that Umbral Grave from Ona has done so much value. It was the first item he picked up. Faker once again finds the initiation, and Guma just melts Mad Lions. That Moonlight Vigil depth charge was beautiful.
Once again, Faker hits a hook, and Niski is dead. His body hits the floor as Guma initially goes in, and that means your Dragon, unless Hilly?
No, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, right now Niski is screaming, have you seen my bet, Tippers? Because I haven't. You've been dead so many times in these team fights, has not had that impact. T1 will secure their 3rd tower, their 2nd Dragon. That gold lead means nothing, and all of the momentum has shifted to the LCK 2nd seeds.
And now all of a sudden, if you look at the Mad comp and you're not able to play out the front to back, if Hillesang can't get a hook, if Chasey can't get into the backline right from the get-go, and even then, as we saw in the Baron fight, Zeus has done a great job of keeping him out of fights. If Niski can't find or doesn't go for a flash engage, this is just going to keep playing out the way the last, 5 team fights have gone.
Yeah, Guma is able to finish his Lord Doms after that, so he is going to just blow anyone up who any T1 member
He already
catches.
is.
Yeah, you thought it was quick before.
And I think it's also important to note, there is no real front line here for Mad Lions. You know, there's no real tank. So even though they've got a lot of damage themselves, look at that from Ona. He leaps forward, does Taste of Fear, and Hilly loses, 70% of his hit points? Now, I will say, I've been a bit of a downer on Mad Lions for the last 10 minutes of play, which is fair. However, they do still have all of those tools. They now have their flashes available. So for the Mad Lions, while it is looking dire, we are still on an even footing, and if they can finally win the team fights, they can regain some semblance of control.
Yeah, they have to be the ones using their CC to actually create these openings, though, because as you mentioned, they've got no tank, no front line. They don't want to soak any damage, so you have to create your openings then with the large amount of CC that you do have.
And what's important as well is that T1 is also not giving Mad an opportunity, because ever since they've had the opportunity, ever since that one Dragon fight, T1 has basically just been grouped as 5. Like, they have not split apart at all.
Yeah, look at the formation. They will protect Gumayushi with anyone else's life. Everybody protect the president here. As long as Guma is standing, T1 hopes are real.
I mean, that is exactly how this comp's supposed to play out, right? And if everyone's focusing on Guma, there is the possibility for Oner to jump around. You know, he's got 4 kills, 2 deaths, 7 assists. He's been able to apply enough threat on that back line, closing things off. But look at this tense standoff. Baron is up. We're 3 minutes away from the next Dragon. It'll only be the 3rd for both respective teams. But we are also at this point of the game where if a strong team fight can be won, close enough to push towards the base, push towards those inhibitors. T1, they set their sights on the Baron. Look at that damage! Oh my word, Kazi melting Zeus. But the dredge line connects, the Dragon's Rage has been used. Bone, skewer, flash, Guma, there's no one to jump back on him. And Hilly's the man that's targeted down. Faker gets another. Niski uses the hourglass just to buy some time. But Guma has done it once again. JC with a slicing maelstrom gets at least a kill back. But Mad Lions are ace!
And T1 are going to get the Baron after that one! Mad Lions, they got their initial pick and they just saw the win in their eyes. They tried too hard, too far on the chase. You mentioned it. Hilly does get the pull, but nobody's there for the follow-up here. This pick, you need to be calm after this pick and go for the reset here. Take a look. Elyoya moves up. He counters Faker's hook with the kick initially. And then the distance is just too large here. Hilly does get his flash hook, but Karzi is clearing the ward, and then they get the follow-up.
And crucially, even though here a lot of damage is going to the front line, look at Guma. No one is touching him, and as we said, you got to protect the president. If he's alive and well, you're in trouble.
And if he and Keria get to flash forward in the team fight, it is saved a little bit there, as Chasey at least gets some money. They get the shutdown kill at the end, but it is going to cost them another Baron here. And that's 2 Barons now for T1 in a game that they were so heavily down. They've actually retaken the gold lead. They've evened up the Dragons. And they're going to finally get the last of the outer towers.
Beautiful. The second Red Bull Baron power play being set up. Thank Mr. Guma. That damage is crazy. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the first time in 31 minutes that T1 are leading the game in gold. They are now the team with a 2,000 gold lead. They've got Baron on multiple members. It's T1 stepping forward. And Faker's Nautilus combined with Guma's Aphelios are so huge this game. The Magi Soul Stealer picked up for Faker as well. He's already got sickening damage and will continue to build that up. A number of pings there on that mid-inhibitor turret to Mad Lions. They're trying to find that initiation.
Yeah, Mad can't go for the Dragon here because T1 will just push them out.
Oh, waiting for this initiation there. Elyoya is looking for the flank. Chases in the front line. Flash available to him, level 15. Slicing Maelstrom is up 2. Engage comes out. Bone Skewer backwards. Guma and the rest of T1 stepping onto the river. We've got this defensive flank, Kobe. No one's pulled the trigger just yet. Faker not going to find the dredge line this time.
Elyoya's looking for an angle to get behind on Guma. They can't get it, so they pull Faker.
Not the man that you wanted. Dredge line will connect. Kazi's pushed backwards. Moonlight Vigil gets him. He had Flash. He had Ghost. He had Featherstorm. And none of it absolutely mattered. T1 dominate once more.
Faker hits those. Faker hits those. The Nautilus with the Evan Shroud damage amp, and Guma finishes that kill, no problem. Dragon picked up. T1 coming for your base.
JC using that flash defensively just to get away from that Q3. Running for his life. No slicing mails from the base still available. Baron still up. Chronicler, T1 have pulled this game back from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted. I've seen T1 win a lot of games in a lot of ways, but this is incredible. It's the fact that they go this all in on Guma a year after he had a pretty lackluster MSI.
Oh man, and you know what? Between then and now, things could not look different. Nexus turret number 1 has fallen. Nexus turret number 2 has fallen. 49, 50 kills in 30 minutes. T1 strike first. I'm exhausted. I'm sweating. That was exquisite, League of Legends.
Oh, what an emotional roller coaster there. T1, they wake up live on stage.
Yeah, that early game, I think we might see some pike bans, even though
I'd like to see some Nautilus bands as well.
Oh yeah, Faker, it was literally the complete swap with Healy having an incredible early game and Faker really getting caught out repeatedly, unable to get anything done, shoved in permanently. But then, when the team fights came around, it was the complete opposite. Healy couldn't get anything done, and Faker was hitting dredge line after dredge line, and those ultimates were humongous for the T1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to show, this T1 lineup, having gone so far, gotten to so many finals over and over, they're continually perfecting their composure on stage. Even when they get so far behind, they're still so focused in damage control, looking for areas for them to get back into the game. And then they force a lot of these fights, still being confident while being so heavily down to the Mad Lions. And then they have the execution to back it up.
And I have to be very critical. Mad Lions demonstrates that they can generate a lead. They can execute proactive plays. They can dive over and over. But when we get to those mid-game skirmishes, too many times, Protobelts, flashes, hourglosses were irrelevant. Too many times the crowd control hit. I mean, that final fight, I don't want to pick on him because he did have sums and ult up. That depth charge, it freaking telegraphed. And he still got tagged by it. That's simply unforgivable.
And getting leads, they were able to get that done. But actually turning those into a victory, that's the big problem.
Please, 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 4 more games of that. That was incredible. Get to the analyst desk to break down game 1. I need some fresh air because I'm exhausted.
Me too, and I was just watching. I'm not going to pretend I'm not malding because I am. But it was
my God.
also an unbelievable game 1 in this series. I mean, it had it all. And unfortunately for Mad Lions, it didn't have the spurt they needed to the finish line. And to T1's credit, how can you keep your cool so much and let them come into your waiting arms and punish them so hard?
Yeah, I mean, I think T1 did a few other like small things in their mid-game to try to like mitigate the pressure, but this was fully within Mad's control, right? So let's start about how that happened, because I actually thought, we were wondering going into this game, okay, to your point, Azale, do Mad decide to match T1's bot lane prowess in the 2v2, or do they do the thing that they want to do? As soon as Hilly locked in Pyke, we were like, okay, you know what? They're going to be diving bot. And their early game setup with Elyoya, with Niski on those roam timers, just they had complete bot side control, and Gubayushi could do nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the early game was fantastic. They more than matched the early game for T1. They were blasting them. Like, at 13 minutes, it was looking like an absolute shellacking. It was looking like it was going to be an easy first game win for Mad. You know, this play from Niski was brilliant. You know, the flash into the brush made Owner think he had gone over the wall, baits out that wasted flash. They'd already been winning in the 2v2, putting pressure onto Guma, and then they're able to snowball that by bringing down Elyoya, bringing down Niski, and what is kind of a classic Mad move.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, how Niski, again, is a jungler's mid laner. Throughout his entire career, he's had a really strong understanding of when to go on those roam timers. And again, they just had complete control of this side of the map, and we're really making sure that Guma's Aphelios could not get ahead.
And Emily, as you said, we're going to tunnel hard, and rightfully so, on some of the oversteps from Mad Lions later. But you said that T1 here is already planting the seeds to make sure they stay in this game. How is that?
Oh yeah, there were a whole bunch of like small things they did, like basically trying to rotate Guma around the map to try to get plates top when they could. Even if they were trading a kill back with Mad, they were like, okay, you know what? This is still technically a losing play, but we're trying to mitigate it. We do need to feed, you know, Gubayushi some gold elsewhere. Here though, look at Elyoya's early game. Again, Mad Lions' early game and early preparation for T1 specifically was really impressive.
It was really impressive, but it wasn't enough. And Azale, we were watching the game together, and what did I say? You said it's a 6K gold lead, nothing can happen, and I said...
I didn't say nothing can happen.
You said, okay, it looks really good, and I said, well, Mad sometimes have a tendency to overstep, and when there's no discernible things to play for at some points in the game, you just saw, I feel, that T1 never really lost their confidence.
No, not at all. And I mean, I think that they were always still playing to win. They were always willing to try to take those risks because they were in such a bad position. They have to take some risks. They have to look for fights that are going to look bad and hope that they can outplay, and they were able to do it.
Yeah, and every second counts, especially in this next one. Thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 find a huge team fight at Dragon while 7K down, and it goes on and on and on.
I mean, this one was just unbelievable from Gumayushi for me. The amount that he got done in this fight was truly incredible. Every single Q he's shooting out, he's hitting. Every single skill shot that's coming his way, he's able to dodge out on. His positioning was perfect, and it really had to be because he was the only one who could potentially carry this fight. The first Q tags onto Carzzy, getting the damage in there, throws up the ult to follow, he's chunking them down, he's pushing forward, he sidesteps that first hook coming through from Hylissang, and then as he goes forward here, he's able to kill off Niski. Another sidestep on a hook there, and he holds the Gale Force here so that when they actually re-engage this fight, as he's going up, he's going to be able to still have that available to dodge once more. Like, he's playing so on the knife's edge here. This was just incredible.
And everybody watching, I think there, it had a shift and said, well, this might not go the way it looked like it would be going.
Well, and this is what I was talking about with Kumayushi going into this matchup, right? It's like, it's not just that they have such a dominant pushing 2v2 lane. It's not just that they play for this game. And I mean, on the other side, this fight continues to go
forever.
For so long with the reinitiation here, and we're going to see again kind of where Mad overstep a little bit. In a few with the Hexgate play
this
here.
This is the same replay, by the way.
From T1. Yeah, this is still going. But I do want to talk about Guma as also a late game win condition, right? Because I feel like that's something that people maybe didn't have as much confidence in him despite an insanely impressive performance throughout all of last year. And so not only is he really great in lane, even though Mad did their best to target that specifically, he's also insane in these.
I mean, to me, it was a great showing from both sides, and I think we had the classic Carzzy overstep at times, but comparatively to what people's expectations were for how this was going to go, they went toe-to-toe.
Well, and Carzzy, I think he's going to get flack because he died at the end without using his sums and whatnot, but the reality is, I thought he played a really good game. Like, he was actually carrying in some of those fights. He was making a lot of plays happen. It was really, really impressive overall from him and Hilly on that bot side. And I think really, you know, if I'm mad and I'm reviewing this, I'm just actually going back to that dragon fight that we watched, and I'm really regretting not just full sending it onto Guma, because there's that one moment where Guma's actually stepping forward in the fight where he's pushing in and he's killing off Niski, and everyone from Mad really in that moment needed to actually turn onto him and just focus him down, because the Aphelios was the only chance I felt T1 had to carry that fight, and he just made magic happen. It's not something you see every day.
And it's cool because we started off the day with talking about kind of the supports and how they informed how these games are going to be played out, up, because we want to cross off the ones that we had.
I am not as tall as you.
I'm just only slightly taller, don't. Okay, so Pyke.
Want to circle this or?
Maybe go like.
Check.
I don't know. Yeah,
we did not prepare this.
We did not prepare this. But it does feed into the story, I think, a lot. Because the Lulu, obviously, it's part of the game plan and also what allowed Guma to shine throughout that game.
Can I also point out Keiria's self-ultimate to engage in the middle of one of those ending team fights? That was hilarious. And I think kind of a quintessential moment to show you what type of player Keria is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's like Chronicler was talking about, you know, the Keria Tom Kench and how he plays it aggressively. This guy wants to play everything aggressively. He's flashing and he's self-ulting. We don't need to mention that Gumayushi died. Maybe if he had that ultimate for him. But it was a pretty incredible comeback from T1. And now my biggest question for Mad is, you know, how are they going to be doing mentally? Because I think the worst games to lose are the ones that you know were fully in your hands. And that game was well and truly in their hands to win. Right? So that can be a frustrating loss, but they went right at them, and they were dominating in the early game. So if they can repeat that, they just need to clean it up a little bit in the mid-game.
It's a great point. Will they now falter? Will they lose it all? And will T1 catch so much momentum from this?
Already over here.
No, it's a question. I'm throwing it out there.
I feel the doom radiate.
No, it's like I have to ask the question, so when they turn it, it's storytelling.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Anyways, our arm hurts. Let's see how the Mad Lions recover from that game as we're heading to a quick break. We'll be back with Game 2 after this.
Now Niski under attack.
He's got the flash available, will be using it, gets the stun below 100. First blood goes to Mad Lions. Another disintegrate connects. Owner's waiting for the cooldowns. He's managed got the taste of fear. Down to 200. Elyoya goes away. Sonic wave in. It's a double for the Lions.
Let's go!
And this minion wave is relatively strong. Kobe, I think they're setting up for a dive. They may not even need it. The feathers are available. It's Elyoya that snipes it. Faker's burning. Dredge lighting. Death from below. And Luma's the next target. Feather storm out. Carzzy wants to close it out with the help of Elyoya. Somehow, Mad Lions bring it back from the jaws of Teamfight defeat. Faker gets another. Niski uses the hourglasses to buy some time, but Guma has done it once again. JC with a slicing maelstrom gets at least a kill back. And welcome back to MSI 2023. And take a breather.
Okay.
Take some ibuprofen.
I think Mad Lions need to take a breather. They got more hype than we did, and we were jumping up and down.
What an incredible game one to this best of 5 Mad Lions, because they lost. They are on blue side once again. I think we were theorizing a few things. I would imagine Pyke could be considered a ban, despite it not ultimately winning. The lead that it generated was huge. I mean, look, Gragas, Rakan, and Vibe with the 3 bans from T1 on red side. If it's going to change, it will open up one of those options as well.
So far, though, no changes, seeing the exact same one. And honestly, if you're mad, I wouldn't even be mad if you just run it back here with the draft, right? It was all down to execution. The early game was played out by them in such an overpowering fashion. So far, doesn't look like anything is changing.
I would say maybe get rid of that cannon, although I don't know if you want to give that over to Zeus. It didn't necessarily get used to the most impactful, but so far, Salty run back on the cards.
Yeah, kept waiting for the big mad fight where they're going to all in there, but all right. So far, yep, run back the cannon. Happy to run back to the Cassante. Zeus did get a solo kill on him, as well as have a lot of, stabilizing plays for T1. Played a really good front line for them. Guma, no questions about the Aphelios play, so they insta-run back that one.
And so far, no big changes coming up here in the first part of the draft.
And I think there's good reason for that from T1 side. T1 are saying, okay, you outplayed us a bunch in the early game. Your bottom lane plays, well done, Hillsang. You know, they're like, hats off to you. But they have the confidence that they just outplayed Mad Lions for the last 15 minutes straight of that game in teamfight after teamfight. And so they're confident to do it again. Mad Lions are thinking the flip of that, okay, we just have to not throw.
Yeah.
Because we had our big early lead.
I'm also happy to see the Annie pivot. I do not believe Niski had the greatest impact on that champion. I also think into really coordinated, really calculated teams like the LCKs, Annie's just very linear, very predictable. Also, Niski ate like 1,000 hooks. So immediately in phase 2, Pyke is banned away, and this is the biggest significant change from game number 1.
And one that I think really speaks to T1 also identifying that we got away with it in the last game. We will not be able to get away with it again. Pyke being taken away means that with the Xayah already there, Guma and Scaria should be feeling safer in game number 1. And Faker, early game might not have been what they were looking for, but that team fight carrying that he did was incredible.
These are like solo queue reactions where you're just banning out the thing that hooked you in the last game. Hillsang kept hooking T1. They're like, I'm never playing versus that again. Get that off me.
Come on, just ban Thresh. Every hook champion's gone, right?
Baker kept landing hooks on the Mad Lions and ulting to start all their team fights set up for Guma. So Mad Lions do the same thing, banning that out.
Oh, and the Annie is still going to get taken away. Now there is, of course, still the potential that the Cassante will be flexed, so expected to see either the Viego is one that we talked about previously. This was something that T1 was hovering, more of a Gen G pick, but with the amount of attention that T1 have shown thus far towards Guma, Maokai makes complete sense. Extremely safe pick, is able to provide reliable frontline as well as engage.
Okay, I'm expecting T1 to get some damage for Faker then, because if they did straight one-person carry, then it would be pretty difficult there. I mean, as good as Guma did play, but Maokai going to have significantly less damage, so we'll see what Faker with the counter pick wants to run into Niski here. Niski's going to have to show right now what's his blind into Faker.
And looking at Hillsang, by the way, he's locked in that rel. 700 professional games for Hillsang. 20 of them were on the correction. 18 of them have been on the rel. So it's definitely not something we see a significant amount from him. He does have a fairly high 60% win ratio. Lissandra will be that pick in the mid lane. You talked about the blind pick. And the last couple of seconds here for T1. We're going to find out what runs mid lane. We have seen a little bit more Tristana mid in the past, and it's going to be locked in for the Karma there now. So Karma mid, Lulu bottom.
That is a bit lower damage than I was going for, but it is super duper buff up Guma Yushi here. Are they going to flex it to have Faker with the Cassante mid matchup?
Ooh, what do you prefer?
I actually really liked the Carmine mid because I think that Lissandra, if she doesn't get out of her lane and if she's continuously shoved underneath the turret, which generally Karma will be able to, then impacting the map becomes a lot harder. But the same can be said for Kennen, right? Kennen can struggle in matchups where he's not able to really leverage a range advantage, where he can't reliably outpoke the opponent. So really big pivot here from T1. And in game number 1, all eggs were in the basket of Gumayushi. And in game number 2, all eggs are in the...
They found more eggs. They found more eggs, and they handed them to Guma. And Guma has not dropped an egg since he was handed any of them.
I mean, they do tell you to not keep all your eggs in one basket, but when the basket is as firm and warm and lovely as Maokai Guma,
really strong,
why not keep them in the Guma basket?
All right, no more eggs, no more basket talk, please.
Okay. Are you putting your foot down?
I will say, to me, the biggest change that I think is the best change that T1 have possibly made here is for sure banning the Pyke, because Rel can make picks, and Hylissang is a great Rel, but it's just not the same surprise factor. It's so much more telegraphed when Rel is coming in for the crash down, for the ultimate combos there. So should be more easily reacted to by Guma.
Well, we're going to find out as we load onto the Rift. If I can take a very brief moment to celebrate something, assuming no action breaks out. Faker, playmaker. God King himself has reached his 200th international game. And right now, he's looking to make it 2-0 against the Mad Lions. And as I say that, the gift is given that owner concedes first blood to Mad. That's not my fault.
The crash down is not telegraphed if you're in a bush and they walk up to your brush.
Nice. Yeah.
Surprise, a horse falls out of the sky onto your head, and they give the first blood money over to Karzi because they have this luxury. Oh no, actually,
no,
the Ignite.
Yeah, it went to
no, the Ignite tick.
Yes.
Oh, they tried to give it over to him. Okay, Ignite tick does its work.
And it kind of ties into what we saw in the previous early game. I think T1 really need to start taking less early game risks and just running around like the map belongs to them, because Mad are clearly saying, we do not stand for that.
Well, we do not stand for that. Mad Lions getting a bit of deja vu. Starting the game off with an early kill onto a T1. This time it was in the jungle instead of the bottom lane. Give you a quick update, by the way. 50 kills in that previous game. It's the highest number of kills at MSI this year, obviously. It is also the 5th bloodiest game of any MSI ever. That is how action-packed it was. And it started off strong. Guma and Carrier were stepping to trade a little bit. And you can see Alyoya, he spotted on that ward.
Only 5th, Trevor?
Only
we can
5th.
do better. We can do
yes,
better.
Come on. Let's make the next 5 games 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in terms of bloodiness. And that seems to be the case for now. Once again, by the way, Owner starting top half of the map, Alyoya clearing out the Krugs on the bottom.
This time around, though, T1 is very aware. Did spot Alyoya on the ward. So should be completely fine here. And it looks like Alyoya also realizing that, heading towards the Raptors.
Yeah, T1 very clearly that whole time thinking about these adjustments all around bottom lane early, because that was the whole story for Mad Lions. So not only do they ban the Pyke, they also deport the Krugs, they also have them get the chunk on bottom side. They didn't necessarily plan for the first blood, but...
No one plans to concede first blood, to be fair. I will say, by the way, if you keep an eye on the minimap, because we've got the Karma top into the cannon, it might be a lane that we want to keep an eye on just a little bit more. Thank you, observers, for that one. Also, because for Chasey, I think expectations here, especially for European fans here in London watching, that was Chasey's first defeat on cannon in his career. It was his 9th game played. This is now his 10th. Playing into the Karma, this is not something that we see a huge hell of a lot in the LEC, and we already see being bullied, being pushed forward. There's the mantra queues.
Tell you what, we also haven't seen a whole lot of it in the LCK
Touché.
for a really long time, right? And Zeus is a player that has struggled at times in high pressure situations, and this is now previously the Xante game, and in this one, he's going full support.
For this man that was just on your screen a second ago there, Guma, as they're pushing in, they're having much better lane phase this time around, obviously, with all the adjustments. Getting up to the tower pressure in their favor, actually, and Owner, since he started on that top side with the Maokai, easy, leisurely clear towards the bottom side, splits the Scuttle Crabs exactly how they want with Mad Lions, and Alyoya does get this one. Faker's going to be the target, but both junglers are here.
All right, 2v2, glacial path forward, Ring of Frost, rather, onto the little kitty cat. Pressure on the bottom lane. Kazi's under threat, forced to flash for his life, and the flamethrower just out of range. Faker, tick, tick, tick. The shield keeping him alive for now. No flash for Niski. The sapling toss will go forward. That's the flash. Bramble toss smash. Owner gets one back, and now Niski's in a little bit of trouble. Starting to back ways low on Mad. It does not want that fight.
And this is the other part of the puzzle last game for Mad. It wasn't just that bot lane was winning, it was that the mid lane 2v2 went extremely heavily in favor of Mad. This time around, T1 is able to get out ahead.
And bear in mind, that was Hillison that had first blood, still getting beaten up in that 2v2. T1 500 gold up, bottom lane winning, gank mid lane successful. And Zeus in the top lane, keeping Chasey under the tower.
Yeah, the only hiccup there for T1, I think Keria healed when he thought he had Ignite or something as Carzzy was flashing away. Regardless, it's still a big, good trade for them. And the CS difference is going to be massive, plus the recall timings here. Boots level 2, Berserker Greave rush for Guma, but mid lane dive, Hilly's here!
Ferromancy crash down, ticking, and it's Elyoya with the kill. Hillison will get taken down though. And it's secured by Faker. Now Elyoya the target. Guma is ticking away. He's got the purple gun, got the root down, and got the backup of T1. Another kill to Guma.
Yeah, the timing of that dive and the extra turret shot there. Guma's walking back from base off his reset with his upgraded Berserker Greaves and gets to be handed an extra kill. That is exactly what Mad Lions do not want. It's money traded here for, you know, a kill over to jungle in exchange for a kill onto the Aphelios is going to be rough.
And here, crucially, in that early 2v2, right, we do see that Niski's able to bring Owner with him, which means that Faker in the 1v1s against Elyoya doesn't really have a large shot, but Faker stays alive.
It was really good use of his Aftershock there. Faker, he tanks fully the Lee Sin, then as soon as the Aftershock falls off, he flashes out and jumps to the top side. Faker fully tanks up to like 10% of his life right there.
Well, Faker's going to not be able to do that just yet. Glacial Path this time round, ticking. He gets away! Elyoya and Niski, they fumble it. They don't get that last hit.
And that is the second mid lane gank that isn't working out. And the previous one, what I wanted to highlight in that replay as well before we went back to live, Owner being there to me is a sign that T1 is also catching on to what Mad did so well in game number 1, which was snowball, 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 continuous aggression. Anyone with a low health bar around the turret is going to get taken down. And Owner, even though he was a little bit behind the play, you see T1 was still expecting it.
And T1 right now got that lead, crucially 15 CS plus a kill to Guma in the bottom lane. And that's Protect the President comp, Raise the Puppy, whatever you want to call it. Guma has started off incredibly well, already got a plate. Nearly securing his second plate. Hilly trying to threaten with that Hex Splash. And look, red, white, Guma wants to fight. There's backup as well, because look, 2 members of T1 in the river, they're going to get an early dragon.
Yeah, overall, gold leads are talked about a lot in League of Legends, but concentration of gold is incredibly important, and especially when you have a comp like this that is so hyper-focused in one direction. Owner going to be able to pick up the dragon also. Wards here protecting both entrances. They easily pick that one up off of the bottom lane push.
And Chronicler, I get nervous when I look at Mad Lions this game because already they're behind in dragons and gold and kills. And then I think about how on earth does Kennen and Lissandra and Rel get through Karma, Maokai, Cassante. And even if they do, there's a Lulu Wild Growth as backup. So there is so much zoning tools and control to buy time for Guma to melt through Mad Lions.
And in the last game, they didn't need that,
no,
right?
They
didn't need Guma to be fed. They didn't need any of the frontliners to be in a great spot. And I think that Mad, unfortunately, if they fall too far behind in the early game, they're not going to be able to. We saw in the previous game that the amount of leads that they were able to generate should have been, wasn't really working out, but should have been turned into a really big level of map control. Niski.
Well, Niski still got that E if he needs it, still got the flash as well. We'll be able to get over the wall. Takes a little bit more of a trade, but yeah, again, Owner just kind of shadowing this middle lane, always around whenever any threat is up. Cheeky recall, gonna get spotted. Got the ultimate available. Why are you recalling there? Why are you in the bush? Niski gets taken down for a, in my opinion, unforgivable recall occasion.
This is honestly devastating for Mad Lions. Not only does that give over full pressure for this Rift Herald, but bottom side, you then leave Guma alone. He was pushing Carzzy into his own tower there. They send the Rel back bottom side, and they're still making the play top.
Looking for the initiation. Chasey's got the Maelstrom. Manages to get Zeus. He flashes over the wall. Chased by by Chasey. Zeus still stays alive. Look at those fancy feet. Chasey's on the route. Not going to be able to find the kill just yet. Zeus still under the tower. Well, that's going on. 2v2 in the bottom lane. Gumayushi, he's got himself that quiver. Looking for the crash down. Hilly turns his attention back to Kerry. Gets turned into a munchkin. Finally, Zeus is down. The feathers are pulled backwards and the Moonlight Vigil is dodged by the Feather Storm. There's no E available. Flash away from Guma and T1. They've got the first of the fight. Guma's looking for the next. The E comes back up. The cleanse keeps the chase alive. Kazi and Hilly got so close, but damn, they were so far. Now Niski's in trouble. Faker's running him down. Goes all out under the tower. The third proc in the queue. Flashed away from underneath the tower and flashed. 1-for-1 in the mid lane. And somehow Kazi escapes.
Oh my goodness, it's blood all over the map, Trevor. Well done casting all 3 lanes at once. Bottom side, Keria does get back down to Guma and allow him to get not only another kill, but you just saw on your screen that huge minion wave that is going to die in front of the tower. Hylissang is going to be the one that gets there first, and money into Hylissang. Again, concentration of where your gold is going, not ideal here for Mad Lions. Oh, Hilly with the flop on the large corner.
And Guma effectively here is 1v2, and by the time he starts this play, he starts banging in. Keria is still like halfway in the river, but once they're committed, they're just unable to get the damage down right. And I think in these all-ins, Aphelios is so difficult to deal with, particularly if you don't have the CC from the Rel available.
Yeah, he flashes this one here. So Guma Flash and Cleanse were both used. If there is one, ray of hope or copium for Mad Lions, it is now
injecting into me, Kobe.
It is that there,
copium.
There are no sums on Guma, so they called down Owner and said the third and fourth summoner spell with Faker coming down to try and protect.
Listen, 2,000 gold is the lead. I would like to ask the observers to quickly toggle over to the individual player golds when they get a chance. Nature's Gasp is thrown out. That 2,000 gold, 1,500 of that lead is with Guma. Kazi gets pushed all the way backwards from a beautiful engage from Ona, and that is 3 more kills to T1. It was just beautiful.
And the tower.
And they got the Herald from way back, right? When Zeus was able to stay alive, the rest of the team was like, good luck. You try and stay alive as long as you can. We know you're going to go down, but we're going to get the Herald. They didn't even need the Herald here. They could have left it in their pocket because the 3v3 goes disastrously wrong. And when you have a composition like this, and the Aphelios is this fed with, as you were pointing out, Trevor,
yes,
this much frontline, and 2 enchanters,
4 kills, an assist, as well as a 30 CS lead. Mythic completed already, and a Maokai that's at 3-1-3. My word, T1 have got all the tools they need to just let Guma once again bow down and destroy the Mad Lions.
Niski just ulted Faker to get 1 extra tower shot worth of damage on the Cassante mid and gave him the hats off. But here's what we were saying, there's no summoner spells on Guma. That's why, Mad Lions have that, the hopium or copium, whatever you want to call it, of trying to make a play on him. But with the Maokai there to peel for him, the peeling is too easy for T1. Owner and Keria keep him safe, and he takes him down.
There was a lady in the crowd earlier that said she's waited 10 years to see Faker pick LeBlanc for me. I hope Cassante will do it quite as flashy. To everyone else that's come here to Copperbox in London, thank you for joining us. Right now, T1 are in a significant advantage. 2-level lead here for Zeus over Hilly. The tower is under a little bit of pressure in a 1v2, but there is pretty significant wave flow once those minions do group up. Hilly steps in, look at the minimap, and again, congregation of T1 around that middle lane in Niski.
It's also Abyssal Mask karma, right? Like in the previous game, we saw it on Faker. He, on the Nautilus, got a lot of value of it. And even though the Catalyst was nerfed on this patch, we still see the value of it, particularly when you're a pick like the Karma that loves staying in lane for a long time, keeping your opponent under pressure. And it also means in situations like this, you're not going to be able to dive in.
Yeah, I mean, the Abyssal Mass and the Evan Shroud last time too, they're getting these little things to amp all the other little sources of damage.
Little source of damage?
Yeah.
Who might you be referring to, Kobe?
Kobe, let's talk a little bit about how Mad Lions do find their way back into this game. They've lost a tower, they're significantly behind. We already know it's going to be hard for them on the offensive to get to Guma. But how on earth do they claw this back?
And see, that's the thing, though. That's the thing that was missing in the last game. Mad Lions, they stalled out, and they should have been setting up those more aggressive plays with the flashes and big playmakers that they do have on the team. This time around, Niski's on the Lissandra to boot, so they've got even more to go for those really big setups. If Chasey has flash and Niski spellbooks over to his flash, like that should be a guaranteed engage dive onto them. Especially with Rel follow-up here, that CC will last a very long time. Problem is you're so far behind so early on, the protection is really difficult to get through. And even the setup of the vision, which is your first setup to try and get those angles.
Well, Faker's going to start a fight here. Teleports it in. Down a level, Hilly's stepping forward. Not a lot of support here from T1. The interrupt on the crash down allows Faker to escape. That was just beautifully executed.
Yeah, unable to get anything done, even with Faker teleporting in and Hila being there, no opportunity. Yeah, I think the plan is very simple. It's kill Guma. It's not easy.
Exactly. Concentrated gold there, Kobe.
Yeah.
Visualized exquisitely. Plus 2,000. Chasey forced to flash defensively once more. A Kennen running away with flash is nothing you ever want to see. But Zeus is the target. Nature's Grasp is rattling across the Mad Lions. Zeus still stays alive. That shield from the E is huge. All out will send Kazi packing. The feathers come back, but nobody is dead from T1. Nobody goes down. They get 2 kills and the Mad Lions are routed once more.
They threw everything onto tank Karma. That's not the target.
And then Faker comes in, he Cassante ults Carzzy out of the fight too, so they don't have their main damage source there. T1, that was a really nice little split there. They turn it around on the Mad Lions. They use that engage against them and are able to get an extra one.
Beautiful, beautiful team fight once again from T1. They've got themselves 2 dragons, they've got 11 kills, they've got a significant lead, and right now they are outclassing Mad Lions in every skirmish with or without the advantages.
And you know what's super devastating about that fight? Yeah, T1 got an extra kill, right? Okay, well, we got Kennen. They also got the big flashes that Mad Lions are really relying on. Niski is going to have to now be the one because he has the flash on Lissandra, but Guma still has his flash, has his cleanse, and he's got his teammates.
And even if Guma is out of position, as long as he has flash and the cleanse, you're basically always playing one fight behind, right? You need to force those summoners, which in of itself I think is a big task, but then you need to be able to then get away from the fight because if he flashes and cleanses, you're probably not going to be able to win it, and then find another one of those angles. So for Mad Lions, they really are against the wall, and I think it's going to require T1 leaving Guma alone or getting completely off guard by a Kennen, by a Rel, or by a Lissandra getting that backline access.
And I don't yet have confidence that Mad Lions can pull that off. We've seen 2 games already today where Chasey and Mad Lions have not necessarily been able to find those flanks, specifically on the Kennen. I think this game has kind of run away from them in terms of their ability to come back. So now it's, you're hoping for a mistake, you're hoping for a misstep. What we've seen from T1, what we expect from T1 in terms of their season, in terms of the last 2 years, the likelihood is incredibly low. So for Mad Lions now, calm themselves down. They have to try to find some sort of rhythm and momentum, because this is the team that's now potentially on the verge of match point, assuming they can't pull some miracle comeback.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, everybody who watched the previous game, Trevor, are in full agreement with you, because if the Mad Lions couldn't do it then, it's going to be a lot more difficult this time around, where they don't have this ginormous lead, and T1 are forcing summoners and ults out of them.
And that's basically a guaranteed soul point here for T1, right? Like, you're going to give a Hextech soul to an Aphelios because Carzzy had to use his cleanse, had to use his ultimate.
Because of a Nyan Cat. Right? Now, yes, I understand that obviously on Carzzy's side, had Guma or Ona continued to apply pressure after the Nature's Grasp, then there was kill threat. However, they didn't. So he just saw the Nyan and needed to throw out the feathers and the cleanse. We're 30 seconds away from Dragon
Whenever you say that,
3.
you have to do a little dance now.
Yeah, okay. The only problem is I think they're recording it. So it's like,
yeah, that's
we'll wait for the next ult where we can do it in unison, right? Right now.
No, I don't want to dance. Don't rope me into this.
T1 on the verge of a 2-0, Chronicle. You owe London a dance. They definitely want to cheer that one.
Okay, don't put pressure on me. Come on.
Alyoria and Niski, backed up by Hilly. Faker will get rooted in place, locked down, all out. 3 members pushing forward. This isn't the highest damage trio. Niski gets knocked backwards from the 3rd Q. Carzzy's the target of Guma. Remember, no feathers. Remember, no cleanser may not matter. Carzzy escapes with his life, but Faker does not. And under the tower, Guma takes a lot of damage while all that's going on. Now Chase is in trouble, forced to use that slicing maelstrom. He's rooted in place thanks to that top. Karma trying to get the shurikens, trying to get the stuns. Under pressure as the middle lane is still being pushed by Guma, by Keria. Alyoria and Hilly arrive to the fray. Top lane continued to pressure as Mad Lions are looking at that inner top turret. While that's going on, the mid is still under pressure. This is cross-mapping all day long, Kobe.
Yeah, Goomba's going right through the front door while all this action is going on the side lane. They actually finish the mid tower and then finish Garzi.
Oh, look at that damage! Goomba and Keria knock on the front door, take down the inhibitor as well. Recall's being channeled here as Nisqy will finally get back. The bottom inhibitor turret is now the next focus. Faker has been able to TP in after being taken down. That gold lead is growing even larger. Before 20 minutes, the base is blown wide open. And just like G2 yesterday, Mad Lions today dropping game 2 in dominant fashion to the LCK opponents.
Paul, I like
that was reverse. I got it
that you
backwards.
take control
I got
there.
it backwards.
Yeah, you take ownership though. Dominant dropping of the game.
They choked
They
us.
threw that sucker on the ground.
I would never go to Quickshot. You know me, but I'm glad you did.
Can I tell you, it is so fun to be casting with you guys again. I am having a blast despite the fact that T1 is smashing, man.
They certainly threw that game 1 on the ground. And this one here, all right, Dragon number 3, as you mentioned, T1 going to collect what is theirs.
And yeah, Matt, I think you have to back off there. At this point, it's either a very deep teleport flank coming in from either Chasey or Nisqy when a bot lane inhibitor is being pushed. We've seen over the years, even in this tournament, a lot of bot lane inhibitors leading to death and destruction. Or it is going to require a stand at the Nexus turret as Faker.
Nisqy took the gate. We'll be able to escape. That Ring of Frost did a lot of work, but as I saw him, Member of Mad flying through that portal. Mad Lions starting group up. They feel the threat of a potential Baron. Remember, super minions into that middle lane. Not going to be the greatest at really setting up for Baron, but not only with the gold lead and with the pressure it's going to apply, it also will allow them to set up for the Soul, which is 4 minutes away. So T1 have just got a plethora of options on how they wish to taxi their way to the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, their options are so plentiful that we literally just watched the last 2 minutes was Faker deciding to go 1v3 kind of int and just take up 3 people's time, and T1 came away with an inhibitor kill.
Hylissang is caught out. Magnet Storm is dropped and he's left to the Wolves, as it were. T1 get themselves an easy kill on the back of that Nature's Grasp. And now in a 5 versus 4, they peel back to Baron. Actually 5 versus 3, because Kazi's dealing with the supers.
The Maokai ult, the most disappointing way to get caught. The slow death coming towards you. All right, Elyoya, he's got the hopes. T1 stole a Baron last time around. Can Elyoya replicate?
3,000 hit points. Going low. Nisqy's coming as well. Chasey's coming as well. 2,500. Sonic Wave connects. Hold your breath. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody else. Polymorph going to be enough to interrupt, and the Baron is just beautifully secured. Chasey is dunked on before any Maelstrom can be channeled. A teleport to the inner top lane turret, and Zeus is there leading the charge for T1. It is just exquisite control.
And sometimes T1 Baron setups scare the fans to death. This time around, really cleanly done. Keep it at a safe health total. Then Keria goes in with the heal, gets the polymorph. They burst it down. No steal option available.
Yeah, I think the honorable thing from T1 there would be to
give it.
Give it to him. Be fair.
Mad Lions flipped it for you. He'd give you a smite fight.
That would have been it, because I will say, as a fan of both League of Legends and Mad Lions, that Baron did not give me that same level of, oh, this is scary, as the game 1 did, where, of course, Ono was able to jump in. But look, this Red Bull Baron power play already a plus 3k. They already had supers in the middle lane, that inhibitor overview spawning in a minute and a half. The top lane has just been taken out, and at 22 minutes, with Baron, this gigantic gold lead, we're 2 minutes away from Soul, so my instinct is telling me, get the Soul, and then push for the final hits on the Nexus.
Might end up doing that. Considering it's T1, I wouldn't even be surprised if they just ran it with 5 people towards the mid lane and try to end the game before they end up taking the Dragon. The Dragon is kind of the be-all, end-all, right? Like, Hextech Soul provides so much utility, particularly when you have a pick like the Aphelios. And right now for Mad, I'm not seeing a lot of options here, unfortunately. As only one inhibitor, not even with a turret left standing.
Bear in mind, Guma and Keria have not died a single time this game. 7-0-3, 0-0-11. They have been the proactive team. They have been the ones starting the fight. Nearly, 75-80% kill participation. It has been about them. Protect the President has worked beautifully.
Gentlemen, whenever there is a draft run back, you have to decide which is the team that did the salty run back and who was just right. What team is salty?
Kobe.
Oh, here we go. We got a chase in the Hextech.
Elyoya's been chased by Faker. Down the bottom lane, here comes Chasey from behind. Slicing Maelstrom can finally get some targets. Nature's Grasp will at least hold them in place. I don't think that Maelstrom's big enough. Zeus is low, but where is Guma? So far untouched, so far undamaged, so far unkillable. T1 put together 3-4 quick kills and ace Mad Lions inside their base within Baron buff. T1 dominate game 2, and T1 are 1 win away from a rematch with Gen G in the upper brackets. What a dominant performance as Mad Lions were crushed from that bottom lane.
So in summary, T1 were right, Mad Lions were salty.
Oh,
with
so
the run back.
Aphelios is being banned? That's going to be my guess?
Aphelios is indeed a problem. T1, massive stuff this time around. So much more clean.
And we didn't get to talk about it that much, but I really want to talk a little bit about Owner, because I think his defensive play was the big difference maker between the previous game, because even though his Kha'Zix was big and the catches that he got were a big part of what allowed T1 to stay in the game, but on his Maokai, every time that there was an attempt from Mad Lions to snowball the early game like they did, he was always there. And when Maokai is able to get a lead on a game with his ultimate, with his saplings, it's so hard to come back.
And I think in game 1, Elyoya really had a significant impact on the early game. Ganking bottom lane, working with Kazi and Hylissang to accelerate that lead. The reply wants the drop change just a little bit, as you mentioned, Owner at the top, but I do in the middle lane rather. But I do think the 2 key areas for me, Chasey, I just don't think has found an impact. I want to see more from him and the team. Secondarily, Kazi is just simply not matching up to what Guma's doing. So we'll have to find out what Mad Lions do here. The analyst desk is ready to break down that game number 2. A dominant win from T1.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much, Trevor. Indeed, a masterclass. Hi, you guys look great. So this is
do the cat.
fine. A masterclass coming out of T1, and as we take a look at the draft, I'd like to present a twofold question to my analyst, maybe to Azil first. So first up, what do you think about Mad's idea being, we'll try and get that same pressure on, knowing that they'll have more ideas to counter it, and what do you think about T1's responses, and which ones of those do you think were most effective?
I mean, definitely what T1 did obviously ended up being most effective. I don't hate running it back for Mad because it's such an incredible early game, right, in the previous game. If they can create that sort of an advantage, I think they would feel confident that they would be able to close it out, right? So that is really what they're trying to do. But I just love the flex picks that are coming through for T1. I think moving the Karma up towards top is just so smart. Such a good neutralizing pick that is going to have more value than the Kennen in a lot of these team fights because the Mantra shields are going to be so powerful in those situations. And we saw even there was multiple times where Matt is trying to actually catch him out, but it's a tank Karma. He's not really going to get burst down.
Yeah, I thought this was really smart, saving the Cassante, knowing that they could flex it. And then additionally, the big thing that we've talked about, or maybe we haven't talked about as much, but Aphelios is still going over to Guma. They're playing around him. The Karma pick goes into that as well because he's going to have shields and heals from Karma and Lulu, so he remains untouched throughout. And this is his most played champion in his career. He has a 70% win rate on it, I believe. So it's something he's super comfortable with, the team is super comfortable with, and even when they're making these flexes, they're doing it with him in mind.
Yeah, they made all the right adaptations, and when you looked at the game, it's almost like, when you have a favorite restaurant and then new owners take it over, and it's like, it's okay, but it's not exactly as good as it was. I feel like when I was watching this early game from Mad, that is what I saw, because you see the same ideas, the same reflexes, but it just doesn't work out.
Sorry, I want to credit you for an amazing setup for this play here, right? Because you're looking at it, you're like, okay, this is exactly what Mad want to do. They want to destabilize. They still want to be reaching for these plays, but guess who comes out on top? T1 is already there. I believe there was another play bot side where they were already kind of owning Mad there as well. And this is something where, like you said, like we want to do this, but it's just not as good this time around because of T1 adjustment.
Got food poisoning.
Oh no.
I mean, it just feels like T1 is basically making the read that Mad are just going to try to play crazy, so we're just going to play defensive. Owner's going to hover lanes. He's going to be ready to respond, and we're going to draft 4 Protect 1 with Aphelios for our bot laner, right? They're drafting these super tanky comps. They're grouping 5 almost the entire game, and so I think Mad really needs to kind of buck that trend.
Yeah, you see for the side of T1 that every player knows exactly the role that they are supposed to play in this adapted scenario. And Emily, you look specifically at the forward percentage Guraishi edition.
So these stats are going to tell such an insane story here, right? Game 1, we have forward percentage 16%, 30.9 and 29.5.
When you're dead in the fountain, you're not very poor. That's the thing from game one.
Generally.
Yeah. When they're constantly diving you under turret.
What's the fountain percentage?
You have to back with with little CS. But game 2, obviously, right? They were on that turret the entire time. This is a lot more stock standard in terms of what we typically see from T1. They want to get that bot lane tower super early, and they want to have the push.
Yeah, you were saying even that in terms of a lot of picks from Keria or in general or the Kalista or whatnot, it's all about can we push faster?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to create that pressure. They want to be farming plates, put pressure on the enemy jungle to come and respond. And this was one where, you know, at this point in the game, it just started feeling like Mad was really getting antsy, and they were starting to overforce on these plays. They're starting to feel like the game is falling away from them, because they had Owner on vision when they're looking for that engage. They know Owner has ult. They know that he's there, but they're trying to force it anyway. And you can't have those kind of desperate plays against T1, those plays that aren't really properly set up, because T1, as I said, in this game, we're just ready to answer everything. Owner's job was very clearly hover the lanes, protect them, and win in these 2v2s, win in these 3v3s.
Yeah, I love that you keep talking, but the camera is on Faker right now, which is really important. But we've got, yay.
The return.
Double Lulu.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So we got like 2. Yes, we want to see you also, Emily, I think.
Oh, okay.
We got this one. Then we have the Rel, and I wanted to put like, it's like a question mark, probably.
Maybe like cross that
Yeah,
off
okay, yeah.
Maybe a
like,
sad face, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, maybe we use this to look at adaptations that Mad can make. What is it going to have to be, and where does it start in the support pool?
Well, honestly, I think Hilly needs to keep playing Engage. I think that is just his style. That is where he really excels. I mean, maybe not the Rel. Rakan is getting banned out, but I don't mind him playing that hard engage. What I would actually like to see, if Mad are going to allow them to pick Aphelios and stuff anyway, I actually want to see Chasey playing something that can play side lanes. Look towards something like a Gwen. Look towards something like a Fiora. Play side lanes, because, as I said, T1 are playing 4 Protect 1. Both these games, they're playing double frontline. They're playing enchanters. They're playing all for 5v5, grouping up the whole game. And if you take something like a tank Karma and you force him to actually answer a side lane Gwen the whole game, Gwen can get to a point where you can actually take over the game.
Okay, I like that. A clean directive for Mad, and they're going to need a lot of it. They are the reverse sweep kings back.
They did it against
there you
BDS.
go.
BDS,
Yeah, BDS,
T1. What's
T1,
the difference?
same difference. But anyways, it's T1 that take game 2 in dominating fashion. They're only 1 win away from an LCK Spring Finals rematch with Genji. We'll be right back with game 3.
Against the Mad Lions. And as I say that, the gift is given that Owner concede 5th blood to Mad. No flash for Niski. The sapling toss will go forward. That's the flash. Bramble toss smash. Owner gets one back. All out under the tower. The 3rd proc in the queue. Flashed away from underneath the tower and flashed. 1 for 1 in the mid lane.
Oh, you didn't
With the flash.
But where is Guma? So far untouched, so far undamaged, so far unkillable.
You have to do a little dance now.
The only problem is I think they're recording it. So it's like,
Yeah, that's
we'll wait for the next ult where we can do it in unison, right? Right now.
What? No, I don't want to dance. Don't rope me into this.
And welcome back to the Caster Desk. I hope that intro was just as jarring as that little bit of flute music right at the end of the advert.
I love flute music.
Myself, Kobe, and Chronicle here for potentially the last game of the day. Mad Lions started off fantastically in game 1 and fumbled it. Then got dumpstered in game 2. And it's up to them once again to figure out what are they going to do to keep their chances alive in the upper bracket. They picked blue side once again. Kobe, I don't know what Mad have to do to change, but they've shown they can get early leads. They've shown they can get a couple of advantages, but I do think that Aphelios they have to find an answer to Aphelios. Either ban it or pick it early.
Yeah, everybody's going to be looking directly at that. Everyone's going to have those memes where you're trying to figure out the last letter of banning Aphelios.
Yes.
Because Guma has destroyed them on it. But I don't think that is even close to the end of the adjustments that you have to make.
No, that's scary.
Exactly. So one of the biggest thing, we are always going to go back to this game number 1 where Mad Lions did so many positive things in bottom lane and in mid lane, where they had Hylissang making these surprise plays with his Pyke, with a hook champion, to try and create action for themselves, create their own openings. And then Niski and Elyoya winning the 2v2 mid with the outplay as well. Those 2 things, those are the sparks of what gave hope to Mad Lions overcoming T1 here in this series, and they're going to have to recreate that somehow.
Look, if I'm just looking at play cameras, I think specifically Haley down at the bottom, those are some stern, serious faces. And Chronicle, I mean, Obviously, the chips are stacked heavily against Mad Lions. Yet something you were saying to me during the break. Do you know, Carrier could just cook. Just let him cook. Carrier could pull something crazy out. Then we go to game 4. I really hope that happens personally, but I don't expect it.
No, T1 have gotten a little better about that. What I specifically for draft want to see, I think we should let go of the cannon. I think the cannon B1 is such an important direction for your draft. There's a lot of different ways that you can use that for. Maybe you can free up some of the bans that you've been going for. I think the Lucians should stay banned, but something like the Jace, maybe you take a gamble there, let that up, and pick something else, because the Cannon, even when they were as far ahead as they weren't able to actually get anything going with it. And T1 have also shown that they're very happy to just pick something to neutralize it, be it the K'Sante or be it the Karma, and then it doesn't really get anything done.
And then flexing that K'Sante as well, like just such a good move here from T1. I think in particular as well, banning away the Gragas has been huge. I think Niski really got to flex on that champion significantly throughout the LEC playoff run, especially on their run towards finals. He was saying the man that got Pyke in game 1 was banned in game 2. I will say just that one of the answers to the Aphelios question is, I don't think picking away is the best. I'm not super in love with Kazi's Aphelios personally, so if it is banned, Lucian, Nidalee, Jace have been the 3 blue side bans that Mad Lions have gone with so far. Either Nidalee or Jace, in my opinion, have to be let through, because I don't think you can let Lucian. I don't think you should let Lucian through the draft.
That one's non-negotiable.
Yeah, that one has to be stay on the draft.
And especially since T1 have been focusing on this very 5-on-5 oriented, protect Guma, front to back, team fighting focus. Let some other things through so that maybe they do switch up their strategy and you can have a different plan of attack.
London, whether or not you're supporting for T1 or Mad Lions, make sure you bring the noise here. Cardbox has been great. The energy has been amazing in the crowd. And we're just waiting for picks and bans to start. I see all the players sitting in the lobby. I'll give you an update as soon as we have it. But with draft moments away, T1 on the verge of not only winning the series, but then earning themselves a rematch against Gen G. It also will send Mad Lions to the lower bracket where they'll face off against Gen G. So while we didn't face off against G2, sorry. While we didn't see Mad versus G2 in the finals of our spring splits in the LEC format, there's a potential of those interesting rematches of the respective regional finals here as we look at the head to the brackets.
Particularly, I think Gen G T1, even though even in the LCK we joke about how we see this every single time. It was a little bit of dumb one / D+. They stuck around for a little bit, but besides that, it's been mostly those 2 teams. But specifically with how the bracket played out, I think that rematch, a third best of 5 between those 2 teams, is something that I think even if you're not an LCK fan, you're going to be excited.
Yeah, and T1 have been very, very good at making finals. They were in the finals of MSI last year, and they want to get to another one. That's the first step for them. Aphelios is banned away, so everybody quite happy with at least step 1 change. And step 2 was throwing the Kennen out of the window and going with another first pick. Also very happy with this one. K'Sante obviously flexible to Niski as well as JC.
Really, really like the different direction here from Matt. As you were saying, at the start of game 2, we didn't know if it was a salty run back. Turned out to be one, so you have to swap things out. And T1, with the Aphelios taken away, will say, okay, we can just play Jinx. This is something that they did throughout the entirety of last year's spring as well.
Can I ask you a quick question here? Do you want to know what Kazi's damage per minute is on Jinx across the 7 games he's played? I'll give you the number. It is 888. Do you want to know what Guma's pays? What? No, hold on. Oh, excuse me, ignore me. Moving on. I got my wrong series. Looking at the number. Pivot.
A glitch in the quick stats, which were, by the way, stats that I had gotten. Ezreal is locked in for Carzzy here, though. This is another switch up, and this is a champion that allows Hilly to really play whatever he wants. Ezreal, super, super versatile for Carzzy here. For Carzzy, it has basically been the Ezreal or the Xayah for super defensive, or the Jinx, which has been taken away already by Guma. And so it just gives them a lot of options. They could go double poke down there. They could go roamer for him to try and make a difference elsewhere. But when you see the Jinx locked in there for Gumayusi, you know he's looking for those resets. And Faker Ahri will complement it. The pick possibilities here.
And listen to London. As soon as that Ahri was locked in, everyone very excited for Faker to be playing on one of those super influential champions. Definitely not your traditional like Assassin plays a little more of that supportive role in that mid lane. But Ahri has risen in priority throughout the course of MSI, one of the most important mid laners. And once again, the support picks of Pyke as well as Lulu banned away.
And I think that T1 also identified, to me, the biggest difference maker, even though the bot lane went as well as it did, in game number 1 for Mad, and a lot snowballed from that, was how much impact Elyoya was able to have. Due to the early 2v2 in mid-jungle going the way of Mad, they were able to continuously have prio, keep map control, and really pummel both side lanes from T1. And with this Ahri and Maokai combination, I think there is so much setup around these skirmishes, which is where I think Mad have kind of struggled the most.
And if you have Owner on the Maokai again, as we assume it is going to be, then the Twisted Advance into Charm, pressure on Nisqy.
Oh, yeah.
If Nisqy is going to be the one taking the Annie and they don't swap it down to bottom lane instead, is going to put a lot of kill pressure on that possible lane too to help out with all these options for T1. So T1 really diversifying compared to the first 2 games here with that Ahri pick.
I was kind of waiting for a fresh ban. Of course, we don't know yet what Zayus is going to pick, but Jinx and Fresh is something that Guma and Keria have used to a disgusting level of power in the LCK.
And of course, those final 2 bans, by the way, interested to see the Cannon banned away. Maybe expecting him to come back in. Nisqy actually has 0 games played on K'Sante mid ever. It's not going to be the Thresh instead of Tom Kenshin we were talking about. And Jace was the final ban there from the Mad Lions. So TK now locked in. We're waiting to see what that final pick will be in the jungle for Ona. And Mad Lions have to round up the composition, Kobe.
I'm super excited for the Keria Tom Kench because he has played it in multiple Champions Queue games in the last few days here. So he's definitely tip-top shape on that one. It is going to be Lee Sin again here for Mad Lions.
Are there any shenanigans that the Professor can pull out? Perhaps. Nisqy's Annie left somewhat to be desired. I think in general, LEC Annies in mid leave something to be desired. And if this Swain is locked in, there is technically still a chance it can flex mid and bottom. But of course, will instead be the pivot. So, Nisqy busts out his Twisted Fate. It is his 4th most played champion. 72% win rate. And that will mean Annie going bot, K'Sante top. And what will the answer here be from Owner?
Well, I think Owner is probably going to take the Maokai in his hands. So, looks like Zayus might be on frontline duty again. They're going to go triple frontline. No Enchanter. First game here for no Enchanter for T1 for the extra boost onto Guma for the extra carrying power. But Jinx, if you just get the first kill anyway, then you get excited. And that's going to be the goal. I do like the switch from Mad Lions, though, to have Nisqy on his Twisted Fate. This is also a champion where he was famous for when he was playing in North America, ganking towards bottom lane. Maybe they can put some more pressure on Keria, Guma, Yushin. They do have the Tom Kench to avoid one of them, but there are so many repeat stunts here and possibilities.
Man, this has just been, I'm more balanced this pick and ban. So we'll refocus up for the game. The one thing I do like about Twisted Fate, and the one thing that I'm having for some hopium, do you know all that zone control, all that crowd control, the difficulty to get into Yuma? Do you know how you get around that? Just Destiny behind him. You get full vision, you avoid all of that CC.
That is true, but if you throw a gold card, Devourer is still up, and the rest of your team is looking at Maokai, Ahri, and Cyan, might still run into some troubles, quick shot.
What I'm most excited for is mid-jungle 2v2s, though. The opening of this game, because each of these mid laners has set up complementary to their junglers here. So Twisted Fate plus Lee Sin, you can as well go on the attack from Mad Lions. Again, the recipe for success for them in the beginning of game number 1 was winning the mid-jungle 2v2 initially, and then as well, Hilly making some plays on bottom.
Let's find out what happens. London, I have a question for you. Do you think Mad Lions will bring this to game 4? It's a bit more volume than I was expecting. And who here thinks that T1 will close this series out right now? That's what I was hoping for, a little bit more volume here. I'm trying to lean into the local support, whether or not that 6th man can help Mad Lions out. Another game where the Mad Lions group up early, get both game 1 and game 2. They kind of pushed as 5. In game 2, they were able to find that first blood onto Ono. This time around, no target available for them. And I think we need to keep a close eye on how Kazi and Hylissang handle and deal with Guma and Keria. If Hilly is able to be unlocked, able to roam with that Annie, maybe combo with TF potentially. Maybe there's some of those tools as all of a sudden it's T1 that grouped up. I'm looking for a little bit of a late invade here.
Yeah. Nisqy's in a little bit of danger.
Gold Cup primed. Tongue Lash connects. Rockets being fired. Flash traded for the Ignite, and underneath the tower, Niski loses more than half of his hit points.
Oh, the mid-jungle 2v2 that I was so excited for just got really, really difficult for Niski and Elyoya. No flash on the Twisted Blade, plus Elyoya's getting zoned out of his own jungle.
Oh, gets knocked backwards. Decimating Smash will force the flash as well. Niski and Elyoya. If that 2v2 was hard already, now it is near impossible. That's a lick onto Kazi. A rocket fired from Guma. Hilly and Kazi stepping back. They will get into lane, but both mid, jungle for Mad Lions have lost their flashes.
And this Sion strategy is something that T1 challengers actually pulled out as well, using the Sion early on as a pressure point to generate an advantage for your jungler and making sure that Owner gets the early lead here.
Yeah, Zeus went in level 1 and warded the blue buff Gromp area and then immediately recalled and walked all the way down mid lane to join T1 with the rest of their invade. And now you have 4 people ready and primed to dive bottom.
Oh, sapling toss. Gets the slow onto Kazi. Level 3 for Ona. Decimating smashes, sidestep, cleanse, flash. The shield comes up. Zeus is down. Bakuma's on the board. Got himself the kill. And Zombie Sion chases 2-1 to T1.
It's literally the same strategy and it works just as well as it did there. T1 getting a death on a Sion. We all know that that one doesn't matter. It teleports back towards the top lane. And an early kill for Gumayushi again.
Yeah, death on Sion, that's good death, actually.
Yes.
They want that because of the DPS of your zombie. Intentional there. You go in, you start off the dive, you get your bottom lane so incredibly far ahead, it is disgusting. I know even in LEC you saw this as well, BDS doing same thing. And
Very similar play. The bigger one for me is not only does the kill go to Yuma, he's also got himself a 2-wave lead already. And he comes back to lane with a double longswords into a cull. So it was already a difficult matchup. And now Jinx is accelerated so quickly at the 3.5 minute mark.
And Ezreal is one of the champions where if you can get a couple of great Qs in the early game, you can actually put the enemy bot laner behind, right? Get them trapped in a cycle of bad recalls, keep the pressure up, particularly if you're playing double range into the melee Kench. But with this play, that's not going to happen.
Niski has no flash, remember. Faker trying to get him further up in the lane to get Owner some distance there, but not going to be able to tank that wave for too long. Pretty stacked up. It's just so difficult for Mad Lions. The level 1 for T1 was outstanding. It took away the possibilities of the mid-jungle plays from Mad Lions, burning both of their flashes, zoning them out of the jungle, and took over the bottom lane. Like, that's basically all of the early game territory that you want to work with. You don't want to work with the tank matchup on top side. So T1, absolute stuff here, as Owner takes away second spawn of Raptors as well. Obviously, they've got the timer on that one, and he flash twists his advance to avoid the stun from Hilly.
Yeah, I really like this play from Hilly.
Kazi pretty good, stepping forward from the dive, managing to escape. Had he been knocked up, Flame Chomper's down, that would have been a death. So Kazi, this is something we will see a lot. Not only is he got to play defensively, in the 1v2 with Hylissang roaming, ideally Mad Lions want Annie to combo up with maybe Twisted Fate or one of the other lanes. Ona, as well as T1, have another plan, however. They've engaged, 3v2 for now. Guma's gonna arrive late to the party. Kazi's already running for his life with that arcane shift. He's ticking, he's burning, he's down. It's another 2 kills to T1 under the tower. And they're not done yet. This minion wave is significant. Elyoya's trying to clear it out. Ona takes a turret shot, but he's fighting into a gigantic minion wave. And Elyoya's running for his life, trying to sacrifice. I don't know, did he get tagged? By that double cat? Execute ends up landing, so denies another, but that is a gigantic lead already for T1.
And it starts off okay, right? Because I actually like the play from Hilly to try and apply pressure. Because if you're an Ezreal with Call and Boots and you're going up against Doran's play double longsword Jinx, like you're not getting anything done in that lane. But then, unfortunately, Owner is able to get out fine. And then on the counterplay, as they are able to get the wave, and even though Karst didn't die, it did take a decent amount of damage, it sets up the subsequent dive. And even with Elyoya and Hilly there, they lose the 3v3, and now this bot lane again out of control.
I absolutely hate Sion level 1s. I mean, it's been used effectively, very, very effectively, but it is so game warping to even have that as an option. T1 just massively wiping Mad Lions early game, off of the map even. And with the repeat plays too, really good repeat plays kept up by T1. The revisit from Owner, continuing to play off the side of the map where they have all this pressure. They do, of course, sacrifice Zeus, and might have to sacrifice him again.
We're going to find out, but at what cost, right? Because while there's a 2v1 in the top lane, down in the bottom lane, this is turning into a 3v3. Destiny, Gate, Gold Card connects. Cards, chasing Guma. He's got himself a bounty already. Niski needs a couple more autos. Guma escapes with 100 HP. Kazi's focusing on Carrier. In the top lane, Zeus has managed to trade one back. Down in the bottom lane, though, Kazi and the rest of Mad are running for their lives. Niski's so incredibly low. Focus arriving. Spirit Rush is available. Spirit Rush, Foxfire, Orb, Deception of Mad. Lions get dominated.
Faker has arrived. Flash ulti into them. Hits the charm under tower as well. T1 unstoppable here. Yeah, Zeus.
Wow.
Okay.
Chef's kiss. That was beautiful.
Oh, no. They're not done, Trevor.
They're not. They are. Mad Lions. Sorry. Correction. Mad Lions are done. Chronicler, that was beautiful from T1.
Okay, I want to propose a deal to you guys.
Okay, what's that?
You get a Fed Cassante.
Okay.
I get a Jinx with 3 kills, an Ari with 2 kills, and a Maokai that's monster fed.
I mean,
what do you say?
It's already been accepted.
Yes.
No, man.
Well,
love to hear that.
It's definitely not the deal that I would have wanted to take, but look at that scoreboard. 206, 202, 302. Not only is there gold leads everywhere, it's concentrated, Kobe, in all the players you want. And even Sion, who was dove 2v1, still managed to pick up that kill and is on the same gold as Chasey. So that deal that you made, you lied, and the terms have not paid out.
Well, he's up in CS.
Elisag forced a flash, and Nature's Grasp flies out. He's charmed, he's caught, he's taken down. 10 kills for T1 at 8 minutes, and London is turning into a library as T1 have arrived and they've started their campaign at MSI in phenomenal fashion.
All right, Faker going to come and try and chase Niski off the turret plate. Turret plate acquired. There you go, Trevor. 4 Mad Lions.
Glass half full. I like it, Kobe.
170 gold.
Even London's like, bro, too much. Because there's 3 plates secured for Guma in the bottom lane. 25 CS up. The Dragon is being secured here. And for Mad Lions, they are in so much threat. Carrier roaming. Another charm connects. Niski gets a shield, and it's Guma sniping from downtown. Super mega death rocket sending Niski back to the fountain. That gold lead accelerating even further. And it looked like that Rift Herald as well. While it was picked up by Elyoya, this bottom tower is under threat. Power being used to do so much work here for Gumayushi. What's that? 2,000 gold lead in the bottom lane alone at 9 minutes. And now Carrier, do you know, I reckon they could even dive again if they wanted to.
Absolutely. Like, at this point, T1 can do whatever they want on the map.
Well, right now, T1 are going to be defending this top lane. Rift Herald was dropped. Shelly's going to get that charge in just a moment, at least moving the plates gold over to Chasey. He's pulled backwards. I'm keeping an eye on the mini-map. Mid lane is pushed in. Niski's got that Destiny available. And the only way that I see Mad Lions being able to claw back this deficit, Twisted Fate plays need to be consistently and consecutively successful. For Mad Lions, this game is already nearly untenable. It is a Jinx that's approaching Mythic, like 10, 12 minutes in. And I think if, yes, some of those shutdowns can come in, that's a 500 gold shutdown, which is huge at this stage. Zeus running away from his life, unstoppable force will be enough to get him out for now, and Hilly and Chasey cannot find that kill.
Yeah, Mad Lions continually trying to throw as much as they can up towards top side. They use the Rift Herald up there. They got the extra turret plates. Chasey does have his lead, but Owner actually walks over into him.
He does indeed. Destiny into the gate, the gold card, the decimating smash. Nature's Grasp, Ponga lined up. Mad Lions avoided, but look, they cannot get onto Owner. Now, where is Faker? Sonic Wave connects from Elyoya. Dragon's Rage is still up for him. Hilly's the next target. No mana, no flash, no chance. Tower has fallen in the bottom lane. T1, they continue to apply pressure. Charm comes out. Wait just yet. Kick back forward under the tower. No chase forward. The Lee Syndrome sends Elyoya to the fountain. And Niski takes so much damage from the Orb of Deception. Carrier is cutting off the retreat. Hilly and Niski, 2 targets as the teleport now being channeled. Chase is coming in with that Frozen Fist, and T1, they fancy not enough just yet, backing out for now. But again, They are the ones that are dictating the pace of this game.
Even when they get the angle onto Faker, kicking him under tower, Owner is there on the Maokai, cues him, interrupts the Lee Sin, sends him back to the fountain, and T1, not only do they get that kill, but they're able to reset here, push out on mid lane as well, with 3 members looking for Chasey, no ultimate on the Cassante.
Well, let's see what happens here. Devoured and spat back out, rooted into place, knocked backwards, and that, honestly, it's just beautiful. It's just great to watch. Kraken Slayer, 6 kills, gigantic lead, and Guma is already at, like, late game jinx status.
Yeah, all that the carry has to do there is Faker.
All right, let's find out what happens here. Shaman sidestepped. Gold card connects. Faker just about taken down. It's the moral victory for the Mad Lions.
It is a shutdown there for Carzzy, so Ezreal gets some money back into it, but the whole time Guma's just eating up here on these turret plates. The Cassante was
almost 3k gold.
So Guma got all 5 plates in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
About to get, what, 3-4 plates in the top lane. I don't know how many individually he's collected, right? I'd love to know if our observers or stats team could maybe give us some info on that one, because Guma is just flying ahead. Multiple members of Mad Lions trying to get him. Now, that is a big shutdown. 650 gold. The 4,500 lead that they have, that will be helpful for Mad Lions, but they really need to try to catch him unawares, and right now that hasn't been the case.
What I think is really hard for Mad is like picks like they got there on Faker, that's what they need to do, right? As you were pointing out,
Yes.
you need to try and leverage the TF and the value that it provides to make these plays around the map. But T1 have either been shoving in and having full control of the map, having full control of vision, and thus being very acutely aware of where Mad is. But also, if it is ever anything less than like a 4 versus 1, whoever is in there could probably stall until the rest of T1 arrive.
Yeah, with the setups for team comps in this game, Mad Lions have to play the map. The T1 have such a big advantage in those 5-on-5, so the dragon that's about to come up, I should see it sacrificed by Mad Lions.
Mega Death Rocket this time, not going to be able to work it out. But Guma's got a couple more plates in front of him, swaps over to Pow Pow. Hillisang looking for the stun, connects it onto Faker. Gold card after the second Spirit Rush. Sonic Wave has connected. Dragon's Ridge not able just yet. And under the tower, Faker still gets one back. But any gold for Mad Lions is good gold. Chasey, while he's being chased by Ona, don't think it will matter. Guma just, by the way, taking another tower. That's the guy you've got to kill, Mad Lions. Yes, killing Faker looks and feels good. But that 700 gold bounty is the one they have to find a way to unlock.
And the thing is, like, they kind of had to go top lane, so it's like whoever's there is who we have to go for, because we can't fight this dragon. We can't fight the 5-on-5, so we have to go for those picks, extend the map, try and play as much range as we possibly can. That's why T1, keeping Guma in mid lane. He's safe. They get their tower there. They know it. The money's rolling in. The dragon's rolling in as well.
And even with that, right? Even with Faker missing the charm, they still trade 1 for 1. So what you end up getting just isn't enough, but Mad is in such a tough position because if you do actually try to fight with the disadvantage that you're in, like, it's just not going to work. So all you can do is try to find picks. When you find the picks, they don't really work out because of how far behind you are, but you got to try.
Listen, there's 4 out of 4 players are even in gold. Unfortunately, the 4,000 gold lead is all in Guma Yushi's back pocket. There's more than an Infinity Edge. And that is exactly where T1 wanted it. I will say, by the way, I just want to give huge props here to Guma and Keria, because throughout the series, Guma's stats were 18 kills, 7 deaths, and 15 assists combined for game 1 and 2. And he's already at 602. But Keria, 1, 2, and 37 for the 2 previous games. Add 8 additional assists, 45 damn assists in 3 games. It is fantastic performance from the bottom lane, which has been the tip of the spear, which the comps have been built around, and they are the players that are unlocking these wins for T1.
Exactly. The comps and the level 1, I put so much emphasis on the advantage that T1 gains. T1 gains so much with that invade, completely splitting the map, and having the repeat dive ganks from not only Owner, but as well Faker going down there. They just hand-fed Guma Yushi this game.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you've already pulled that one meme out, the deal, you get, I get. The other one I'm thinking is that Scion. It all started with that damned Scion. Another tower falls. The engage from Ona onto Niski, and the Mega Death Rocket won't connect this time, but I don't think that matters. Guma turns to Fishbones and picks up his lucky number 7. Carrier goes forward with a dive, forced a flash defensively. True shot barrage has been fired and Hilly is being shot down. Faker goes over the wall. The charm won't find it. 16 minutes and the base has been broken open. LCK's top seeds have destroyed LEC's top seeds. And how much more can they get? Kazi is going low. He's taken out. Mad Lions cannot defend their base. At 16 and a half minutes, the Nexus turrets are being destroyed. The Nexus could be focused. It's up to Chasey to defend it. Have T1 seriously won a game in 17 minutes? I have never seen a more dominant win from a second seed taking down LEC's number 1 in 17 minutes. T1 embarrassed Mad Lions.
Guma God. Holy.
London, put your hands together for T1.
And as Emily was saying at the top of the day, this T1, when they can get a lead, when they can find early angles, they won't rest, they won't sit. Carrier's Kench, I'm glad you pointed it out, was everywhere. He was in top ganking people, he was in mid ganking people, and all the while Kuma was reaping the fruits that the rest of his team is getting ready for him. And what do you do after a game like that?
T1, hats off to the planning and staying focused on the game plan in this one. From the level 1, warding up on top side, walking the Scion down, splitting the entire map, going with the Scion dive, going with the repeat focus there. You take away any options that Mad Lions had to even play in the early stages. No flashes mid-jungle, bottom lane is completely nullified, so then they have to expend all resources towards top side and get the 33 gold lead.
Beautiful, beautiful game. And I will say with confidence, and I hope LoL Esports stats validate this for me, that was the quickest international win ever at 16 minutes and 56 seconds. This is unvalidated from stats, but I got a pretty good feeling about it. What a win. Jinx, Guma Yushi, sorry, let me correct, I got his name wrong. Guma God, 10-0-3. I mean, he was a turret killing machine, he wasn't even playing Tristana.
And this is what I think a really big leap as well. Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do?
What are you supposed to do? Exactly.
Because one of, I think, the biggest criticisms that was levied towards T1 was that they love playing aggressive, they love playing towards top side, but with Guma's performance, more people were like, why don't we try playing around him? T1 realized it themselves very clearly, because in these 3 games, it was all about how they played around him, and man, did he deliver.
Bottom lane is a bit powerful at the moment.
Yeah.
Thanks, freak. No, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. I also think, look, while the champions are incredibly impactful, as we've seen throughout the meta, the way in which T1 set that up was great. You know, that damn Scion, I know we have mentioned it just like 10 minutes ago, but I think just such a great performance. Look at how that accelerated ahead. I mean, Guma and Carrier, they were the players that T1 invested into. They were played around, and every single member of T1 delivered.
Really, really impressive stuff from them in their first best of 5 here this year at MSI. Let's see what's to come in the rematch versus Gen G. I feel like those best of 5s always deliver, Chronicler.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm hoping that after this, everyone is as enthusiastic as I am about the prospect of those 2 teams facing off, because with early games like that, gotta imagine everyone else is going to be feeling somewhat frightened. And what I really, really want to take away here as well is, again, as we saw on their owner, being able to get so much done on the Maokai, particularly in game number 2, facilitating the rest of his team in a way that I think is so pivotal for actually allowing T1 to play these aggressive early games.
For sure. Taking over jungle, repeat steal on Raptors number 2, dive bottom.
I have an official correction. The LoL Esports stat team have just schooled me. That is the 2nd fastest international game ever. There was 1 game quicker, and it was T1 beating IG. Both records held by T1 against 2 respectable opponents. And thank you for that correction, stats team.
As soon as you said that, I knew I was about to ask, is the other holder T1 themselves?
16-01 is the previous record. T1 IG at MSI 2019. 1656, T1 Mad Lions. What a ridiculous record amongst absolutely everything else. I mean, just fantastic play. So not only do we now have the rematch of the LCK finals in the upper bracket, G2 will play Mad Lions. So it was a spring Suze matchup that started the finals weekend. Wasn't our finalists. You know, G2 were ultimately the 4th seed from spring. So now we know one of those teams will be eliminated. And pretty much kind of as expected, once we saw the draw, the matches did play out. I want to take nothing away from T1. It was a fantastic performance. You can see the players, they'll be getting set up on the stage in just a moment. But terrifying, terrifying prospect, at least on the bright side. One of these teams will be dropped to the lower bracket too. So let's see which one it'll be.
They can't both win.
No, they can't. I mean, it could be at the end of finals, depending if they take down, you know, the other half. So
yeah, could get scary here. Honestly, though, yeah, T1, very impressive performance.
Very impressive. I've just heard as well, the interview is ready, gentlemen. Thank you so much. We're going to head on stage for the star of today. Guma God, standing by in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Gumayoshi, 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me today. An amazing performance and dominance from T1. Could you please describe this series in one word for me?
오늘 정말 눈부신 활약과 압도적인 승리를 가져오셨습니다. 정말 축하드리는데요. 이번 경기 한 마디, 한 단어로 표현하자면 뭐라고 하고 싶으신가요?
So funny.
Yeah. Stomp, indeed. That makes a lot of sense. I want to talk about the approach you had in the last game with the double jungle, with Sion coming to bot lane. Why did you choose to go for this kind of play in the early game?
그렇다면 마지막 세트에 나왔던 약간 더블 정글 전략에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 사이언도 일찍이 좀 정글링을 하면서 오히려 빨리 바텀 다이브하는 전략을 가져왔는데요. 이런 식으로 준비해 오신 이유는 무엇인가요?
이미 그 전략이 대회에서 한번 나온 적이 있는 걸로 아는데 그게 바텀 구도를 망가뜨리기 좋은 전략인 것 같아서 저희도 사용한 것 같습니다.
I'm pretty sure that approach or that strategy is already shown in other competitive match. So we knew that this is the perfect strategy to actually break the existing matchup of the bottom lane. So we wanted to give it a go too.
Yeah, definitely something we've seen in the LEC as well. It makes sense given Mad Lions' agency in the early game. For the previous games, Aphelios was maybe the biggest topic on social media today. And we know that LCK Aphelios, it's always different. Tell the world why you're such a good Aphelios player and why you stand above everyone else.
오늘 사실 경기를 보면서 가장 큰 화제가 되었던 토픽은 바로 아펠리오스였습니다. 모두가 정말 LCK 아펠리오스는 뭔가 다르다, 너무 잘 친다 이런 반응이 많았는데 그렇다면 왜 구마요시 선수가 세계 최고 아펠리오스인지 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
좀 두뇌전이 빠른 편이라서 그 무기 바꿔서 때리는 걸 잘하는 것 같고 원래 세계 최고 아펠이라고 생각했었는데 스킨의 주인이 생겨버려가지고 나중에 스킨을 만들면 그때 당당하게 말하겠습니다.
So I want to say my brain kind of works really fast, so I always calculate which armor it works the best, which weapon works the best. I always keep that in mind and always switch up really fast. And also I always had this confidence that I'm actually the best Aphelios in the world, and then someone made a skin for Aphelios, so I'm gonna wait until I can make my own Aphelios skin and reclaim that I am the best Aphelios in the world.
Later this year, hopefully. I know that in an interview recently you said that you wanted to have a rematch against FaZe and you're gonna play Genji in your next match. We know how finals went in the LCK. Tell me why it will be different this time around and how much stronger T1 is since the last time you faced them.
구마요시 선수가 인터뷰에서 페이즈 선수와 MSI에서 만나보고 싶다라고 밝힌 바가 있는데요. 저희가 모두 LCK 결승에서 어떤 결과가 있었는지 알고 있지만 이번 리매치는 어떤 게 다를지, 어떤 점을 증명할지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
일단은 결승전 지고 나서 한 번도 젠지에 대한 복수를 잊은 적이 없고요. 분노로 가득 차 있고요. 그리고 페이즈 선수가 되게 어린데도 공격적으로 한타에서 딜각을 잘 잡는다고 생각을 해서 그리고 젠지가 한타를 잘한다고 생각을 하고요. 그래서 그거랑 좀 비슷하게 조합을 맞춰가지고 누가 딜을 더 잘 넣나 그런 걸 겨뤄볼 것 같습니다.
So ever since we lost the finals, I have never forgotten about the finals, about my eager to get my revenge. My body right now is full of anger, you know? And every time I think about them, I just want to beat them. I just want to repay them with a win. And I think Pace is really young, but he knows how to create his own angle in team fights and do damage. And Gen.G in general, they're so good at team fights. So I think T1 this time will match with their play style and put everything we've got.
Definitely a matchup to look forward to. Last question for you, Gumayoshi. So many people cheering for you today, so many fans internationally cheering for T1 in general. Is there anything you can say in English for your international fans today?
마지막으로 여기 현장에서도 정말 많은 팬분들이 T1과 구마요시 선수에 대한 응원을 보내주셨고 정말 국제적으로 많은 분들이 언제나 큰 응원을 보내주고 계신데 영어로 한마디 말씀 부탁드려도 될까요?
I love you. Thank you.
And thank you so much. 감사합니다. 화이팅 하세요. Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. And Shox, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much. What a lovely moment overall to top it off. I think Gumayushi makes more international fans every time he plays at an international tournament, not only through the play, but also through the wonderful interview. Welcome everyone to MSI Cooldown. T1 destroyed the Mad Lions with a clean 3-0 sweep. It was looking kind of okay for a little bit, but then the bulldozer came in. It wasn't a truck this time.
Yeah, I mean, I unlike Kobe, enjoy a good Scion swap, you know? This iteration, I believe it was BBS that did it first, right? In a professional game where you're actually diving and allowing the Scion to die. But I thought this was great from T1 for a lot of reasons. Kuma already touched upon it, but you accelerate the Jinx, you split the map. It's so uncomfortable for Mad to play. It's a really good use of that Scion swap here, and you could tell that they prepped for it.
Absolutely, and when you take the draft into consideration as well, it's like who in God's name is going to kill the front line if it's not the Ezreal, right? Yep. And once the Ezreal is put down, there's just no recourse for Mad in this game. There's nothing that they can really battle back with. You know, this game really started off on the wrong foot so quickly for Mad. In the previous games, they got early advantages. When this one went bad early on, you know, the flash force on Niski, then the invade, Elyoyo's force out of his own jungle, then the dive on bot lane. You kind of got that feeling like, oh, this could be a quick one.
Yeah, Mad Lions is a team that sometimes can bounce back, and we've said in the EU region domestically, they can bounce back from situations like this, but I think this is just a different kind of competition that you run up against. And T1, after the early phases of Game 1, just looked like a completely different team, and to me, quite unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, again, I know Chronicler called me up for saying it. He reiterated it over on the cast. But like, once this T1 team has a lead, they are incredible at snowballing it. Again, they set up to make sure that their bot lane was in a really strong carry position. And they also made it super difficult for Elyoya to interact with his lanes and find out where he was going.
The 1+ player of the series is Gumayushi, which I think is not a big surprise.
I'm so shocked.
What's going on? But I mean, this seems crazy. That Game 1 to start with.
Game 1 was by far the most impressive. You know, I think if you're just looking at games 2 and 3, you could consider Owner. A lot of the T1 members played really, really well. But Game 1, the only possible way T1 could have actually come back in that one was a monster performance from Gumayushi, and he delivered. We saw him taking over in the next 2 games as well, making it look easy. This guy was really just on a whole nother planet today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you heard his confidence on stage, right? Where he's like, I want to prove that I am the best Helios player in the world, which is amazing to hear from him. He is the bot laner that T1 chose, right? They were like, this is our guy going forward. We have so much faith in him. And he is absolutely delivering on those promises.
Absolutely, and when you kind of look at his trajectory overall, I feel like together with the whole T1 squad, who we said at the top of the day is on the precipice of taking that big title and winning in those finals, I feel like it goes hand in hand with Gumayushi's development as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he really has matured as a player. You know, I think T1 as a whole, there's so many young players on this team, and it feels like they're veterans because we keep seeing them in so many international finals, but they really haven't been around in the scene for that long. You know, it's incredible to see how good they are already, and knowing that, you know, Owner and Zeus and Keria and Guma are all new to the scene relatively and are still improving year after year. Like, this is a team that could truly be, you know, an unstoppable dynasty in these next couple of years.
It's also so cool to see them like grow and mature across not just domestic but international stages. Like, we were talking about Guma, but then you and I were talking about Owner during that Game 3 where we're like, you know, he's really evolved as an individual, and you could say that about every single one of these young players who kind of, it's built around Faker as like the best player to ever play the game.
Grandpa Faker and the Onions.
Yeah, exactly. Faker and the Zoomers.
It's cool to see, and I think people will sometimes be like, oh, you talk about Square Gen. Well, yeah, okay, we got to pick something. We don't have endless time, but I like that you both called it out. It's everyone on that team that are carrying their weight and more so. And I know some people may be bummed, and they're like, well, you know, the EU team's lost, but Gen G T1 rematch, that is so exciting. And G2 Mad rematch from Winter. Someone's got to win.
Also, if you're an EU fan, you can cheer for the LCS teams to lose so you don't feel as bad.
No. Now I can cheer for them to lose. No, I'm kidding. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how the G2 Mad one goes. You know, obviously we did see Mad take this rematch in spring, in winter. Sorry, I always get this confused with the new format. And in winter, obviously,
we do too, don't worry.
G2, you know, got the 3-0. They dominated, but Mad looked a lot better, you know, in the next time that they matched up. So I think that's going to be a really interesting one. And we'll have to see, you know, how the teams are confidence-wise and how they're going to be feeling. I also think the LCK Finals rematch, I'm really favoring T1 because I felt like Doran was such an X factor, such a surprise in that series. And to me, that was so much about the Gragas pick. And I think now that that card has kind of been shown, unless Gen G can really show a different wrinkle, unless they have the confidence to bring out things like Fiora and do different things against Zeus, which I don't think they will, I am really favoring T1. And that's why I just think this team could go very, very far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they're really hungry for this matchup too. Again, you heard Guma where he's like, every time I think of Pace in finals, I feel angry. But
that
this
Showmaker meme about perks or everything.
Yeah, I see that
So
smug
mad.
mid laner's face. I love this matchup. It's definitely, I know the LCK broadcast is leaning into us too. It's like, you again. But these matchups are always so fun to watch. And I also agree. I think T1 are in a really, really strong position going into this match.
And the hope is that because we're at MSI, because the scrims have been happening, because the learnings from both the domestic finals and what you have here, maybe it will all come into fruition. And that's really my hope for these winter bracket finals. Of course, also for the lower bracket games as we continue, that they level up in skill. And this could be such a good best of 5.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it could be really, really exciting. You know, I think the lower bracket could be really exciting as well because, you know, you want to see the learnings that the LEC teams can take from that, and you want to see a confident performance, even if it is just against the other LEC team, to go into what is potentially, you know, another LPL team or an LCS team or whatever they're going to have to fight there.
I'm glad you brought it up because we had the LCK versus LEC matchups, 2 of them, and now we get 2 LPL versus LCS matchups. Starting tomorrow, it's C9 versus BLG.
Please.
Azael,
Please.
lay it on us. Give us the hopium.
I mean, I think C9 has a good shot, right? I think, you know, being realistic, I think this could go either way. I'd probably favor BLG maybe like 60-40, but I definitely think C9 has the capability to take them down. I don't think BLG is infallible by any means. Yagao, I do think, you know, makes a lot of mistakes. I don't think he's the most dominant laner. I actually think C9, you know, their biggest opportunity is probably through mid jungle. I think if Blabber and MNS are playing at their best, they are really, really powerful as a duo. They're really aggressive. They take a lot of risks. If that goes bad, it's going to go really bad against them. And I think when you're looking at, you know, some of the strengths of BLG, you have to hope that Bin is more the Bin from play-ins than he is from LPL, because Bin, you know, was not looking as good. We saw Licorice actually handle him very well, and Fudge obviously had handled Licorice in the LCS. Those transitive properties don't always really work. But I do have confidence that if C9 are playing at their best, this is a series that they can win.
Oh, it's just nice. You know, we haven't seen anything yet. The hopium is still there. Do you agree with Azael?
I mean, I'm still kind of favoring BLG. I think
said 60-40 BLG.
These 2 teams are super interesting though, because I can also see them both just trying to like slam into each other early and having whoever comes
Hands
out
battle,
ahead.
baby.
Yeah. You mentioned mid jungle. I think it's kind of cool to look at Blabber and MNS, where MNS is the player that you're driving behind, right? Like he is the one where you're looking to get a really good matchup, and he wants to stomp lane. Yeah, and then Yugao, he wants to go to sides more, and then you have Shun on more of a like kind of carry types, or trying to play more of a carry role. So that's a really, really interesting matchup. In addition to obviously Elk had a phenomenal performance in play-ins. He's been someone who, like, I've watched since he was on WE when he was named Chomung, and it's been really great to see his evolution as a player, because he's almost made it to the international stage several times. So seeing him go up against Berserker is going to be so fun too.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most hyped prospects, you know, seeing Berserk? No, Alec and Berserk play at MSI.
Berserker told me he's going to save NA, so we're holding him to it.
Okay.
This is true. I was there.
Good. Also, shout out to the star of the show today, which is our paper. Wait, never mind.
Oh, yeah. Where
you want to get it one more time? It's here.
The true star of the show.
Yeah, this was great.
I thought you were going to say Emily, but you're making her hide behind.
Yeah,
the star of the
that was the
show.
joke, actually. That was actually the joke. People hated it. People hated it, but we don't care.
Oh.
True.
No, they loved it.
You know what is super interesting is that I had forgotten this until now. Carrie has not played Annie. Oh, no, he has. Never mind.
Well, it's in the shared pool.
Wow, I'm an idiot.
Anyway, anything you want to add to this?
Maybe if the paper was bigger,
oh,
then you would have been able to.
Fine. Okay, one more note. Sorry, guys. We're supposed to say goodnight, but you know, it's early. We don't know where we're going to go for dinner
I don't know
yet.
what to do for this, but this is just this is one of Carrie's best champions, right?
Can you write Zyra just for lore so that...
Zyra?
Okay, just write it down.
Where?
She told me to do this. We'll do it off camera. Okay, great. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. We had a lot of fun today. And tomorrow, the LCS and the LPL will enter the stages. Cloud9 will be facing off against Billy Gaming. We'll see you then. Good night. Bye.
Waiting for the cooldowns. He's managed to get the taste of fear. Down to 200. Elyoya goes away. Sonic wave in. It's a double for the Lions. Let's go! And this minion wave is relatively strong. Kobe, I think they're setting up for a dive. They may not even need it. The feathers are available. It's Elyoya that snipes it. Faker's burning. Dredge lighting. Death from below. And Guma's the next target. Feather storm out. Kazi wants to close it out with the help of Elyoya. Somehow, Mad Lions bring it back from the jaws of Teamfight defeat. Faker gets another. Niski uses the Hourglass just to buy some time, but Guma's done it once again. As I say that, the gift is given that Ona concedes 5th blood to Mad. No flash for Niski. The Sapling Toss will go forward. That's a flash Bramble Toss smash. Ona gets one back, all out under the tower. The third proc in the queue, flashed away from underneath the tower and flashed. 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Oh, you didn't
Hit the flash.
But where is Guma? So far untouched, so far undamaged, so far unkillable.
Okay guys, it's time to redeem ourselves.
Let's get it, boys. Yet another reverse win.
Maybe Niski can solo fake it for once.
Level 3 for Ona. Decimating smashes, sidestep, cleanse, flash. The shield comes up. Zeus is down. And Zombie Scion chases 2-1 to T1. Guma's going to arrive late to the party. Kazi's already running for his life with that arcane ship. He's ticking. He's burning. He's down. It's another 2 kills to T1 under the tower.
Let him go. Party copy, guys.
At 16 and a half minutes, the Nexus turrets are being destroyed. The Nexus could be focused. It's up to Chasey to defend it. Have T1 seriously won a game in 17 minutes? I have never seen a more dominant win from a second seed taking down LEC's #1. In 17 minutes, T1 embarrassed Mad Lions.
Welcome everyone to MSI 2023 live from the Copper Box Arena in beautiful London. My name is Shox and I'm joined here at the desk by Azael and a new member again. We keep rotating them in, Ox, and a wonderful applause to welcome you to the desk. Thank you for the warm welcome, everyone. We'll turn around now and you can see LCS in HD.
Oh, we're here.
Yeah. Welcome to the desk, Ox. I mean, it's great to see you at MSI, and you have so much knowledge of international leagues around the world, but of course, you're specializing a bit more at LCK currently.
Yeah, recently joined the LCK and feeling pretty good with how things have gone so far in the tournament, so, you know, can't complain too much there.
I also appreciate you guys both wearing your blue for Cloud9 today.
Represent.
Sure, I mean, Duffman Stan. Anyways, you talked about the trends already for the LCK, particularly against the LEC. Azael, what are the trends? Tell me.
The trends are, it's looking rough for the underdogs so far. You know, LPL, LCK coming to the tournament as big favorites, and so far, you know, have been dominating LCK, trashing the LEC in back-to-back series, and now we have to find out, can the LCS stand up to the LPL?
You like using that word, don't you? Trashing.
I feel like if there's gonna be a series though where we see that upset,
I think
this could be the one.
Oh, we need some body language experts, maybe on Twitter. Who knows?
I ain't gonna dive into that one, but yeah, I think off all the teams, the LCK and the LPL, I think BLG probably looked the weakest, and Cloud9 have looked really good domestically.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at what we saw and then what maybe we can expect as we see the two teams that are preparing backstage. We talked already about how the gap is pretty big between the LEC and the LCK. Yeah, I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Unfortunately, I think G2 was, of course, a bit more competitive as they won that one game. Mad really had that one early game, and then T1 came back. So how do you judge the strength of both Gen G and T1 now going forward?
Yeah, I think I was a bit concerned about T1 with how their finals played out, and even earlier series in their playoffs, like against KT. But they look like they've bounced back. They've got a better read on the meta, and they look solid. And Gen G is just business as usual.
Yeah, I mean, I think the LCK looking really strong. I think you can hold some hope from G2, though, that they actually started to look much more competitive in the later games. They had two really rough ones at the start, but they won Game 3, and Game 4, I think, was very winnable.
Well, we'll see how that evolves. You have to improve quickly. Now we're up for 2 days of LPL versus LCS. So we need to get the hopium going a little bit with my LCS representative at least. So, you know, warm us up.
9 and 6 is in BO3s and BO5s,
Okay.
so we have been relatively competitive. I'm not going to lie. Clearly, the LPL are the favorites in both of these series, I would say. But the LCS has been able to be competitive when we have gone up against the LPL in BO3s and BO5s. And I do have hope for Cloud9, especially because they have been the most successful international team from the LCS.
Well, let's start building our two teams up today, starting with BLG. BLG, who's been around in the LPL since 2018, but was solidly middle of the pack. And this was, of course, we see some big names on this roster, but quite unexpected that this would be the lineup with which they would get such high highs and make it to MSI.
Yeah, I mean, BLG was an org who brought Uzi back, and the expectation was that would be the roster to show up, but really weren't able to hit the mark. But now with this roster, a mix of some names we've seen before, you know, Bin from last MSI, we saw Yagao at last Worlds, but also players like Shun and Elk who've been standouts who are showing their faces on the international stage for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they didn't look, I think, as good as I expected in play-in, so people are kind of wondering, you know, is LPL, what you showed in the LPL level, is what you showed in play-ins your level, so we'll have to see what they're really going to bring. But Elk has been so impressive, because I think for international fans, this guy is pretty much a nobody. No one has really heard of him. You know, he's coming from WE and Ultra Prime, but he has been such a standout player for BLG. He has been an incredible team fighter. This guy in the LPL, you know, it's not necessarily about laning dominance. It has been about when it comes to 5v5 teams, he completely can take over a game.
And I feel like that's so vital in this meta, and I'm so glad he's shown up on the international stage because he was so close to making it before. In 2021 with WE, they played 8 best-of-5s across the summer playoffs and the regional qualifier and just didn't make it. They even actually knocked EDG down in the losers bracket, who then went on to win Worlds, so missed out on his chance there. Last year on Ultra Prime, they didn't even make playoffs, but now he is back and he is taking names.
Yeah, it's super impressive to see, and it will be a big matchup to watch versus Cloud9 specifically. And I feel like for BLG, there's a lot of those stories, right? And even though it is an unlikely roster to come together, that is a bit more budget than the ones they've gone for in the past, it's just working out for them. The question is, how far can they go at MSI? Azael, introduce us to this bot lane matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be incredibly important. We saw, you know, already BLG when they went up against Golden Guardians in the play-ins, bot was a massive gap in that series. So we have to see Ken Berserker and Ken Sven stand up better against them. Berserker has been such a standout player since coming to the LCS. You know, came up through the the T1 program, was on T1 Challengers most recently before coming to Cloud9. And this guy has been a phenom in the LCS. Won MVP, won 2 titles in his 3 splits in the LCS, and has been an incredible, incredible team fighter in his own right.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of discussion around some of the AD carries, with Prince as well in the LCS. Like, these guys are at a huge level on the international level, not just domestically. And I think it's so important against a team like BLG, but just in this meta, to have an AD carry who can match up to the competition that the LCK and LPL teams are offering.
Absolutely. This is some of what we've come to expect from the C9 team.
It's the Cloud9 Classic. I mean, it's been forever, all the way back to like Sneaky and Meteos. They're always a team that likes to have fun, that likes to joke around. And M&S coming in is really no different. This guy has bonded so quickly with the team. And Blabber has been having an incredible run, an incredible career with Cloud9, but it has been 4 titles with 4 different mid laners. And after actually winning the most recent LCS title with M&S tweeted out, "I will be his last mid laner, he will be my last jungler," basically saying, we're the ride or die, we're going to be the ones that last, we're going to be the ones that stay together.
And it's great to see, because Cloud9 has always been the team that internationally we've come to expect a lot from the LCS, Azale, but it's only as of recent that they've also stacked up those back-to-back titles.
Absolutely. They just won back-to-back titles. The last time Cloud9 did this was when they came into League. 2013 summer, 2014 spring was the last back-to-back titles they won. And then it was a drought until 2020 that they actually won their next title. So just now, really, are they becoming this dominant force in the regional leagues and getting title after title after title.
And I'm so happy as well for M&S, because he was bounced around to a lot of rosters in the ERLs and the TCL as well, and it felt like even though he had good individual performances, the cohesion wasn't always there, he didn't find the team that had the right environment for him, he has really delivered on this Cloud9 roster and has been performing so well.
He's also been vocal about how this is just such a perfect fit for him, and he wants to be a better person in more ways than one, Azale.
I mean, this is just hilarious. This guy is such a personality. He's trying to eat healthier, and he's ordered himself a salad. He's on stream. He starts Googling French fries. He starts Googling fried chicken. He's trying to like mind control himself into enjoying the salad, and it's just so funny. And it's so, I think, indicative of a lot of the personalities on Cloud9. They like to be serious. They like to, focus on the game, so it's time to focus. But they also like to have a lot of fun. They like to meme. They like to really enjoy themselves and have a lot of banter.
Yeah, AmeriCorps. Did you see yesterday? I saw a video. I don't know if I was like hallucinating because I couldn't sleep, but I saw something about like they were playing drums on the table, and then something with M&Ms and M&S, and there were some Muppets and nobody.
I have no idea.
Is that a fever dream? Do you know what I'm talking about? Tweet it at me, @Chalks on Twitter. But anyways, Bin and Fudge are also a matchup that is going to have so much eyes on it in the top lane, and they are featured in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
As North America and China take to the stage, we shift our focus to the top lane. Fudge versus Bin. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. After going on a tear through play-in stage, Bin was able to overcome Licorice, and now he sets his eyes on the next LCS challenger in line.
There comes the Scion train, but Stickstace tries to sidestep it. The Black Shields is a little bit too little too late. He's trying to burn down on the show, but he shall not get it.
As Cloud9 take to the stage for the first time in the Copper Box Arena, Fudge will look to flex on the international stage. Both of these top laners have taken on carry roles for their respective lineups, but they can both also flex tanks. So we're set for an action-packed battle in the top lane between Fudge and Bin.
Here we go then. What a hype top lane matchup. Bin, who of course joined the team in the summer of 2022, but overall, even before that, he's been building up his pedigree when it comes to not only his domestic performances, but also the international appearances.
Yeah, the only reigning champion who made it back for this MSI. And, as a player, he's talked a lot about how he was inspired by the Shy, and his play style completely matches that. He is sometimes hit or miss. There is sometimes some moments where he oversteps, but his peaks are so high. The only player to have a pentakill in a World Finals, and he is the sort of player who will push the limits of what you can do for the top lane.
Absolutely, and when you're a guy who's known for a champion like Jax, it is high risk, high reward. You have to really push it to the limit to be able to pull off those incredible plays. And talking to so many different top laners who have been having the privilege of actually going up against Bin, they are rating this guy as one of the best, if not the best laner in the world today. So this is really going to be a colossal challenge, I think, for Fudge.
Yeah, and Fudge, he always brings the heat on Twitter and in lane specifically versus Bin as well. We love to see it. I think the whole C9 team loves to do that. But Got him. But aside from that, Azael, you said already Bin is really hyped. There was discussion of best top laner in the world, a story we're following. So how do you think this is going to influence this match?
I mean, I think for Fudge, your job is not necessarily to dominate. It's not necessarily to challenge him to an ego battle. It's to try to neutralize, right? And I think that this is a situation that Fudge has been in before. But Fudge has shown up internationally before. When he made MSI last time, it was this Lee Sin top meta, and people didn't really have a lot of expectations for him. But he came out and he really showed out in a big way. He's an extremely confident player. He's an extremely skilled player. So I think that his job is really just to limit Bin's impact.
Yeah, I think as long as he can negate him taking over, and the thing is, there's a lot of tanks that are popular in the current meta that you can lean on, so it's not a meta where there's things like Fiora that are super popular. As long as you don't let him take over the game, I think the rest of the team can do the work.
Oh, I don't like what I'm hearing, because we've been in this position, right, with the LEC teams as well, and often it's like, well, just consolidate. Don't give too many kills, and then a Fiora comes out and you're just doomed. So I don't know. Not doom and gloom. We're positive today. It's going to be all 5 games. It's going to be hyper competitive, and maybe it'll come out of the mid lane. We introduced MNS already. He's up versus Yugao in this mid lane. Ox, break it down for me.
Yeah, so with Yugao, he plays more of a supportive role for his jungler, not just on this roster for Shun, but also before when he was on JDG with Kanavi. And that's quite contrasting over to MNS, who's a lot more about being the carry himself. So typically Shun's the one who wants to have that assistance from his mid lane to invade. Popular champions for Shun are like the Kindred, the Nidalee, which are champions where you want to challenge in that jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, on Cloud9 on the other side is all about these carry picks for MNS. LeBlanc, I would say, is his signature pick. You saw some of those comfort picks, Jay, Sione, things like that he has brought out. Blabber is also a carry-style player, but he's going to play more to get MNS ahead in this current roster. He wants to play aggressively through mid lane. They want to look for 2v2s. They're a duo that really has a lot of faith in their own abilities to outplay. They are confident to take these 2v2 skirmishes. They're confident they're going to be able to win out and then try to take over the game, move to the side lanes, move into the enemy jungle, and really limit what your opponents can do.
And honestly, I think this is the angle for Cloud9, because I don't think Yugao's had the best tournament. I don't think he's in the best form, especially compared to summer last year, where he was really on top. I think if Cloud9 can get the edge in the mid-jungle, you spread that around the map, that advantage, and you can start to give resources to Berserker. I think if they can do that, the opportunity is there to take the series.
Yeah, systematically, it looks like, just like they did in the LCS finals, right? If you can make it happen from that mid lane, the team up with Blabber, as we see Jack as well, it could work very well. I want to hear from the both of you. What do you think we mainly have to look out for in this first game, and what could be or should be the difference maker for either team? Do you want to take BLG?
Yeah, I think for BLG, I feel like as long as you're able to have a good early game, right, your bot lane 2v2 should be stronger. Shun, if he has good assistance from mid, should be in a good position. And if you start to get ahead in the early game and you have good setups around those team fights, around those objectives, they should just be able to match them in that regard.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Cloud9's read is, but my read definitely from seeing them regionally is I want to see, can the side lanes hold up? We already saw BLG's bot lane dominant in play-ins. Can Cloud9 really limit their impact? And also on the top side, can Fudge limit Bin? Because I think if those two things can happen, I do believe, as you said, it can be an advantage for Cloud9 in mid-jungle. Yugao has been shaky, has been making mistakes, and if MNS and Blabber are on point, that can be a real point of power for Cloud9.
Okay, when we look at the MasterCard fan predictions, it is BLG 47. Oh, I spoiled it.
Let's go!
And C9,
Not an ahead.
53%.
We take that. That's the first win.
Yeah, let's see.
1-0 for LCS.
What's the track record? First day it was G2. That didn't work out. Then it was T1. But
yesterday, they got 100% of the predictions right yesterday.
Yeah. And
we're looking to string some wins together.
It's pretty close. It's pretty close, though, I feel like.
The audience is 63% accurate.
That's good. I'll take that.
Those. If you don't agree, by the way, you can head over to Twitter every day at MasterCard Nexus and vote for the team that you think is going to win. But we're very close to it now. And Azael, maybe I just want to channel for a few more seconds your excitement about this, because I feel like that's in the air when I've talked to all the LCS representatives here.
Absolutely. I mean, Cloud9 is the team that has done it for the LCS internationally so many times. This is a team that has been so dominant regionally. We have a lot of faith in this roster, a lot of excitement that they can get it done.
All right, let's see if it happens. That is all from us here at the desk. It's time for a showdown between Cloud9 from the LCS and BLG from the
Let's go!
Let's go!
The Crownless are finally king, and Invictus Gaming
我在小时候看过 LPL 在世界赛上的表现，我觉得以前的赛之后，我就对上单产生了很浓厚的兴趣吧。所以在那个时候之后，我就觉得我要作为一个进攻型的上单，代表 LPL。
In general, playing against LPL, they just fight you all the time. And I think it just keeps you on your toes, and it's way more fun when there's just a lot of fighting.
In 2021, I flashed for Scuttle Crab. You know, we didn't make out of group stage.
Flashes to smite a Scuttle Crab, but Blabber, be careful. Where is your team?
Dead?
He's at 200 HP.
Hoping I can have a redemption story.
首先，我想知道他要对阵我的时候，我觉得他的心情肯定是非常糟糕的。但是我知道我要对阵他的时候，其实完全没有任何波澜，所以我觉得他首先在心理上他就会非常畏惧我吧。
I think I took the opportunity to play at Worlds for granted in 2022. I performed really poorly and realized that international tournaments are basically the most important part of my career.
完全不够，我之后还是要拿更多的冠军，然后用我自己的打法去向全世界的人展现什么叫很有魅力的打法。
If we beat them, we are the kings of the world for a day, at least.
Players and fans around the world, please welcome to the MSI stage, Cloud9 and Billy Gaming. This is my destiny, this is my moment. I am the one, I am the chosen.
Welcome to the caster desk for MSI 2023 in this incredible series between BLG and Cloud9. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe and Vedius. Could not ask for a better couple of color.
You ready, Kobe? You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go. We're going to have a banger. We've had the luxury of casting together in so many fantastic series, and I'm hoping for another one. Cloud9, their debut here at MSI. What are you expecting, Kobe? What should we be looking out for?
Honestly, Cloud9 have really prided themselves on their versatility. Talking to the players, talking to the staff afterwards, they love the flexibility that all these players have, and they've invested really deeply in having multiple strategies. So I'm very curious to see how the course of their pick ban changes over a full best of 5 here on the main stage. And one of the things I'm actually most worried about for Cloud9 is that BLG got to play in the play-ins, and I consider as long as you get through play-ins, that is often a big benefit, getting the stage time, getting the reps up here already. So very excited to see Cloud9 finally take to the stage.
The practice, the experience in the meta, of course, very important. We'll have to see how C9 come out onto the stage. Mad Lions came out swinging yesterday in game 1 for a brief moment. Cloud9, can they hit the ground with the same momentum? Do they have some spicy strategies cooked up? We'll have to see for now. Annie, Nautilus, Ari banned away. Just conventional power picks, opposite side, the Nidalee as well as the Cassante.
Vi and Aphelios are the two champions that spring to mind for me. When we think of big power picks, what will C9's priority be? Do they want to give Elk that champion? Well, the Xayah first pick for Cloud9 heavily suggests that they are thinking about the Rakan. This does leave both the Vi and the Aphelios up for BLG though.
And interesting that they opted to ban the Ahri half of the Vi-Ahri combo, which I think has been the most stock standard, safe, powerful mid-jungle duo. Not worried about giving that up since they have the Xayah now, that positive interaction. BLG, do they even take it seeing the Xayah on the opposite side? Because you're kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation when it comes to that Vi pick.
Yeah, slamming down the Xayah, the best kind of counter initiation AD carry there is if there's going to be dive on the side of BLG. But they leave up something that has been continuously banned against BLG. Since the first game of MSI, Elk got his hands on that Lucian, and they already grabbed the Nami, so you have to expect the Lucian will follow as their third pick here. They want to grab that vibe regardless, get the engage for themselves.
With Maokai taken off the board, I wonder what direction they'll go for the jungle. Viego could be something that could look to try and match the Vi, assuming that Blabber wants something that could skirmish in the early game. We did see the Lee Sin come out from Elyoya yesterday, but the Rakan obviously makes a lot of sense.
That's an excellent match. Yeah, the Rakan going to be a perfect pairing, of course, alongside the Xayah, and I think the Gauntlet already being thrown down in the bottom lane. The Xayah Rakan versus what we assume will be the Lucian. Nami, very explosive champions on the bottom side, and I mean, Berserker and Sven, an excellent chance to prove yourself in the first game going up against Elk's one of his signature picks.
And I actually really like this because you already know, like we said, when you have the Nami, you expect Lucian to come through, and BLG in their first 3 picks, they're showing hard engage and short range. Perfect things for a Kennen to actually try and counter here with the big AoE of the ultimate. So there's a big possibility here. Plus, I'll just throw this out there, Cloud9 Tech, MNS has been spamming Kennen top in solo queue and played it in some Champions Queue games, so there is a slight chance of flexibility here. He could take it.
And I will say, having seen the Orianna flex top, I'm a little bit more excited about the potential for a mid laner to go top lane with Kennen, but we'll have to find out for now. Targeted ban at MNS there, the LeBlanc coming through, a champion that he was obviously prolific on in the LCS.
I really think BLG needs to think about a Poppy ban. We've already seen it be very proficient here at the tournament, and I think that it's something that into this composition from BLG could work very effectively in favor of Cloud9. It can also have the flexibility if this Kennen can go into multiple places. Maybe if they do choose to put him in a Poppy top, Poppy jungle, but like there's so many options I think that BLG do need to take into consideration.
I 100% agree with that, especially because Cloud9, they already have support locked and theoretically top lane locked without having a very big front line for themselves. So looking for some beef from Blabber possibly, and they're going to ban out some beef themselves, taking away the Scion. It's funny, the world that we've come to where Bin is now drawing tank bans. Bin, the predominant carry top lane player,
look,
started spamming in solo queue, the tank's top lane, and now he's drawing bans on them.
Losses to 369 hit different. Change of man's whole play style. We'll have to see what he busts out. The Yasuo also coming in is interesting. Feels like BLG, of course, the one game we did see them lost was due to a very powerful Gragas Yasuo combo, the ability to just delete Elk out of fights. So curious to see that one come out so early in the draft, but I guess just don't want to deal with that kind of flexibility and threat that the champion has.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Kasante ban here from Cloud9. Oh, of course, the Kasante already taken away off the board, so the Galio instead going to be removed for Yagao. I guess they were worried about a potential Camille Galio. We know that things like Aurelia Camille can be very good on that top side of the map if they want to play a skill matchup in favor of Bin, which wouldn't surprise us.
Yeah, and even the Galio combined with what is already showing with the Vi and the big hard engage that's going to come through, trying to deny some synergies there. Bin has been playing a lot of Gnar, played a lot of Gnar throughout the season, so no stranger to this champion.
Second most played champion alongside the Jax at 15 picks.
The Nocturne Kennen combo.
The classic, turn off the vision so that your Kennen can get an easier flank here with the Nocturne. Let's see if they actually lock it in for Blabber. He has sporadically dropped Nocturne games throughout the previous couple of years.
Something we've seen one time this year thus far. C9 really debating here. MNS always more comfortable on a lot of these melee champions. With a Gnar on the opposite side, makes a lot of sense to see the Sylas now coming through. A lot of guaranteed team fight power every time Sylas takes that Gnar ult away.
Okay, so Cloud9 going for a lot of early skirmishing power, a very powerful early game that they can play through bot side of the map. They can even look to play through mids.
And it has to be an AD jungler, because you're showing double AP solo lanes right now, so...
I think the Nocturne makes the most sense. I think that it can do very well against the Vi as well. The Spell Shield being a very effective tool. And I have so many fun Nocturne facts for you if you want to know them.
So do I, because I spam Jungle Nocturne. We've got mid Nocturne and Jungle Nocturne covered here.
I'm concerned for the audience.
So how do BLG round things out? A lot of the conventional picks, of course, Talia does make a lot of sense for Yagao. He is very well known for this wave clear roam style.
Yeah.
I think also when you have many dashes, things like the Silas E, Nocturne Ultimate, even going through the W from the Talia can be very obnoxious to have to get through.
Yeah, and trying to combat some of the global travel that you have with the Nocturne. Having Talia be able to make some roam plays with the wall, cut people off, create a wall for Gnar to knock people into with the Gnar ultimate as well. Yagao is going to try and create some synergy there for Bin.
I mean, when we look at this matchup, bot lane is likely what we'll keep our eyes on. Lucian Nami versus Zaya Rakan. A very skirmish-heavy 2v2 bot lane that a single kill can very quickly swing that bot lane matchup in favor of either side. Don't be surprised to see junglers pathing down there to try and get them ahead. And it's Elk versus Berserker. Elk has been a mainstay here at the play-ins and has had a phenomenal performance of Berserker, looking to leave an impact on the international stage.
Elk has been the insurance option for so many late games, but now looking to be the early game powerhouse here, or mid-game powerhouse. So much attention needs to be paid to that bottom side of the map. We'll see who can get an edge early on. Two very different approaches in the Game 1 draft. See who will come out on top, getting closer and closer to the start of Game 1. But pressure on both sides. Again, BLG already getting that practice, already getting that experience. Cloud9, this is their first taste of international competition, and it is straight into the best of fives. Time to find out. Game 1, Cloud9 versus BLG.
Yeah, this is M&S first international best of 5 of his career. See how it plays out on stage.
Crazy to think that we in Europe are talking about M&S as an ERL player, the potential up-and-comer, and to see him find so much success in North America, now representing them on the international stage, a huge accomplishment for the young player. Let's see how he starts off with against a bit of an international veteran in Yagao.
And we've seen how thankful M&S is to Cloud9 for giving him this chance. In a lot of ways, he felt like it was going to be his last chance at a professional team.
And you so often see players slip through the cracks, players that could have been or maybe should have been great, but M&S getting that shot, taking that opportunity, really making the most out of it, and see if he can continue that trajectory here on the international stage. And the audience alive today. Cloud9 chains, BLG chains back and forth so consistently.
The fan support is strong today. Nothing too crazy happening here at the level 1.
And this is going to be an interesting game because I feel like we talked about bot lane being potentially very explosive. Curious to see how Elk and On play this, if Berserker and Sven want to get aggressive. But also we have two compositions that really like level 6. So might be a bit of a slower early game. See what the angle is. M&S, knowing the ward is taken away, is he going to do anything else?
Okay, so Shun here doing a good job giving the experience on the ward and the kill on the ward over to Bin for the Gnar. Be able to get a little bit of extra help up there versus Kennen. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Sven also started with a sweeper. There you go, instantly get it.
Trying to take control of the bush here for now. On just firing back. Zombie Ward for a bit of extra vision. See what Sven can do as more levels start to come in. That level 1 from Nami, very frustrating.
I also always want to point out these wards from mid laners on Raptors. As a jungler, that one is so annoying to deal with and is so frequent. So Yagao is able to get that ward onto the Raptors of Cloud9, of Blabber. We'll see him when he inevitably goes over towards there. Nocturne, of course, you mentioned both junglers wanting towards that level 6. So should just be a normal power clear for Blabber's side.
Sven finding a nice knock up onto Elk here, only level 1. The kill pressure not incredible. The Clean's already coming out though. They're trying to get a few more summoner spells. Berserker taking a lot of damage back in exchange is On. Just throwing down damage. The Nami really making sure that that trade works out in favor of BLG.
Okay, so Ghost and Ignite used from Cloud9 on the chase, but they realize with the healing there from Nami and can't keep up the chase, and it just ends at the double summoner spell. Is Blabber here?
Blabber.
What we spotted though on the wards.
Ooh, just the edge of vision there.
And that wave was very awkward for C9, them fighting in that.
He's gonna get caught coming back up.
Missing McHugh is big here. Spell Shield's going to bounce out a little bit the fear. Will it work out in the end? Denting blows do a lot of damage. Both sides are just going to walk away. Shun now control of the river, but there's nothing for him here for him to take. So, unsurprisingly, taking advantage of that level 2.
The big difference is that since Shun started on top side, top quadrant towards his red, now he's much closer to his camps too. So Blabber is now forced to be really far away from his bottom, from his top side to be able to cover this bottom possible play with the big wave crashing here from BLG.
Elk just getting so aggressive, but he's right on the edge of tower range. It might be enough. Elk now backing away. A blinking health bar, but able to just play on the edge there.
Yeah, they can't go for it fully for Cloud9 because Blabber had already backed off from that tri-brush.
A bit awkward here. Shun already set up to take the crab in his entire bottom side. As you highlighted, Blabber going to be a bit behind in terms of jungle tempo, but at least he's able to protect his bot lane.
We didn't get to see it, but MNS was doing a great job in mid lane as well, just primarily sacrificing his HP bar to keep that wave as shoved in as possible to make it harder for Yagao to look for the roam. He's now going to go back to base, but you can see how Yagao, with no mana, had no opportunity really to look for an opportunity to involve himself in the bot trade. MNS choosing to go for the electrocute to have a little bit more trading power in the straight up 1v1.
Trying to keep that pressure in the mid lane. Such an aggressive player, we know from his domestic performance. Part of the reason that Cloud9 prioritized bringing him in onto the lineup. See how long he can hold that advantage. Slowly only going to get scarier and scarier as the game goes on. But Elk, determined to at least threaten to cancel some recalls here, making sure he has perfect info so he can just force this wave in.
And one of the things here that's also positive about the Xayah Rakan, if they split up their recalls and have one recalling a bit further from the other one, if Elk only interrupts the closest person, then he could just jump on the other one for the recall there. But they do get the interrupt initially, as they were both right together.
Oh, hang on, Fudge. You may have overcommitted here. Good trade back from Bin. Looks like he doesn't want to take any more. Going to get the Mega Gnar soon. The level up as well. But it looks like for the time being, just a slightly unfavorable trade for Fudge.
Yeah, Fudge had held on to his potion for quite a long time, too. Pops it now.
Doing what he can to hold on in that lane. Of course, it's Doran's healing versus Doran's shield healing versus Doran's blade healing. So we'll see as the lane extends. But I imagine at some point we'll see a recall. Fudge now going to retreat most likely. And just use the TP to come back to top lane as trading the mid lane doesn't really exist on Yagao's terms. He just kind of wants to shove here. He's not interested in fist fighting a Silas.
Yagao though now hitting level 6. So looking already for a bit of a roam, getting a bit of information in the bot side river. But of course, with that wave pushed underneath the tower, BLG will be forced to catch, and this gives a window for Sven to move out on the map. First streak is, of course, up and available. And, as both junglers return, we'll see if they can get involved anyway for any early plays.
Yeah, nice little cascade of pressure there for Cloud9. Even though Yagao got his level 6 early, the bottom lane being able to push out and roam up through the river now allows MNS to have an opening for a roam for himself on the Silas. He gets level 6. He pushes back because Sven went up there.
Elk just continuing to trade aggressively on the bottom side. Cloud9, 4 members in this bottom quadrant, but Shun in the area to try to stop any place from going down. MNS now returning to lane. I wonder if we see a bit of a battle between the junglers. Shun with a XP and level advantage.
Yeah, getting chunked down. So even though he got the push on the minion wave.
Knockup coming in from Sven. Elk with a sidestep. Ignite now ticking. Sven going to go back. Shun on the way down. Elk burning. Are they going to be able to follow this one up? Now coming out. The heal. Follow up. Elk will get burned down. First blood. Elk on the edge. Berserker going to flash in and make it a 1-for-1 trade back. But in the end, the trade going in favor of BLG.
Ooh, BLG winning out in that one. Cloud9's bottom lane bloodthirsty wanted to chase, even though Shun was the first one down the river, so they pay a heavy price for it.
I really think that was a bit of an overforce there from Cloud9. They got such a good initial trade. Getting the flash out from Elk should have been enough, but we all saw the kill potential there. We all saw that opportunity, and Berserker and Sven believed that they could get that kill. They end up falling just short as BLG secure themselves too.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 had a good situation mid lane too. They had mid lane pressure coming to them, but a big overchase with a little bit too bloodthirsty on the bottom side might cost them a lot. Blabber here does have a ward inside the pit, but
Cloud9 continuing to step forward. Blabber, a little 5 Elk, Shun in the pit, going in, but not quite able to take it away. Blabber goes for the attempt of the fear, now coming in. The tidal wave stolen on the backside means MNS grabs 1 kill. Yagao into the waiting arms of Berserker and Sven. They're both trying to retreat rapidly. MNS is just looking to finish up as many kills as he can. The Silas is too damn strong in these early skirmishes. The abscond, the abduct, Yagao body blocking Elk. Now on the retreat, Cloud9 looking for a bit of revenge on the bottom side. Not quite able to finish Elk, but a fantastic trade.
Yeah, they get plus an extra kill right here, but they do lose out on the Dragon first. Good attempt from Blabber. Flashes in, throws the Q first, flashes in as he's about to hit, but a little bit too light on the damage. Shun is able to get it. 36, I think I saw on the Dragon health. Cloud9, no, they get right back up onto it. Some kills for Blabber, as well as MNS and Berserker.
You can see C9 not afraid to go toe-to-toe, and I think that BLG, it wasn't an easy Dragon to secure. these early skirmishes, this is really where things like Xayah Rakan find a lot of strength and success. The flash over the Q, the damage not quite enough there from Cloud9, but
but there's the Nocturne. Oh, now Nami's gonna be in trouble as well. On's got nowhere to go. They're turning that one off on the bottom side. Berserker grabbing another kill.
A big dive for Cloud9. They take advantage of the level 6 and they get themselves 2 quick kills.
Meanwhile, we have Vi on the Rift Herald here, so really good use of the level 6 from Blabber, rushing on the bottom side, taking advantage. He's got a bounty on his head now. Bottom lanes gets the push in, shove out, and get their reset. It will be Constellation Rift Herald there for BLG, though, because Shun went topside.
See what BLG can do with that Rift Herald, because it's so important that they're able to build some of the leads. Top lane starting to get a little bit more ahead in their favor, but with Lucian a bit behind the clock and Nocturne ahead, very well could just be a death sentence in the fights to come, especially when you've got a Vi ult that can be stolen away, a Gnar ult that can be stolen away. This game is only getting more difficult for Elk as more fights look ahead.
And Cloud9, from the very beginning of this game, they want to put as much pressure on that bottom lane, on that Lucian Nami that they knowingly let through as possible. And they're going to get a lot of value out of the duration of this flash timer being down on Elk. Still a quarter of the time left on that one.
The longer this game goes as well, I just really like what C9's comp brings to the table. They have so much dive threat, and M&S, I think, has so many options with the ultimate as well, whether it be using the Vi ultimate to access the backline more alongside the Nocturne, whether it be the Gnar ultimate if you want just more crowd control in the teamfights. We saw him use the Nami ultimate in the last skirmish to great effect. I think that Cloud9's composition, you talked about it as well, when you look at range, while Taliyah does have a lot of poke, Kennen sees this Lucian Nami and he sees a prime opportunity, so Cloud9 have put themselves in a great position in this early game. And right now, the focus will be on lanes, waiting for the next dragon spawning in about 2 minutes' time.
The true party starts, Vedius, when we get to see Nocturne ult combined with those solo laners, with those Kennen flanks, with the M&S flanks on the Sylas as well, and he's stolen away the Vi ultimate now. That is a little preview of what we'll see as far as the double initiation.
Ooh, Stridebreaker now coming through as well for Blabber. Pretty dang early in the game. Definitely going to be nice to have in the coming fights and the coming ultimate usages. Interestingly, because he obviously went for the free boots here, isn't able to early itemize Lucidity boots, as we've seen when Nocturne has been meta in the past, just to get that ult cooldown as low as possible. So he's going to have to wait, but luckily has it up now.
And I think, too, Blabber, while we have had so much focus on bottom side right now, mid lane is primed for striking with a Nocturne ultimate. Yagao now the one who actually has to worry about his flash being down and being at a disadvantage to M&S. So, Sylas, if you show Shun next to the mid lane, that Vi ultimate plus Nocturne ultimate is going.
Here we go. Bin caught out. There's got to be no way out of this one. He's going mega. He's waiting. M&S can just try to take that ultimate away. Bin now going to flash out to safety. Fudge waiting over the wall. BLG collapsing, looking to protect, but Fudge wants a little bit of blood here. Leaping in now. The abscond. The abduct won't connect. Bin able to walk away.
C9 were a little hesitant to commit to that play because On was missing on the map. If they had overforced, tried to dive, there was a real risk that they put themselves on a numbers disadvantage. Fudge did commit the flash, thinking that he might have enough damage, but unfortunately for Cloud9, it was not quite enough. Still, though, big opportunity here on the bot side of the map. They need to push this wave in as quickly as possible. They've got information now as to where On is, so they're going to move away from the dive for now. But the Dragon spawn, 35 seconds.
They're going to trade 1-for-1 in sums, but Blabber giving up that Nocturne ultimate is big. Elk able to catch this wave. Keeping an eye, seeing what the setup is going to be around the Drake. 30 seconds so that objectives are revealed. M&S going top lane to catch this wave. So looking for a bit of revenge here.
Vi ult into Taliyah W is what they're looking for on this dive for BLG.
Q getting charged up over the wall. Elk finding Sven isolated on the bottom side. He's going to dash over the wall. The Coling not quite going to finish him. Elk not going to push any further here. On the top side, the dive not going to come through. Instead, just the Gromp picked up by Shun.
BLG, no, they could go for the dive right now because there's no Nocturne ultimate. Nocturne ultimate being used offensively. And so they have Shun waiting around, but Fudge backs off. Well done.
They have the heads up to walk away from that situation, but the gold dead even until this Herald crashes. It's going to be a lot more gold into the pockets of the mid-jungle duo on the side of BLG. Might be traded for the Dragon here, though. Cloud9 certainly able to start that one first, and it looks like BLG uninterested in contesting, just happy to have tower first blood here on the top side of the map.
A nice trade, I think, overall from BLG. They're really putting on the pressure onto M&S, and he's not going to be able to stop this second Rift Tower charge. I don't think they'll be able to secure another tower. They need to be careful about overstaying a little bit. Kennen ultimate is off cooldown relatively soon, but they're actually going to commit to this tower. They know how many are committed, but here's M&S.
M&S here. The Vile cooldown up and available again. Now just going to look to burn down the Kennen. Can they flick him back? They can't, but they can't get the Unraveled Earth down. They desync. The combo doesn't come through, and now Yagao sacrifice Shun. Able to walk away, but Cloud9 just playing it better.
And he's not out yet. Blabber's looking to catch him.
Trying to get vision. Just needs vision. Just can't see him. Just sees the edge, but can't click it fast enough. Now the ulti fades away. Shun escapes. MNS just desperately wants to get in. The abscond, the abduct. How long on the ball breaker? Can he walk away? The great escape will not come through. Dunked down. MNS using the minions to walk away.
Bin looking for him though.
Bin leaping over the wall. Came to snare him right back, but just getting a clean and easy shutdown onto the Cloud9 mid laner.
Vedius, I know you've been there too in Nocturne. Pop the ult just as your opponent goes out of your vision, so you can't click on them, can't quite get it. And in the end, that's an extended chase. Sven coming back down to bottom side though.
Cannon base damage is huge right now. Elk just barely able to dash away from the quickness there.
Wow, okay, so I do think that it was a big overcommitment from BLG in the top side. The fact that they sent 2 members to try and commit to that tier 2 tower when M&S and Fudge were both missing on the map, I think was a big blunder. The fact that they were able to buy so much time, though, was a big advantage for them because Elk was able to secure 2 plates in bot, but Berserker did the same thing as he secured 2 plates himself in mid.
Honestly, I feel like the story of this game has been over chases from both sides. Because then right after Cloud9, going a little bit extra deep there. M&S flashing to try and get vision of the Vi, then tower diving, going for the 1-for-1. But bottom lane, the next opportunity here. Yagao comes down.
Just hovering around, will be now. Clearing out the vision as BLG take control of the bottom side of the map. You can see top side versus bot side here in terms of gold, but it's all still very, very close in terms of effective itemization.
I mean, a lot of it is because Fudge has been kind of dragged around the map, hasn't been given the freedom to get as much farm, whereas Bin has been soaking up multiple waves. He caught a bunch of waves in mid, he moves back to top, secures another bunch of waves. So in terms of experience, he's likely to be a little bit ahead as well. But overall, still a very even game. And as we talked about the compositions, you have to be a little bit worried as BLG as you get closer and closer to things like the next Dragon and the next Herald fight. Because you look at this combination of ultimates from C9, and it looks so terrifying to play against. The advantage BLG have is right now, they do still have all of their summoners on Elk, and as long as he's alive, he still has a lot of damage and threat in the fights.
Yeah, and one of my favorite combos that BLG have, and haven't utilized quite yet, that we are looking for possibly on the tower dive, is the Vi plus Taliyah combo. That can be super deadly in smaller amounts, smaller skirmishes. But Cloud9 going to bully down on this Rift Trail. BLG have made the choice. You can see on the minimap, they kept Yagao on the bottom side. Say, fine, you can have Rift Trail number 2. We'll take bottom tower for that trade.
Happy to have that. More passive map control going in their favor in Cloud9 with so many members grouped around the mid lane. Maybe just going to fish for a play. Gold, again, still very close. A lot more standing gold available for Cloud9 if they can start to break through some of those towers. Even with the plates now fading away. Sven going to be in trouble. Instantly knocked down. They deny the dash over the wall. Elk grabbing a kill. Quick punish from the side of BLG.
Big misstep there. Is this another one from Cloud9?
M&S now trying to make that safety. He has stolen the ultimate. He's going to punt 2 back into the wall, but he just doesn't have the damage to finish him off. Yagao grabbing 1, and instantly there's just blood everywhere. Blabber now on a killing spree, but Cloud9 need to get out. All of BLG descending into the mid lane. A quick ulti back from Berserker. On the retreat, has to wait, has to time the feathers perfectly, but Fudge over the wall. Fudge, maybe he can be the difference maker instead. Everyone just looking to get out, but Bin keeps going! Kenanalco coming in, Bin going mega, finding 1, he uses a Gnar of his own, and just like that, BLG come alive in game 1.
Oh, Giga Bin, don't miss! Right over the wall, he keeps that chase going. He's the richest one on BLG, he makes it happen with the full chase. Flash from the Gnar used to get the extra kills here.
Wow, what aggression from BLG. How they convert 1 pick into 3 more in quick succession. Cloud9 desperate to get something back, end up getting punished even more. Sven, are you caught out once more? No, it looks like BLG, they're going to take, or they're going to rather be happy with what they've been able to take away from Cloud9. All of this bot vision as well sets them up nicely for the upcoming trade.
And this is where it all began. The Vi pick onto the Rakan here. Shun immediately finding that one, instantly killing Sven. And then, once BLG get a piece, they want way more. The ultimate here from Taliyah follows up. They try and get that one back. Blabber wants to get even pay, but can't quite make that one worth as Berserker using Flash, Ghost, and Gale Force and Ultimate to be able to go get that kill. Had nothing left for Bin. Gnar ultimate over.
On flashing over the wall as well to offer more safety and security to Bin. Wow, what an incredible set of plays from BLG. Definitely feeling it after that one. And this is where Cloud9 need to be careful because this composition from BLG has so much mobility. Their pick potential is lethal. And Cloud9 now grouped up as 5. Ultimates are available except for Berserker, but it looks like they're not going to go for the fight.
The call being made, mid lane tower, tier 1. BLG willing to give it up in exchange for this dragon to get the Infernal. Infernal Soul, a huge prize for either side. Neither side close to soul point quite yet. BLG happy to have the second dragon. Second charge does come through. Still a 2K gold lead for BLG, but overall still a pretty close game. Cloud9, though, as you highlighted, can't afford to have any more slip-ups in fights, can't afford to have themselves get collapsed on or give up individual members, because you've seen how quickly BLG can just tear them apart.
Yeah, they've got really good chase with this composition. A lot of flashes being used in that last play, too. So flashes being used in big fight like that means there's more opportunity now on the map. And once you get all these outer towers starting to drop, that's when the power of a trailing Nocturne for split push could really make them second guess some of these split pushes, especially when your split pushers don't have their flashes.
Very much agree. I was thinking to myself, maybe Bin is like uncontrollable in the side lane. You know, the fact that he has so much magic resistance being built up for himself. Fudge and MNS I think will struggle, but the beauty of a Nocturne is that it's so quick to catch on side lane. So if Bin or Yagao do overstep, there is a very clear window with which C9 can look to attack.
That's the ulti coming in. Retreat now coming out immediately. They're going to throw down the ultimate. Tidal Wave blocks so much of the damage. On is able to get burned, and C9 now able to walk away. The Colin coming out. BLG, do they want to continue to commit to this play? Junt now immediately going to ult. Elk instantly diving into the backside. Vial traded for Vial. Yagal doing his best to appeal for the backline. MNS now running. BLG standing strong. 1-for-1 trade, but it's jungle for support.
Yeah, the good call from BLG because they know Fudge it hasn't started channeling his teleport yet. He won't arrive very quickly, so they make the pick here, get the 1-for-1 onto Blabber. Still, though, pretty even. These two teams trading blow for blow.
I like the response from BLG. I feel like that the pick from C9, though, it felt a little hesitant. The moment that Sven missed the knockup, you could see that second of hesitation before the full commit onto On, and that meant that BLG had time to react, respond, start to regroup, and Bin was in the fight much earlier than Fudge was, even having to commit his TP, as you mentioned, Kobe, which means that now Bin has this TP advantage available, and BLG can start threatening these sides. Sven, you got caught in this push earlier. He won't be caught once again.
This area of the map, both supports getting picked off quite recently. Yeah, maybe if Cloud9, as they're retreating back through the mid lane, if they were quicker on their teleport to be able to counter the chase there from BLG, because they ended up using the cooldown anyways.
BLG, you can see just grouping up together, getting mid-prio, roaming out to support their side laners, not really giving the opportunity for Cloud9 to just Nocturne collapse wherever they want to. Heads-up play from the side of BLG. See how Cloud9 want to respond.
I think a really big strength here for BLG as the Taliyah wall does come in.
Instant response, a bit preemptive even, but now they're going to try to make the fight happen anyway. Looking to isolate Elk. The knockup now coming down. It's a Tidal Wave stolen away from MS. That is a huge start to the fight, but Elk goes golden. He buys a brief moment. It's a counter Tidal Wave. And Elk is still standing. It is Bin from behind, and it is BLG. And the fight, a double for Elk. Cloud9's play turned on its head.
Oh, Bin comes in for the counter engage. No hesitation on that teleport. He comes in, Mega Gnar, they turn it around. Cloud9 have to give up their tower as well.
Dash forward.
The Baron is alive.
Fudge in trouble as well. BLG, absolute dominance here in the mid lane.
BLG are tearing C9 apart in these fights, and when that initial ultimate came out from Yagao, you saw how quick Blabber was to throw out an ultimate of his own, and then it felt like C9 felt pressured into forcing an engage. After committing onto Elk, the fight looked pretty promising, but you ended up with the Jarvan syndrome, where the EQ flash becomes so difficult to follow up on. The Rakan and the Nocturne were on the back line, but there was no one from Cloud9 there to follow up.
And the terrifying thing is, once you've burned all that combo, the Taliyah the Unraveled Earth coming out, as well as the Nami ult, combined with the stopwatch from Elk, just makes it impossible for C9 to follow up again.
Yeah, look at this. Only Blabber and MNS here really being able to get over the wall. Sven goes, he gets a really big knockup, but it's countered before the DPS for Cloud9 could get there. Berserker and Fudge only arrived now, and guess what? Bin's already teleported into your face. The front line separating that back line, so it's really a bit over anxious of a play for Cloud9 there to go for that one, while the Taliyah wall had another second still standing there, and the team wasn't quite together, not quite in sync. Meanwhile, BLG perfectly in sync. Teleport comes in, they collapse, they counter engage, they get the kills and the objectives, and that's the big difference now. The outer towers here, both side lane outer towers still standing for BLG, giving them that safety in the side lanes.
And the moment that the dive happens, you can see how difficult it is for C9 to continue that engage with Nami ultimate, Nami bubble, the Unraveled Earth from Yagao. There's so many tools on the side of BLG to disengage, keep kiting backwards, that the moment that Cloud9 overstep, it becomes incredibly easy for BLG to find these re-engages. And so far in these fights, they're just outplaying Cloud9.
Yeah. Both sides setting up here in the mid lane. BLG, are they going to be the ones to pull the trigger this time around? They've been doing such a good job punishing C9. Cloud9 have to play this perfectly. M&S looking for a flank, but has to be careful not to get collapsed on. It's a similar story for Fudge. Shun is fishing for an angle. It looks like Fudge is the target once again. The entire team now collapsing. A perfect combo from the Vi coming out. Kennen trying to respond back, but Fudge is already dead. Now, C9 with the counter blow on the opposite side of the fight. Elk pulling.
Mega Gnar coming though.
C9 getting pushed out of the area, getting pushed out of the pit. All eyes on the Infernal Drake from the side of BLG. Blabber, maybe he can steal this one away. Bin looking for the setup. Drake going in favor of BLG. Cloud9 need to get out. There is nothing left for them in this fight. C9 retreating as 4. They will not give up anyone else.
The biggest thing here is that BLG, even though Cloud9 are the ones with the Nocturne Kennen that want to be able to get that first play, that first flank, BLG taking the initiative. They go first, they get the initiative, they get the engage. They go right for Fudge, and even though they sacrificed the Nami there, that's a willing trade.
And the combo you were talking about, Kobe, and the threat that BLG really have of this Taliyah Vi, the fact that they attack the Kennen, it feels like the LPL and LCK teams are just so good at being aware of that flank threat and then just shutting it down before it can become a real problem. Just great response and great proactivity, as you were saying, Kobe, from BLG.
If they're looking for a flank, that also means they're isolated.
Right, exactly.
And BLG attack.
I mean, it's a pretty common strat, right? When pincing from a dragon, if coming in from two sides, you always go to the weaker side, right? And BLG just don't give C9 the opportunity. And it must be frustrating for Cloud9 because so far this game, they've never really been able to fully utilize their composition. We're yet to see that big wombo combo engage come through. Instead, it's always BLG punishing the overextension of Cloud9 and then re-engaging on their turn.
And it's such a good point because you look at this composition on paper, as you highlighted, so many moments where you think you could just all push R together and everything would work out. But BLG not giving you a single opportunity to do so is so frustrating. Cloud9, though, you can see grouping as 5. I think a little bit more aware of what Shun and Yagao can do together to dismantle some of these flanking options. For now, getting mid-prio, taking control of the vision, just making sure that they have the information around the pit. Zion, 2 items, pretty quick to take it. They lack a true tank, however, so it is a bit risky. That said, Cloud9 want to start it anyway, just looking to force the fight, looking to get BLG to come into them.
Yeah, Bin is pretty far. You can see him walking up, and critically, he has no Gnar bar charged up.
Shun looking for an angle, looking for that isolated member. Cloud9 instantly retreating. Now trying to turn it back onto the Vi. Blast going to take Shun out to safety. Bin getting Prio in the mid lane. Just trade back and forth with this mid control.
And look at how quick Shun was to sniff out that flank once again. Immediately goes into the likely position that Sven or Fudge could be in and forces them back. Now they have control over mid and they're sieging onto the tier 2.
Yeah, BLG on the push back here. The idea from Cloud9 there, though, they're so far behind, they weren't looking to, like, you know, commit to that Baron. They just wanted to get the teleport out of Bin. But BLG call the bluff. They don't use the teleport too early. They hold on to it, and they just walk Bin slowly up and just chase Cloud9 off the objective. And now, meticulously, again, another wall, another objective here for BLG.
Incredibly controlled game from BLG. Yes, Cloud9 found an advantage in some of the earlier skirmishes, able to find some of these kills with the combo that they brought to bear, but the second we got out of the laning phase, the second the tower started to drop, BLG have just been playing the map so well as a team, as a unit, and it is hard to deny a champion like Nocturne these angles, these picks, but BLG have done such a fantastic job.
Yeah, BLG looking more coordinated, more comfortable right now so far in Game 1 of the series.
It's very reminiscent of the Mad Lions Game 1 yesterday, where it was Mad Lions who were the aggressors and it was T1 punishing. I feel like C9 with this composition are forced to be the aggressors. They're the ones forced to find picks, forced to look for dives, and every time they have tried, BLG have just been able to get the upper hand.
And the terrifying thing is, it's not like on paper you're getting hard out scaled. You're getting hard out executed, and that's got to be a frustrating point because Lucian Nami isn't a weak scaling early game champion, and you know, Taliyah in the mid game. Oh, that thought is now the engage already coming through. Meaning trying to bring them down. Blabber pre-flashing over the wall, getting ready. On, going to get caught out by that play. Berserker finding a quick pick. C9 with advantage.
So what did they have to commit to find that pick, though? There was the flash from Sven and the flash from Blabber in exchange for the summoners from On. While that is initially a good pick, that is a lot committed. Can C9 really convert this into anything else? They do still have Fudge's ult, but C9, they don't want to gamble forcing another ban.
Berserker, no ult, no ghost either. A bit concerning if they do try to force a fight.
One of the biggest wins there is just getting some breathing room on the map as BLG, with the magnitude of the lead that they had, they keep on pushing out these waves, trapping Cloud9 so far into their own side of the map that they couldn't get any extra setup vision for themselves. So yes, it is just a support that they pick off, but that gives them some time to reestablish the game.
Yeah, I'll definitely say C9, if nothing else, they're looking to buy time. You look at the itemization on M&S, yet to complete his second item. You look at the itemization for Berserker, very close to the Bloodthirster. Ideally, you want these item completions through before you look for another big fight.
Have to hold out have to survive a lot of stopwatches as well, ready for a big team fight. Could be game deciding as we get deeper and deeper into this one. 28 minutes on the clock. Neither side has really gone for Baron quite yet. C9 faking a start maybe to try and force a fight, but overall, Seoul right around the corner for BLG, 15 seconds. C9 know that it's all eyes on the bottom side, but BLG can take advantage of this.
This is the thing. BLG are the ones in firm control right now. C9 finding access to the Dragon Pit via the bot lane. This does give a lot of map control to BLG as they are, well, first into the river. C9 going to be forced out and the dance will begin.
M&S with the long flank here on the Silas. Going way
sniffing
deep.
him out though once again.
Bin now stepping forward. Yagao splitting the team. Blabber will have to burn his ult or wait for that one to go away. M&S just looking to take the Gnar ultimate when he can. Bounty on the Dragon if Cloud9 can take it away. It's so crucial that they get this objective, but BLG happy to just do this dance. Cloud9 going to be the ones to start it. Elk just trying to poke as much as he can with the RFC. There's no follow-up quite yet. And off to the side. Fudge isolated. Ulti coming out from the buy has been denied. Fudge now it's looking for the turn and burn here. Sven coming in on the recon from so far away, but they're not able to get down the Gnar ultimate. The execution isn't quite there. It's Blabber into the midst of the entire team, but BLG pull back flawlessly. Yagao versus 2, but he's buying so much time with the Crown of the Shattered team with the stopwatch, and it looks like the fight is already over. As long as Berserker's alive, though, there's hope for Cloud9, but Jun looking to finish him. Feathers go up and come right back down. Berserker still standing. Berserker trying to turn. Berserker desperate to get anything back. Twin daggers coming through. Berserker keeping it going, but it's Bin over the wall. It's Yagao. Now the duo on the bot side for Cloud9 looking to make the miracle happen, but Bin says not today. 2 looking for 3 stacks, but Berserker, he's got so much damage. They want to finish him. One more auto should certainly do it. Berserker with a pullback on the feathers. It's not quite enough. It's an insanely close fight. It is on the back of Berserker that Cloud9 are still in the exchange, but they will walk away for now.
Oh, Berserker, can he get away with his life? No, he cannot.
And it has been the only defending MSI champion returning this year to finish it off. This Gnar is massive. No deaths for him, 506, massive bounty on his head. Bin the hero for BLG. Let's take a look at how this fight started.
Okay, so a good wall comes out initially from BLG to try and separate the fight, but it doesn't really last for long. And then the fight comes down to 2 fronts as BLG tried to initially collapse onto Fudge, who uses the stopwatch to buy himself a lot of time, and then the dive onto the AD carry onto the backline. A good ultimate from On to buy time as M&S is eliminated right off the bat, but Sven and Blabber do what they need to do. Berserker and Fudge struggle to really get involved in the fight, so they focus on hitting the closest target. A really nice play from Berserker as he gets an initial pick, and this is where things devolve into chaos.
Yeah, the very sketchy 3-on-3 at the end. Berserker, you can see, he's got his flash shield, so he baits Jun. As Jun goes for the Q, he flashes it, is able to kill him inside the Gromp. But meanwhile, the Kennen went down for Cloud9, so they lost any real meaningful front line. And Bin is full health. This mini Gnar is going to run straight for them. So even though they get a chunk out of him, after the Zonya's there from Sven, he goes down. And then Berserker has nothing left. He spent everything in that fight to give Cloud9 the hope. He almost had it for them.
And not to take any more of that hope away, but we saw in the picture-in-picture over the course of that replay, thank you for the breakdown, gentlemen, we saw M&S getting caught out, and subsequently BLG, while M&S did not drop, they were able to grab Infernal Soul. So the fight's only getting harder, the odds only further stacked against Cloud9 here in this game 1. Yes, it's only 6K between them at 31 minutes, but that Infernal Soul is going to be massive.
I mean, look at Bin's items here. He's 3 items and a stopwatch on the Gnar. That Gnar is so menacing. Cloud9 have nothing comparable to that as far as the front line goes. So C9 need to make a pick.
Gao caught out, looking to make his way out of that one. The wall will not ferry him out to safety. Burning through quickly the mid laner on the side of BLG. The flick back takes a bit of health, but Cloud9 happy to have that shutdown.
Huge play for them. Very, very necessary. They do not have the front line to go toe-to-toe with Bin, so they make the pick quickly here, and they could get an objective bounty. BLG coming over, though, to try and push them off tower.
Zerker immediately forced to ult to start of the fight. M&S stealing the Gnar ult means that the disengage is now coming through. TP going in. Fudge! He's going golden, but he's just delaying his own death here. Bin now dominating. Oof.
That teleport sucked under the tower. Now they're chasing.
Blabber caught out and Bin going over the wall. All eyes on Berserker. He does not care about anybody else. There's another fight happening, but it is Bin versus Berserker on the backside. Blabber now trying to bail him out. Elk taking out Sven. M&S, another name on the list, and Blabber now running for the hills as Bin wants to finish off this Nocturne. A flash will take him to safety, but BLG will grab the Baron.
Yes, they will. BLG. Yagao, the only one down. The pick on top side turns around in their favor. They come away wearing purple.
Cloud9, after finding that pick, couldn't decide between the Baron or the tower, and after committing to the tower, they realized that they had overcommitted as Fudge TPs into his death, and that was all BLG needed to convert the fight. As you were saying, Kobe, such a great pick, and in this window, you're looking like, start the Baron, maybe force them to overextend. You still have a number of ultimates available to you. Instead, you've got the back coming in from the Kennen to ideally buy a little bit more, but then the ultimate from Berserker so early, and so because they get forced off the tower, the TP from Fudge means that he is completely isolated, and then BLG can convert it from pick into pick into pick.
Yeah, even though Fudge went back to get his purchase off there, Elk was also already wearing a Guardian Angel under that tower, so very, very lofty attempt at a play there. Now Cloud9 have to deal with the siege power of a Baron. Elk, as I said, wearing the Guardian Angel, level 16 on the Lucian here. This is going to be very difficult.
4-1 with Yao on the bottom side. Cloud9 could just look to force a man advantage in the mid lane, and they will do so immediately, getting the fight kicked off with Blabber ulting in, but the disengage is already there. Wall coming in to split the rest of the team. Now looking to punish on the side of BLG. They've taken out Sven, and they've lost nothing. Blabber burning his entire health bar. Yao flashing forward right into the face of Cloud9, and they're keeping this ball rolling. Fudge leaping out to safety, but he's got no time left. BLG breaking into the base of C9, looking to claim game one.
Cloud9 are falling apart. They cannot stand against the might that is BLG as they are ripping apart. They're looking for more kills.
Fire back, stolen by ultimate. Berserker doing what he can, trying to take one kill, but it's only the GA. There's just no space for him to maneuver back into his own fountain, just trying to hold on. The flick back connects. Yagao hitting another one. Elk grabbing a double. BLG cleaning up here in game one. On with the flash in. The Zanya's a little bit of BM. BLG taking over here. It was an okay start for C9, but mid to end, it has been the BLG show from start to finish.
BLG, the #2 LPL seed, stands tall in game number one.
A deathless game from Bin. 9-4-8 was the final scoreline for Elk. And while, as you said, Dracos, C9 showed promise in the early game, BLG were just consistently outplaying them in the fight.
I mean, the coordination from BLG, and BLG not hesitating at all on a lot of these plays, whether it be the counter engage, kiting back and then cutting off Cloud9 to be able to win the team fight, or the fights where they straight up went to attack the person that's trying to pick them, went to attack the person that's trying to flank them, and they got the first couple of seconds in those fights, in those picks. Massive stuff. Already calling for the 3-0.
And I think when we look back at the plans performance for BLG, they did make it through. There were some iffy games from Bin. People, wondering what version we'd see. We're seeing the best. I mean, this is a strong version of Bin. This is a terrifying prospect that was a Gnar. Yeah. That was just a Gnar. That was none of the crazy picks. That was one of the safe ones.
And I think that if you are Cloud9 walking away from that game, it would not surprise me if their perspective was, we lost that game, right? We overforced, we misexecuted, we can go toe-to-toe with this team, we just need to calm down and play our game. But the other thing I think that Western teams need to reevaluate is how strong is blind pick Kennen? Because both Korea and China have done such a great job of sniffing those flanks out every single time and just completely shutting it down.
And this is probably best case scenario where you have a Nocturne on your team to try and hide those flanks, but we never even got to see
not a single one.
What we thought is going to be the most famous play for that lineup. They didn't even give them a moment to pull it off.
I mean, dismantled. Incredible game one coming in from BLG. We'll see if C9 can bounce back. For now, let's send it over to the analyst desk to break down that game one.
Thank you so much, and I think you set it up perfectly, and the top lane matchup in general and Bin's play is going to be a big focus of this segment, and maybe we can check in with our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz straight off the bat after that game one, Bin versus C9 Azael, because it does seem like a lot stemmed from his performance.
It was a Bin gap in game number one, absolutely. Fudge just wasn't able to get much of anything done on the Kennen. I think the lane was fine, but Bin was able to even create CS advantage there. And then as far as the team fights, we never saw an effective flank. BLG did such a good job of denying vision, of denying the opportunities to get those flanks, and Bin was such an X factor in all of the key moments.
Yeah, it really felt like Fudge was constantly being pulled around the map to try and join in on these fights, but without the TP flank being available, because BLG did such a good job of clearing out these wards, it was very hard to have that same impact. But I swear, Bin, every time he joined a fight, just hitting Mega at the right time and just mechanically delivering so well, constantly being such a threat to the entire enemy team.
As we pull up the draft from game one, Vedius mentioned C9 might look at this game and think we lost it there. I think Bin won this game. And we're going to take a look at the skirmish later, but 16 minutes and just the proactivity of TPing in and immediately getting that ult off and being so proactive with the gold difference that he accrued for himself, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people, you know, you come out of a loss and they want to blame the draft, but like that's kind of the copium take. To me, I think this was an amazing draft for C9. I actually loved the draft. I think it was all down to execution. They got straight up outplayed. You know, M&S is his first ever international game. He did not deliver at all in this one. You know, was not able to find, you know, really any good stolen ults, it felt like. He was hesitant at times. Fudge, you know, was not having that impact there. This was a solo lane gap big time.
Yeah, it felt like they had so many tools to go in, but each time it was like one was lacking. You know, M&S ended up whiffing that Gnarl, or Fudge wasn't there in time, or there was the stopwatch. It was like, honestly, so many moments where like one key little thing changing, it could have been so much more favored for Cloud9.
I've heard that so many times in these matchups versus LPL specifically. If only it was that one thing, that one thing, that one thing, but it never is or seldom. You have to be on the mark. I know I've been victim to it with my region many times before, but I feel like this game also breaks up into two parts very clearly, where the early game start, Azael, was actually very promising from Blabber.
Blabber had a great start. He was involved in a lot of the early action, you know, as we'll see. You know, making it around the map was having a big effect, was actually tracking Xun very well in the early levels, you know, protecting his lanes, almost gets the smite steal there with the Q smite over the wall.
Yeah, and these early fights, you know, there was lots of bot lane 2v2s as well that were going pretty well, but it's like here where it felt like BLG were a little bit uncoordinated on, particularly, I don't think had a great game where often he was the one they were picking off, and it started to feel really positive, like C9 knew what they were doing with this composition, because they really started off strong.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about it, you know, and after the early levels, and especially when I was saying, okay, if Blabber can get 6 without actually having anyone really die on their team, and they were able to do it, I thought they could really start to snowball the game, right? They had a first effective ultimate usage on that bot side. They got a lot of early kills. Berserker was able to pick up 2 of them, so he had some gold injection in him. You know, M&S was in a pretty good spot. So I think Cloud9, you know, hit all the marks that they wanted to in the early game. But you have to be on point at all stages, because the LPL teams will hand check you every stage of the game. And if you fail mechanically, you're out.
And I think the 16-minute skirmish is the one that we have to look at for that. Billy doesn't have bad early games also domestically. They're fine, but they really know how to accelerate their lead, get these picks off, and just be very proactive on their moves.
Yeah, and this starts off with a mistake from Sven, but this could have just been one pick, but then, you know, M&S oversteps a little bit, and they overcommit into the fight here, and you know, we see this situation where Fudge isn't even there, and suddenly we've gone from what could have been 1 kill for BLG, not a big deal, to this snowball effect where more and more come in, and then Berserker doesn't expect Bin to go in so aggressively and ends up paying for it.
I mean, Bin just had such a good read there that he had just enough health to get in, get the transform, finish off the kill. You know, Berserker not using his ultimate on the Nami bubble. He has to use it after, so he's chunked down, so that kind of initiates that chase. But Bin just had such a good read, calling for the 3-0. I mean, you can't blame the confidence. The man was on fire in game number 1. We knew that he could definitely be a problem. Yes, he didn't look as good in the plans, but we've seen so many times him step up at international events, obviously with multiple teams, multiple rosters. He's one of the best in the
I've got Bin PTSD for sure. We can take a look at the final fight as well, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the draft choices. As was touched on here already, a bit of comfort on the side of Billy, and a style that they're very comfortable playing, and some tools to really negate what Cloud9 could do with their comp.
Yeah, I feel like the Gnar just made so much sense when you're going up against the Kennen, and sometimes we don't see that matchup being super favorable. Bin, you outscale the Kennen so hard inside side lane once you get too tanky for him to deal with, and ultimately it just felt like you'd free reign. Whenever you wanted to join fights, whenever you want to have control of the side lane, it was all there for Bin, and then his performance in the fights delivered as well.
Well, I actually really liked his build as well, right? He's going Triforce, but he's going straight into Force of Nature, then Randuin's, full tank, he gets a stopwatch. He's just going to run at your carry.
I mean, look what's up in there. He's on top of Berserker, and he can't do anything.
I mean, Berserker was down an item at this point, so he doesn't have the damage to actually punch through. Obviously, the TP was awful, but at that point, they were already pretty much out of the game. They'd already lost Soul. The biggest thing that stood out for me, though, was Cloud9 really looked hesitant on a lot of their plays.
Yeah.
You know, the signature of Cloud9 regionally is that whether it's a really good play or a really awful play, they're all going at the same time every time, and I did not see that from them in game number 1. There was multiple times where Sven would maybe go in, Blabber would pop the ult, but then you could tell Blabber didn't really want to follow through on the ult. There's times where Blabber would pop an ult, but we don't actually see the full team committing. And that's something that they're really going to have to get past if they want to have a shot against Bilibili.
And that's the difference. Is that I feel like Bilibili, there was no hesitation with them. Every time there was a player that they wanted to go for, they were all on the same page. And part of it is this is the first time Cloud9 are playing in this tournament. Bilibili have had all of play-ins to warm up, and they definitely seem like they're on fire.
Yeah, just want to mention C9 selected the blue side, and when it comes to it, Azael, a couple of things, right? And the question is, will you be able to rectify it in time for this best of 5 going forward? With the experience that you have of this C9 roster, if we pick out a couple of things, right? Okay, top lane's going to be hard. Maybe we need to figure out what we do there. Warding in general, or knowing when to flank or how to flank, which is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
What would you say is a priority out of all of those things?
I mean, I would say just drop the Kennen pick and don't worry about it. Look for something that's more solid in a straight-up 5v5 that you can fight front to back. That's way easier to set up. It gives them an easier win condition.
Yeah, if you have like a tank top or something, and then a lot of simple engage tools, like, you know, the Silas I like to pick, but sometimes execution wasn't there. If it's straightforward, I think that a lot of the nerves will shake away and they could put up a good fight.
Okay, hopefully so for Cloud9. We want to see 5 games today, but it's BLG that strike first in this best of 5 series. Stick around after the break to see if C9 can even up the series.
You can do it.
The waiting arms of Berserker and Sven. They're both trying to retreat rapidly. MNS is just looking to finish up as many kills as he can. The Silas is too damn strong in these early skirmishes. Are they going to be able to follow this one up? Now coming out, Keo follow up. Elk will get burned down. First blood, Elk on the edge. Berserker going to flash in and make it a 1-for-1 trade back, but in the end, the trade going in favor of BLG. Triple wall fudge. Maybe he can be the difference maker instead. Everyone just looking to get out, but Ben keeps going. Kennen Alcow coming in. Ben going mega, finding one. He uses a Gnar of his own, and just like that, BLG come alive in game 1.
Oh, Berserker, can he get away with his life? No, he cannot.
BLG, the #2 LPL seed, stands tall in game #1.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 and this series between Cloud9 and BLG. BLG coming out swinging in game 1. And while Cloud9 had a bit of promise there in the early game, we're going to need to see more from them as we look ahead towards game 2. See how they adapt their strategy, see how they can adapt their execution in game. I'm ready. Yeah. I think we can see more. I don't think this is the top level Cloud9 we've seen yet, believe it or not.
I mean, the two things I was worried about most for Cloud9 were Bin and Elk. And I think that's the same.
Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed. Still definitely
Can't
worried
confirm. Good
about
players,
those
turns out. Yeah.
I will say, so for the first game, I think we're all in agreement. Cloud9 really looking at the lack of coordination in their engages. With a comp that is built so much on these engages, with Kennen, with Rakan, with the Nocturne, and Silas as well, they really need to focus up and coordinate those. You know, maybe some deep breaths, calming ocean noises between games, and pull it right back together here.
Well, let's see what their priorities will be. We're about ready for the draft. And already I see that C9 have chosen to ban away Annie. We'll get rid of the Ahri as well, so nothing too different from their first iteration. The Cassante, and we expect the Nidalee to be taken off the boards. Will things shift here for Cloud9, or will they remain the same?
Yeah, I honestly seeing a lot of talk about throwing away the Kennen pick. I kind of agree with that. If you're not going to get good Kennen flanks off with a Nocturne covering you, then you might not be getting those at all. Yep. And Bin was not perturbed at all by the Kennen pick early on, so maybe switch that one up.
Yeah, Cloud9 really debating what they want this final ban to be.
They're going to stick with the Nautilus. So very mid-focus bans, of course, Annie just being a generic power pick. Will BLG remove the Maokai? Yes, they will. So I think Vi first pick is a really good option for C9. I know that it was something that throughout their playoffs they typically got rid of, was either banned against, something that they also just actively banned. And it looks like they're going to stick with the Xayah. Again, we talked about it at the end of the last game. Going into that game, the way they played the early game, they probably told themselves, we were the ones that overforced. We were the ones that made mistakes. Our draft wasn't functionally a problem. It was just the way we executed it. If we can calm down, there's no reason why we can't go toe-to-toe with a team like BLG.
Uh-oh, looks like BLG are also saying, yeah, I call your bluff. Bring it.
Have to see what the adaptations are going to be in the second ban phase. If Cloud9 want to adapt their first pick phase at all, can be just about 100% confident that that third pick on the side of BLG will be the Lucian.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually locked in something like a LeBlanc right now. Make sure that they get MNS on something that can have a little bit more agency than what he did on the Silas.
Straight up blind?
Yeah, well,
That
because
sounds
they know
scary.
that, I was going to say, they know what the next pick is going to be at Lucian. And they're actually going to go for the Scion. Very risky blind against the bin, I will say.
I do like this, though. You know, the call has been made. Yo, we got bin diffed in the last game. Fine. Throw the cannon out the window, replace it with a big, beefy tank that can still provide value even if he dies.
And that's the thing about the Scion. He's just kind of this inevitable source of team fight value.
When
It's hard
Fiora
move out of
need to
lane.
be banned
Okay,
now.
all right, yeah, I was going to say, there are some concerns.
This has been definitely going to have to protect against that. I will say also some of the value is kind of reduced because the T1 level 1 Scion play is so fresh in everyone's minds. I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Cloud9 to pull off one of those, you know, suicide Scion level 1 starts, which is definitely very powerful, but BLG are going to have that front and center with T1 being so recent.
Fiora will be next. Or Jax, it'll be one of those two.
And to be fair, we've also only really seen the Scion cheese from red side teams because of the way the bushes are set up, so the angles are just not quite as present. But there's the Gwen. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Fiora follow, but the concern is anytime you're facing against Bin, the champion pool is pretty big. So he's got a litany of options he can go for here, and it's really just about limiting the ones you're most scared of.
Do you know what BLG could do?
I vote Fiora. That's my vote.
Yeah, but Camille Galio.
Are you voting Game 5 Fiora, or are you voting a different Fiora?
Yeah, it depends what COG or they're going to get rid of. No, I mean, that's also fine. So now you're looking at Fiora or Camille or Kennen still. Like, there's no reason why BLG can't bring out the Kennen for themselves if they want a little bit more team fight power.
Man, that is like a mentality-breaking pick, too. Like, if you have that Kennen performance in Game 1 and then he takes it and they crush you with some crazy Kennen flanks, that could be demoralizing. Ooh. Or maybe it's just a taunt. It's just a classic.
I felt like it was a taunt, to be truthful.
It looks like they are going to lock it in. Okay, so saving last pick for Yagao, and Yagao's Taliyah was crucial in limiting how C9 wanted to play the game. So much value gained from that Taliyah wall. But now the Kindred coming in against Shuna, man, who's so good at Kindred. Galio paired alongside it as well. Oh, we saw this from the PCS. This is my favorite way to play the game right now. Utility mid, double 80 carries. Oof, I love to see it.
So I will say that I think C9 were expecting the Kennen to a degree. That's why they blind picked the Scion. We know that Scion is used as an answer into the Kennen specifically. But Cloud9, we know that they have a very deep pool when it comes to jungle options. And Kindred, Blabber is no stranger to this pick.
Yeah, and especially it's not just, oh, we're going to have Blabber carry pants now, we're going to have MNS support him, but it's really good into Kennen initiation. You have Kindred ultimate to delay, you have Galio ultimate with the magic shield as well, so really good to, as you say, expected counter picks to a Kennen. That Kennen comes in immediately, boom, throw down 2 extra circles and answer. How do you best answer the Kennen circle? 2 more circles.
The concern, I mean, that's true, but the concern is C9 over-preparing for the Kennen, because frankly, Yagao had a great game, right? He was always on the side lane, he was being funded a lot of resources, and he worked very well with Shun to shut down Fudge, finding those flanks. Now they're on Syndra Vi, which is a very well-known, very powerful mid-jungle 2 versus 2, and is something that can very much bully MNS. Remember, in his debut international best of 5.
That's a lot of pressure. Blabber pulling up Kindred for the first time in a long time. I think we've gotten used to domestically his identity being kind of setting up MNS, and now it's the shoe is on the other foot. And execution always still going to be big. That was what let Cloud9 down in the previous game. Got to see if they can execute better with this composition. BLG, again, fighting against a composition with a very strong identity from the side of Cloud9. Team fighting, beefy front line, double 80 carries, so many engage tools. Have to see how they respond here as they look to secure match point.
The good luck, have funs have come out from both teams. We're jumping onto the Rift for game 2. I'm excited to see the adaptations. While there are a lot of things that remain the same, in particular this bot matchup, the top side is very different. Fudge will be the defender this time. Can he hold on to the weathering storm that is Bin, as he will literally be looking to bring the thunder?
And as you mentioned, the bottom side of the map, Cloud9 looking to run straight down, take out the ward.
And our feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is about the top laner, but right now there's a top laner in the bottom lane. So it's getting a little topsy-turvy here in the game. C9 looking for control on the bottom side.
And Cloud9 themselves, they put out this little video on social talking about some of their scrims with BLG and how volatile they were, especially the bottom lane. Sven talking about how the bottom lane matchup really early on in a lot of their scrim games, is both of them being very aggressive, and often it was BLG walking up. If they dodge skill shot, they win. If they miss it, they lose. In the last game, though, let me remind you, it was Cloud9 walking up. They were the ones being super aggressive. They burned a lot of summer spells off of Elk, but when it really came down to the kill, Shun was closer in the jungle, and Cloud9 ended up giving away the first blood plus the extra kill there to the BLG bottom lane.
We just have to track early game for both of these junglers. A lot of tools to set up for these ganks. While we expect top lane to be relatively isolated, bot lane, as you highlighted, already crucial. And it was explosive in the 2v2. Once you turn it into a 3v3, it's going to be even more so. Same bot lane matchup. Let's see what C9 have learned from the previous game.
Now, Vision was invested early. Oh, hang on a second.
Up, instantly going to get the flash and the cleanse for a single summoner spell. Hugely positive trade. I think they might have been, I don't know what they were anticipating there.
Sven, just as aggressive this time around on the Rakan. This is a much more favorable trade for Cloud9 than last time around now. That is 3 summoner spells for 1.
Remember that by going for the longsword on Berserker, he has a lot of health to play with, but Sven already committing all of his pots means that they have to be a lot more careful in these 2v2 trades with the constant sustain that's going to come out from On in the early level 2. This means the C9 bot lane, while a good summoner trade for the time being, will have to play defensively, but Blabber already on his way. Bot level 3 secured as, ooh, good trade once again from Elkanon.
Oh yeah, that health trade onto Sven specifically is really going to leave a mark. As you mentioned, he's got to be the one with the initiation when Blabber comes down. That's what you get when you run an AD carry jungle, basically, in the Kindred. Difference for the Kindred is, at level 3, you can definitely get down there very aggressively. It's the same ward for BLG, though. I like how it's kind of showing the middle positioning of it. It's not up by Tribrush. Sven went up there with his sweeper. Can't get far enough into the river to actually clear that ward or sweep it out. And so Blabber will get seen again on the same ward as he tries to go bottom.
Blabber spotted out, Elkanon immediately backing off, and as you highlighted, rinse and repeat from the previous game, but now Blabber feeling a little bit more empowered to invade in the jungle and at least spot out that the blue buff is still there.
Yeah, you can tell these two teams know each other pretty well from those scrims they were talking about, where they're constantly just micro adjustments to even the position of their wards to be able to get that extra level of safety. Bottom scuttle spawn for the Kindred mark here for Blabber is quite nice for him.
He won the 50-50. Admittedly, though, if he has information on where Jun is, which I believe he does, he can just double grab here. With the blue buff being started, I'm not sure exactly if he was able to gain vision or not, but for the time being, he's not going to run the risk. Mid continues to push in that top matchup very much as we expected. C9, they'll likely look for a base relatively soon, but they want to try and get this wave underneath the tower so he starts pushing back towards them.
Shun now moving in, I think just trying to get as much information as he can as the wave. They're going to ping out the back from MNS. This is Shun's opportunity to move in and at least get some information. Even if he can't go for the fight, he has a level advantage for now. All in on the bottom side. Feather's not going to get pulled back because of a clean bubble from On. C9 keeping Cryo in the lane. Find the darkness. Blabber could be in trouble here, but just going to walk away. Sven just keeping it going. That's the Ignite now taking down, but Elk just wants to fire back, dashing out to safety. TP now being burned on the bottom side for Yagao. They need to get something out of this play. They've burned so many resources on leaving forward. That's first blood. This Nami out of control.
Bottom lane is the battleground for the early game this series once again. And once again, it is Sven on the Rakan getting these aggressive trades onto Elk, but going down first.
Mounting Dread marked 1. Can't get the second or the third. Oh, just trading flash for flash.
The cleanse comes back up for Elk, and he's able to remove the slow and create space between him and his opposition. MNS with no TP means that he cannot match on the bot side of the map. Yagao TPing, I thought, was a bit of a big overcommitment, but in reality, I wonder if it scared C9 off the play. They felt like BLG were committing to this fight, and that means that Sven ends up losing his life. Jun now sees an opportunity to get himself the Scuttle Crab, and BLG will walk away with a 700 gold lead for now.
Certainly not a bad start to the game for BLG, and on the top side of the map, you can see the call already stacking up in, uncontested for now. A bit more kill pressure onto the Kenny once level 6 comes around for Fudge, but with Shun on the top side, I just don't think he's going to have that angle of attack. Blabber will see if he can continue to stack up these marks. Of course, reminder, 4 is the big break point we're going to be keeping track of.
The Dragon is, of course, uncontested for the time being. Control wards being invested early. BLG with their push on bot Nothing too dramatic I'm expecting as Bin has the level 6. We'll throw down the ultimate, but I think that's mainly just to force Fudge back. We'll stack the Conqueror. Good damage down onto Fudge as he now ticks over to level 6.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Meanwhile, another knockup.
Connecting. Elk no cleanse, but Flash just coming back up shortly. M&S on the way down looking for the taunt. Elk in a flash out to safety just in time. That's the knockup onto the Nami. Can they finish one kill? Berserker gets him! Berserker snipes him with the double daggers and the pullback. On will live, but now he's trying to turn one back on his Sven. Excellent kill on the bottom side for C9.
Yes, exactly. Excellent. Berserker was the ray of hope for Cloud9 in game number 1. Him getting that kill credit just as they repeat gank onto this flash. Elk, it just came up for him, and he's able to burn it, still get the kill here. M&S, though, it cost him a lot on that Galio. Look at this minion wave that gets pushed into his tower. That is a double stacked minion wave. And on the reset, BLG will be able to get the dragon too. So it is a Syndra level 6. It is a dragon force here from BLG in exchange for the kill onto Berserker.
I'm surprised they didn't actually funnel that mid farm into Blabber. I mean, if the Galio loses it, it's one thing, but you could have actually gotten Blabber so far ahead with all that XP and gold. Elk, though, really has been the target so far in this series. Game 1, he did a very good job of weathering that storm. Game 2, though, C9 are doubling down.
Step forward and get the slow down on Elk. The knockup, Elk does not stop. He just looks to the face of death and walks away. They kill Blabber. Full confidence. They hit him with the laughing emo, just completely and totally outplayed.
Oh, Elk is too good. He dodges forward into your face. He does not run from the gank. He kills the ganker.
M&S on the way down, though. Cloud9 continuing to try to force on the bottom side. They've got the wave crashing in, but Shun is in the area. This Galio has to be careful. Going forward, Justice Punch, fishing for the taunt. The knockup is there to stop any follow-up damage, but the Winds of War will find their mark. M&S grabbing the kill. C9 continuing to push. Yagao on the way down. C9 going all in for the play on the bottom side. Shun able to walk away for now. Berserker trying to fish over the wall. He's going to flash. So much aggression from the C9 80 carry to find that one, and now Yagao has to be careful. M&S waiting for those cooldowns to come back up. The sustained damage from the Xayah is going to be tough to match. The feather pullback will not find anyone. Blabber on the top side. C9 making plays everywhere on the map. Bottom side and top side as well. Bin now going to try to burn down Blabber. The stun connecting. Bin on the retreat. So much action back and forth, but Bin will walk away. For now,
really?
The stun, roar of the Slayer, and Blabber will find the kill.
Oh, and Cloud9 are popping off in the early game again. They retake the gold lead barely. M&S, it feels like, just decided to take this bottom lane and retake control, barely retaking. The bottom side coming from behind their own tower twice here from the Galio. And then Blabber, after death, he gets right back up from the fountain, immediately goes topside, allows Cloud9 to win both sides of the map, starts up the Rift Herald in the aftermath, and they've called the reset here for their bottom lane. Berserker going to come up to the top side and push in on those turret plates.
M&S playing like he's got Predator, but he doesn't. He's just running bot at every opportunity. The man has bounced back massively after game 1. He struggled to have an impact, but now he's making his presence known very early on into the game, and Elk really feeling the pressure this time around.
And Fudge being sent bottom lane is so impossible really to dive a Sion to stop him from clearing that wave out. So quick lane assignments coming in from Cloud9 as we take a look back at this. Remember, this is after Blabber died. C9 continuing to commit to this play and make it work.
Yeah, M&S refuses to let this bottom lane fall into a hole. And so he's going to sacrifice his minions again as well to do this. There is a price for these plays. These are not free roams for the Galio. When we get back to live, you'll see the CS gap is quite big in mid lane, but it's critical here to get this money onto Berserker, and Cloud9 know it.
Yeah, it is a trade-off, as you rightly said, Kobe. Like the execution overall here from C9 started off very poorly. I'm glad that you highlighted Blabber's initial play where he basically conceded a kill over, but they were able to very quickly scramble back what was a much-needed set of plays. But the gold remains even because at mid and top, CS advantages are still aplenty for BLG.
And M&S, some nice execution too under the tower play. You know, he gets the taunt, then he's able to Justice Punch to the side, dodging the Scatter the Weak from Yagao. Now he's able to get back and pick up some CS.
And while the gold is close, it's really going to be about where the resources are allocated. The good news for Cloud9 is of their 4 kills, 2 are on Berserker. We've highlighted it. One of the strongest, if not the strongest individual performer on the team. If he can get items under his belt and BLG are not able to shut him down, it'll be easy for them to win fights. But on the opposite side, Bin and Yagao getting further and further ahead makes it hard for Berserker to have room if we're going to go to full 5-on-5s.
Yeah, look at this from the side of BLG, with Bin being such a big difference maker in the previous series. That cannon left alone on the top side with the Scion. Bin is about to cash in on his Cull. He has the big CS lead. He has had pressure pushing in on that top side.
our eyes on a potential play on the bottom side. Blabber still only at 2 marks. Maybe some not super ideal spawns here. Cloud9 just continuing to fish. Eyes on the prize here for Cloud9. Again, keeping a lot of the same draft elements, at least in terms of the bottom lane and early on, changing dramatically in the second half. But the gameplay still very bot side focused and working out pretty well thus far.
Really nice trade there from Elk. As once again, M&S gets pushed in the mid lane. Really don't. Oh, they forced a flash out. Nicely done from M&S. They know they have the damage.
Now immediately going to ult. M&S is not that tanky. He has a lost chapter.
Has the ghost still though. He should be fine. Isn't forced to burn any summoner spells. With the swap, I'm surprised that C9 didn't actually invest a very early Herald top to try and funnel more gold into Berserker. But they have now brought him up to mid lane. Will they consider throwing M&S down into the bot lane? And yes, it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Berserker and Blabber looking to secure some plates mid for themselves.
Finn getting aggressive on the top side. It's a long lane. Fudge debating if he just has to ult to get out of this one, but holding fast here. Too much kill pressure quite yet. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Herald does crash. It does not get a lot of damage down, probably just the 1.5 plates.
Yeah, they just want to get as much money into Berserker as possible, so this is the best of both worlds. You rotate Berserker to mid lane first, then you get to both get mid lane damage on the tower, as well as give at least half of that turret plate to Berserker. Then they rotate fully down to the Dragon, even up the Dragon count, and pretty stable here. Even though Fudge on top side keeps getting chunked out by the Conqueror Kennen with these ultimates from Bin, he's been holding on pretty decently. I will say the warning comes when you get Unleashed Teleport from Bin, and that Kennen that has been, for the large majority of the beginning of the game here, just isolated on top side versus Sion. When that Kennen gets the opportunity to get the teleport in, the flash ultimate play when he's level 2 ultimate, level 11 with the rank 2 ultimate, that could be the big moment.
I'll also say our observers just highlighted it. I don't know if Fudge did that deliberately, but the reason why he was not dived there was because he was sitting in a pocket of no vision for BLG. He's able to go back to base unscathed and TP back to top. Now, with the Jack Show completed, he's going to be a very durable individual.
Yeah.
It will make it much harder for Bin to really threaten in the top lane matchup. Once those Merc Treads come through, he's going to be pretty happy in terms of the side lane matchup.
Okay, gold advantage, excellent. Bubble again coming in from on, and Sven is just going to backstep here. And if we get later and later in the game, execution going to be the question for C9. In the previous game, weren't able to make their composition work. Should be easier this time around, but going to have to kind of do the exact same thing that BLG did in terms of respecting the flanks, keeping an eye on this Kennen. Bin is the power point, and as you highlighted, Unleashed Teleport not quite there yet, but once it is, all of C9's plays become significantly more volatile.
Another thing to think about here is this
nice buffer. Knockback fights on 2 fronts. Elk! What was he doing there? M&S manages to make it out. I'm not sure what happened with Elk in the mid lane, but Shun now on the retreat. Blabber continuing to step forward. A lot of damage could come in from Igawi's level 11 Syndra.
Oh, give me that replay. I want to see that now. How do you get under there?
There's fights across the rift. On to the mid lane.
Blabber did just use his flash in that exchange. Jun had to flash to get away to safety as all of M&S's summoners drops, but as you rightly said, a kill once again going in favor of Cloud9 as Elk finds himself 0 and 3.
Look, sometimes you live up to your namesake and you just like run headlong into a vehicle, you know? It happens to the best of us.
All right, here we go.
Oh, doesn't know Sven is there.
Yeah, he wants the full calling damage. And Sven just over Raptor Wall. Ultimate Flash W. Good night.
Fight. It's all unfortunate for Berserker that Sven secured the kill, but they'll take it. See gold advantages at 14. Presented by MasterCard. The difference is largely building in Bin's favor, but to be honest, against a Sion, that's very much to be expected.
Ooh, Galio coming in.
Yeah, that's a little rough there. I will say, up until this point, this Galio play has been so good for M&S. You know, you don't want a big CS lead on your Galio. You want plays from your Galio.
Oh, yeah.
And his plays bottom side have been exceptional thus far. His play with Blabber, the carry jungler, but that ultimate, of course, the coordination again. It was not an all-in from Bin, not even close.
And while C9 right now, as you saw in the MasterCard gold difference, have their advantages where they want them, on their double 80 carry threats, it's really important that they hold on to those utilities, those abilities for the fights to come. BLG stacking members up around the mid lane, Bin coming down from the top lane just to make sure they can threaten if they need to.
Yeah, BLG are thinking right now, hey, we got a Galio ult for free. Let's get our team fight in. You know, Bin does have flash and ultimate, and the level 2 ultimate at that with his level 11 coming in, so they send him back to the top side, push in the minion wave as Cloud9 are fully grouped up in mid.
Come up to the side, stun gonna connect, an early scout of the week, just poke, raining down. Cloud9 starting the Herald. BLG, do they want to respond? Bin on the top side, debating.
Need to be careful of this flank. They will use the Scryer's Bloom, or rather the Blue Trinket to spot him out.
Who's going to mark this Kennen? Walk up to him.
Lower and lower. Bin going to clear out the ward. C9 has to be careful, but immediately Fudge is going to try to get things kicked off, and now his backline is exposed. Bin trying to find an angle. C9 retreating into the pinch. They have to be so careful. Bin now dashing forward, sensing a moment of opportunity, but Berserker just going to burn the ult and walk away.
Yeah, Berserker burning the ult not to protect himself, to protect Fudge. The teammate ult there to be able to lay down all those feathers and cut off the entrance into the jungle.
I mean, I also saw that Yagao ultimate come out, and I was like, that's a 5-man stun if I've ever seen one. And so, as you rightly said, Berserker throwing that ulti down meant that there was no risk of BLG overcommitting. So the LG largely just spectators to the objectives secure from Cloud9. Nothing really gained for them. This will allow C9 to open up the map a little bit more as Elk gets a little bit of damage down onto the mid tower. BLG in a slightly better position for the Dragon right now as resets start to come through. Yagao going to go back to base, Bin going to do the same. And you imagine our next exchange will be thrown down towards that side, unless C9 want to choose to cross map, given that they do have the Herald. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back into the mid, drop the Herald, use that as a point of pressure, which then gives them access into the river, and they can start up the objective.
And I think the game is going to get a little bit harder if C9 can't really leverage the full power of their team comps. You see these CS leads, in mid and top specifically, just continuing to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And yes, Cloud9 are putting more resources into Berserker, but Berserker's still behind Elk in terms of individual CS, so it's a tricky puzzle for Cloud9 to solve.
And remember, it was around this time in the previous game where the picks started to come through for BLG. The picks really made the difference. This Vi from Shun, ultimate ready.
Mounting Dread comes out, Colin going to be used. Elk able to walk away, it does cost him the heal, but not a whole lot else. Mid lane tier 1 broken down, Cloud9 taking the control, setting their sights on this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, they group up and they just brute force that tower. Meanwhile, BLG with the split are going to be able to get the top side tower and as well the minions into bottom side tower and pushing mid right now in exchange for this dragon. They should be able to get 2 outer towers, plus Bin is going to get the minion wave on top side all the way up to secondary tower. So while Cloud9 are going to get this dragon, that's a lot of gold in tower value being given over to BLG.
Yeah, I think BLG are just playing the map so smart right now. They recognize that it's not worth trying to force a fight, and instead they'll pressure elsewhere. BLG now stacking as 4 members top. They know that Fudge has no ultimate. But are they overcommitting here? M&S does have the ultimate available, and BLG, they're going to take a little bit of a poke, but they're not going to overcommit too much.
And BLG, again, recognizing the strengths of their opponent's composition. In game 1, it was everyone pushing their R buttons together and diving. They respected it so much. This time around, it's their 5v5 team fight. So what do? They split up the map. They don't opt into contesting this Drake when they don't have to. I mean, it's just very solid map play from BLG across both games.
Yeah, BLG know the only one even remotely tanky is Shun this time around. So they have to play off of their minion waves, and they have to play off of those ultimates until they get a good angle for those.
Oh,
my, that is...
Okay. No one saw. No one saw?
Well, no one saw until the observers decided to show everyone.
No one saw.
Well, I guess
now hundreds of thousands of people saw.
The argument you can make is BLG didn't see.
There you go. They don't know.
They don't know.
Nobody snitched.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, everyone in chat. Nobody snitched.
M&S continuing to poke forward, and C9, they're going to struggle right now because there's not really a big objective to force. The good news is they have a frontliner in Fudge, and 2 AD carries they can burn through this objective very quickly, especially once Berserker gets that closer to that second item. Maybe that's where they can force BLG to come fight them. For now, BLG feeling fine, sitting on a 3K gold lead, happy to just continue trading up in terms of side lanes.
Very neutral mid-game. Of course, BLG have a pretty significant gold advantage, but they do have the tower lead. And a lot of it is coming from the individual CS. When I look at mid, there's a 1K gold gap in favor of Yagao. There's a 2K gold gap in favor of Bin. So if my math is correct, 1 plus 2 does make 3, which should actually equal the gold
difference. They forbid us from doing math on air, but look at you, breaking the rules.
The Welsh mathematics coming in hot.
What I think, quick maths. What I think is important to take away is that gold difference is not reflective really of the game state.
Yeah.
Because M&S and Fudge being down in gold is not the same as like 2 carries being down in gold. The fact that Blabber and Berserker are still in very healthy positions, the fact that their atomization is still coming through means that Cloud9 is still very much in comparable terms when it comes to the straight up power of the 2-team composition.
And some critical things here for Cloud9 that they need to keep in mind. They have shown this already in this game, but they've been grouping up very nicely. to create that ball of safety. They know that if they let this Kennen get a flank, they could get dismantled. So they have to worry about Nami ult from one angle, possible flash cannons from the other angle, and they've been able to use their numbers to brute force objectives like this, try and catch up, get some of this tower gold. Meanwhile, they always make a sacrifice in order to do that, though. And the sacrifice this time around is, of course, the mid and bottom lane, as Bin is pushing in bottom, and Elk plus Shun chunking away on that mid turret.
And BLG pushing on 2 points at the same time, but luckily Cyan's so hard to move out of these lanes that Fudge's job for the last few minutes has just been walking to waves that are pushed in, clearing them, and living. And that's about all he's done.
Yeah, C9 are largely playing a 1-4 setup, whereas BLG are taking advantage of 1-3-1. Yagao is on the wave that's likely to be pushed in the most, just because once the tower drops, he can very quickly catch that wave with his wave clear. Meanwhile, Bin and then Elk and Shun as a duo can pressure elsewhere on the map and get some deep vision. C9 are very reliant on these objectives to force BLG into an area where they can find these front-to-back team fights, but BLG are playing patiently. As Bin
Ulti coming in for Fudge, he gets the damage down, but not the knockup. Fishing for the knockup now. Bin immediately going to stun him out of the decimating smash. Sven coming into the bottom lane. They're all eyes on the BLG top laner. Ulti already burned, and that means a quick shutdown. Sven picking up the gold.
And the brute force play pays off. They make the rotation over. 3 Cloud9 members coming to collapse on that bottom side. BLG, they're going to have to clear out some vision around Baron, but Cloud9 would call that bluff. They get the kill, and they're going to get another outer tower. Yagao will finish off secondary turret here, so still money. And again, side lane secondary turrets are the most expensive turrets. Those things are 800 gold for opponent team, but it still is going to be a positive play there for Cloud9.
It's got to be frustrating if you're Cloud9 though, because you recognize what you need to do as they look for an engage.
Bowling coming out, the stun now coming in, but Berserker not quite in a position to follow up. He's immediately going to use the Gale Force. Sven is overstayed. The bubble not quite connecting. On anticipating him dashing out a bit sooner, so Elk blinking health bar, they will retreat. They get the TP as well.
I love this stare down between Sven and Elk. Neither of them backing down. They constantly are going for each other's throats. This time around, they both walk away, but summoner spells from both will be the cause.
And that's the biggest thing. With Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, Fudge having the TP available, it means that there is a prime target that C9 have their eyes on. Sven not having the ultimate should be off cooldown relatively soon, but not in time for this Dragon. So the question is, do C9 want to gamble it, given that they did sacrifice Berserker's ult as well?
And look at this. With this split push from Fudge, Cloud9 are the ones that actually have the split push advantage, while BLG are the ones with the objective advantage. They've got Shun and Bin taking down the Dragon, while the rest of the team looks for the kill.
Now in the middle of the entire team, he's now going to get rooted up. Excellent use of the Everfrost. Yagao, there's nowhere for him to go. He's going to throw down the ultimate, but that's a quick pick, and now they can turn their sights back onto the Dragon. But it looks like it's going to be too late. Shun stealing that one away. BLG now on the retreat.
C9 should really look at a Baron right now. They know they have the numbers advantage. Shun and Bin, if nothing else, they can force TPs, they can force a fight. They really didn't have to commit like any ultimates to that exchange, and now you look at Sven and Berserker, their ultimates are very quickly coming back up.
Oh, it's going to get spicy because Yagao also doesn't have teleport, so that Death Timer is Death Timer plus walking all the way to the Baron. Ward over the back of the pit.
Just don't 50-50 this, C9.
11K. They have to do it though. They have to keep the pace of the game going. They might not get another opportunity like this to find such an advantage for free.
Don't trap yourself inside the Baron pit against a Kennen. Just say that.
Okay, getting lower and lower. BLG looking for an angle in. Shun desperate to steal this one. Shun takes it! CLG bet on the 50-50 and the coin comes up tails. BLG making it work. Bubble onto 2. M&S ulti canceled. BLG laughing straight to the bank on the back of that play.
Why did C9 50-50 it? They had such a good position, and they take the gamble against some of the best, against Shun, man. Like, you can't take this gamble. You've got to make the commitment to turn or keep him out of the pit. And he, just so well played from Elk.
Yeah, so M&S was looking at him, but he was scared to fully commit to keeping Shun out of the pit because Elk is right behind him and he thinks he's going to die there. But sometimes you have to make a sacrifice in order to get that Baron, and they don't get the taunt off onto Shun. Shun gets in, he gets the smite for BLG.
And it's so crushing now for the side of C9 because you found a window of opportunity, you capitalized on it, but the execution not quite there. The 50-50 Shun winning out on that smite. Credit to him. I mean, that's a defining moment. Yagao's mistake in the mid lane saved by his jungler.
It was good from Shun just because, like, you can see that basically C9 are just putting all their trust in M&S to get that taunt and body block Shun. And he throws the Q out early, and then he's very reliant on the additional damage coming out from Elk, and then the steal comes through. But now BLG have so much control over this game.
M&S caught out, not nearly tanky enough. The chain CC, ruthless with the Lance Respite. Blabber buying a brief moment. Justice punch out to safety. Will be able to retreat. Kindred ult coming in clutch.
Yep, just the edge there. Blabber's able to catch him, save his teammate. Ult for ult on junglers then. Vi ult used to get the pick. Kindred ult used to counter it. It's going to be a bit longer of a cooldown, and the Baron buff will still allow.
Fudge still going forward. He is going to connect on Vin. Can they keep this fight going? Tidal Wave coming across the wall. See now push for retreat. Fudge on his own, but he's too damn tanky. Blabber now on a killing spree. Elk throwing down the calling. Feather's going a little bit wide. Elk standing on the front line trying to burn through Blabber as quick as he can. Elk sidestep. Dash out to safety. M&S trying to finish the job. Running into Winds of War. The extra movement speed won't quite be enough. Everfrost not connecting. Elk, he can feel the wind on his backside, but he will walk away alive.
Damn, Elk is so clean sometimes. It is frustrating. He sneaks his way out of that one. He forces the ultimate trade, and he's back.
He's going back in. He's looking to finish off Fudge. Lord Dominic sends his regards. Fudge. Health bar just getting torn through.
It still was a really good initiation there at the beginning for Cloud9, you know, forcing on BLG and picking up those kills, but man, fighting their way out of it.
Why can no one I ever play with look this good at 0-3-3? How is he 0-3-3 on Lucian, and she's just so good?
Well, you've never played with me, Draco. So
I mean, what an incredible bounce back from Elk, considering how much he was shut down in the early laning phase as well. He's done a fantastic job, and his positioning in the team fights is something we've consistently seen from him here at MSI. Of course, BLG have been able to extend their gold lead a little bit, but as you rightly said, Kobe, this is a good initiation from C9. They're attacking the siege.
Yeah,
Finn has no real way to get out of this play, and then the collapse comes in from C9.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they themselves have done a good job marking that cannon. They haven't been the victim of a big cannon ultimate. However, so much damage here from Elk on the top side with the ultimate, and then he does the same to Blabber. Those are the two carries of the team.
That sidestep from Elk, man. He's looking for another kill onto Berserker. He won't be able to find it, but the damage is good. No Bloodthirster yet for Berserker. And the pressure is just ruthless from BLG.
Knock up there, trying to take the Nami out of the equation. In comes the Galliard as well. If Elk gets caught by this, it could be disaster, but he's able to sidestep. Red buff there as well. Wants to keep the fight going. Dash to the wall, dash back to safety. Decimating smash. Will not connect. BLG waiting in the area, but Sven wants to take Ben out of the equation. Sven wants to burn through, but he doesn't have the damage. Ben taking them out. There is no Lamb's respite for C9. They cannot stand in the fight. Berserker has no room to maneuver, and that means M&S. Another Lamb to the slaughter as Yagao grabs the double.
C9 find a promising pick at the start, but BLG's re-engage is ruthless. Bin, without any hesitation, finds what, a 3-4-man ultimate and just tears Cloud9 apart. Fudge now left on a side lane. Maybe he's tanky enough to get away with this. His ultimate should be coming up soon.
They're body blocking him so he can't ult to safety. Heads up play from the side of BLG. He'll go zombie mode, walk away.
Yeah, you have to be so much more careful when dealing with the cannon when you don't have an exhaust on your team. You know, you have to have both of your front line there to really keep him out, because with Flash, Bin will get the engage. He does there finally, and BLG get a lot of gold off of it, and they are also going to get Dragon number 3. The extra towers, Inhibitor mid is now exposed, bottom lane tower picked up, bunch of extra gold there, and Dragon Soul Point.
And you can see C9, again, struggling to find avenues to make their composition work. BLG punishing so rapidly, and Bin being so far ahead, we're starting to feel the difference there where he's able to kill Blabber before Blabber can even throw down the Lamb's respite, and that's devastating for fights to come.
Yep, gotta get it out early.
Sorry, I just noticed Elk has a 400 gold shutdown.
0-3-6, baby.
Yeah, I would.
But are you going to argue that he doesn't deserve it? That's my question, bounty apologists. Are you coming out like, probably deserves that one?
I look at his play and I'm like, yeah, give him a bounty. Give him a bounty.
It's fair.
North America definitely have a target on his head right now. Let's see if they can shut him down. Elk very close to level 16. The Baron spawns in 25 seconds, and that really will be the deciding fight. You can see how much vision BLG have as well. You look at all these wards littered across Cloud9's jungle, and C9 looks to the engage.
In, trying to find an isolate Bin, but Bin just on the edge. He's just a little bit too fast. The entire team now split. They have to retreat, but Elk just does so much damage. Where did your mid laner go? C9 instantly deleted the ball. Now coming in, Lamb's respite, but it's just a perfect setup for Bin to follow up on, looking for the bubble, but he can't quite find it. That's another carry taken down. It is Elk and BLG just tearing through Cloud9.
It should not be called Lamb's respite, because it's just Lambs to the slaughter, as BLG will tear apart Cloud9. The quadra kill in for Elk, and that will be game 2 going to BLG.
You need to send more carries. Alk's taken down 2, and now BLG, the advantage is too big. Cloud9, 2 different compositions, 2 different styles, but again, BLG outmatching, outmaneuvering on the map, and outfighting in the end. BLG barreling down, looking to set themselves up for match point, looking ahead to future challengers, looking to send C9 down to the losers bracket. For now, happy to have the match point. Sven coming in just in time to watch the Nexus fall. BLG dominance in game 2.
Oh, what a wipe there. Cloud9, they had this cannon in the forefront of their minds from the previous fight, so they sent MNS with Flash, the Galio straight at him, but Bin with his E and his Proto Belt just fully kites it out. And it's another instance, kind of like game number 1, where after they fail to get step 1 done of, oh my god, we got to get this cannon, then it's a really long overextension, then they're so exposed. BLG rips them apart for even taking the attempt at Bin.
And it was frustrating that Cloud9, so many times it felt like that they were in such good positions, and then it just gets taken away from them, whether it be Shun with the Baron still, Elk sidestepping so many crucial skill shots. BLG are playing on form today, and Cloud9 are going to have to step up if they want to take a game off of the powerhouse LPL second seed.
It's a terrifying prospect for Cloud9. You've already shown 2 completely different looks in the draft. And already been, again, full confidence here, unfazed completely. Obviously fantastic individual performances, but I think it's so tricky because you were trading down in that game, but you were getting the gold where you wanted the gold to go. You were waiting for that moment where you could just 5v5. And again, BLG just never gave you that opportunity. It makes it so hard to play this composition if the enemy team just won't fight you on these big 5v5s. But that said, get ready to send things over. Not quite yet to the analyst desk.
What I think was also super impressive from BLG was the fact that they played the side lane so well, right? We were talking about it during the game, but every time Cloud9 went for this like 4-1 or just grouping up as 5, sieging an objective, BLG were always getting something else on the map, and slowly but surely they were just kind of picking apart the map. And then around these objectives, we felt like that C9 could never really get the fights that they wanted. And it's just a reminder of what happened in game 1, where like the comp is good, the early game is good, but when it comes to the fights, BLG just don't give you the fights that you want to take.
They're simply outplaying. BLG right now are simply outplaying. They are performing extremely well on stage right now.
Absolutely the case, but they're now set up for match point. Let's see what they can do in game 3. For now, let's send things over to the desk to break that one down.
Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting, Dracos, but we did need to get ready. I think just Azael needed to pick himself up a little bit.
I'm doing fine.
Okay.
I'm doing fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
It's okay. You can admit it.
Listen, BLG is looking like the stronger team so far. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on match point. Azael and Ox, what do you think generally has been the things that they've improved on from their play and performance? Because I think that lured a lot of people maybe into a false sense of overconfidence into this matchup.
I feel like they're set up for team fights. I feel like a lot of time in play-ins, those times where, you know, people were disconnected a bit, people were by themselves. We saw bad vision control around neutrals, but they've been really on point with that. It feels like it's so hard for Cloud9 to find an angle, and then they just played the map so well in this game as well.
I mean, I think Bin is playing really well individually also, which has been a big X factor, but I'm going to be honest, I don't even think BLG is playing that much better than they did at play-ins, right? I think that, you know, when you look at some of the pieces, I think people were really focused on Bin, who didn't play that well, but bot lane for BLG was crushing it in play-ins, and Shun was still playing well, so I don't feel like it's a completely different team. I think, you know, Cloud9 is making a lot of mistakes in what otherwise could be a close series.
What adaptations did you like, Azael, coming out from Cloud9, seeing how they dropped that first game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sion pick was basically what I was calling for. I said drop the cannon, play for something that you can go front to back. I think they did a good job with that. I think they mitigated a lot of what the cannon was looking for in these flanks. But again, it comes down to execution, it comes down to coordination. I think Cloud9 was more on the same page than they were in the first game, which was nice to see. But, you know, even in one of those final fights that we saw around mid lane, Berserker is basing. You've already gotten one pick on the support, and you're pushing forward without any of your damage dealers. And this is just really speaking to kind of like chaotic comms and Cloud9 just making mistakes that they can't afford to do.
Yeah, I think both games, they can be pretty happy with the draft, and I feel like they were very playable. And as you said, it came down to execution. I think as well, a big part of this game was just the fact that, you know, mid and top lane, yes, it's fine. You have Galio and Sion for them to fall behind and farm, but they were so far behind over the course of that game. Towers getting picked up. It's the fact that Cloud9 had the kill lead for such a long time, and yet we're behind in gold.
Yeah, exactly. Not being able to push that advantage, and the cannon in the hands of Bin especially deadly as well. It was a lot going on in the bot lane. We joke sometimes that at LCS there's a lot going on around the mid lane as well, but this time around it was all bot all the time.
Yeah, and it felt like the skirmishes, there were some moments where it didn't go quite as well as you were hoping for, right? Like the bubble hitting on Berserker, denying this play. But I have to praise M&S, who was really solid at moving down on that Galio to set a play. So yeah, On got a couple of kills, but for the most part, it felt like Cloud9 had the edge.
They definitely tried, and that Nami was... I loved seeing the Nami play in Flash Forward and Bubble. That's a Nami play we like to see. Something that maybe didn't go as noticed when you looked at the way BLG made sure that they stayed in this game and accrued their gold lead is, you know, making C9 play for every objective, making sure that you get all the standing gold, making sure that you're CSing so effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BLG was doing a really good job. Both their solo laners had massive CS advantages. You know, I think Cloud9, again, were able to force pretty effectively. I think it was clear what they were trying to do. They were trying to find these engages, find the Galio follow-up. But BLG were just saying, that's fine. You can have something here. We're going to take 2 towers on the side lane. We're going to deny multiple waves. And at one point, you know, you added up the CS difference between mid lane and top, and both those lanes were equaling like about 100 plus CS for BLG.
Yeah, I think towards the end there was like a 70 CS lead in the mid lane alone. And we kind of saw a bit of this in game 1 with Fudge falling behind Bin in terms of farm and like by about 50, but it was so much more pronounced here. It felt like the read from both solo laners was really effective at where they needed to be, when they needed to be grouped up with the team for fights, or when they could just take a few waves and be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that the CS problem was huge, because, you know, a lot of the reason that there was that big CS deficit in mid lane was because of the roams, which were great from M&S. I think he had a much better game individually in game number 2. It felt like he did shake off a lot of those nerves. But the reality is, BLG are the favorites. BLG, you know, are the better team so far. And you cannot make mistakes. You've got to be on the same page throughout all stages of the game. And it really did come down to the Baron more than anything.
Yeah, talk about being on the same page, right? Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Shun snuffs out C9's hope with this Baron steal. Break it down for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, one of the big issues here is that there's no sums on Elk whatsoever. M&S is looking on that top side to actually try to just zone off Shun, and this is what they're looking for, but we have Flash available, I believe. It's not actually showing it here for M&S, but he didn't actually look for a Flash to actually flash in taunt. So I think what the call here was that they were going to have M&S come in and actually look to just peel off on Shun, taunt him up, stun him up, keep him out of the pit, and try to finish. But my problem was there's no reason to even be going for this in the first place. Elk at that point had no sums available. There's ulti up for both Rakan and the Galio. All you need to do is actually look for a hard turn. Or if you're really wanting to force that hard, you can Kindred ult as soon as the Vi comes over, keep the Baron high health, kill off the Vi. He can't actually burst it down, even, you know, if he tries to stay alive. You can all just focus him and burst him down afterwards. So there's so many ways that Cloud9 could have actually done this to make it clean. And that to me was absolutely the turning point of the game. If Cloud9 get the Baron there, they're in control. They can clear a lot of the standing gold off the map and take a commanding position in the game. But they flip it for God knows what reason, and that costs them potentially the whole series.
Yeah, and I mean, this game, you definitely knew the momentum was already gone, but like Berserker was trying to reset, he was low, and they're looking for this engage where, you know, half the members aren't there, and Berserker wants to go on a reset, and yes, they do manage to take out the Nami, but it just ends up with them just losing the game off the back of this play.
Yeah, C9 looking to make a change. They have to, or it will be down to the lower bracket for them. And they are making a change. They have elected to move to the red side as well.
Look at the damage done between the two marksmen. Elk was just styling this one, and he had no kills until literally the very end, I think, where he got that quadra. So, you know, it was a pretty incredible performance.
Red side, what do you think?
Oof. I mean, to me, it just feels like they're trying to throw out what their initial plan was then. If they're going red side, I think they're looking for solo lane counter picks, and they're going to try to really change up the draft strategy here. I don't think that the drafts have been the problem at all. I've liked their drafts in both games. At the end of the day, I don't think which side they're on even matters. They just have to play better if they want to win.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like when you're 2-0 down, you do want to shake things up. Like, there's that feeling of, oh, we've lost on blue side, maybe red's different. But again, I agree completely. The draft hasn't been the problem.
BLG are up 2-0. There's no way they make it back now. Is it C9 or is there? Or how does that tweet go? I'm trying to help you out here. But it's BLG that are now...
BLG on the 3-0. There's no way Cloud9 can come back from here.
Thank you. Anyways, let's see if it happens and if C9 can rally it back or if BLG takes it home.
M&S on the way down, looking for the taunt. Elk gonna flash out to safety just in time. That's the knock up onto the Nami. Can they finish one kill? Berserker gets him!
This syndrome
Knockback fights on two fronts. Elk! What was he doing there?
I don't have flash, by the way.
Or BLG looking for an angle in. Shun desperate to steal his one. Shun takes it! Lamb's respite, but it's just a perfect setup for Ben to follow up. Oh, looking for the bubble, but he can't quite find it. That's another carry taken down. It is Elk and BLG just tearing through Cloud9.
It should not be called Lamb's respite because it's just Lambs to the slaughter as BLG will tear apart Cloud9.
Welcome back to MSI 2023. BLG are on match point. They've been outplaying in every single game. It's Cloud9's last opportunity to fire back, and it's a long road ahead of them. They want to come out on top in this series.
And I have a really important question for Kobe.
Uh-oh.
Do you
My answer
doubt
is no.
them? Do you doubt them?
Oh, good. I had the right answer already then. Never, Betty. Never. It's perfect weather out for a reverse sweep. Let's get it. Honestly, though, I mean, holy moly. There are so many things to clean up here. It does look quite rough, though, because BLG, they're doing such a good job with spacing in these team fights. You'll see Elk squeezing out so much more damage. You know, even in the last chase where they're almost onto Bin, but not quite. And then it opens the door for so much return damage here. They're doing such a good job avoiding the Cloud9 threats, collapsing back on them. They also, of course, you know, splitting, getting those towers down, as well as the extra CS lead to build up for themselves. Let's get into the draft, though.
The Varus ban.
Yeah, a little bit surprising here, but giving a little bit of respect. Of course, it is something that Berserker played a lot domestically, so not wanting to give him a strong just 80 for the bottom side. I guess anticipating a bit of a change in the script of pick ban thus far. BLG, are they going to grab the Zaya? Instead, the Ahri has been banned in every single game. They're going to be happy to pick that one up.
Okay, pressure's being put on to M&S. Game 1, he didn't really have that much impact. Game 2, we felt his presence in the early game, but outside of that, he wasn't able to have really significant team fights, but that was more of a Cloud9 issue, I would say. But now, he will be put to the test as Ahri, considered, I think, the strongest mid laner on the current patch, just because of how well she synergizes with so many junglers in the meta.
Yeah, and you kind of have to ban one of those two, the Ahri or the Vi. So now they're kind of switching up a little bit. They ban the Vi instead. Shun has done such a good job for BLG, getting all those engages, getting those picks and those turnarounds. But locking in the Aphelios for Berserker this time around. We're done with the Zaya. We're done with that counter engage. He really wants to be the big weapon.
They might just take Lulu here if they want to keep flexibility open. Nope, they're saying that they want to grab that Scion now. Okay, so the question is, will they save their jungle pick for the second rotation? Of course, see, the gamble of picking a top laner now is that BLG can lock in a counter. So all of those bans from before, the Gnar, the Gwen, they're open for BLG to just secure for themselves.
So in the case, see if BLG instead want to prioritize rounding out the rest of their bot lane. It will be mismatched as we head to the second round of picks. And Gwen continues to be the hover here. 80 carries matched in terms of scaling. Obviously play a bit differently, but functionally the same
scary,
composition.
Man. That is a scary pick for Bin. He's known for carries. The way in which BLG got here was through topside domination. And now he is being given a true carry of the top lane in the form of the Gwen, who is so good into the Scion matchup.
Yeah, makes it really scary later in the game when you have to get to those 5-on-5s. Even if Berserker does get fed, he's going to have to deal with an easy lane phase Gwen. And as soon as they lay through the Ahri, I was thinking M&S with his LeBlanc probably. They do lock it in. This is his favorite champion, iconic champ for him. See if it will be enough.
Now, if I'm C9, I would consider a Nautilus and a Blitzcrank ban to try and force BLG into the Thresh ban so that you can get yourself the Lulu. It's very solid in terms of giving you a very good 2v2 matchup, and it can also deny the potential Thresh. But they're actually choosing to limit the jungle pool. I guess they're confident in their 2v2 matchup, and maybe they just want to prioritize the Thresh for themselves, but if they do, remember there's the risk of the Blitz or the Nautilus answer from On.
Despite the mobility of LeBlanc, really respecting, I guess, the kill pressure Ahri can provide, especially when you have follow-up Viego CC. But this mid lane matchup, I'm just thrilled about because this is M&S's most played. He's really throwing down the gauntlet. He has been kind of the crux of so many of these compositions, and that's not going to change in Game 3. Going for such an intense skill matchup in the mid lane, that's the Lulu ban, though. So a bit of a flip on the script, saying, hey, maybe you can have the Nautilus, you can have the more aggressive supports, instead limiting the defensive options.
Yeah, they kind of honestly want Sven to be on one of those playmakers so they can keep doing that test between Elk and Sven, where neither of them have been backing off and going for blood over and over. And Elk mechanics definitely on point, so he's ready for it. The Nautilus ban comes through, though, preemptively.
See, so the situation that BLG have is that, well, I guess the beauty here for Cloud9 is they can counter-pick support. So the onus is on BLG to actually make that pick. If they choose to go for the Thresh themselves, then C9 can go for a Blitzcrank. There's also the option of the Tahm Kench as a potential answer as well. So I guess the idea here is to now lock in your jungle. You know you have a lot of options. I completely forgot about the Rakan. That's now going to be removed away from Sven as well. So you imagine the jungle will be locked in, and you want something strong that can be paired up nicely with the LeBlanc. I wonder if Lee Sin will be the direction. And it seems like the Cloud9 is on the same line of thinking as they go for LeBlanc and Lee, a very old school, very traditional, strong mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, of course, you can connect the chains, you can get that snare. It's easy setup, easy follow-up. Definitely a bit more high execution than something like an Ahri Vibe that we've seen be incredibly popular, but it'll be a lot about getting that lane ahead in the early game. BLG debating responses here. Might show us something new. Wukong Ahri, a classic. The champion was hit. A little bit less popular at the tournament thus far, but the nerfs weren't massive.
Wukong would put a lot of extra pressure, too, on this Aphelios.
Wukong Gwen is terrifying mid to late game. Yeah, there it is.
All right, so slightly nerfed, but still picked up here for Shun. And now we get the support reveal. Is it the throwdown of the Thresh and then answer with Blitzcrank?
Ooh. Okay. Throwing a bit of a curveball here. Their engage is very limited. Of course, this is just a hover, yet to be locked in.
And I'm just holding my breath, waiting to see what's going to come through here.
They're going to take the defensive option.
Debating, really taking their time. They are going to offer the Alistar, something we have not seen in a very long time.
So a number of buffs have come over for the Alistar over a number of different patches. BLG wanting to make sure that they have that frontline engaged. The laning, not the strongest in the bot side of the map, but I think something like a Tahm Kench could be very solid here for C9. It looks like instead they're going to prioritize that Thresh. I said I should stop talking about the hovers. There's a lot of options here for Cloud9 is what I should say.
Yeah. Even the Renata, Sven has played before with him on the Aphelios, and in the end, they go for the Lantern here.
Yeah. Obviously, in the lane phase as well, the Flay can mitigate a lot of it on one spring, but as we get later in the game, these Alistar flanks can be terrifying, especially when paired with the Wukong and the Gwen. A lot of dive threats on the side of BLG. Elk going to kind of be left on his own to just play as well as he can, because everyone else on the side of BLG is ready to dive into that backline to try and take Berserker out of the equation.
And the early stages of the game, not going to be too scary as far as the top lane matchup, but it's as the Gwen has this really free lane phase and starts to rack up the items and then come and join, that's where it's going to be really scary to deal with Gwen, with Bin later.
I think what's interesting is BLG once again have a lot of options to play through their side lanes. I think they've demonstrated in this series that their general overall macro is stronger than what C9 have been able to demonstrate. And as long as Bin can get ahead, they're always going to have this threat that's going to be difficult for C9 to manage. So early aggression from their mid jungle is super important. This LeBlanc Lee Sin needs to pay off for C9.
Betting so much on individual execution, betting so much on the back of their mid-jungle. Berserker can surely take them through the late game if he has time to scale up, but all eyes on mid-jungle. See how BLG want to respond to the powerhouse present on the side of C9. Again, it is do or die. BLG sitting pretty, sitting on match point. They can play a little loose, they can play a little sloppy, but every single moment from C9 in this game has to be flawless if they want to take us to a game 4.
Yep, backs against the walls here for Cloud9. No more mistakes are allowed. Every game from here on out, a must-win game.
Shun letting us know that this is fine. He is unconcerned, which makes sense when you're 2-0 up. Just a bit of a spot out here.
They did call the 3-0 really early, which kind of stings now.
You gotta respect people who can call their shots like that.
I also just like Bin as a personality. Like he's just such a great player to talk to. Ooh. So charismatic.
Shun emoting, both with the champion and with the actual emotes themselves.
He's earned that right.
He has.
2-0 up right now. Looks like BLG are going to try and cross map. Of course, they don't have full information on who is on the bot side. Blabber looking across the summoner spell choices. Looks like, sorry, the runes. Nothing too crazy from either side. The Electric coming out for Yagao, wanting to trade a little bit more aggressively in the mid lane matchup. LeBlanc Ahri, a matchup that's very old now, over 10 years. And often the charm is crucial when it comes to playing in that matchup, whether or not you can land it onto the dashing forward LeBlanc. But LeBlanc then will try and leverage by standing inside the minions so that you can take advantage of not getting hit by that. So it can be a very skill-intensive matchup.
Yeah, and we expect junglers to go mid pretty early here too. They're going to do the lane swap even to have MNS actually go toe-to-toe with Bin versus this Gwen, so that he doesn't get as easy of the early lane phase like we were talking about trying
We've done this before, right? Yeah. I mean, even in the finals, it was Orianna that they sent to the top lane. And while it didn't really work out in game one, it set them up for more favorable lane advantages. And as we saw with Nautilus mid, Ahri does good damage, but the second you have some MR, a lot of these tanky champions are impossible to move out of the lane.
And I mentioned in game number 1 that MNS had been spamming Kennen top lane. Maybe not champion specific here, but he has had a bunch of games with top lane as well.
Fudge just roll swapped to mid.
Yeah, he literally was playing it in Pro 2. And they had a game earlier.
Ghosting early just to get some damage down. MNS trading back with the chains, but we're doing a lot more with that Conqueror stacked early on.
Yeah, the question is MNS prepared to play against Bin? Because Fudge has had 2 games of it now. But the setup at top.
On finding the knock, but immediately the Ignite taking down Berserker, force flash into safety, trying to heal, but the Ignite still ticking. Going to make it a little bit difficult on the bottom side.
Great trade within the top lane.
MNS now running. MNS, the chains have connected. They're trying to finish it off. Bin, snip, finds one. Blabber should just get the response, though. 1-for-1 on the top side.
Cloud9 with a good idea there, but MNS a little bit too close.
No.
And they
Shun
on with flash. This should be just about impossible to get away from. Sven can maybe punish if they get over-aggressive on the dive with the skills that he has. That's going to be the play backwards. Sven now flashing out, looking for the hook, who's tanking on. Able to flash out. BLG clean dive to find Sven.
So BLG walk away with 2 kills on both sides of the map, and already they're starting to build up a snowball. The fact that Bin in the 1 versus 2 is able to walk away a kill just goes to show his mechanical excellence. And Jun, he sees an opportunity, but he knows not to overextend it. He'll just take the crab and walk away.
Huge stuff so far for BLG. They get the 1-for-1 trade on top side, and when your jungler is revealed there, once Blabber shows on top for the chase into that alcove, they know they can pull off that bottom dive where they already blew double summoners off of the Aphelios. Here it is again. Here's the setup. MNS, of course, trying to start it up. Bin does such a good job hovering in those minions. He makes MNS tank the full wave while Blabber is coming in the positioning there, so he's even able to chase him down, laughing at it afterwards, chasing him through to the alcove. No flash on MNS either.
Yeah, the fact that NInitial W also didn't connect, you can see how low Bin was. Slightly more damage would have been enough, and all those minions hitting onto MNS doing so much work.
Flash, not going to go over the wall. Constant threat of this all-in, though, with Shun on the bottom side. They have to be careful.
He's just hovering. He's making it so uncomfortable.
Wukong now going to follow up. Blabber here, the rest of the team to respond. Sven throws out the lantern. They want to keep this trade going. Yagao coming down, but he's got very little mana, maybe enough for 1 combo. Blabber trying to get away. The slow coming through. Blabber looking to sidestep. Shield's now coming in. Fudge on the backside as well. Shun going to get taken down before El can even get into the fight. This big Aphelios, great guns for the fight. Has already burned the snare, wants to keep this fight going. On going to get taken out. Double for Berserker. Perfect fight on the bottom side. Blabber wants to keep it going. Looking for one more on. He's going to take it. Oh, and Elk. I don't think this is a fight you win. Dashing back to the tower. Blabber going to go back on the lantern. Tower shot. Will not get taken down.
Oh no, he's on a ward! Zap was just used though. No.
Holding on.
Elk is coming!
Sidestep.
Oh, he was not shopping. Blabber kept his wits and was able to sidestep. That means that C9 though just picked themselves up 3 kills, Kobe.
That to me was such a big outplay, and that's one of the first big outplays that they actually had for Cloud9. They know that Yagao is coming down river first, and Blabber still makes the call. Let's fight this because we have the early damage advantage onto Shun, and they focus that Wukong.
I will also say that Sven got a lot of value out of his rune there as well. When he lands the hook, the slow applies onto multiple people.
Yeah.
Blabber knows that he can move towards his bot side of the map where he has numbers advantage initially, and then now they create this collapse with the Scion coming down from mid. It's too late for Elk to arrive before the damage is already done. On gets zoned away with all of his cooldowns still up. Shun drops first, then On drops the combo, but Blabber landing that Q onto a manaless Yagao means that the fight can continue, and Blabber, even in this 2 versus 1, knows that he can walk away with a kill.
And just stronger champions of the fight. C9 really knowing how powerful they are. The Jinx as well needs a few autos to stack up that attack speed. Not nearly as threatening in the exchange as the Aphelios, who cycles through 3 abilities over the course of that fight. Well played by C9, but job's not done yet. Fudge in the mid lane hitting level 6. Yagao responding. See what they want to do with this pressure that he's able to establish again, because it's so hard for Yagao to force Fudge out of this lane.
Yeah, huge stuff there. With Sven hitting everything, getting the flag, getting the hook as well. Glacial Augment defending his teammates. Cloud9 now, after establishing control of the river, are going to be able to pull out the dragon.
So the beauty of having Sion in a lot of these early fights is he is just so durable, and a lot of champions don't have the damage to really go toe-to-toe with him. So C9 feel very confident starting off this
Done
objective.
steal.
Shun going over the wall and dash in. Just going to W back out to safety. Cloud9 fans sweating a little bit on the back of that last game, but we'll get the Dragon.
The reason why I bring up the Sion, though, is while it gives C9 good control over the bot side of the map, when you look up top lane, things are starting to get a little more challenging for MNS. He is, of course, now hitting that level 6 mark, but in terms of the gold, he is very quickly falling behind, and Bin is taking control of the 1v1.
It's hard to play into Gwen. It's hard to play into Bin's
I was
Gwen.
gonna
And
say, it's
LeBlanc,
hard to
speaking
play
of
into
champions who don't really have kill pressure, I think LeBlanc into Gwen at this stage of the game
No
is
flash on L.
a bit tricky. Going over the wall, on waiting, can just punt it back into the team. For now, they're holding on to his summoner spells. He's just going to look for the auto attacks done on, keeping all of his skills up just to stop C9 from trying to re-engage.
On sneaky alcove play there. Alistar over the back is going to be able to pick it up.
Made it look like Elk was isolated.
Bin trying to chase down here. MNS in the stun, getting fancy with it, but Bin still has Ghost procced. Looks like he's managed to survive that one for now, but Bin just going to use that all to push in the wave.
So overall, BLG walk away with another kill. 2 plates to the good. And Elk should be able to find a good reset here. Fudge now, I think, just getting a bit of information. You can see the scuttle crab, rather. Jun likely going to grab that for himself, though.
Is going to spot out Fudge, is going to commit Fudge. Recall interrupted, forced to use the ultimate as well as the flash. It's devastating.
Definitely going to be a pressure sink in mid here. Shun also is able to pick up the Scuttle Crab.
MNS coming down. Shun. They anticipate the clone, but they're not quite able to connect there on the Sonic Wave.
Blabber, though, that's a high-value flash. I mean, Wukong, no ulti, no flash now.
Rocket trying to cancel the recall of Berserker on the bottom side, get a bit of tempo there in their favor. Blabber coming up to contest, but Yagao's here first.
Yeah, double support roams are coming.
Sidestep on the charm is clean. Ooh, dodges all the abilities.
So On is here first with the support roams, but Sven is pretty shortly behind.
Oh, Blabber's in trouble now. They don't quite have the follow-up CC the Lantern. As you highlighted, Kobe, there, just in time to save him. On flashing to the side, or Hex flashing. No more flashing. Keeping this one going. Herald just going to immediately reset here, though.
Very awkward skirmish. A lot of flashes being used. But remember that Shun doesn't have his ultimate available, which is largely why BLG are hesitant to fight. I believe Bin's ultimate is back up. Oh no, MNS, he doesn't know.
Go. He's shopping! Oh no. Not an opportunity you could do. Flash out to safety. Yagao looking for the follow-up. Is he willing to commit the flash over the wall? MNS will barely make it out. Blabber firing back a little bit there, but even a player named MNS cannot afford to get caught shopping.
This is a must-win game for Cloud9. You can tell the flash is being blown early. Bin now.
On. Nice flash to sidestep. Fudge needs to get out of this one. Bin does a decent amount of damage at the stage of the game. Sven looking to pitch for the hook. Gwen is now immune. Fudge now taken out of the equation. Kickback coming in, but Fudge, the zombie mode, not going to do a lot.
Oh, you do not want a piece of that, Gwen. The Conqueror stacks up so quickly. They chase him down.
Nice trade on the bottom side. Nice setup here. Clean combo to get some damage down, but not going to amount to a lot less.
I think that trying to skirmish when the Gwen is there is just very difficult for C9. We talked about how in these early fights, the Sion just offers so much durability that things like Wukong and Ahri can't really in the early game get through. That does not apply to a Gwen. So going for that early skirmish when Fudge didn't have the flash, BLG were quick to punish C9 once again.
Yeah, I mean, in Cloud9, since they lost MNS, he had to recall. He was back in base. So they didn't have real damage threat. It's a Sion, a Thresh, and a Lee Sin that's already been chunked out. So no big damage threat there to really even put some threat on him. So a pretty easy pickup for BLG. And with those 2 early kills, it's already a Rift Maker on Gwen. That is a very scary first mythic in the entire game to be on the Gwen.
And he already showed in terms of the top lane 1v1 matchup, he knows how to play this matchup, and it's only going to get harder as the game continues.
And for MNS, he's like, hey, when do we swap back? But that's the neat part. We don't. Good luck.
Oh.
It's a tricky subject. Luckily for MNS, at least, Bin is now taking up the mid lane, so he doesn't have to deal with the Fed Gwen. We'll just have to try to outplay in the Ahri versus the LeBlanc matchup. And the gold very close. The Dragon really the only advantage that C9 have in terms of overall scope. But now the Herald as well. See how BLG want to use it, where they want to put those resources.
In this early game, things not looking optimal for Cloud9. Of course, not all doom and gloom just yet. The good news for C9 fans is that Berserker in a great position overall. 2 kills to his name. He's up about 300 gold, so, you know, the single kill advantage that he does have over his lane opposition. And while M&S is a little bit behind relative to Yagao, he's still in a very comfortable spot, so the two mid laners ultimately matching one another. It's just a matter of how well can Cloud9 manage Bin in a side lane.
Yeah, Berserker's really going to get put to the test this game because the entire BLG team is coming for him.
Yeah. Everyone wants to dive that backline. You've got Sunder, you've got Riftmaker too, as the big backline dive threat, so we'll see what they want to do. Alistair just punting a minion back to keep a freeze up on the bottom side of the map, it would appear. C9 happen to have their second Drake, Cloud taken off the board, as well as Chemtech, so we're going to have a high-value soul here. But meanwhile, Shun getting aggressive, M&S now trying to dash out to safety, double dash, will be able to get away. Shun burning the ultimate there, M&S responding.
Yeah, M&S trying to make the rotation up towards topside, and Shun catches him because he knows the rest of Cloud9 were picking up Dragon, but Hex Gates allow a quick rotation from Sven to get over here.
And coming up, Bin potentially isolated here. Can just try to go immune. Throwing back so much damage though, just fishing for the outplay. The knockup is going to be there already in the AoE, but can they finish off the Gwen? She's still sustaining the Riftmaker. The Ignite, not enough. Bin still surviving. Shun just going to retreat. Rocket! Clean sidestep from Fudge.
Riftmaker, Conqueror, healing for Ben.
Blabber, clean kickback, immediate fall from the fellas. He's going to find the snare. Switches over to Red Gun and can just go right through him. That's the onslaught. That's the kill. Big game hunting on the bottom side.
Cloud9 swing and miss on the top side, but they hit on the bottom side of the map there. Blabber finds Elk, they get the kill, and Berserker has free plates on bottom side. Red-white guns. If left alone, he can melt through that thing. Teleport used to defend in mid, but Rift Herald will charge nonetheless.
Yeah, BLG quick to fire back. Fudge can just about delete this wave, though, so I think they're only going to get a plate and a half. See where the gold is donated. Blabber on the backside looking to pick off Yagao. Going in once again, he doesn't have the kick, but he might not need it. Yagao sidestepping, burning 2, 3 charges of the ultimate, looking for the reset. Will he find one more? He needs one more charge to get out to safety, and now M&S collapsing, but the flash will take him out.
BLG, they're able to get a few plates in mid and do a lot of damage to that tower, but C9 definitely waking up here in game 3, going for a lot more skirmishing. They have secured themselves 2 dragons, and Berserker is the win condition for Cloud9. 3 kills now, Gale Force completed. He continues to get stronger, and we've seen Aphelios do some serious damage here at MSI.
Oh, just before the timer ticks here, another 3 seconds, Bin knocks off an extra little turret plate as tax. More tax paid into the Gwen, getting some money back for himself due to the rotation from Cloud9 up towards the top half.
8 turret plates to 2. BLG have just done a great job, even at what, level 3? I think it was bot lane. They were funneling plates into Elk. They've done a great job of keeping the game state still in their favor with a lot of the gold leads sitting onto Bin. Next dragon spawns in about 2.5 minutes. So right now, these outer towers become the main objective.
That is a painful graph. And the turret plate gold is tax-free gold.
Yeah, MasterCard gold difference telling us the story of Bin. So next fight, you know, Berserker the strong point for C9. It's really going to start to feel as we get closer and closer to Seoul, like Bin versus Berserker in these fights, and seeing what C9 can do to stop the Gwen, to stop the Wukong from getting onto that backline. 2 minutes until that dragon, though, does mean they're going to have a bit of time. M&S has to be careful here, but
it's waiting for M&S to use the W, but M&S very cautiously holding off. Once he gets information, that's when he chooses to use the wave clear. Yagao use the Everfrost, will take a bit of damage, but I don't think which is going to happen in this matchup. I'll be really honest with you. As I said, both teams ideally want to be playing towards these side towers right now. I think that BLG could commit towards the bot side of the map if they wanted to, so they can start looking to secure the outer tower. Instead, they have their eyes on top.
Fudge taking a lot of damage here. Divine Thunder going to do a lot of work. The ultimate going to be blocked. Blabber now has to come in. He's going to probably use the kick to disengage, or they can try to turn it right back. Decimating Snaps flashed away from Yagao, now in trouble. Doesn't have any charges. He gets kicked in the wall. Blabber wants 2. He doesn't even need the Sonic Wave for Yagao. He's fishing for a bit more, but Shun now trading back. Conqueror proc. He will walk away. Creep Wave there to body block.
Massive Q from Fudge got both of them to flash out of Shun and locks in Yagao. So Cloud9 with some topside pressure here.
Really nice stopwatch from Fudge in that exchange as well to just buy enough time for Blabber to arrive. Blabber has been involved in every single kill that C9 have been able to find this game. He is incredibly proactive on the map, and he is not allowing the LCS to start this bracket stage without a win. In a much more comfortable state, I should say, than compared to a few moments ago.
People want to meme back to the last MSI for him, but definitely still fishing for a bit of redemption here. Blabber looking for an angle. Finds Shun. Won't follow up here. C9 standing, grouping. And the pressure mounts the later and later we get for some of these fights. Bin off to the side is going to be big, though. Waiting in the brush.
There's like 4 free rockets there for Elk onto the Scion, judging damage.
Good news is it's not a lot right now. Does have the Kraken, but they've opted
Herald is just being
for
conceded here,
RFC.
though. C9 have no information. BLG were just keeping C9 busy. They will now use this window to move into the Dragon, but BLG with the Herald, they can use this mid, they can use this top, they can very easily cross-map this in exchange for another Drake. The concern they need to have is they will put themselves at soul point.
Yeah, it's going to give them guaranteed gold value here. But those Dragons looming.
Ward to the brush, hook landing on the outs, not an ideal target, already burning the ultimate. Fudge not going to connect here. Decent snare, only going to hit Shun from Berserker on the backside. 2, as it connects on the clone as well. MNS off to the side. They're just trying to get control of the pit.
The price for this is that MNS came up to join the fight, but Bin kept pushing. So there's an extra minion wave dying to the tower there. Every extra little minion wave that BLG denied. Now they've got the flank with Bin, plus the rest of the team coming down from mid.
To get this Dragon, or it'll all start to fall apart. BLG so far ahead of the trade already. They're kicking Bin back into the fight. Berserker untouched for now on the backside. Bin, will the Hallowed Mist start to fade away? Bin fishing with the ultimate. He manages to take Fudge out of the equation. Bin, the kick back in from Blabber. Blabber back over the wall. But Berserker just has to retreat. BLG bullying their way into the pit. The zombie will fade away, and BLG stopping the Dragon for now, keeping this one going. Meanwhile, Gwen in the mid lane can just continue to push. BLG putting so much pressure onto C9.
Oh my God, BLG are going to get mid tower as well. Smite fight.
They're coming in, Berserker forced off to the side. Oh, and it's a beautiful headbutt pull onto the backside. Terrible guns for Berserker in the fight. The shutdown coming in. BLG taking everything.
BLG get kill after kill. They get the Drake, they get the towers, and look at the damage that Bin is doing in mid. 3 will be secured, and just like that, BLG have blown this game open.
MNS running for his life. Bin will let him go, but the damage has been done. BLG first win the fight, then get both objectives and the chase down kills. Massive stuff there.
And it's so hard when you're C9 in that position because you know Soul is your way out, but already when this fight's starting, you're behind in gold, so you have to win this one.
And you're behind in frontline health. Fudge started this fight with like 50% health. Bin comes in on the flank and they kick him over to the rest of the team, but Fudge just gets killed here, so the zombie gets back up and Blabber wants to try and make something happen onto the low health Bin, but it's not quite enough. Then Bin can just go straight mid lane. He did not die. Cloud9 already lost their front line, so they're poking around with very, very little health. He's trying to heal off those minions for Berserker, but him coming back, and then on with the long flank.
It looked like Berserker was also trying to get rid of his guns, try and change the ammo.
Dash to safety
but,
in the ulti
wasn't quite able to do it. Cloud9 faltering in the fight once more. It's really been the story of this series. The 5v5s, BLG has just outperformed. Elk's positioning continues to be a nightmare for Cloud9 to deal with. And Bin, on a champion that he can truly 1v9 on, is looking to do just that.
And you see hiccups, you see moments of greatness where Cloud9 find windows of opportunity, but you're right, it's in the 2v2s or the 3v3s and the 5v5. BLG as a whole, so disciplined, giving that respect over to Cloud9, over to Berserker, not giving him a window of opportunity to take over in the fights, and now looking to shut him down on the top side of the map. 4 members strong here. Sven going to hit the hook, might slow the play down for a little bit. On taking a decent chunk out, they're just going to retreat and concede the tower.
BLG know they have so much pressure in mid. Every time they push that wave all the way to the tier 2, so much space that they can gain in the enemy jungle, and they're quick to rotate up top while the bot tower is secured. No outer towers have dropped for BLG. They're 5 towers for 0.
No,
and the red buff is stolen by Elk. He even hits him with the yawn emote. BLG are feeling nothing but confidence right now.
That hurts. That's the little things, you know, the little things.
Kicking us while we're already down.
You're already down.
I will say it was frustrating that they actually increased the execution damage of the Jinx ultimate.
So can match smite, you like that? They're like, oh, we love this mechanic, Q as a jungler, please stop.
Red buff doesn't have the most maximum health, but still. Honestly, though, I just, Bin, okay? This guy, such a big pickup for BLG. The only returning member of RNG, the previous MSI winners, and now he's just gonna be in a playground. 2-item Gwen so early on versus 1-item Scion. You don't stand a chance. It's even difficult to run away. You have to use your ultimate right there. So Bin is the king of the side lanes. He's also probably the king of the team fights.
Absolutely is. MNS not going to connect on the chain, so the play will fall down on the top side. And I think credit to BLG, because coming into playoffs, there weren't the highest expectations, but their level of performance just skyrocketed. ultimately able to make it to the finals. And even as LPL's second seed, they're really showing us why they're not just a team, but a region to be reckoned with. Such immaculate team play across the map.
It did feel like that BLG were finding their footing coming into the plains, right? They realized that they couldn't just rely on their top side to carry every single one of their games. They needed to be better at enabling and playing through bot. And I think you've seen the benefits of their efforts from play-ins, the way that they have so beautifully been able to set up Elk for success in so many games, and then Elk just individually having an incredible tournament. They continue their dominant ways as BLG look for another fight.
Tree is going to connect the hook onto Alistair, though. Maybe they can force the ultimate out before anything else happens, but Elk becoming a bigger and bigger threat as he gets more items under his belt. They can't afford to commit to that one.
Okay, now it's BLG's turn. Time for you to not 50-50 the Baron. Let's see if they can keep Blabber away. This is a prime opportunity for Blabber.
Looking for an angle for Blabber, but On just trying to deny. They're just going to burn it down before Blabber can get anywhere near the pit. It's clean execution from BLG. It's been the story of the entire series. They will not flip it, but now maybe Cloud9 can take the fight. Knockup going down under the Gwen. They're trying to burn through Ben. Ben doesn't have any health. He doesn't have any mana. He does not have a life left as Blabber continues to push forward onto Yagao. Shun looking for the angle. Now the Hexgate through. The Hexgate bringing NA into the team fight. They're ready to fire back, but it is Shun and it is Elk. M&S trying to find the snare. They cannot afford to give Jinx the shutdown fight. Zombie mode. They're going to get one back. They take all the Barons away except for Elks. It's a clean fight for C9, but Blabber's not done. Blabber looking. All of C9 fishing. They need to take all these Barons off if they want to find a bigger advantage. Flash over the wall from Berserker. Berserker looking to turn it. It's 1-for-1, but the Baron denied by C9.
Cloud9, that's absolutely worth it. Yes, they lose the Baron, but they get all 5 members of BLG, including the shutdown there.
BLG invested so much to keep C9 away from the fight that the moment that they then try to commit into the fight, they just don't have the tools. On your front line then disappears. 2 members are stuck in the Baron pit. The Baron was good, but they wanted way too much more, and C9 were quick to punish.
Yeah, the main DPS, Elk there, is just trying to get a couple rockets over the back of the wall, but all the meantime, their front line is dying to all 5 members of Cloud9. C9 did a good job focusing through, kills the front line, then gets through and chases the rest of them. Then here, it gets a little dangerous for Blabber, so he has to jump out of vision because Elk with the extra rockets here, and Berserker flashes for it. It's still worth it to get the big shutdown there. Extra couple hundred gold, but flash expended might be painful.
We keep going back to that one person for reactions. Shout out to you.
Another pick
Great
on Bin.
reactions. Bin taken out. They gave up the Dragon for it, though. BLG on 2. The Soul nowhere near in the future, but excellent to have the pick. What else can they get done with it, however? Looks like Fudge is going to grab the tower.
Yeah, that's a lot considering how far Cloud9 have been down here. The picks onto Bin and even the chunking of the health onto Bin while his backline isn't there is extremely valuable because, again, he's such a huge problem. Damage dealt here, even over the back of that Baron pit, was still all Elk.
Huge props to Blabber for this game. He talks about redemption, and I feel like that he's having an incredible performance. He's been involved in 12 of the team's 13 kills. And while he wasn't given an opportunity to steal away that Baron, he's more than made up for it. Cloud9 basically mitigating the impact of that Baron.
Yeah, what Baron? I didn't see no Baron.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see any Baron either, Kobe. The map is basically reset, and now C9 are looking to get themselves a couple more out of towers. They were able to get their first in top lane. Ideally, they want to play for this bot one, but this mid tower is making things so difficult for them to really move into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and you got a little preview there in the previous team fight, but Elk now, with flash advantage as AD carries, this Jinx definitely warrants a lot of attention. With the expenditure of the flash over the wall there in the last one from Berserker to get the shutdown, it does mean it's going to be a bit more difficult to avoid this BLG engage. And in the previous fight, we had good peeling from Sven and Fudge on the front line, which allowed them to get that health lead.
Certainly did. Fudge now going to need to retreat here. Sven just continues to apply pressure, forcing the ultimate out. Low cooldown at this point in the game, but still have to be careful about that one. And I think it's such a good highlight because as we go later and later, part of the reason I feel like that fight was successful is that, unlike the last fight, as you highlighted, Elk didn't just get to free hit frontline before the fight started. He wasn't immediately a part of it, and I get concerns when you've got a Jinx this late in the game with an RFC if C9 aren't confident, if they can't make up for the mistakes in the previous game, if they can't pull the trigger when they need to, this Jinx is going to chip away the health of your frontline, and you're going to come into every fight at a disadvantage.
So, once again, BLG move into Cloud9's area of the map. They have multiple members on the bot side. Yagao pushed out top, now makes his way mid. The range of Elk is starting to become very problematic for C9.
The good news is he does not have Lord Dominic's yet, though. So while the extra range from RFC feels good, not having Armor Pen is keeping Fudge nice and healthy.
Meanwhile, Berserker trying to lay down the cover fire for his teammate there with the sniper rifle out. Is able to chase him off. Not a lot of damage done. It's going to be a bit calm right now until we have the Baron come up on the map with another minute and 30 left to wait because the lanes are so exposed on the sides here. Cloud9, they can't afford to overextend. A lot more safety is afforded to BLG at this moment, so they're collecting the little things off the map right now.
We're just gearing up. This is the moment between boxing rounds. They're like pouring water in the mouth. You know, they're getting the blood off the face. They're like, get ready, next fight.
These are also the moments where I really like to see some of the best teams will go for little skirmishes and try and use small cooldowns in order to get big cooldowns. If you use an ultimate a couple minutes in advance of an objective and you get a flash, that's a big win. Because your ult will come back up for the objective, but the flash won't. Nobody really taking that risk at the moment, though.
So the problem with C9, well, the problem C9 have right now is they've committed very hard to trying to find this pick on the bin, but he had full information. I'm not entirely sure how he knew, but he was very aware that there was something sneaky going on. And with this window, BLG were like, okay, full topside control. There is nothing that C9 see, and BLG can convert this into a kill, maybe even a tower.
Knocking Fudge back, decent damage thus far, just trying to burn through the health bar. Fudge getting chipped away. I've been on the bottom side. M&S just trying to contest him. They'll hold on to the tower. Fudge giving him his health bar does not matter yet, but it's 23 seconds to kill the Baron. It might deny them the initial setup on this big objective.
But you just look at all these wards at the top side of the map, just complete control. They have double control wards in the river. All of the sweepers now coming through from C9 to reclaim some of that vision. But BLG can go back to base, restock, replenish, and then start threatening the Baron once more.
Yeah, I think if you pulled that enhance of the minimap up before the play, then you would have had all blue wards there. Cloud9, they take that opportunity as they chase off, they chunk down on and force the recalls. They take that opportunity to have a nice retake of the area behind Baron to at least give them some footing.
Big damage onto Elk, looking for the second chain. M&S has been caught out. Blabber now trying to finish him off, but the stopwatch, he went back, he bought it. The tiny advantage is making the difference. The shutdown comes through. C9 forced to retreat. Rocket, body blocked by Fudge.
Always check the inventories. Always check the inventories. C9 eyes get big when they see the chunk down onto Elk, but Elk knew the entire time. He was not sweating at all. He holds both summoner spells. He's got that fresh, newly minted stopwatch in inventory, presses it. Big, big advantage now. 24 seconds off Blabber.
Fudge is trying to press the advantage, trying to get something back, continuing to fight as Elk is not in for a brief moment, but Elk is returned. Elk is ready to fire back. A lot of cooldowns off the board now.
No jungler, 12 seconds on Blabber. The Baron will be started. Yagao has found himself a flank. Fudge trying to cut it off.
M&S looking for a bit of poke. Fudge off to the side. Yagao already burning the ultimate. C9 continuing a step forward. It's getting lower and lower. M&S trying to burst through this one. It's burning down, but no. He will not hesitate. Shun is going to steal that one away. Now Fudge is going to get taken out. BLG taking the objective. C9 walking away empty-handed.
Cloud9, they saw an opportunity in mid lane. M&S finally finding his way onto Elk, but the damage wasn't enough. Elk responds perfectly, and with the jungler dead, they convert it into a Baron. Can C9 get themselves the dragon? There's not much time remaining.
Rocket helping them secure it a bit faster, but it might cost Blabber his life as the chase continues to come. Alistair going to find the empowered stun. Blabber, nothing to dash into. The kick going to get sidestepped here by Elk as he's just ghosting him down. Jungler surely set to fall here as Elk's going to continue to walk forward, but Blabber very mobile. Oh, here comes Finn. Yeah, there's no way out of this one. Into the alcove he goes. Elk going to grab that kill. BLG, what can they do with this Baron?
Well, they can push pretty heavily on 2 lanes at the very least here for themselves. Bin and Elk actually just going to run down bottom lane while they send Yagao towards mid, I would assume, to get that minion wave corral that M&S is trying to shove out right now.
I mean, the good play from C9 was that Blabber bought some time by clearing out that bot wave, but another one is going to appear in no time at all. As you rightly said, Yagao going to go catch mid. That top wave is not ideal for BLG, but they don't care. They have a wave that they can work with. And now they will continue their siege.
BLG are so rich now. They can just bully their way through. Yes, they did end up losing out on the Dragon number 3 here for Cloud9, but they're going to have such a big advantage in the team fight that they'll be confident in not only fighting the next Dragon that will come up and be possible soul for Cloud9, but also getting really early ward coverage here throughout the lead up to that Dragon.
The Red Bull Baron power play, 4.2k and growing here as they pick up a few more waves. So massive difference between the two teams, almost 8k gold. comparable scaling on 80 carries now. It's just so hard for C9 to play this one out.
Yeah, because Ben can just split push forever on this Gwen. He is a massive, to say the least. The rest of the team going to go through mid 4-1. And Shun kind of playing the rotation here through mid, looking in the jungle.
Spotted out. Sven lays down the ward there. For the commit to the play, just trying to burn through Ben's health bar as quickly as possible. Ben shut down Yagao as he overstayed. C9 happy to just find the pick to slow down the Baron push.
And honestly, that is one of the only plays that you can go for when you're this far behind, is always try and pick off the split pusher. The small window here, that small pocket of Fog of War for Cloud9, they find it, they throw everything at Ben, they take him down again. And BLG, they do not quite close off all of the vision for themselves. They leave an opening, and that buys Cloud9 a sweet extra 30 seconds.
And that's all they, well, I say that's all they need. That's much needed, as the Dragon is their next win condition, right? If they can secure this next Dragon, that's a soul, and that's a lot more damage that they're going to gain for these upcoming team fights. And just slowing BLG down at all is a big win for C9. The problem now, Fudge may be in some danger. He doesn't have his ult. He's going to try and TP out, I think, but Yagao holds on to the charm.
Charm coming in.
Looking dead to me.
There's too much CC in the area. He can't TP out to safety.
Top laners!
But Thresh is coming.
Down. Maybe a Lantern can get him out. They really don't do that much damage. Fudge slowly but surely Divine's under procs. Oh, here comes Elf. This is where it gets hard. The knockup to deny the flash out to safety. Clean play for BLG.
Yeah, and they throw 3 wards down on the Lantern as well there. Completely cutting that one off. Meanwhile, picture in picture, you can see bottom tower does go down, but now it's BLG with the top laner advantage.
Ben doesn't have TP right now, so it is a 4v4. Blabber was looking for a flank, but once again, spotted out by BLG. M&S being denied any poke, and Elk is free to hit onto the tower.
On going in, though, just trying to isolate Berserker from the rest of the team. He does not take damage right now from the front line. M&S already getting chunked through. Elk on a killing spree. That's the reset coming in. And now BLG see their opportunity.
Yeah, they do. BLG 5 versus 2.
Oh, Blabber and Berserker, the last hope here. Match point, but Ben just continues to step forward, and it's just not interactive. The Gwen is too damn strong. Ben kicked back into the fountain. He goes golden, but surely he'll fall down here. Is it enough to give C9 another shot, another chance at the fight to come? It does not look like it. Elk untouched, but now Fudge is going to delete the wave. Clean play to try to keep their hopes alive here in game 3.
He will lose his life. The minion wave is gone. Fudge will be able to get that cannon, and BLG, I think they're overstaying their welcome. Just take the top tower, BLG. Of course, Yagao has the teleport available, so he's going to go back to base. They want to try and end the game right here, right now.
Trying to deny as much as he can. Blabber killed. GA now coming out. Sven might try to throw the Lantern one more time. The hunt back coming through, denying the Lantern, denying the escape. BLG will not give Cloud9 another fight. They will not give Cloud9 another game. It is dominance from the LPL second seed here. BLG clean sweeping Cloud9 to move ahead in the tournament.
Ben called it. The 3-0 for BLG. LPL number 2 seed cruising through the upper bracket.
BLG just plays so many fights so well. I feel like this game became a lot harder for them when they overcommitted to a fight around the Baron, but they did what many Western teams did not do. After that mistake, they slowed the game right down. And while I give credit to Cloud9 for being able to find a pick onto Bin here and there, put pressure on him on a side lane, it really just wasn't enough, as BLG will be victorious in this best of 5.
Credit to Ben trying to walk forward.
I mean, he deserves.
I mean, he does deserve it. He knows. He called his shot. He made it happen. And for BLG as a whole, continuing to look stronger and stronger again. Kind of one of the hopes, I think, for C9 fans was that, hey, they were a little bit shakier in plans. They did drop a game to Golden Guardians. Maybe this is something we could exploit, but it just was not the case today.
And this is so massive for BLG, for a lot of these players. For Shun, for Elk, and for On, this is their first international debut, you know, this whole tournament. Lots of really good performances from them, being able to show up here with BLG.
And for BLG as a whole, I mean, they were not really putting up results whatsoever. They had some moments where they got higher up in the standings, 5th, 6th. They were able to do something in Nest, in the Demacia Cup, but never able to translate that to the LPL until this season, and now bringing it on the international stage is a fantastic look for this organization, for this team, for these players. And, you know, the fact that Ben is looking like he's in form is a terrifying prospect for any future opponents, especially that opponent is JDG, we might just get the rematch.
I mean, huge credit to BLG in terms of the growth that they've made in such a short amount of time. Like, it's been a very, well, chaotic season for them. The run that they had to make through in playoffs, the fact that they came into MSI with a very different perspective, and Bin, he's got to be happy. He's got to feel confident.
He can do anything. He can give us the fist bump. He can give us the thumbs up. He's giving us the 3-0. This man's hands say so much.
I think it's I think it's exciting to see how far they can make a run into the tournament. As you said, if JDG can get the upper hand over Golden Guardians, remember Golden Guardians so far putting up the biggest test against BLG so far. JDG will have to keep their eyes out on what Golden Guardians can bring to the table, but perhaps they can get the rematch against the finalists who really put them in their place on their very impressive run throughout the LPL playoffs.
Yeah, continuing to look better. Exactly the trajectory you want in a long tournament like this, especially in a double elimination bracket. A lot of time to improve if you can keep your head above water. Cloud9 now, though, the pressure is on. Definitely incredibly difficult once you're down in that loser's bracket. You can see, of course, damage in that game tells us a pretty clear story.
Yeah, the BLG members were having fun in that game for sure, in that series. Straight out of game number 1, calling it, having really strong performances, really clean execution in game 2.
Alk is just good, you know? Like, there's not much more to add. His laning is impressive. It doesn't matter how much you throw at him, he's still able to bounce back in the game. And he's definitely an AD carry to watch. I know all the LPL casters were talking about how excited, sad they were that he couldn't qualify last year to World Championship. But to see him now at the MSI stage, I need LPL to stop producing world-class AD carries, okay? If they could just, you know,
Can you just slow down for a few years,
like, just
please?
give us a chance, you know?
I mean, how much time do we need to catch up, though?
No comment, but I'm just saying some time would be appreciated. You know? And it's obviously difficult because I think for the West, both for the LEC and the LCS, it's crushing to see how incredible a lot of these LPL and LCK teams are, but like that does not take anything away from them. They are amazing. The way they play fights, the coordination, the early game, and while you can find these windows of opportunity, the windows are getting smaller and smaller, boys, every time we see a best of 5, and that is just credit to those regions for the rate at which they develop talent. It's not just all-star powerhouse orgs. We're seeing new names, new faces so consistently.
Yeah, it's looking to be a civil war in the next stage of each of the competition, with the LCK and LEC fighting off against each other. And we'll see if Golden Guardians can make the upset happen, but it's very much, if things go as expected, it will be JDG versus BLG and Golden Guardians C9, which will be just a rematch of all of the finals that we've seen so far, an opportunity for teams to potentially get some revenge.
Yeah, we talked about redemption. I don't think that people would expect it to come at the hands of the team that they played in the finals, but you're going to take it where you can get it on the international stage. You know, at this point, you're just like, give us those wins.
Woo! The way to look at it, right, is it's like, all right, Westerners, we've got to like, someone has to be sacrificed for the other to level up, okay? Yeah, they're just like, we can only send one forward.
A terrifying prospect, but of course, at the end of the day, it's BLG's day, so let's send it over to Lore, standing by with a victorious On for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you also for joining me. Congrats on taking down C9 3-0. After the first game, Bin backstage did a sign 3-0 like this, thinking that it would be a really one-sided series. Did you also think this way? And what made you think that C9 would not take a single game today?
那首先恭喜你们，今天是非常干净利落，3-0终结比赛。其实呢，在第一局比赛结束之后，我们也有看到斌哥是有做出了3-0的一个手势，所以说你或许当时会不会认为自己也会3-0顺利拿下？就为什么你们能够这么有决定性的不让对手拿走1分呢？
上路说能3-0，那我肯定也觉得能3-0。
So it's basically our top laner told us like we can have a 3-0, so I believe it would be a 3-0.
Believe Bin, always. It's impressive when I look at your playstyle, especially in the LPL. When I look at you, it looks like there's only one way, and this way is forward. Tell me more about your gaming philosophy and why you think as a support, being so aggressive is the way to go.
那其实呢，平时我们看到 On 的打法也是让人非常的震撼的，就感觉你的面前只有一条路，那就是永远勇往直前的往前冲。所以说，也想问一下，可能你的一个游戏的哲学，或者说你的游戏的风格是怎么样的？那作为辅助选手，你觉得你这样凶悍的打法是有怎样的意义呢？
我觉得我的游戏打法是有一点进攻了，然后但是我防守也会做得很好。 辅助如果很激进的话，让队友的视野的控制 就是在地图的影响力上辅助会很大。
So definitely in terms of my own play style, I agree that I played really aggressively, but also I can do a very good job in all the defense. And also I feel like as a support, if I just played super aggressively, the whole team, we can have a good control on the vision, and it actually can help us to control the map.
Definitely is, and I also think it's why you have such a good connection with Elk. Your AD carry. Tell me more about your relationship and why it's such a huge match on the bot lane.
那同时呢，感觉你们下路的配合也是非常非常优秀的，所以说也比较好奇，可能昂选手是怎么样来评价自己和 Elk 在下路的一个搭配呢？觉得你们打得这么好的原因是什么？
我觉得我们 AD 的打法就是比较装吧，然后就是很容易上嘴脸给对面，只要获取了优势。然后我们两个组成下路的话，就在对线上还有资源的控制率。 都很好玩。
Definitely, Elk has a super aggressive playstyle. He always would like to maybe smash the opponent, and also so the two of us can play quite dominant in the laning phase, and also we can be very helpful in controlling all the neutral objectives.
Definitely going to be a scary version of VLG. Looking forward to the tournament, and it's the first time you step on the international stage. What are you looking to prove personally here at MSI in London?
那其实这也是昂选手的第一次国际赛事的舞台，在伦敦，在这次的 MSI 上，想为自己证明些什么呢？
证明我不是一个只会耍帅的辅助啊。
I want to prove that I'm not the guy that can only show some handsome actions. I can do more.
And it's just the beginning. And you celebrate today with a birthday win.
Happy birthday to you.
Come on, London.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
新年快乐！
祝你生日快乐！祝你生日快乐！ 祝你生日快乐！祝你生日快乐！
Congratulations! Thank you so much for the interview, Wendy. Thank you so much for the translation. Shocks, back to you.
Thank you so much. It's becoming a tradition, celebrating the birthdays on
Happy
stage.
birthday.
Congratulations. Rather, this is awesome. I mean, C9 was just a cherry on the cake, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as LCS representative, C9 really wanted to give something meaningful, a beautiful gift to BLG, and that's what they gave him.
Okay. And then he got a cake. All right, well, it's time for MSI cooldown as we see Billy Gaming, who successfully have their first match in the bracket stage. After there were a couple of doubts in the playing stage, how much of those do you feel have been wiped away, Ox?
I definitely feel like they looked better, but I don't think the level was that improved. Like, despite this being a 3-0, it still felt like there was a lot of mistakes from BLG. This wasn't like a clean 3-0, and they had to, you know, do a lot of work in some of these games to get it over the end. A lot of the times they were behind in kills, and I think considering a lot of people view them as the weakest team out of all of the Chinese and Korean teams, I'm a little bit worried for them going into that upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're expecting them to go against JDG, who's an absolute beast. I will say, I do think that, you know, Elk performed really well again. You know, you just even look at the damage charts at the end of the game. So whether Berserker was close in gold or not, it was never really close in performance in game. And Bin, I thought, had a really strong series. You know, that was a big step up. But I agree. I mean, even though it was a 3-0, the games individually were competitive, and Cloud9 at times had positions where they could have won had they actually performed better in the fights.
I do like that you call out specifically like the likes of JDG, because I think we get into this trap very often that we think, oh, they were competitive and they made some mistakes, but in my memory, it's always the LEC and the LCS teams that think that, but then they always get run over in the skirmishes or by this late game AD carry. So maybe I'm a negative Nancy, but that's usually how I see it.
Well, I mean, it's always going to be the way you feel as a losing team, right? As a losing team, you'll naturally look at all these moments, these things that you could have done differently, but the reality is they won 3-0 because they were the better team. They performed better in the team fights. They made better movement on the map. To me, those were the two biggest differences. is that they played the map way better. They created gold leads. You talked about, oh, sometimes BLG were down in kills, but often they were ahead in gold because they're playing the map better, because they're getting more farm and playing out these team fights better. And at the key moments, C9 won a lot of little skirmishes, but at the key moments, C9 always seemed to kind of fall flat, whether they were not on the same page, or whether they're failing at the bear intake, or engaging when someone's trying to base and things like this. Those key moments often mean so much more than the little skirmishes early on in the game.
Yeah, I just think the thing for me is that going up against JDG again, in those key moments, they won't make the mistakes Cloud9
Hey,
did.
that's not a done deal yet.
If it happens, going up against the likes of
Golden
Gen
Guardians
G,
3-0.
Going up against the likes of Gen G, they won't make those mistakes. T1 might, honestly, like the Baron mistake. I could see them doing it, but still.
They haven't done it yet.
They will.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, for Elk also, because we had just some of the Jinx replays from that last game in general, it's really cool to see his development overall, where, as we talked about in Countdown, there have been moments where there was the question, is this going to be his breakthrough? And then heartbreaking losses across the road. I think there is a lot of expectation on his shoulders in the tradition also of LPL ADCs, and that's quite exciting.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like, especially last year, was such a sad one for him, because on Ultra Prime, which was honestly a roster people had some decent hopes for, they never even made top 10, right? 17-team region, top 10 is playoffs, both splits didn't make it in there. And it must be so frustrating to be one series away from Worlds and then end up being on this roster that doesn't even make playoffs for the whole year. So it's great to see him come back, to see his growth. And it's not just that he's on this roster, he's a defining piece of BLG now.
Absolutely. And another one next to him, our 1+ player of this series, Bin. Are you surprised? It was a bit contentious between Elk and him, and also some members that have the impact that maybe aren't as flashy, but Bin is still a monster, dude.
I mean, he was so good in these games. The Gnar game especially, I thought was all about Bin. These early fights, turning it around when C9 was in some pretty good positions, when C9 had a powerful draft. They just had no answers for him. The Kennen game, I don't think was as dominant by any means, but again, back on the Gwen game, he was such a problem, getting early kills, even in the 1v2, taking down MNS, who had roll swapped up towards that top lane. So Bin, I think, overall, incredible series.
Yeah, and I think the right call was made by Cloud9 to just say, okay, Bin is a problem, let's play like these tank picks top and neutralize him. But that wasn't enough. I feel like he just couldn't keep a check on him, and he was just such a monster in these fights, and in the skirmishes as well, on picks like the Gwen.
It was great to see. Yeah, it's scary. It's always scary. And I think a lot of the things that we outlined about, like, hey, maybe we were not as convinced that Yugao didn't really crush it or what, but it just works within the system of the team, and he's doing the role that he has to do. And I feel like that's the key here for all of BLG, and to see how they were evolved farther into the tournament draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the things that BLG does so incredibly well is how well they enable Elk, how they create space for him in team fights, how they make these zones of safety, so he's always free hitting, he's always getting damage out. Because as I said, like, you look at the damage graphs in the last game, that Jinx versus the Aphelios on the other side, Berserker is really comfortable on Aphelios. He had a tremendous amount of gold, got a bunch of shutdowns, but is doing what, like a quarter, a third of the damage of his opponent, right? And I think a lot of that is about the player, but a lot of that is also about the team and how they enable him. And BLG are so good at that, and that's why I think their team fights often look so clean, and why Elk is so impressive.
And I think in game one, when Berserker was on the Xayah, you kind of saw him able to be self-sufficient, and so he was able to sort of match Elk in that regard. But game 2 and 3, you look at the damage graph and it's clear he was just playing defensive the whole time. And I think Elk works so well, especially when you have a team with members like Shun, like Bin, like On. These are super aggro players. Even in the LPL, they're viewed as aggro players, so he matches into that so well.
There's people behind us trying to get the Cloud9 sign in. Oh,
we still got some Cloud9 believers.
We do. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we? Because we have a lower bracket and an upper bracket. So let's take a look at it. So we have our matchups that are already set in terms of Mad versus G2 and Gen G versus T1. And now BLG moves on as well and is going to play the winner of JDG or Golden Guardians. It's just tomorrow. I would like to ask my panel, though, now that we had 3 out of the 4 best of 5s already, can you see any common denominator in terms of what's going wrong for the LEC and the LCS comparatively, or is it all different things?
I think it's honestly different things. Like today, it felt like Cloud9 had some good ideas. The drafts were strong. It's just the execution was kind of lacking. I feel like with Mad Lions, game 1 as well, they had a really strong opener, but they kind of just fell apart after that. I feel like its composure is a big thing. The LPL and the LCK teams, even if a mistake happens, they just keep on being a massive menace throughout the game.
I would say the one common denominator is we appear to be worse at League of Legends.
Yeah, okay.
That checks out, yeah.
It appears to be the same across the board.
It does check out. But hey, there is hope yet. Tomorrow, JDG up versus the Golden Guardians. Now, you know, maybe you wouldn't want to arrive here as an LCS fan or a fan of the West. Let's just group them and say, okay, this is the only one we have left in the upper bracket to win our opening match. Is going to be hard, Azale.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I think that without a doubt, if Golden Guardians took down JDG, that would be the biggest BO5 upset of all time internationally, right? I think that you can make arguments for some others in the past. IGTL, this one's bigger than that.
Oh,
I think no shot. Okay. That was our #1 seed, and that was a team that had more international expectations. Golden Guardians wasn't even expected to make playoffs in the LCS. They were not expected to come to this tournament. A lot of people, even in predictions, had them not even making it out of play-ins. I think yourself included, had them ranked below.
At the 9th, just 9th.
So
just
yeah,
9th.
so
Close,
you didn't expect them to get through, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
that's the point, is that they weren't even supposed to be here. So if they were to take down JDG, who is the super team of all super teams, I think that is the greatest upset of all time. Do I think they can do it? Probably not. But, you know, they have been a team that has not played with fear, and they have been a team that has doubted every step of the way. And that's something that you have to kind of love and respect about that team, is that they are going to come out here, play their game, and try to play with confidence. And I don't think they're going to hold anything back. We're not going to see a Golden Guardians playing tentative and scared.
And I think a big thing as well is that they've already warmed up in the play-ins, which I think is something that maybe could have hit Cloud9. But like Huhi in particular has been on an absolute tear. I think.
True, Cloud9 would have won today if they were in play-ins. I like that point. That's a good one, Ox.
Yeah, I think Huhi has just been an absolute tear, playing with such confidence. And honestly, for JDG, I think Missing has been underperforming a bit. So it is a long shot.
But
yeah, I mean,
I'm a support player. I think it's the role.
I love how it's like this one player is kind of maybe underperforming a little. So yeah, the others are the favorites. I mean, you gotta love the copium over here. But it's all we have left. Okay, that's all from us here today in London. We'll be back tomorrow at 12:45 London time. Look up whatever that is in your time zone. More coverage of MSI 2023. The games start at 1 p.m. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Are they going to be able to follow this one up? Coming out, Keo, follow up, Elk, will he get burned down? First blood, Elk on the edge. Berserker going to flash in and make it a 1-for-1 trade back, but in the end, the trade going in favor of BLG. Into the waiting arms of Berserker and Sven, they're both trying to retreat rapidly. MNS is just looking to finish up as many kills as he can. The Silas is too damn strong in these early skirmishes. But maybe he can be the difference maker instead. Everyone just looking to get out, but Ben keeps going. Kenan Alcow coming in. Ben going mega, finding one. He uses a Gnar of his own, and just like that, BLG come alive in game 1.
Oh, Berserker, can he get away with his life? No, he cannot.
MNS on the way down, looking for the taunt. Elk in a flash out to safety just in time. That's the knock up onto the Nami. Can they finish one kill? Berserker gets him.
This Syndrome.
Knockback flights on 2 fronts. Elk! What was he doing there?
I don't know, I have flash, by the way.
BLG looking for an angle in. Shun desperate to steal his one. Shun takes it! Lamb's respite, but it's just a perfect setup for Ben to follow up. On looking for the bubble, but he can't quite find it. That's another carry taken down. It is Elk and BLG just tearing through Cloud9.
It should not be called Lamb's respite because it's just Lambs to the slaughter as BLG will tear apart Cloud9.
Great trade within the top lane. MNS now running. MNS the chains of connected. They're trying to finish it off. Ben snip finds one.
Alles is nog. Stel ze 5 seconds. Dit? I'm basing.
Spike fight. Coming in, Berserker forced off to the side. Oh, it's a beautiful headbutt pole onto the backside. Terrible guns for Berserker in the fight. The shutdown coming in. BLG taking everything. GA now coming out. Sven might try to throw the lantern one more time. The punt back coming through, denying the lantern, denying the escape. BLG will not give Cloud9 another fight. They will not give Cloud9 another game. It is dominance from the LPL second seed here. BLG clean sweeping Cloud9 to move ahead in the tournament.
Welcome back to beautiful London. Even though it is a rain rainy day, we're gonna make it fireworks on the Rift. We're back in the Copper Box Arena and MSI 2023, where the West's final hope and huge underdogs, Golden Guardians, will be facing off against JDG for a shot versus BLG on Sunday. My name is Shax, and I am joined by Emily Rand and Chronicler on the desk. What a cool trio to look over these games today. And as said, it's raining outside, so it's the first time actually since the time we've been here. So London is finally delivering on that front, meaning we can watch some League of Legends without shame.
Yeah, we had a lot of drizzle, but actual rain, you know, I think it's an authentic London experience. You need to get it, and hopefully everyone, there will be a long day of games.
Yeah.
We get to watch a lot, and the rain will have passed by the time it's done. Right?
I don't have high hopes.
Right?
Well, that just sets the tone for the day, I guess. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, because if you look at it from the one hand, you're probably sad for the LCS and the LEC, but you could also just be very happy, Chronicler, about how the LCK teams and BLG are doing.
Yeah, as an LCK fan, I've had a wonderful week. I think that seeing not only Gen G be as strong as they were in finals, but T1 actually both swap up their strategy and look as dominant as they did in the regular split was really cool for me to see.
Yeah, and then from BLG yesterday, I mean, I do think BLG are still, you know, not as strong as the team we're about to see today, in my mind. Hopefully I'm not proven wrong on that. But it was cool to see them, you know, I know it was a rough time for C9, and I know they're going to want some of those games back. But I did like BLG's team fighting in particular and a lot of their team fight setups. And I did like the joke from Yagao, who was like, yeah, we knew we had to 3-0 because we had a dinner reservation for On's birthday.
Yeah. You know what? I call a little bit of bluff because even if they played 5 games, they would have still been out by like 5 or 6 p.m.
Maybe they were a really long game.
Yeah. Maybe it was just a reservation for 7, but I like that they did it this way, though. It was cool. A little bit of banter. We've had actually a lot of banter this MSI. So let's get into this matchup, which is the last best of 5 in this part of the bracket stage. Then tomorrow we have 2 back-to-back ones of the upper and the lower bracket. But Golden Guardians first. Let's talk about their journey here, because you could say they don't have a chance today. They're not supposed to win, but they weren't supposed to do anything actually this year.
Yeah, I know it was covered in play-ins, but this is a team that was pretty much across the board rated 8th going into the competitive season this year. They started 0-4 in the LCS split, went on a tear kind of in the mid, but then dropped off later on in the split, so ended up 6th. We were thinking they might even slip out of playoffs. They made playoffs. They were not supposed to make it here to MSI. They weren't even supposed to win their first playoff match, so they made an incredible run through the LCS playoffs. I don't know if we're not supposed to reach bracket stage. Maybe some people thought that, maybe they didn't. But they are certainly not supposed to beat JDG today.
Yeah, sounds like a good setup for the meme we all know and love, but unfortunately, they're memes for a reason, right? The actual chances, and we need to be realistic about this, are low for GG here today.
I mean, if you look at their opponents, I think it's a juxtaposition of stories going into this one, because for JDG, this is the super team to end all super teams. Everyone expected them to be here, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can point to JDG's series, their first series against BLG and the LPL playoffs, and you're like, that's their one kind of major slip up on their way here. They still ended up winning that series, and then they looked really dominant in their finals against BLG, despite the fact that it was a 3-1 instead of a 3-0. This is a team that was constructed to win, and they are here, and they are a tournament favorite.
And what I am extremely excited about here today is to see what are we going to see. Are we going to see the way that they played in the playoffs? And as you said, even though the first series was relatively close, the second one, they made clear that they are by a large margin the best team in the LPL. And we haven't seen them for a very long time at this point.
No, and if you haven't been able to follow the LPL, you saw they have Knight in the mid lane now and Ruler in the AD carry position, and there's a lot of things we can talk about. But to cherry pick one, let's talk about 369 in the top lane, and what a might he has been in contention for the conversation of the best top in the world, together with Zeus last year as well, Emily, and certainly someone that everyone wants to see perform.
Yeah, I mean, 369 is such a fun player. I remember watching him in Demacia Cup 2018, and I was like, this kid is going to be something super super special. The coolest thing for me is how much he evolved, especially through last year, where he was really heavily criticized by his own teammates even for not being able to play something outside of very specific carries. So he really grinded to be a more well-rounded player, and we've absolutely seen that last year and also this year. He can play weak side, he can play strong side, he can do it all.
He can do it all, indeed, and that's why 369 and Licorice are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The ability to not only take criticism, but reflect on it and use it to grow yourself as a player is invaluable to those that are seeking to become the best in the world. In today's featured matchup, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, we have two players that exemplify this uncommon trait. Licorice's domination in play-ins shattered an illusion of being washed up and shows exactly what the right team can do for the right player.
Now on to Elf, who gets the wild growth on top of him. Licorice trying to jump in with the all-out. Elf flashing away, charmed up, taken down. You cannot deny that the Gasante will get his mark.
An impressive comeback performance. On the other side of the rift, we see 369, whose name was synonymous with the consistent rolls of a dice. Quietly but steadily changed to become one of the most reliable top laners in the world.
Into the charm, it's beautiful stuff. Now waiting here as Gal still in a lot of danger. Explosion cast used, 369 does a barrel roll.
Both of these incredible personalities have been humbled before and grown because of it. The question is, who will fall again?
What an awesome featured matchup, and for the side of GG as well, if you could see it as an underdog matchup, but it could prove to be very interesting. It's going to be difficult though. Maybe for people who last saw JDG last year, you know, it's not that they necessarily play as much around 369 as they used to, right?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to be on a carry. I think the biggest evolution in his play is that he can be left alone and just mitigate pressure. And while that's been something that's been credited to Licorice as well, I think 369 is similarly well-rounded, so I'm really curious to see what's going to happen in the top lane.
Personally, I'm expecting maybe if 369 wants to do the same thing that we saw in the Gen G series, where Doran, a player that in playoffs was basically exclusively on tank duty, get some counter picks, get some explosive matchups, and we actually see these two face off in anything that is not a tank versus tank matchup.
And it's super interesting you bring that up, because one of the stories with Licorice is that he was kind of universally rated one of the worst tops in the LCS throughout the regular season split. And it was in the 100 Thieves series where he noticed they were never going topside, and he was like, okay, you know, give me the counter pick. So you can see his LCS regular season counter pick rate was 33%. During the playoffs, it went all the way up to 76%, which is the highest of all tops. Currently, in MSI play-ins, and all of MSI, actually, when I checked yesterday, he has the lowest counter pick rate. So he's back to being... He's back to blind picking a little bit more, so I'm curious to see what they do. I don't even know. It's a rough matchup for him, I think.
Yeah.
And I do think that with top lane, how it stands, I was saying earlier, I would love some carry versus carry matchups. But we have actually seen that a lot of the game is centered toward the bot side of the map, and it's more about how, as a top laner, can you enable the rest of your team. Sure, you need to be able to not drop too many plates and keep up in lane, but it's about how you play out the team fights and how you're able to impact the rest of the map.
Yes, and since we have 369, I think we did this in the past as well, but we're going to try and predict through the dice, and I have a dice cam. Wait, it's got to focus. Let's see if it's going to work. It takes a second for it to stream. Is it going to work? I don't know. Yes, okay.
Let's go. All right. I was only rolling 3s before the day started, so a 6.
That's a 6.
Oh!
Yeah, 6.
So what does that mean? Because, like, perfect 369, that would be an absolute stomp. What's a 6?
He'll do okay, right? He's solid.
Okay.
Good enough.
They'll play through bot lane. They'll play through bot lane.
Great. Okay, Dice Cam, thank you for that. Awesome. We'll check in on this and if the first game does go this way. But let's break away from that top lane just a little bit and look at some of the other elements that are going to influence this matchup and talk about jungle, because Emily, you took a specific look at River's pathing.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up just a small example from play-ins against the PSG series, in which Licorice is actually going to end up on this bottom side invading here. After they set up, right here, he's going to come, he's going to end up doing birds to red to Krugs, and then come and wrap around here in the bot lane to set up for a gank. And I think the big thing you can also see is this is something that we saw a lot during the LCS split. You'll see in a moment that they're going to actually start pinging out Woody on the bot side, which is who they're going to go after. And as soon as that gets pinged out, who he is going to go in. This actually could have ended up going a little bit not as good as what ended up happening, but obviously they wanted to focus on snowballing this bot lane. River is a jungler who is going to focus on getting into his lanes, right? And that means that he is not going to have the same heavy farming advantages that Kanavi will. Someone like Kanavi is a very, very different jungler.
What I want to highlight as well, looking at Kanavi, is that when it comes to like the mid-game late team fights, being their first team, setting up engages, most notably on this Wukong, for example, he is incredibly consistent, incredibly strong. And what has been, for me, a really big theme of this tournament is that teams like GG actually have been able to get early game leads. But it's actually turning those into more than just a lead, because if you don't, Kanavi's late game impacts, I think, is really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and that's why I think this jungle matchup is kind of interesting. Obviously, we're all hinting at it. We're expecting a very lopsided series in favor of JD Gaming. This is a tournament favorite. But I think the disparate jungle styles is going to be really interesting for me, because as we saw from GG, even in their LCS final series against C9, they would have leads that they would not be able to convert into wins. And even if they do get an early lead, I fully expect that JDG and Kanavi will be able to better them in team fights.
Yeah, in that regard, it is a bit of a trend that we've seen the last couple of days with the Western teams in general. We have to look at the bot lane a little bit as well, I feel, because aside from being two very interesting stories, also competitively, it's cool to look at Ruler, who's now on this lineup, and Stixxay, who, as we said already in the plains, is back here at MSI finally.
And if you haven't watched any of the LPL and you haven't watched any of the game, I'm like, hey, why is Ruler no longer in GNG, where he has been for so long? Did go, of course, to the LPL, did go to JDG, and had a great impact there. And we actually see a lot of similarities between how Gen G used to play around him. We see JDG do the same thing as well. As Jinx, really good example. The team fighting consistency and output in terms of damage that this player is able to do has been a hallmark of a lot of what Gen G has been able to do throughout all these years. And he's doing the same thing on JDG.
Yeah, and he's transformed JDG into an even more complete team, right? With the two acquisitions across the board in general. Now, I know that sometimes here we are blamed for cherry picking stats. And he's up versus Stixxay. But in this next graphic we're going to show, for which our stats analysts had to stay up all night.
Wow.
They put in a lot of work, okay?
Yeah. Wow. This is not...
Look at that.
Look at that.
Cherry picked at all.
No.
Cold hard facts, Emily.
Oh, one thing I do want to say is that it's cool they kind of came onto the scene in the same time. And I know Stixxay has actually talked a lot about how doing so well that early in his career, making an MSI finals his first year, right? His first international event. He's been trying to get back there, and he almost retired. So to see him on the stage, going up against Ruler, another player that started around the same time, it's just really cool.
Yeah, the story that he had to get convinced to take a spot on the academy team, that everyone wanted to play with him, and now against all odds they make it to MSI. But let's see what magic they can make at MSI in the bracket stage, and who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. It's as lopsided as it has been. 74.5.
That's actually more for Golden Guardians
than you expected?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
your expectations weren't very high. I think it's very fair given the state of the matchup, right? This is the LPL #1 seed. JDG is an incredible team, and even if you can get an early lead, like GG have been able to, it's hard to actually knock them down.
It's incredibly lopsided. You can also send in your votes every day at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter. In 20 seconds then, Emily, playing standard is probably not going to cut it. I don't know. Playing towards the top side, maybe also not. So what is it going to be if we were to see an upset today?
All right, if you want my absolute copium take, because Golden Guardians are known for picking some stuff that they have not practiced in scrims. They're just going to randomly throw out there, especially with Huhi in the support position. That's what they have to do, right? They're on red side, get some flex picks in there, get creative, because if you can do that and have River have a good early game, that's your best shot.
Team fights, team sides. The laning doesn't matter. Just try and 5v5. Maybe you can get a win there.
Perfect. Let's see. That's all from us here at the desk. It is time for a showdown between tournament favorites from the LPL JDG and NA's last hope. Hey, there's a lower bracket. The Golden Guardians.
double kill for Whoosh. He's looking for more.
60! Are you kidding me?
Triple of his own.
Feels great to be back at MSI after 7 years. I think our initial goal was to make the bracket stage, and now that we did that, we're just going to see how far we can go doing it.
从他们入围赛的表现来看，也是非常强的。因为他们打 BLG 赢下了1分吧，就还是需要警惕的。
It's just really obvious that their individual skill is higher than people that they're playing against, and that seems to be how they win the games.
我觉得我其他中单不一样的点，可能我游戏里打的可能比较自信吧，就出装会比较激进。
LPL을 우승하고 온 팀이다 보니까 당연히 잘할 거라 생각하고 솔직히 좀 겁이 나는데 네, 계속 말하지만 최선을 다해보겠습니다.
I'm actually really excited to play versus JG because I had a bit of a thing with Ruler back in the day, maybe like 6 or 7 years ago. So it's really cool that I get to play versus an actual game.
스크레이 선수는 되게 잘했던 선수라고 기억하고 있습니다. 우와 신기하다 라는 생각을 되게 많이 했었고 지금도 잘 한다고 생각을 해가지고 열심히 막아보겠습니다.
I've waited 7 years for this, and I'm not going to miss my shot.
제가 경기를 이기면 알려줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
London! Please welcome the final 2 teams to the MSI bracket stage. JDG and Golden Guardians!
I am the one, I am the chosen. I am the one, I am the chosen. Yeah, this is my destiny, this is my moment. I am the one, I am the chosen. I am the one, I am the chosen. Heavy is the head, crown she soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes on big brick, but the crowd is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking over late, walking down this road. I'm on late, hear the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, but the crowd is full. Get it.
Hello and welcome everyone to another day of MSI 2023. I am Azel. I'm joined here by Dagda. And finally, Flowers has arrived, traveling to an international tournament here for the first time since 2019. I'm
Thank
here
you,
with my
gentlemen.
boy.
I appreciate it. I'm excited to be here. It's JDG and the Golden Guardians in the final match of this stage of the bracket of the tournament. JDG has never been to MSI before. Golden Guardians has never been to international competition before. And now I want to see both teams leave it all here on the stage.
I mean, there's a huge amount of pressure here up against for GG against JDG. Qingdong Gaming are absolutely insane at the moment. Like, it's going to be an uphill battle, but we'll have to see if Golden Guardians can try and fight.
I mean, it's easy for Golden Guardians. You just focus the weak link, and oh wait, Ruler's in the bot lane, so we're not going to go there.
Okay.
Well, Knight's in mid lane. Maybe not going to be there either. Well, we could just go. We can invade. Oh, Kanavi. Okay. Oh, it's going to be a problem. I'm not sure where they're going to go.
Yeah, there might be some issues in trying to find a weak link on a super team like JDG, but it all has to start here in the draft. Let's take a look at how it goes down. K'Sante, Kennen, and Ari banned out by JDG. Golden Guardians getting rid of the Nidalee, the Annie, and the Vi. Maokai, the first pick here for JDG.
I mean, what I'm looking for from Golden Guardians is to just play with confidence. You cannot go into a matchup like this afraid. Of course, JDG are monstrous favorites. Everyone knows that. You know, it's really them alongside the LCK teams, I think, are people looking at potential as MSI champions. This is a super team to end all super teams. They're ridiculously stacked across the board. So I want to see GG go with new picks, go with confidence, look for fights, just have faith in your abilities and hope that you can make some magic happen.
I mean, this could be one of them. It looks like River hovering at carry here. Bel'Veth and Kha'Zix are the two. That'd be so sick to see them brought out. Aphelios already locked in as well. I know from back domestically, Ruler definitely preferred to go towards the Jinx, so I imagine we're probably going to see that as a response, but I'm excited to see if they do bring out something different, but it's back to basics.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Sejuani just far, far too powerful throughout. Honestly, the entirety of spring, this champion has been a very big presence in the meta.
Yeah.
Not surprised to see it locked in here in the game one. But JDG, they're going to lock in the Jace for themselves, as well as the Jinx there for Ruler in the bottom lane.
All right, so I'm looking for a melee pairing here from one of the solo lanes now, you know, for Licorice, for Gory, and where are they going to go? Licorice had been known to go towards a lot of carries during playoffs, you know, things like Olaf. He's willing to go towards really aggressive picks. I think that could be a strong pairing, unless they want to bring out something like a Sylas perhaps for Gory.
Yeah, I think they're going to struggle a little bit, though, if you end up going towards the super short range, because just look at how much range is there with the Jace and the Jinx now locked in. It feels like you need things to try and close the distance, and Nautilus does fit that bill relatively well.
So we've got a Nautilus, we've got a Sejuani on the side of Golden Guardians, as well as the Aphelios there to be the big damage carry. This is how the Golden Guardians have played a lot of their games, putting faith in Stixxay, putting the economy and the resources in Stixxay later on, and he's got these guys for the CC and the front line to protect him. But that range that you're talking about on JDG, you gotta be careful
But
against.
this is also what we've basically seen coming out from the LCK teams, right? Like, you stick the Nautilus mid, you go for these mega tanks in front of your Aphelios, and just have a bunch of engage and let the Aphelios do the work. So it definitely feels like Golden Guardians have kind of taken a leaf out of that book and are going to go for that style.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? I think that Nautilus could also easily be going down towards Hui. It is obviously a flex pick. The Jace could be Knight or 369 piloting this, so there are flex picks on both sides. You know, Hui is not one to shy away from these engage champions, even when they're not meta. He loves going towards these early aggressive engage champions like the Set, the Amumu, things that are really in his wheelhouse.
Well, the first half of the draft sees us looking at junglers and marksmen for both teams, as well as what could be a couple of flex picks there in that third slot. So with the second half now coming around, it's Golden Guardians focusing on the supports. They want to take out the Lulu and the Renata. Both are adept at enabling and supporting hyper carries like a Jinx, so they don't want to deal with that. While JDG is looking at some of the things they've already drafted, like a Maokai ult, for instance, and saying, let's keep Sylas off of the table for that. Yone, also one of those picks that not everybody in the world plays, but Gory is comfortable on.
Yeah, absolutely. And clearly JDG is not convinced that this is a Nautilus mid. They're still banning out some of the melee carry pairings that Gory would be playing here. Sylas is always an obvious one for me when Sejuani comes through, so it's going to be Psy on top. I do think we're waiting for 5th pick mid, unless they're going to go for a really spicy support counter pick. I do think this is likely to be a support Scion, but we'll have to see what they want to do. Clearly Golden Guardians trying to hold that till the last moment to really try to pick for some sort of an advantageous matchup. If the Gwen were to come through, it's really only carry versus carry matchups that can have much of a chance in it. So the Scion is going to be so much on that back foot, you know, really just trying to absorb the pressure, trying to survive.
Yeah, and I think now you just lock in something like a Thresh here in the bot lane, make sure that then, you know, Gwen can take care of herself, Maokai's going to be fine to play front line, and you've got that reposition tool if you need to for some of these long-range carries. Disengage isn't always a bad option as well, so it could be the Braum too, but it's the same idea. Look, let's just try and keep Golden Guardians at bay and free hit them from the back line.
Well, a little bit more time. Okay, the Braum going to get locked in there, so not something as much of a get-out-of-jail-free card as a Thresh would be or something that can save directly, but okay, we've got the Jax locked in, and yeah, that means Scion is now switched over, because you guys were just talking about, hey, Gwen's only really threatened by another carry.
Yeah.
Well, here comes the Jax copter.
So I was thinking that it was still going to be Nautilus support, but I wasn't expecting the Scion to move towards mid. So this is interesting because, you know, normally, as I was saying, Licorice is willing to play these carry matchups and see what he can get done. Jax is one of the carries I do actually really like into the Gwen. I do think it can sometimes be difficult early, but if you can actually get up to a couple items, you can definitely start to outscale. You can start to win out in those 1v1s. More difficult to team fight on the Jax, I would say, than the Gwen on the other side, but Sion is going to try to slot in a similar way that a Cassante would mid, and Sion is a great matchup into the Jace here. You can even go towards something like Comet if you want. It's not a long lane, so it's difficult for the Jace to really abuse this, and I actually like what Golden Guardians have drafted.
Yeah, I think it was a really good idea. The only thing I'm worried about is just the amount of push they have then in mid and bot, like the opportunity for them to try and put some pressure on towards River. And that's kind of where JDG have found a lot of success in the early game when you look at them domestically, is trying to find ways to use that push with Kanavi and get aggressive. It's why they have the most kills in the early game across the entirety of the LPL.
And not only do they have all of these kills, it's not like they need to have more numbers there. These guys are adept. They are so individually skilled. For Golden Guardians, they've got to have their heads on straight coming into this matchup. You cannot be trying to take some YOLO trades. You cannot be trying to ego on JDG, because this is a team that is absolutely merciless, and especially in the early game.
Absolutely. I mean, they are just ridiculously strong individuals. I would say, and I don't know if you agree, Egda, but I would say JDG is the best laning team in the world. I think that they are just so tough to deal with because of that, because every lane is so damn strong.
Oh.
He can just go either. Not going to be able to get anything.
I know. It's the appearance of everybody pouring out of the fog. It's like, man, I do not want to be around here any longer. So 369, he'll get himself out of there. Featured matchup in the top lane, 369 versus Licorice. Okay.
We have a spicy matchup to start it, and JDG are actually looking for something here with the Braum. We'll see if they can tag. They're fine, so they should be able to back it off, but they do get at least a little bit of that first strike gold. Worth noting, it is Ignite TP for 369, so he is really going more for that 1v1, less for kind of the team fight prowess. A lot of people would go Ghost if they want to go more for the utility, but Ignite gives you that kill pressure, especially early on, where I do already think this is a Gwen-favored matchup. So it's going to be difficult for Licorice. He's going to have to play it really carefully.
And I think if you are a player who has that level of confidence, if you are a guy who has that level of skill, then investing in your own ability to just take those trades, find those solo kills, and snowball this game to the point of no return very early on, very viable.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly where you're going to end up struggling a little bit here as Golden Guardians, especially if you can get Kanavi up towards that top side and try to look for that kill pressure. And even, as we said, like Knight and a couple of waves should have push pressure here, and that's going to make it incredibly hard then for Golden Guardians to try and play around this top side. And yes, you've got that, double melee where you can try and play along the Sejuani, but there's just so little damage on this top side in the early stages, it feels a little bit mitigated.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult for sure, but there's no easy answers when you're going up a team as stacked as JDG, right? At the end of the day, you're going to have to draft for comfort, and you're going to have to play the best of your ability, really hit that 100% mark to have a chance.
And the only person who really has that experience against like JDG or even Knight is Gory, right? Had that one split in the LPL, but wasn't able to find success against Knight or against JDG either. So I think he's definitely going to be giving his team a little bit of a heads up of what they might be in stock for.
And as we're waiting to get into like the first big play attempts being made really anywhere across the map, it's important to note that both of these teams are the fastest in their regions. Golden Guardian has the fastest average win time. JDG just has the fastest games. And so it's really important for Golden Guardians to make sure that they're not just playing afraid as well.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to be respectful, but they still need to be making attempts. This is a team that is not afraid to leave their lanes, try to roam around and force things to happen, and I think that's kind of what they would have to go with to try to catch JDG off guard.
Yeah, the hardest part of JDG is that, as Isaiah was kind of mentioned earlier, they're so strong in lanes. Like, they love playing around 369 and Knight, around that top side with Kanavi, but they just end up leaving Ruler and missing on this bot lane, and they've been incredible at just orchestrating their own leads. Like, when you look at it, 15 CSD on average at the 15-minute mark for Ruler and that bot side. It's been insane to see how those individual lanes have stepped up for JDG.
Yeah, River's up to the top side, but you got to be careful when you're low HP against an Ignite Gwen like this. Oh, this plant didn't actually spot him. He must be in the very corner of that brush. So this could actually bait 369 into going aggressive here. It doesn't look like it. It looks like Licorice is just going to take the reset. So he does get the push. They cover for the reset. Now River has been spotted. But would be first move here from Knight. So he does have to be somewhat respectful.
Back through in mid lane. Kanavi's just going to force Gory back here a little bit as that topside Scuttle Crab goes over to the Golden Guardians. You can see the TP being used from 369 just to get himself back to lane. Licorice doing the same thing, so both of our top laners going to go ahead for that first back here already. Neither one of the mid laners has done so yet, but with both currently channeling their recalls, all four of those solo lane teleports are going to be pretty synced up. Very important here 5 or 6 minutes from now to see when those are going to get involved again.
I like what Kanavi's doing at the moment, though. So obviously they trade Scuttle Crabs on the map, but he's getting deep vision now onto the Sejuani many camps respawn on the bottom side. And a huge amount, this is kind of leaning into what we're talking about, is trying to use the push that Ruler and Knight will have to move into that and see if they can take over the map. Yes, the wave is pushing away from them now, but Ruler should be okay.
Oh, nice engage there from Huhi. Missing, going to get caught by the hook, but that means they can't really do a whole lot more. It is Braum, pretty easy to disengage from that one.
Yeah, and I think this is more of just a coverage play here. 6A is actually pretty low on health and doesn't have a potion remaining, so I was thinking he was just going to try to help them push it out. Does at least get that ward in Tri-Brush, so Kanavi will be spotted, but now they're in this awkward position where they are going to have to back it up, knowing that the jungler is in the area, but the wave is not in a great spot here, and it's not a cannon wave, so if you base it now, they could just hard shove this, and you are going to miss quite a bit.
And it looks like, unfortunately, that's kind of where they're at. You can see Stixxay channeling the recall now. He's just going to occupy as much time as he can from JDG, who will get this shoved in. Jinx Rockets make it pretty easy to blast down that back line.
Yeah.
And with this about to collide into the turret, it's exactly what you're saying, man. They force Golden Guardians back. They make Stixxay lose some of those resources.
Yeah, he's going to lose at least a full wave, if not more. You know, that's about 2 waves worth that are actually crashing right there. And you can see just the CS difference is already 20 off of that. You know, it was a lot closer earlier on, but a good little bit of pressure. The recall not able to be stopped here, and we'll see if Stixxay can get any of this.
Yeah, you can see who he was trying to wait for when one player had already recalled, hit that magic sweet spot of just a fraction of a second to stop the other recall. Unfortunately, the timing not there means that nothing good comes of it. Golden Guardians behind a couple hundred gold here, but not a whole lot, as we're still 0 kills in 6 minutes into the game. Nobody's really been able to find a whole lot just yet. First Drake is the Hex Drake down there in the bottom side. We'll see if anybody pays attention to it. Golden Guardians in particular, not a really Drake-focused team.
You see Kanavi keeps thinking about going for these plays on the top side, but it's just not quite working out. Trying to see if he can cover for Rivers plays potentially here, but we'll spot out Licorice now as he starts to make his way in, but should be totally fine. At least you don't get the ward down to spot out exactly where Kanavi is.
It is also interesting that Kanavi's actually playing First Strike, so he probably is going more of that AP style build, even though they do have the Gwen. So it is going to be much more about that poke, you know, between the poke from the sapling, the poke from the Jace, the long range from this. Oh god, 6A is very likely dead.
Flashed away, but it's not enough. The choppers are behind him, and Jinx is in front. It's first blood over to Ruler.
Ruler just about able to get forward to get the choppers down to make that awkward, but Stixxay just barely clipped by Missing, and it sets up beautifully for the first blood.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that initial play began, because Hui wasn't there with him, so Stixxay pretty far up in lane. It does cost all 4 summoners from JDG, but they get the first blood, and they get it on Ruler, and Stixxay is now completely out of this lane. This lane is beyond over. You're down about 30 CS, plus your opponent has first blood. It's not going to be something that you're really going to be able to come back from in that 2v2. So 6A is just going to be relegated to just trying to accept whatever waves are pushed into him and really going to be on that back foot.
And that's rough in any game, but especially when you look at the composition Golden Guardians are playing in this game. 3 meatballs meant to protect an Aphelios, and if Aphelios isn't relevant, all of a sudden, what's the rest of the comp even going to do?
Yeah, what are you protecting?
Yeah, and I mean, it's only going to get worse from here, especially as you can look towards Kanavi starting to move down, looking for dragons at level 6, but you're just going to get the replay here, so just hops forward to a minion. Stixxay way too far pushed up in this one.
Yeah, 6A saw him. You know, I thought it was going to be something like where 6A stepped forward to actually hit the minion, and then he jumps over the wall and actually gets him. But, you know, in this case, he had vision of him, so just not respectful stuff, and you can kind of see a little bit of a smirk there. It looks like on Ruler's face, and 6A knows he definitely messed that one up. But Golden Guardians will be able to secure the dragon, so nicely done from them on that bottom side, but it's already a 1.4k gold lead, and we're only 8 minutes in here. It's going to be a problem for Golden Guardians.
Golden Guardians can at least take that consolation prize with the dragon. 8 minutes in, so not exceptionally early, and they still have to deal with the problem of you're only 1 Drake there. So if they keep building gold up gold up against you like this, well, you're not going to be able to continue just walking in and taking.
And I imagine that they'll be able to move up towards Riftchild here as well for JDG. You can see the resets from Ruler are missing on the bottom side. Kanavi's already up here, so they can start to rotate towards mid and make sure that they've got the quicker move as Kanavi already moving over.
Yep, you can see the pathing from Ruler and Missing, just heading straight up into the top side there. Kanavi now inside the pit, throws the sapling over the wall to give him an extra heads up if Golden Guardians are moving up behind that pit instead. As Licorice gets into the 1v1 with 369, but it's not a fight that he's winning, especially not with Kanavi on the way. 369 drops the ignite, forces out the flash from the Golden Guardians top lane.
Yeah, Licorice had to flash there. If he got hit by the slow, that would have been a disaster as the rest of JDG were on the way, but now Golden Guardians trying to contest.
Golden Guardians looking for the engage. He's already found it. They go in. They manage to find the kill on Ruler, and the Golden Guardians are on the board.
A big hook there from Hui. Flashes in, finding Ruler, who had no sum, so they're going to get that kill. And they should be able to claim the Herald here as well. So Golden Guardians going right at him, not shying away from this fight. They knew they could capitalize on the fact that those summoners were missing. And it is 369 cheating down. It looks like JDG potentially want to re-engage here, but 369 does not have his ultimate. Neither does Kanavi.
Ruler is also on the bottom side, so be a bit of a weird one if they wanted to. Missing stepping forward, yeah, I think he's just going to go top side, but might get caught.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird pathing, though. You know, JDG were kind of like, Ruler's heading bot, but JDG were still hanging around in the area. Support's still staying in that area. So potentially Missing was worried about a collapse onto 369 because he was trying to reset that wave. So staying top to maybe just cover him.
It kind of baited Stixay to move back up towards the top side as well. So you're actually going to get a bit of free time now for Ruler on the bottom end of the map. So at least it does kind of work out slightly for JDG where they get at least that play back. But big win for Golden Guardians managing to get that ripped out.
Yep, Golden Guardians still about 1,000 gold behind, but with the Herald and the Drake now in their pocket, it doesn't feel quite as bad. We'll have to wait and see what sort of situation they're going to use that Eye of the Herald in to see how much value they can get from it. But River now looking for an opportunity on 369 here. No Ghost, no Flash, no defensive summoners available here for the Gwen. He will not escape, and Licorice gets the kill.
Well played by Golden Guardians. They get that Herald, they get a kill back on this top side. The entire gold lead is Ruler, so Golden Guardians can fight anywhere that Ruler is not and be on even terms, right? And they are not shying away. They're trying to attack these missing summoners, attack these missing cooldowns. 369 had really overstayed his welcome. You know, Missing was up there for a while, helping him to reset the wave, but he greeted, potentially trying to finish another item and tried to push out that X wave. Gets killed for it.
And I mean, we might even see the punishment now again on the bot side. River immediately moving in here. Ruler's flash isn't quite up, does have the Ghost available.
River looking for the engage here on bottom side. They missed the Glacial Prison, but they got the follow-up coming in from Nautilus. Ruler tries to get away, but he goes fishing, and River lands him a kill. Second death on Ruler this game.
He finds Kanavi and also Missing. They're just going to continue to push in. They can easily take these baits here.
And the Herald comes out. They're thinking about fighting these guys here a little bit, but Stixay's not around to do any damage to the enemy targets. They got to be careful about this. Knight's making his way down here. Golden Guardians try to disengage. He's sticking around too long. He gives away a free kill, and now Golden Guardians have to retreat even further. River and Stixay take damage from the Super Mega Death Rocket, but they'll escape before Knight arrives.
They do lose their support, but they get a kill on Ruler. They get 3 plates on that bottom tower, and that is really, really big here. They're trying to get some gold back on Stixay. He was over 1K behind. He's now down 500. It is unfortunate that they haven't been able to give any of these kills to him, but still, Stixay's back in it, and Golden Guardians are being competitive.
I was going to say, Golden Guardians are playing this incredibly well.
Yeah.
The fact that they're using these advantages elsewhere to now bring it down to Stixay to try and right some of the wrongs that were there. Like, this is exactly what you need to do. As we said, this competition relies so heavily on Stixay, so the fact they're getting him back into this game is so crucial.
And you can see Divine Sunderer completed on Licorice. Up there in the top side, having that mythic item, we know how effective that makes Jax. The stronger trades, the healing. In a carry versus carry matchup, if one of these guys can start getting that momentum, start building that up, it becomes difficult to answer. Here's another look at what went down in bottom lane.
This is actually just great from Hui. Hex Splash over the wall, max range hook to that wall there, and then actually able to get in range for the ultimate. So even though it's a nice sidestep on River's engage, Hui's been on point.
Hui's been such a monster all MSI long. Like, we were praising his set earlier on, his Amumu engages and planes were absolutely insane, and now we're seeing it against potentially one of the best teams in the world. Hui is stepping up huge for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, overstaying a little bit here, trying to get those plates. They do get the 3rd plate, but it is Hui giving up his life for it. And Golden Guardians right back to the river here, going to be trying to take their 2nd dragon of the game. They don't have push in mid, though, so Knight is moving down. They do have push through bot. Ruler is coming out now. We'll see if they want to get this fight, because there could be an engage angle for Gory. Here he comes!
Golden Guardians are ready to go in. They try to engage on the enemy jungler, but they aren't able to find the damage in time. JDG can disengage it thanks to Kanavi's flash, and now they're ready for the counterattack. River's already dead, and Ruler got the money. They throw down the chompers, and they beat down the Guardians. Knight gets away back into the safety of the pit as Kanavi tries to buy a little more time. A shot from downtown from Knight, and Gory's running for the hills. Ruler finds another one, and JDG tear him in half.
They shut the door on Golden Guardians. A fantastic fight from JDG, managing to just find those kills. Ruler with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and then just free firing towards the end of that fight to finish off the team.
Yeah, he comes in, he gets that first reset with his ultimate from long range. That gives him the move speed to get quickly into that fight and really take over. We have to give so much credit to Missing on these plays. He's been really on point, blocks the engage here from Gory with the E, taking no damage from that, and then he finds his opportunity here as Knight has chipped him down a little bit. Missing flashes in Q, then the knockup comes through. Here's the ulti for the reset. That gets Ruler into the bottom of the fight from the bottom there, gets that second kill. There's no way out for Gory and Stixxay, so all they can do is fight forward here, try to get one back. It is a double kill for Stixxay, but really well played for Missing. He was the X factor in that fight.
Brilliant stuff there. You can see Golden Guardians trying to look in the back lines. Not going so hot for them. But again, I think this is where at least a good start for them. It's just unfortunate now you got 4 kills onto the Jinx. A Cole completed as well. Kraken Slayer with the Zeal. She is huge, and we're back towards the Dragon with Golden Guardians somewhere in the vicinity.
I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier, right? Yeah. It's if you continue to fall behind, if the gold keeps going the other way, trying to take more of those Drakes could result in some big problems. Golden Guardians stepping up into the enemy jungle, recognizing that their opponents were down in the Drake. It means they can have man advantage on the other side of the map. Yes, it's not as good of an objective to take as a Drake, but at least you get the blue.
Well, the funny thing is, the gold leads that they're showing there look massive, but that's about their average in the LPL. They're nearly 2,000 gold ahead at 15 on average in their games. So, they are very difficult to deal with, but that is a tower taken on that top side by Licorice, who is really strong. He's going to be a big source of power here for the Golden Guardians. He is actually significantly ahead of 369 now with the tower going down. It's an 800 gold advantage there for Licorice, so we'll have to see what can he get done in the side lanes, and if he's going to join these fights, can he make some magic happen?
It's a bit tough for him at the moment, though. As you can see, JDG shoving made immediately move across into Rift Herald, so not quite able to use the vision that they had established in that top side as part of the cross map. And now JDG probably going to just try and plonk this in the mid lane. They should be able to push Stixxay back here.
Yeah, and I always find it's very difficult for Jax to team fight against champions like the Braum, like the Maokai. It's so much feeling. If you jump in, you're going to get locked down, and there's more than enough damage on the other side to burst you out. So this tower likely to fall here for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, JDG is so good at ballooning those early leads into huge mid-game leads. River's coming in to try to at least stop him, make something happen here. Missing with an easy dash, getting himself away from the follow-up of the Guardians, and JDG just casually brushes it off.
It was a nice attempt from Golden Guardians. You can see the idea. You know that the Rift Herald's going to be coming down mid. We have pushed in side lane, see if we can collapse quickly onto the mid lane, but just not quite able to get into position in time to do so. But I like the idea, and Golden Guardians aren't shying away from fighting JDG whenever they can.
Yeah, not at all, and you can't be afraid of this team, because if you back off against JDG, if you seed every time they push forward and look for an objective, they're going to take the whole map. And this is a team that snowballs games incredibly effectively. Yeah. You have to be willing to kind of make that mark in the sand where you're going to look for these fights, and we see Huhi up on this top side. Are they going to look for some sort of a sneaky play? Have someone TP in on that ward, potentially look for a wraparound? We can see multiple members from Golden Guardians are wrapping up here, and they're not going to expect Huhi, who is behind Knight, so I think they are going to look for this.
All right, can Knight get away from it? Huhi goes in, drops the depth charge. Now can they get the follow-up? Missing is already there. Licorice coming around, trying to see if there's an angle, but it ain't gonna happen. 369 has cut off the escape. He's buying a little bit more time as the damage continues pouring in, and JDG grabbed the first kill. It'll be traded back 1-for-1 with both top laners dropping as Huhi's barely hanging on to life. The turret goes down even because Ruler's back in the mid lane. It's an even fight in a 4v5, and JDG are the ones still pushing forward.
And JDG don't look like they're done. The knockup from Gory.
And Navi getting caught here a little bit. Got to be careful about it, but Stixxay's already down instead. Kanavi gets away, and Knight is showing the Golden Guardians how the LPL gets it done.
Knight is just going crazy there. Yes, JDG are down members, but it's only Stixxay who can do deal damage. So as soon as Knight gets in, it actually takes him out. The rest of the members have nothing left in the tank. Licorice went down early, and then it's really only Stixxay who can threaten. So JDG now out of almost nowhere, open up a 5K gold lead as Ruler knocked down multiple turrets in mid lane. They win the fight on the top side. It's a valiant effort here from Golden Guardians, but the damage dealers were just not really in position. You look at the map, look how far away Stixxay is. He's over here. The TP is just now coming in from Licorice on that top side. Everyone's actually going to come back and try to really collapse onto 369. But utilizing that Shroud, you can look at Licorice, he's pretty much already out of the fight immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they do such a good job of spreading out the fight here for 369. And as well, the fact you got Kanavi missing. Look, constantly positioned in front of Knight. They're never letting Golden Guardians. And even start to move forward here as well, keep your eyes on Missing. As JDG start to go low here, with Gory getting a really smart knock-up here, Missing again, hopping in front of Kanavi to make sure that he was able, in front of Knight to tank the hook there, to make sure that Knight was able to escape and keep that damage hook.
Yeah, I mean, Knight was just never really threatened. You know, he's on that left side, he flashes in after that. You know, it was Missing and Kanavi in that brush, and Knight, he is the one that you have to deal with. And you can look at the damage tell, 4,300. Knight did about as much as the entire Golden Guardians, it feels like, on that team.
And the important thing here is Ruler's at 0 because he wasn't even there. That entire sequence was JDG making a 4v5 play overall while Ruler was collecting money back in the mid lane. Nearly a 6,000 gold lead now. Baron's going to spawn in 10 seconds. Next, Drake is spawning in 15. And the Golden Guardians are unfortunately at the point of the game where contesting anything in neutral territory is just a steep cliff.
Yeah, I mean, after the play goes bad on top side, now Licorice likely to die here on the bot side.
I don't think there's any way he goes home, man. Knight is just there and ready to pick up another kill.
You know, Golden Guardians were keeping it competitive, but after that failed play on the top side, that was really them kind of betting the game, it feels like, on that. They had to make that play work. If you're not going to respond to mid lane, you give up multiple towers there, you lose on the top side as well, you lose the tier 1 top, also to Knight, who stayed around after that. Now you lose the Dragon. It's like a 2,500 gold lead just between the ADs at this point. Monumental gold lead in the mid lane as well, and your top lane advantage is gone. So Golden Guardians have lost all edges in this game.
And it's only going to balloon further. Once you've lost 2 towers in the mid lane, it's so difficult to hold on to these tier 2s as well, because JDG can just take the quick route across these towers after they push in the mid waves. And we already talked about the range on them. The siege potential on JDG with the composition they have is so disgusting, let alone 369 having pressure on the side. It feels like at this stage, Golden Guardians, as you say, they kind of risked it all, but it just didn't come up for them.
And I'm glad that at least they tried something. I'm glad they took some sort of a risk, recognizing it was going south way too fast. Yeah, it didn't work out, but it's better to at least put up a fight than just hope that they mess up. Because a team like JDG is not going to casually throw the game against you for no reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the first 15 minutes of the game, Golden Guardians were staying very competitive, but JDG really showing their class. They're just outplaying in these team fights, and it's a trend we've seen, you know, for 4 days in a row now, where these LPL and LCK teams, you know, in the key moments are just outplaying their LCS and LEC counterparts in these fights. They're finding better coordination, they're finding better map movements, and if you go for these fights, and if you're trying to force, you know, team fights over and over and over, these teams will kill you through side lanes.
And I think, Navi actually gonna go?
Navi leading the charge there, but can't lock anybody down in any sort of meaningful way. He was pretty far ahead of the rest of his team. Yeah, exactly. Just letting them know, if anybody was behind me, you guys were dead.
Well, and it looks like they just want to set up here potentially around the Baron. It is going to be that Ocean Rift, which is so nice for Maokai, especially when you're playing AP Maokai. All the additional brushes that do spawn makes it a nightmare to actually walk through here in clear vision, unless you have someone like Gory actually doing that first. So it's going to be very difficult for them to control that area. And we know that JDG has a tremendous amount of damage. So if Golden Guardians lose control on that top side, there's always the threat that they're just rushing down Baron.
And when you look at JDG, they're number 1 or number 2 in a lot of stats in LPL, and their objective control is no different. These guys are absolutely adept at controlling all neutral objectives, Drakes, Heralds, Barons, and for Golden Guardians, that's why I had to bring it up earlier. These neutral objectives are so hard to fight for in this game state, but Golden Guardians are getting into it now a little bit. Missing here on the front line, picked up by Stixay. Golden Guardians get 1, but JDG doesn't want to just let him get away with it. Stixay's got 200 HP. He tries to disengage, and 369 forces the flash.
And no one's blocking those shot blasts for Stixay. You know, you have all these meatballs on the team here. You talked about the juxtaposition on the other side where everyone is just stepping in forward and blocking things for Knight. No one was doing that for Stixay. He shouldn't have had to use either summoner. The only reason he does is because no one blocked the shot blast coming through from Knight. And now they're just going to go straight back to that Baron. Sure, you got the kill, but you lost out on the trade. Golden Guardians should be aware of this, so they're going to have to try to get out here as fast as possible. See if River can make some magic happen.
River hoping to maybe find a miracle steal, but no, sir. Kanavi's got the smite, he's got the confidence, and they pick up the kill on River for the cherry on top.
It was a nice attempt, but there's not really much you can do now. Gory might be in trouble.
Gory trying to get away from the collapse of JDG, but it's the Golden Guardians who are falling to pieces. 369 picks up his 3rd kill of the game, and a Baron-empowered JDG can push down mid. Knight recalls, but he has his teleport to join back up, drops it on the minion as soon as it gets to the turret, just guaranteeing they can push into the base now. River's back in 5 seconds, but Gory's still dead for 25 more, and JDG is already 10,000 gold up. They're pushing straight into the Nexus turrets. The Maokai ulti goes down. They bind plenty of damage onto Hui, onto River. Hui barely gets out, and River's at 100 health. Licorice tries to stand and fight, but the Jax is down, and Knight is unstoppable. JDG take game 1 and smash the Golden Guardians.
An incredible performance from JDG. A lot of people waiting to see exactly how they would look showing up at the international stage, and they are looking absolutely spectacular. The golden left hand walking off stage there with a big smile on his face.
I mean, they just crushed them. The way that they snowballed that game, once they got that big advantage on the top side, it's really, incredible to see how fast they're able to push the pace of the game, how quickly they're able to snowball these advantages, and take what looked for, 15 minutes to be a fairly competitive back and forth game to a Nexus explosion within 10 more. It's just insane.
There's a reason they are the fastest team in the LPL. I want to give credit to Golden Guardians for trying to box with them a little bit in the early game. JDG is a team that's frightening throughout the entirety of a match of League of Legends, but particularly early, and Golden Guardians didn't back down from it. But it's JDG's coordination combined with the individual skill levels, Dag, that you were pointing out missing, and the fact that everybody was blocking for each other. Isaac, you looked at missing in particular, and his movements in that River fight, and how those were able to turn things around and get those carries going. And when these guys work together, it's like one person controlling 5 champions, because everybody's doing exactly what they need to do for the team.
I mean, it's so unfortunate for Golden Guardians, because I actually think they did put up a really good fight in the early stages. Just the fact that, they fell behind early in that bot lane with initially losing that big wave, then Stixxay giving over that kill. If they had actually held that together for just a little bit longer, I really think this could have been like a really good showing for Golden Guardians.
It's just so hard though, man. Ruler and Mizzy are so damn good in the 2v2. They do this to everyone. This is a team that on average was up 15 CSD, at 15 in the LPL against some of the very best duo lanes in the world. These guys just make it look easy. So every tiny little mistake that you make is going to be punished to the maximum here against JDG.
Well, JDG are playing fast and they're playing scary, exactly like we thought. And to break it all down, let's toss it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. It's also awesome to hear your voice here at the Copper Box Arena. By the way, you didn't have to use it that much. The game was not that long, and unfortunately for Golden Guardians, it was very convincing out of JDG, actually what we've come to expect. And I feel like the consensus here on the desk was, don't try to play standard because it's not going to net you a lot of advantages. So we did see a different draft. Golden Guardians, sometimes they do this, right? But where did you land on the ideas that they brought to the table?
So I actually like the Sion Flex. I think it worked out relatively well. And Gory, even though his laning wasn't great, did find a couple of decent flanks, even if they were a bit disjointed. But after the Braum was locked in, I think that the Jax specifically didn't really hit the mark for me. Playing Jax into Gwen might sound good, but playing it into Braum and Maokai does not sound good at all. And with that, they really kind of pigeonholed themselves into a really short-range composition. So if you start falling behind, you're trying to hard force fights, as the cast pointed out, with missing on Braum, good luck.
Yeah, Braum is the most valuable pick here, I think, in the draft. With the flex in mind, I think another thing that we have to call out is Kanavi, right? Because even though I thought River's attention to his lanes and where he needed to be was good, he did look for stuff topside to try to snowball that. Kanavi covered him so well and was tracking him the entire time, so he was not really able to kind of hard snowball the matchup. If you're doing that kind of flex in draft, the whole idea is that you're going to try to get that person significantly ahead, right? And that wasn't really able to happen. Even though, obviously, he did get ahead, it was not enough.
No, and then, of course, it doesn't help if in lane there's an oopsie. So let's take a look at the first blood, Emily.
Yeah, so the thing I wanted to talk about this is typically when Huhi leaves lane, the setup is going to have to be better than this, right? Because the big thing here is that Huhi leaves on this roam timer, but the wave is is not in a good spot, it's so easy for them to immediately turn on to Stixxay as soon as Huhi clears out that wave in the brush heading into mid. They spot him out there, and then you notice the bot lane can immediately engage onto Stixxay. So this is something that we saw in the LCS. Huhi was the support that roamed the most in the LCS. But if you're going to do it, you need to, GG need to find a better timer to make sure they're not putting Stixxay in that position again.
We've seen that also in some of the other best of fives, right? Where that's a mismatch and you can't just copy and paste that play style because you're up versus a completely different level of competition.
Yeah, it really comes down to fundamentals for me, where even if the individual plays, I really like that you highlighted River, because I think his early proactive play was really good, right? And we see again, he's able to get some of his laners ahead, he's able to get a couple of fights started off well, but against these teams, you can make one mistake and it's all over.
And we'll take a look at that mistake. It was at the Drake fight, which was absolutely huge. And it's a wipe, and we all looked at each other and said, this is it, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is kind of where we'd seen some fights earlier prior to this one. The one around Rift Herald specifically, where even though GG kind of came out ahead, they didn't really have a good setup afterwards. This looks like, okay, maybe we can bring it back. The big thing coming out of a lot of these fights, though, is like, even when GG are able to get some positive plays, a little bit of something out of it, either this happens where, you know, JDG just comes back, and Ruler was already ahead, by the way, prior to this. But you see it in the gold graph, too, I think, is, right, we saw, like, some positive plays for GG, but the gold just steadily kept rising for JDG because of their map play and because of their superior teamfighting and skirmishing.
Another example was when they got the Herald, even though the Herald fight went well, Huhi with a great engage gets Ruler, Stixxay gets zoned out of, or rather isn't in his bot lane, and they are kind of wasting time. They're just kind of, okay, so we're going to get Herald, okay, sure. No one is catching bot wave, no one is making sure that they pick up all that gold, and Ruler ends up getting a plate. So even though he died first in that fight and the Herald goes over, they still come out ahead on gold.
That's also a trend I feel like we've seen for a couple of days, Marit, specifically, especially if you contrast it to the exact same objective that the other team gets, but just doesn't get anything done.
Yeah, it really is about the way that even if you are losing an individual play, which has happened to a lot of Western teams, right? Like T1 the most notably, but even here, Ruler getting caught out a couple of times. But if you still get the plates, have a better wave state, are earlier at the lane where you need to be, you can deny your opponent so much gold, and even if you get kills, you're falling behind on the rest of the map.
What does that come down to? Maybe it's an amalgamation of everything together, but is that confidence? Is that macro vision? Is that, what is it? It seems to me that it's a little bit of everything, unfortunately, but you see those snap decisions and those snowballs being pushed forward so heavily, specifically by the LPL and the LCK teams.
Well, I mean, I think just in terms of like LCS teams, they just leave a lot more opportunities. So like, how are you going to know, unless you're going up against better competition, where you are leaving yourself open? So that's why we see a lot of these things, again, come down to like wave state and roam timers. And I know everyone finds this stuff kind of boring, but it's like really, really important. Reset timers.
I'm listening, Emily. I love this stuff.
It. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Emily.
So yeah, so like that is a lot of it, right? Like that's how you see teams mitigate pressure. So even when we see, again, these small little positive things, oh, the reset is then off, so they don't get as much out of the Herald as they could. Or, you know, we roamed on a bad timer, so now we left our bot lane exposed, and now their bot lane is significantly ahead. Like, these are small things that, you know, going up against teams that don't punish you is hard for it. You are not going to notice as much.
No, and it's JDG that run forward, and the LPL champion don't drop a beat in their first game at MSI 2023. Let's see how the Golden Guardians bounce back in Game 2 right after this.
Let's go have fun, okay, guys? Don't play scared.
Yeah.
Play aggressive.
Go. Okay. Jinx. Jinx is dead. Jinx is dead. Everything. Nice.
No Ghost, no Flash, no defensive summoners available here for the Gwen. He will not escape, and Licorice gets the kill. But they got the follow-up coming in from Nautilus. Ruler tries to get away, but Huhi goes fishing, and River lands him a kill. They find plenty of damage onto Huhi, onto River. Huhi barely gets out, and River's at 100 health. Licorice tries to stand and fight, but the Jax is down, and Knight is unstoppable. JDG take Game 1 and smash the Golden Guardians. Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2023 and our best of 5 between JDG and the Golden Guardians. Game number 1, the Guardians tried to fight back as well as they could in the early game. They got a couple of good hits in on them, but once JDG gets ahead, they turn the thrusters full throttle, and Golden Guardians weren't able to hold on.
Yeah, they got a couple of small punches in there, but it felt very much like JDG decided to hit hard when we got to the mid-game and just like, all right, this is over now.
Kind of like when you're a little kid, you're fighting with your dad, you know, and you're like,
oh man.
You're like, and then he just like shoves you over, you know?
Holds your head as like, stay over there. Yeah, it kind of felt like that when we got to that top lane fight where it just all went disastrously.
And I think one of the biggest things that I would want to see different this game for the Golden Guardians, the composition in that first game. Dagda, you likened it to the style that Korean teams were playing, where you draft a bunch of meatballs, you get Aphelios, you trust in Aphelios to deal the damage. Unfortunately, in this previous game, Ruler and Missing just getting so far ahead early, Stixxay being set behind, the rest of the team, like you talked about, Isaac, not blocking for the Aphelios properly.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like Golden Guardians was prepared to play that comp the way it needed to be played. So I'd like to see more threats. Less meatballs, more threats.
Yeah, I think it's tough, right? Because I did actually like how clever they were with the draft,
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
And Licorice did actually get advantages up on that top side. Yes, he worked well with River to do that. It wasn't just like a solo advantage that he was able to gain, but he took first tower up on top side. You know, they were able to get that kill onto 369. So, you know, that wouldn't have come without the kind of clever flex picks, without threatening, oh, okay, this Nautilus is actually going to go mid. Wait, no, it's going to be a Psy on top. Okay, JK, and they swap everything around. So they do need to be somewhat tricky, but it is difficult.
All right, well, into draft number 2 of this series. The sides are swapped. Golden Guardians on the blue side going to ban Nidalee, Annie, and Aphelios as JDG bans out Maokai, Ari, and Kennen. K'Sante locked in first for Licorice in the Golden Guardians.
And I would say that Gory is actually the best K'Sante in the LCS. This is something that they use really, really effectively, so this is a big flex pick for them. But I am expecting it's more likely to go to Gory.
Also the fact just that Licorice popped off it against Bin could also go there, because Bin, best laning top laner in the LPL. The fact that Licorice was doing so good is a big shout out to him.
And yeah, the specific K'Sante numbers between the two solo laners on Golden Guardians: 4 plays in spring from Licorice, 6 plays for Gory. So relatively even, but definitely edge there for Gory. We'll see how they want to use it. The flex power itself, of course, very valuable in the draft, as Lulu is locked in first for JDG. Remember, this champion was banned out in the previous draft. And are they just going to lock this in, go for the classic combo? They will. It's Lulu Zeri for Missing and Ruler.
I was kind of surprised. I thought they would just go for the Jinx here, but that's why I was kind of curious to see the Lulu locked in immediately, because oftentimes you'll see it when Blitzcrank is banned away or an Nautilus is banned away, just to make sure the Lulu has the easier time. So, I mean, when Huhi literally plays every champion in this bloody game, he's probably going to have some sort of answer to it.
Vi is also up and available as well. And at least in the LCS, that's pretty much always what people would go to if Zeri's locked in early like this. So this Tristana, you know, you may think, okay, it's Tristana mid. Stixxay actually plays at bot as well. So this is one of the things that Golden Guardians did really make use of in the LCS, is that they're so willing to flex in a lot of different ways. They're a really adaptable team. This can go mid, this can go bot. Stixxay actually played it 3 times in the LCS. I wouldn't be shocked to see Vi. That's what I'm still kind of expecting to get locked in here. I do think it's a really good answer. Instead, it is going to be the Rel, so very interesting. So for going your jungle pick here, and we don't know, you know, this could be mid-top, this could be top bot, this could be mid-bot as far as the carries. You know, there's a lot of opportunities to flex here, and I think that seems to be the trend through these first 2 drafts, is that Golden Guardians are really trying to make sure that JDG are unsure where things are going, so that they can have more preferential matchups, that they can kind of pick and choose where they want to go.
And there it is, Wukong locked in for JDG. This champion is the most played jungler for both Kanavi and River throughout the spring split. They both have an affinity for this guy, and I was wondering how many games it would take for us to see one or the other picking him. And here we go in game number 2. It's going to be Kanavi piloting that.
Yeah, we did see him get some nerfs coming into this patch, which is why we've seen some teams, like I think PSG Talon, were still very favorable towards it, but we have seen other teams just forego it completely. So interested to see now if they do ban that Vi that you were talking about, Azale, because I mean, get rid of the Gragas, get rid of the Vi, and then you kind of go back towards the Sejuani duty. But honestly, it's not a terrible matchup there, so you should be all right.
No, it's completely fine. It'd just be interesting because Vi, you know, by a lot of teams, teams is so highly prized, right? And you'll see in some of these matchups we'll have, Vi is either banned or first picked in pretty much every game. A lot of teams really do highly prize that Vi pick, but instead it's going to be Elise banned out. Very interesting. So really trying to target some of the early game stuff. You know, when I think of River, he in LCS has had his best games on some of these early game champions. You know, Jarvan, he's very famous for if he really wants to kind of throw a spanner in the works and beat something surprising, he could look towards that. That's how he really first made his name in the LCS when he came in on Dignitas, was just 1v9ing games on these early game champions through really creative pathing.
All right, well, with Elise, Gragas, Sion, and Syndra all banned away, JDG have to lock in one of these solo laners next.
This has been one of the other big picks for a night, especially with the Ahri, the Syndra gone. It is going to be the LeBlanc. He started to make a name for himself back in the mid-season cup in 2020 when it was the LPL versus LCK, styling on some of the LCK teams on this pick, and now there's going to be the response, and Lissandra immediately take it.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Gory, you know, traditionally in LCS, you know, he's going to go to Lissandra as the answer. The Vi's still unbanned. I do really like it, both against the LeBlanc and against the Zeri, these highly mobile champions that you are going to be able to have that point and click. So this does mean Cassante is going to go up towards that top lane, and it is going to be the Tristana bot, kind of as I expected. This is a very go-forward, one-dimensional style of composition here for Golden Guardians. They are looking all in all the time. You see someone, you press those go buttons, and you look for the kills.
Very reliant on Stixxay once more, though, so I need to see a little bit more focus down towards this bot lane, making sure the Stixxay's in a good position, and you are shutting down this Zeri, so she's not taking over later.
And I think that they can do that because there's not that demand of attention up towards something like a Jax that we had in that first game. It's Lissandra, it's Cassante. These are going to be champions that are going to be used to enable the Tristana, but I agree, you have to hold up in that 2v2. You can't just depend on the jungle to come down and save you, because Ruler and Missing are going to be pressuring from level 1.
And with the Tristana compared to something that is more easily caught out, like what we were seeing in the previous game. Tristana has so many more ways to escape, right? The amount of peel that Tristana has for herself, I expect Stixxay to be able to get himself out of dangerous situations more easily.
Absolutely, but my concern is just how will you hold up in the 2v2? Are you going to be able to stay even or relatively even in farm? Because Rella and Tristana are both not the strongest laners, you know, especially early on. It's not like he's going for Hail of Blades. It's not like he's looking for any sort of really kind of early game cheesy style. And I do think it can be a lot of difficulty because this Rel is not going to provide a lot of presence. If you don't think you can actually go for a 100-0 type play, which I don't really think you can against the cleansed Zeri, then that means that Lulu's going to be stepping forward with the Zeri. They're going to have full lane control. They're going to be poking away at you, and that can make it really difficult for Tristana, who notoriously can kind of have difficulty farming under turret because the explosive shot can make that really a little bit tricky.
Alrighty, everybody, it's game number 2. Golden Guardians looking to strike back. JDG looking to move to match point. The LPL's #1 seed, the super team, 13-3 in the regular split. Absolutely terrifying for everybody they go up against. And they are once again looking fierce in this one.
It's a case, though, for JDG of trying to see if they can continue showing up on the international stage, because it seems like every time we've gotten them to Worlds, it's been a little bit of a disappointment, right? They got to quarterfinals in 2020. We're supposed to beat Suning, end up losing to Suning, who then go on to go right the way to the finals, who end up dropping out. Then last year, Worlds as well, oh, this was supposed to be the team that were supposed to go to the finals. We're supposed to see them there, and then they end up dropping out to T1 in the semis as well. This is a team that has performed relatively well when it comes to the international stage, but never up to expectations. And again, it feels like there's such high expectations on JDG to be that team that goes the distance, threatens to win the entire tournament, and at least game 1 was a decent look for them.
And immediately with these trades in mid lane, we talk about Gory playing things like Lissandra, about how you like having that point-and-click lockdown of something like that against these targets like the LeBlanc, like the Zeri. For Golden Guardians, having those sort of guaranteed tools eliminates some of that need to, you know, step up, hit the skill. You can't really miss the skill if it's Lissandra R, so it lowers that burden of execution against these guys who are so individually talented on JDG.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gory already, you know, having some good early trades here. Procs the passive there already for Knight, who has been trying to just constantly proc that electrocute, but Ari obviously a very strong laning rune, connects another Q there. And I just got to be careful about that. You know, you generally want to play more to the side of the wave in these kind of matchups against Lissandra. You know, generally people do sit to the side so Lissandra can't Q both the minions and you ever.
Right.
But Knight so far is happy to just kind of try to backstep them. Just hasn't been able to execute on it every time.
Goes amount of control here for Gory. I thought he'd actually try and go for the deeper ward placement there, but just trying to make sure that he'll keep himself safe so he can keep pushing forward. Good trade there from Knight, though, to get back a lot of that damage that was lost in Legion.
And this is what I kind of expect to see here with these two, just trading back and forth, seeing what they might be able to find. Of course, both champions also having the tools necessary to disengage if they get ganked. River is hanging around here a little bit, seeing if maybe they could find some opportunity on Knight, but Knight is not just going to jump right back in already. River walks behind Gory to get towards his top side of the jungle. As you can see, Licorice pushing forward versus 369's Gnar here in the top lane. Only one play on that Gnar during Spring from 369. So not one of the go-to champions, at least here in this split. Licorice on that Cassante, like we already touched on a little bit, handful of those games, but again, not even as many as his own mid laner.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what 369 can do as this game goes on, though, because it feels like you have so many tools to try and stop him from getting onto the backline and onto Stixxay. Might do better lane with Gory, though.
Snap away from the chains.
But yeah, as he starts to get into the later portion of the game, I just feel like this Gnar isn't going to have too much success in these team fights. So I think it'll again be a case of, can JDG get this lead that they can start to snowball and then try and catch out Golden Guardians? Because the go buttons on Golden Guardians are insane.
Trade of flashes there in the mid lane as Knight looks for that E flash, trying to connect that chain. If he was able to, likely could have been a solo kill there, as I think his electrocute was up and ready once again. But Gory now just going to have to try to clear out this wave, look for a quick reset. Is very low and out of mana.
Yeah, they just had Kanavi walk through, help get that last couple of minions shoved up, make sure they could push Gory in under the turret, allowed Kanavi to go into the bot side River and just continue looking around for any sort of opportunities he might find as 369 hits Mega Gnar and then backs up away from Licorice. River's not going to find a gank here, just resets instead.
You can see on that bottom side, farm somewhat even, but there is going to be that full wave pretty much that is going to be caught here by missing. And now things get really awkward because Ruler, if you stay around to actually push this in, Ruler has already got his buy. So they need to get back to base ASAP because that is their window, was right now to actually be resetting. The cannons is already gone. So now if you reset, it's going to be, again, the same situation as last game where they're going to lose a full wave to the tower because of that disruption, because missing actually staying around and holding the wave. Meant that they were just not really able to do it. And Huhi now just going to try to do the same himself. We'll see if Ruler missing leave from lane, because then Huhi can try to pull the wave. But I don't think it's going to happen.
And plays like this, optimizations like this, are why Ruler is first in gold difference, CS difference at 15 in his role. This guy has such incredible stats in laning. First in everything at 15. Second place in CSD and gold difference, by the way, is Gala, and he's got half as much as Ruler does in the LPL.
And it's so funny to see that this is kind of the evolution that we see from Ruler and Missing, because Missing, back when he used to play on WE, separated from Elk, because Elk was like, I want to play for lane. I want to do just like bash everyone I go up against. And Missing was like, no, I want to roam. I want to be like more supportive of the rest of the team. And now he's with Ruler. He's like, no, I'm going to bash you in lane. I'm going to mess up everyone I go up against.
Well, so when you get Ruler on your team, you do what Ruler wants.
Yeah, a world champ gets what he wants, you know?
Just the Ruler effect, man. And already they've opened up a massive lead. And this was really my concern is, clearly Huhi wants to go for more of these picks that are more about engage, more about roaming, not necessarily for lane. But when you're drafting a losing lane against Ruler and Missing, you're going to get pounded. And that is what has happened in back-to-back games here already. Ruler again taking the tempo, getting a quick reset, but he does it as that cannon comes in crashing, so he doesn't even lose the cannon. He's already back here, with that Noon Quiver purchased up, so has a significantly better buy than what we see over on the Golden Guardian side, which means there's no threat of that all-in. And again, anytime there's no threat of the all-in here, the Rel has no presence in lane whatsoever. The Rel is not going to add anything close to what the Lulu does, and that's what really can make these 2v2s very, very difficult.
And you mentioned back during the draft, Golden Guardians team comp is pretty one-dimensional. So it could be very problematic if they fall behind here and can't just press those go buttons and go in. Kanavi gets chunked a little bit, but they aren't able to follow it up with anything else. So now JDG with a three-man squad just going to rotate those three players down into the jungle of the Golden Guardians. The mid lane wave is already crashing. They know Gory has to answer that. So it gives Knight, Kanavi, and Missing a chance to try to steal more resources away. The red buff has respawned here for that second spawn. And yes, Huhi, Gory, and River are making their way over now. But Kanavi and Missing already have it most of the way done. Kanavi secures it, and he got the level 6 off of that. Could make a huge difference if a fight breaks out here, but JDG are just wanting to walk away from this one. Stixxay jumps in, goes after Missing, and now you'll see the Golden Guardians continue trying to follow this up. Huhi's taking so much damage there from Ruler, and Golden Guardians don't get a thing. Oh, all out. Licorice flashing in. Licorice just solo killed 369.
Licorice with the solo kill of 369 to dive in the bot side though.
Ruler goes in. Who he's looking for the stun, and they're going to blow Ruler up. Stixxay jumps forward, but Missing jumps away. River's going to keep the chase alive as Kanavi and Missing both try to walk it off. Kanavi goes back in. Attract and repel, and Wukong's going to hell. Golden Guardians 3-0.
Let's go. Golden Guardians winning on both sides of the map, and Licorice continues his amazing MSI run. He solo killed Bin. He has now solo killed 369. Who is this guy?
I mean, the last time this happened, he went 7-0 on K'Sante. So Licorice putting the hurt down into 369. And great play there. The ultimate to follow up the hop there as well. Immediately flashing forward to get the kill. And then this just goes absolutely disastrously for JDG in the bot lane. River here to cover the dive. Ruler ends up tanking as soon as Missing drops aggro. And Golden Guardians are able to immediately get Stixxay with the hop out thanks to the reset.
Yeah, just great play there from Stixxay. Flashes to the side away from Kanavi there, then has the hop in onto Missing, which forces him back. Kanavi tries to look for the re-engage, but he answers it perfectly, immediately locking him up, getting that kill onto Stixxay. And Golden Guardians in with another strong early game here. We'll see if they can actually manage to hold on to this advantage, if they can transition this better than they did last time. Because here goes Licorice again. He's trying to keep him away from the wall.
Licorice.
Ruler doesn't have his E. I guess he must have interrupted the E with a Q. We didn't see that.
Ruler walks away. He survives, but he's under half HP. Just going to channel a recall now. Licorice on this K'Sante is so scary, man.
I'm scared for this Rift Guard on the top side as well. River managed to pick that up. You already have Stixxay there, so we're just saying, hey, look, you know, bot lane going in favor of Ruler. Well, Stixxay just got the kill and the assist. You can now immediately move top side with this Herald as well and start to create pressure, but looks like JDG, having read it a little bit with Kanavi and Missing, now also Knight starting to roam, but Gory?
Gory and Knight trading a couple skills back and forth. Yeah, Gory stepping away from that chain there, making sure he doesn't get stuck in this fight any longer than he wants to be. Now just going to have to fall back a little bit as Missing shows up. He's going to help Knight try to shove this forward. But Gory on the Lissandra, the wave clear is so easy on this champion. You can just spam the wave down with the Qs and everything's taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the mana problems can be there sometimes for the Lissandra, but you know, just constantly pushing out, using that mana bar to get the shove, then going back to base, looking for those quick and constant resets here. And we'll see what presence he can have throughout these next couple minutes. Neither team has gone towards these early dragons in this one. Is that mountain dragon still sitting there? Huhi laying in wait, but Ruler is aware of where he could be. And Stixxay just going to try to push in this wave as River starts up the dragon. So Golden Guardians looking for this first dragon here.
Pretty late first Drake, 10.5 minutes into the game. Remember, they got the first Drake in game number 1 around the 8-minute mark instead, so slightly faster. But look, JDG does not seem interested in contesting it, so the Golden Guardians can pick this one up for free, get a little bit of a buffer to those defensive stats, make themselves a little bit harder to kill here against the burst power on JDG's comp.
And it's really good timing here as well from Golden Guardians. Like, there's no top side that Kanavi can try and answer with. Like, that's already been taken. There's no pressure on the top side because Licorice has already gotten the solo kill and there's an Iceborne Gauntlet already. So Golden Guardians doing a really good job of controlling the map state right now.
Absolutely. And I mean, Licorice, you know, had that amazing play on top side. He has an advantage, but importantly, Stixxay has been able to kind of even out this gold deficit on the bot side completely. He's actually up very slightly in gold now, and we look back to even like 5 minutes ago, he was down 15 CS, but the fact that they actually were able to get that kill on Ruler, he picks up the farm, Stixxay gets a kill, things have evened out now, and Golden Guardians are in with a shot in this one.
So let's talk a little bit about that, because Golden Guardians in the LCS, they're a team that does good at very early leads. I'm talking gold difference at 8 minutes. But once we get to the point where turret plates fall, 2.5 minutes from now here in this game, that's when the Golden Guardians will start having trouble converting the early leads further into something they can build on in mid-game. So if they want to have a chance against JDG, that momentum has got to keep going. I got to see gas in the tank and see these guys continue moving this ball forward.
Well, I think that's why they drafted the composition that they have, right? Because it has so many clear go buttons, it has such clear win conditions. You have Vi ulti, you have Lissandra engage, you have Rel engage, you have K'Sante follow up. There's so many ways for them to go in, and that is what they're going to try to use to slingshot into a bigger advantage in the mid game.
And they're going to try and use it in this mid lane at the moment. River hovering here, hasn't been spotted. Can Gory get the lock up?
Goes forward with the claw, locks him down, River ready for the follow-up, but they did not chain the CC perfectly, so Knight is able to go back underneath the turret, and River will be drowned as they try to make the play. Gory goes down second, and JDG, you give them an inch, they take a mile. 2 kills for nothing.
Golden Guardians have great go buttons, but there's no stop button. The second they go underneath the tower, River is completely lost. And great run from Missing there to cover Knight on that. And now this is where JDG find their comfort, get the invade, steal away some of the buffs, and get the vision down that lets them play aggressive.
Oh, Stixxay. Stixxay wants Ruler here. He engages with the rocket jump. Ruler running away back to Missing. Stixxay did not want to go over there knowing that the Lulu was going to be nearby. Golden Guardians won't manage to get themselves any sort of a comeback kill. But man, that mid lane play was so rough. It's the problem with Vi. When you're going to ult a target, if they flash away, if they dash away, whatever, you have to go with them. And if everything's not lined up perfectly with that CC chain, you could tell what they wanted to do, and that's why you could see exactly why it didn't work.
I mean, it just felt like an overforce to me. You know, it's one of those situations where they really wanted to make a play happen around mid lane. They had their ultis available. But when you're having to flash in to even get the max range ult there from Gory, you're never going to be able to follow up quickly enough, you know, with your W. He's already back by that tower. So as soon as there's any coverage from JDG, the play just isn't going to work, and that's not the one you really want to be looking for.
And I like this idea, if you push Knight back, crash the wave, and then you unlock Gory to, say, roam to the bot side, maybe look for the play. But as you say, like, there's no follow-up lockdown, so Knight doesn't even have to burn the flash in this, just W underneath the tower and is easily able to get away. And then just the follow-up there, as you said, with Missing and Kanavi, just being in the right place at the right time.
And I mean, he's already on Merc Treads, and he also has unflinching as well. So he has a lot of tenacity here. You have to be perfect on those CC chains. You know he's going to have double distort. You know he has flash available. So it's really a risky play to go for. Not the target I would have liked to see them, you know, look at.
Right.
But it is the one that they went for. It is what they're going to have to pay the price for. The gold, though, still even. Licorice pushing on this top side is 369 is just going to use the ult for a trade.
And that's the thing, though. It is a bit of a fumble, but I still feel like Golden Guardians have options here. It does suck that Gory's flash is down, but you still got decent engage, and with Rift Herald up in 30 seconds, they can look to play towards that advantage at the top side, try and take that. I think you're probably willing to give one Dragon here, just on the bot side for against JDG, because I think opening up the map and controlling vision is so much more important for Golden Guardians here, and that's why I think the Rift Herald should be the priority here.
And it's one of those things that I touched on very lightly in game number 1. Golden Guardians is not a super Drake-focused team. They're not known for just constantly running over the game with their incredible Drake tempo or anything like that. So it's not like they're altering a game plan that they would have otherwise had to not have a Drake stacking win condition. But one thing that we do have to watch, like you're saying, that Rift Herald. They cannot allow JDG to just start opening up this game now that we're into the point of the match where Golden Guardians typically tends to struggle to convert those leads.
And notice how they sent Licorice bot. He has TP, Knight does not. So this would be a 5v4 on top side, you know, if Licorice were to join. So this should be Golden Guardians Herald pretty cleanly. I think it's a nice setup. They're not even going to have to overcommit. They can just send their bot lane towards mid. Licorice goes bot to cover. You know, Knight is going to try to chunk him down to dissuade any potential TP, but there's not going to be any chance of a challenge here for JDG. And they may even be able to use this Herald for a little bit of tempo on top side and potentially still challenge.
I think that's your best bet, and looks like they agree, right? River immediately throws that down, try to create pressure in the top end. As you know, JDG are giving resources towards this Dragon on the bot side. So, I mean, there's not the cover up here. They could go for a second tower and make a huge trade here.
They'll at least get 2 charges for sure, because you know that they're going to try to go for the Dragon, as you say, for the counterplay. So this is going to charge in. River's fancying himself a dive potentially here. He has the ulti available. Do they go for a look? They are!
They're going in for it. They follow it up with the Lissandra ulti. They got Huhi right there as well. Magnet Storm pulls in Missing, and 369 gets a punch upside the jaw. Tier 2 turret falls, and the Golden Guardians are making plays. Bottom lane, Licorice is into a 1v1 with Knight, but it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Kanavi is disengaged by Stixxay, who rocket jumps back to safety. Huhi's ready to turn it around. He crashes down. Kanavi is down. They're gonna find more. Stixxay gets Ruler, and Missing has to run. The Golden Guardians answer the challenge.
Golden Guardians are going off against JDG this game. 6-2 in kills, an over 2,000 gold lead here. Knight gonna try to get something back on the bottom side, but there's nothing here to take, as Licorice is just a brick wall. Golden Guardians are fighting incredibly well.
And it's the fact that JDG just completely disrespect the fact Golden Guardians have control of the top side. They get Rift Herald, immediately push it down, and don't look at the fact that they drop mid lane. So Stixay immediately pushes that in, comes to join top, and the engages again from Hui and the rest of the team were on point.
Exactly. They had eyes on everyone except Missing, so they know only that support can come there. There's no Kanavi to actually bail him out, so they fully commit to it. Hui full sends it to get that kill. And in comes Kanavi, but the Buster Shot is there immediately for the disengage. Stixay pops the Ghost, jumps back, and look at the turn from Hui, catching both Kanavi and Ruler. Stixay jumps forward, then kites back to not give any opportunity for Ruler to get a trade kill there. That was beautifully done, and Hui has been so on point.
Look at him, man!
Baby!
He's loving this! Rel is so slow when she crashes down, but he flashes back. He snaps the attract and repel and then follows it up with his own CC beautifully. Rel is not a champion that you play against a lot in League of Legends, and you can be caught off guard because of that. Golden Guardians now, they have a 2,000 gold lead 18 minutes into the game. There are no dragons to currently fight for. Baron is not alive for another 2 minutes. What do we need to see from this team to continue going forward?
They need to keep playing for objectives, keep going for these setups. You know, they have great pick and turn, so set up around these objectives, control vision, and if someone from JDG is trying to clear that out, you can turn and engage.
And vision is going to be the big one for me, especially when you look towards, you know, Knight on LeBlanc. If he can actually get access onto Stixay and make these fights uncomfortable, it's not going to be a good time for Golden Guardian. So making sure you're controlling your flanks, getting the wards down, and not giving Knight these opportunities to find ways onto the backline is going to be so crucial.
And this is why I also think it's so important that Licorice is actually winning the 1v1, because 369 is really one of the only kind of tanky members who could help to clear out vision, right? But if he's not able to be there with the squad, things get very difficult, as Licorice likely going to have to flash unless he wants to all out over the wall. Okay.
And it looks like that's what he's going to get. Kanavi not wanting anything to do with a isolated Cassante 1v1, so he'll just go right back over the wall there. Nice use of the ulti there from Licorice to make sure he didn't have to spend the summoner spell.
JDG commit a huge amount to the top side though, which just gives bot terror. You get a bit of control for Stixay in the mid lane as well, so JDG kind of scrambling here to see if they can find picks against Golden Guardians, but it's not happening.
It's kind of the inverse of last game, right?
Yeah.
Where it is JDG who are feeling the pressure. They're grouping up to look for these picks, which opens up opportunities to play sides, and that's where Golden Guardians are extending the gold advantage. Now the mid tier 1 is basically guaranteed theirs. Knight trying to get a bit of a poke and a prod here, but Tristana is going to crush through these towers. So Golden Guardians playing the map really well, extending the gold lead is nearly 4,000 at this point, and we'll see where they want to go next. Are they going to try to set up for this next dragon here, which would be a Cloud Soul they'd be working towards?
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, especially even just with timers, right? A minute now, you push outside lanes, immediately reset. You can continue to just overload this bot side with vision. You've already got decent foundation for that as well, as Corey would just take a little bit of poke from Knight, but this is really good stuff from Golden Guardians, and it is actually going to cause issues for JDG. We said already 369, 0-2, not in the bestest spots, although as I say that.
Well, Licorice can get away from it. This Cassante has been scary. Yes, he got the one solo kill. He hasn't gotten any really more PvP action since then, but his threat in the side lanes, the fact that he's unafraid to go 1v1 against Knight and keep him occupied, the fact that he knows he can go in the enemy jungle and escape from a collapse like he did, he knows his limits, and now Missing's gonna get chased down by River. Beautiful buffering, but now the TP's coming in here for the follow-up. Missing gets away thanks to the wild growth, and the Golden Guardians may have gone too far. They're finding the damage, they're finding the jungler, and they found the first kill. Now they gotta be careful because Corey's already had to self-ult. The Golden Guardians need to get their mid laner out, but they won't be able to do it. Now they go all out, and they're looking for the kills now. They'll turn it around. They found Ruler. They're gonna go after more. They cannot survive for JDG, and Golden Guardians just killed everybody!
You beautiful bastards, you're doing it! Golden Guardians taking down JDG. Looking for the dragon here. Gonna be able to try to take that as well, and securing themselves a massive advantage as the team is of one mind. They're gonna go for the fight. River and Hui going for the early engage. The TP's coming in immediately, and Golden Guardians just full send it.
I got a little bit nervous towards the back of this because Rudder's free hitting, but Stixay in such a good position, hops over the wall. He's getting a ton of damage off, and Knight ends up trying to commit on towards Hui there. So Stixay still at half HP, happy to walk forward. Corey buys a ton of space from Ruder on the back line. And then again, these engages from Hui have been so spectacular. Watch it, the three-man crouch down, it forces the flash. Knight has to go back, and it's the clean-up crew from there.
Licorice as well, playing that so well. You know, Stixxay was already very low. Knight wanted to push forward for the kill, but Licorice interrupts him with the Q3, then All Out's pulling him in over the wall. Stixxay's getting free hits on him, then he has to snap back into the Huhi engage, essentially. Just played beautifully by both of those members.
Huhi is the MVP of Golden Guardians here in this game too. His decision-making, his patience, his engages have defined these fights. These fights that when you look at them, you're scared thinking it's JDG team fighting.
Yeah.
They look like they are about to smash this, and then no. Huhi's ready, the Rel is ready. Golden Guardians now with a 4,000 gold lead.
And while Golden Guardians are playing a beautiful game here, there's still a lot of work to be done before you can close this one out. You know, JDG are those immaculate team fighters. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. If you mis-execute in one of these fights, they are going to blow you up. They are going to take down the Baron, and all of a sudden the shoe is going to be on the other foot. So Golden Guardians need to maintain this clean play, and they're going to start up this Baron here. Huhi dismounted, so he could potentially look for a W flash turn.
369 as well just went Mega Gnar, so even with the TP in, he'll be Mini Gnar for this. This is actually a great call from Golden Guardians at the timing.
Golden Guardians do not want to risk a 50-50. They don't want to take this any lower. They just wanted to get JDG's attention and see if they could force anything out.
Yeah, they watched the Mad series, they watched the C9 series. Flipping Barons has not gone well for the LCS or the LECs. They say, nope, don't do it.
The devil on the shoulder was shut up there for a second. But this is where I think, again, as you say, I think they did get a little bit unfortunate the fact that it's Cloud Dragons. Like, if you'd actually managed to get like even more Mountain Dragons or Infernal or something, yeah, it would have been fantastic. But now Golden Guardians, at least getting control over the side lanes, making sure that they're in a decent spot where, as long as you can keep pushing vision or keep pushing the waves in on top side, start to create vision on the jungle in the top lane, you can just hop back and forth between top and mid and create so many issues for JDG.
JDG bringing 3 players up into this top side here as Kanavi and Missing try to clear out some of the vision placed down by the Golden Guardians in this top side of the map around this Baron pit. They want to make sure that at least Golden Guardians have to clear out some JDG wards before they can start this up again. You can see that the 2 top laners are on the other side of the map right now. Missing has been found. Wild Growth to disengage. The engage there from Huhi. Golden Guardians pouring the damage into the JDG support, and Lulu is dead.
Oh,
Kanavi goes in. Stixxay's ready to follow him, but now he's killed. A beautiful crushing blow from Kanavi, and Golden Guardians have overplayed their hand. Ruler and Kanavi work together and shut down the Tristana.
Kanavi was so sneaky, waits and baits out. Missing says, look, you're going to die for a good cause, but they get the turnaround, the kill onto Stixxay, and JDG now can find some much needed gold back.
Yeah, and that's a massive shutdown there onto Stixxay, who was trying to go for a big play of his own. Looked like he wanted to buster shot Kanavi into the pit, then jump in and actually try to take him out. But extra damage came in over the wall as that empowered zap hit from Ruler. I don't know if Knight actually got involved in that as well at all. But there was just so much extra damage coming in on Stixxay that he was not really ready for. No one else from Golden Guardians was in the pit for him. They were looking for that big play, and you have to respect it, because if you get that kill on Kanavi there, all of a sudden the Baron is yours, and that could be the game-securing play. But at the end of the day, it is just this one kill. And we have to watch again. You know, Kanavi coming in here from the side. Stixxay's coming up. He's laying in wait, waiting for that AD. Jumps in right on him. Stixxay goes into the pit here, trying to get on him. The explosive shot, unfortunately, was on the clone, and Ruler got a lot of damage in over the wall there. So, excuse me, it wasn't a buster shot, you know, on him over into that pit. He just cloned in there. Well played by Kanavi. Ruler assisting, and they're able to kill off Stixxay and stave off what could have been a Baron take.
Well, JDG has caught up about 1,000 gold of the lead that Golden Guardians had, but now Golden Guardians have to make sure they're not giving away any more situations like that. 30 seconds till our next Drake spawns.
A great situation for Golden Guardians, though, is the Ruler has no flash. Gory does. The amount of follow-up you can get on towards this area is going to be so incredibly strong. Stixxay doesn't have his own, but I think the fact you have that jump is going to make things a little bit easier. But JDG having the push on waves, having control over this top side, it's going to make things a little uncomfortable for Golden Guardians for the moment.
Still going to have to be aware of the fact that Cleanse is available and he has that Lulu behind him, so you still have to play with respect. If Ruler can play close to a wall, even missing that flash, you can always Cleanse, jump over the wall, get out of there, no problem. And JDG are maintaining vision control around this Baron. They did see them go into the pit, so now they're just going to be starting it up. Golden Guardians blue triggered it immediately. They are aware it's happening. I can't imagine JDG is going to commit to this, but we'll see. It looks like they may want to try to go for it because Stixxay has no sums.
Knight may have been caught here over the wall. A lot of damage, but not enough to kill him. Golden Guardians wanted the enemy mid laner, but now they got to be careful because River's going to be killed instead. JDG coming back in with a shutdown, already finding the enemy jungler. Who he's in the middle of everybody, and he's got no way home. JDG! It don't matter if they're behind. They're just too damn good.
The inch was given and the mile has been taken. JDG now over towards the Baron, even getting the TP from Knight now to cover this bot lane push that they thought might come through from Stixxay, but I might even go for Dragon here. You see the pings on towards
Knight's
Knight.
coming though, and he has no health. Stixxay's got to run.
Yeah, look at the Dragon. It's immediately jumps away, so Stixxay not in the best spots. Licorice now just trying to see if he can hunt out Knight, but big win for JDG.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like that, the game is way back into JDG's favor, and Golden Guardians are significantly on the back foot. You know, they thought they had this catch on a Knight, but again, unless your entire team is there to instantly burst him down, he has so much tenacity. The lockdown is not going to last long enough, and Stixxay was pretty far away, so he actually had to use a rocket jump to even get in range, and then all of a sudden, he's put in this really awkward spot. You know, they feel like they have a catch, they get the Q, they get the ulti, but the ulti is overlapped with the Lissandra ulti. Knight gets the Lulu ult, just pulls back, and then look at where Stixxay is. He's in this really awkward spot. He has no sums. He already used that rocket jump, so he has to get a reshot with that explosive shot, and then he's completely out of the fight.
Also the fact that he was just so late to the party, like that would have been enough lockdown for you to finish off Knight, but not having the rel there made things a little bit difficult. Now JDG setting up, they don't spot Huhi, and even you can see Licorice there just trying to get a little before, but Gory forced to run away.
369's going after him, but they cannot stick to Lissandra enough. He's got to be the playmaker here. He's got to make the difference. Gory may just get popped before he can do anything. Knight's looking for him as the Dragon is claimed by JDG. Knight almost has enough damage to take Gory out of the picture, and he gets the kill. Now Kanavi's trying to buy enough time for the rest of JDG to kill off Stixxay. Ruler's got a killing spree. River's got a ticket into the dirt, and it's a double kill back over to Zeri. JDG has had enough, and they will ace the Golden Guardian.
The team fighting is unmatched from JDG. Knight finding out Gory, taking him out no problem. Then Kanavi has been a nightmare for Stixxay in these fights, constantly getting in on top of him, getting him chunked low, and then Ruler can just fly in to finish him off.
And that was the thing, Licorice was a good call to try and take 369 of the fight. He's about to go Mega Gnar, but it meant there was no front line. It meant there was no one there to stop Ruler from tearing people to shreds, and JDG, just like that, a 5,000 gold lead for them, and they'll continue pushing in.
And that's the thing about JDG, man. Even when they get behind, they're so good at dragging out the game. They're so good at buying the maximum amount of time to get back in. Knight with the isolated kill, then the rest of the fight went Ruler's way.
Yeah, I mean, they do a good job of actually turning on Ruler as soon as he goes in. They're trying to land all the CC on him. They get him very low, but Stixxay was already chunked at 20-30% HP, it felt like, before that CC comes in, because he had been chunked down there by Kanavi, and then Ruler comes in, absolutely lights them up. You can see the frustration on their faces. They know this game has completely fallen out of their hands.
Especially with the massive shutdowns that was going across the Ruler. You can see him there, already a 4th item completed already, catching up and surpassing Stixxay, and I mean, the win expectancy there, powered by AWS, looking pretty good.
And Licorice, he's strong, but he's not strong enough to get away from a JDG that's ready to collapse 3v1. Ruler being kept alive by missing the stopwatch, good enough to buy him a couple of more seconds so the rest of JDG can come in and help. He and the rest of the Golden Guardians are doing what they can, but they cannot measure up to Ruler and JDG. Stixxay just melts, and Ruler makes it look simple. 4 dead on the side of the Golden Guardians, and JDG's got a 5-man push in the enemy base.
The LPL first seed refusing to let Golden Guardians have a game here as they will go collect the wave. It looks like once more they want to try and close this one out.
And I don't think there's a whole lot standing in their way. A 3-3 bye versus the entirety of China's #1 team. JDG will take the Nexus turrets out. The respawns happen now, but it's a little too little, a little too late. And the Golden Guardians are forced back into the fountain as JDG force their way to match point.
JDG taking a commanding lead in this series, really showing their class down the stretch. That team fighting was just incredible to behold. And Golden Guardians are getting ahead of themselves a couple times there, you know, using these go buttons sometimes to their kind of disadvantage, you know, feeling like, oh, we see someone, we've got to go, we've got to get these picks. But if the carries aren't there, if everyone isn't there immediately, you don't get that initial kill, and then all of a sudden, you've used all those resources, and JDG will always capitalize on that. They can just go wild.
And that's the thing, JDG were so patient and so good at spotting, where are people on the map? Is there enough numbers to actually show up and punish us for this? And every single time they threw in the coin, they knew what was coming up. So it's just brilliant to see, like, catching Kanavi, waiting in that brush, finding that big pick. Then when they try and go into Knight, they turn it around as well.
JDG is just showing all the international viewers that don't follow the LPL exactly what all the different flavors of their gameplay look like. When they get ahead, they win fast. When they fall behind, they dig in, they wait for you to screw up just once, and then boom, they're right back in it. These guys are ferocious.
Look, I'm biased, but if you're not watching the LPL at this stage, why are you not watching the LPL? This region is so damn good and so much fun to watch. Like, seriously, like, you can see what JDG are like at the moment. The ruthlessness that they will tear a team apart is absolutely insane.
Well, with game number 2 ending in a JDG victory and a match point scenario, we're going to toss things back to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you so much. I really love the way you painted that picture for us there, Captain Flowers, because that is exactly what it is. And when you look at their games in the LPL, when you look at the stat sheet to reflect those games, that's exactly what it says. Behind, they'll claw their way back if they need to. Ahead, that snowball, you're never going to stop it.
Well, and Dogda said, like, why are you not watching the LPL? He'll appreciate this. This is a classic LPL gold graph right here, which is why I wanted to lead off with this specifically. But it's everything they were talking about, right? Where it's like, it comes down to who are you targeting in these team fights. We saw several times, especially around the fight at like 25, just before 25 minutes, Kanavi realizing he can engage onto Stixxay, finding those really small windows where they know they have a numbers advantage, and then taking advantage of when Golden Guardians kind of overcommit, like that Baron.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it so many times now in the last 4 days.
It's so hard because it feels unfair, because you need to play aggressive early, because if you don't get an early lead, you're not getting anything done. But if you do get an early lead and then you try to team fight, which you have to, because without a Baron, like, if you're just going to wait and wait, nothing's going to happen. And then you try to force something and then you don't do it 100% correct, and then you also lose.
It's frustrating, but at least you can try in the early game. And I think we saw some beautiful things from Golden Guardians in that early game. We even got a solo kill top.
I loved it. I was really happy to see Licorice pop off. The matchup wasn't really about the top lane. Neither jungler showed up. But seeing him on the Cassante actually get this early game rolling, I think was really big for the mental as well. Particularly because this happened simultaneously, and winning on both sides of the map is such an important thing when you're in a series and you're the underdog and you're already 1 game down.
And this was so huge from Golden Guardians, the fact that they recognized when they could do these plays early. When they did have these stronger early games in the LCS, this is what we saw. And this in particular set up this Vi-Rel combo that was just amazing to watch from them.
I'm so glad you brought it up, because every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Hui's Rel turns around the top lane fight to secure 2 more kills for the Golden Guardians. And Emily, you were so excited watching this, and also Hui's reaction afterwards, and you said this is what he does all the time. He's shouting to engage in these situations in the LCS, and when it works out, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so whenever you hear Golden Guardians comms, Hui is constantly talking, and they already know when they talk about like how they want to approach these team fights. If Hui's going in, the rest of them immediately follow up on this engage, right? So this actually set up a sequence of events where they were able to get a lot of stuff on the map, and it was looking pretty good for them. And we saw this especially, I want to say, in their series against Evil Geniuses, where Hui had some of these just massive Rel performances. And yeah, there's the Hui cam.
And in particular, the synergy of him with River was, to me, really impressive. There were multiple occasions in particularly the early skirmishes and that fight as well, where like River, the moment that Hui crashes down, is there with the flash engage to give 0 counterplay opportunity and make sure that they're actually able to take down the target before JDG can respond.
It was great to see, and it's also one of the reasons why they, against many people's expectations, got so far back in the LCS playoffs and made it here to MSI. But the inevitable happened again. And I think when I'm watching these games now, I'm constantly feeling it somewhere.
You're
you know?
waiting for
I'm
it.
waiting for it to happen. And I feel like on the side of JDG, they also know that. And they're constantly on the lookout for something they can do. You mentioned the Stixxay pick-off earlier, but this Baron is also a great example.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also where JDG know that they can kind of turn, and they go in, but you notice that, and I know they brought this up on cast too, the rest of Golden Guardians are not there. Specifically, Huhi on the Rel, they aren't able to have that like 1-2 combo punch of CC to try to win these fights, and then JDG just absolutely take over.
Also on a highlight, I don't think that Ruler had the best game, even though he showed up in later game teamfights, had a couple of mistakes early on. But at that point in the game, throwing everything, while the Lulu was standing right next to LeBlanc, which, as was pointed out, had Merc Freds, had unflinching for the second time, right? Like, they kind of let Knight be because of the mid lane play that didn't work out, and then there they got baited in. Everything gets thrown into him, and there's nothing left for Ruler.
Yeah, and there's always someone who will be able to pick up the pieces. There's never going to be all 5 players who underperform on JDG. And maybe we can highlight some things that don't immediately meet the eye. Of course, in moments it did with Kanavi when he makes the engage, but also everything when it concerns shadowing, vision, setup, making sure that the waves are in a great state, helping out the laners. There's just a very efficient aura, I feel, about this jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi really understands. Again, we were talking about like, okay, River, who we've said has had like some pretty good showings in these 2 games, especially like kind of early. But Kanavi not only understands and tracks his opponent really well, but again, knows his entry into team fights, and that's really where you get to see him shine. And I think, you know, having a jungler like that, he's one of the best. I mean, he's one of the best.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, we gotta highlight it.
Yeah, I agree. I also want to throw back to game number 1, where a lot of LPL teams are known for being aggressive, right? And as we saw in the first game, once they get a lead, they can push it. But I actually love it. Kanavi's one of the junglers that is the smartest about when he's like, no, I'm just going to peace out. I think as a jungler, you really know, you always have to, I need this crab. I need this 2v2. And being able to step away, I think, is a really big part of what makes this team so consistent.
Definitely so, and that's why they are up on match point. Only 1 step away from the LPL Spring Finals rematch versus BLG on Sunday. Can the Golden Guardians pull one back in Game 3? I hope so. We'll be right back.
Oh, all out. Licorice flashing in!
Kill top.
That's a nice job.
The dive on the bot side, no!
Ruler goes in. Who he's looking for the stun, and they're gonna blow the up. Kanavi goes back in. Attract and repel, and Wukong's going to hell. Locks him down. River ready for the follow-up, but they did not chain the CC perfectly, so Knight is able to go back underneath the turret, and River will be drowned as they try to make the play. And JDG, you give them an inch, they take a mile.
Just run. I can go. Go. Nice, go. Zeri, go flash. Go flash. Go.
The respawns happen now, but it's a little too late. And the Golden Guardians are forced back into the fountain. Get it. Welcome back to MSI 2023 and this matchup between JDG and the Golden Guardians. JDG are up 2-0 and on match point. Game number 2, however, was a very strong showing from the Golden Guardians, who had an incredibly commanding lead for a long time in the game, but it was just a couple of little vulnerabilities in the armor that were exploited and punished by JDG.
See, if the trend continues, here's the Copium take. You know,
Okay,
first
okay.
game we had
Don't do
very
this.
early
Don't
game.
do this.
Second game, you know, first game we had to like 12 minutes. Second game we had to like 22 minutes. You
Okay,
know,
I'm
maybe
picking up-
game
I'm picking up
3
there.
we
Yeah.
have to like 30 minutes, and maybe we can kill a Nexus by then.
But the thing is, then, if you win Game 3, by that logic, you automatically win the
Yeah,
rest of the
yeah,
series.
it's a reverse
You just-
sweep,
You
for
just
sure.
keep going
Yeah,
longer.
exactly.
Yeah,
Just keeps-
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, easy. You just win this, you win the series.
Exactly.
There you go.
No problem.
I think that level of copium is actually...
Who's the analyst here, Flowers? Who's the analyst here?
All right, fine. I'm just the talk fast guy, so I think that level of copium is probably lethal. Because there's no way that that's the only thing we can rely on. But there is something we can rely on for the Golden Guardians, and that's Huhi. The engages in game number 2 were absolutely beautiful. At moments where JDG, either through not respecting the rel specifically because it is a more uncommon pick, or just not respecting Golden Guardians as a whole, chased them into a fight that Golden Guardians was able to turn around through who he's played.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I have to give a lot of credit to Licorice as well. This guy has been so good throughout all of MSI. He's really blown me away. Going up against Bin and 369 and saying you solo killed them both, not a lot of people can tell you that.
Especially, like, I think you actually need to ban this Cassante. Like, he has looked absolutely incredible on it. Every time he's got his hands on it, was a real issue for a lot of these fights for JDG. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that go up onto the ban list.
Yeah, and I mean, the reality is, for Golden Guardians to take a game, everyone has to be on point. All 5 of them, right? And I think in the last game, we saw bot lane was going really, really well. Licorice was doing really, really well in top lane. But I thought Gory and River were at times disjointed from the rest of the team, right? You know, when they were going for that engage on Knight, no one else was really there to follow up. When they were diving mid lane and got countered on that gank, no one else was really there to follow up. And the Cassante is going to get respect banned away. So Licorice gets a solo kill, and they say, you know what? We can't give it to him again.
Yep, the rest of the bans looking very similar to Game 2. It's Nidalee, Annie, and Aphelios banned out by Golden Guardians. Cassante, Ahri, and Maokai banned out by JDG. The first pick of the draft is the Kennen for the Golden Guardians.
I do like the Gragas as an answer, though. A lot of the times you can just kind of push the wave against the Kennen if you're in the lane, or else you just in the later team fights end up just tossing in the cask, immediately take the Kennen out of the fight, and just have great peel for the backline. So far, JDG already having a good answer for the Kennen.
Yeah, I just have not really liked Kennen so far in this tournament.
Especially first pick.
I mean, it just really has not worked. But even when it was picked as an answer, I don't think we've seen a strong Kennen game yet in the bracket stage, right? From winning teams or losing teams. It just has not really looked as good. Obviously, it has been mostly Western teams that have been picking it, and they have been losing a lot of games, so it does make it kind of look a little bit worse. But I do feel like the teams here are just on another level as far as marking the cannon and clearing vision. And if you can't get good TP flanking wards and you're always marked out on those sides, it's so difficult to really make this champion work because Kennen really can't fight front to back. You basically have to come in from an angle and get that perfect flank, but if you're always marked, if they're always aware of where you're coming from, it just doesn't get a lot done.
Well, we've got the Jinx locked in for the Golden Guardians. We saw Stixxay have a better game on the Tristana than he had on the Aphelios. Jinx is much more similar to that Aphelios than she is to the Tristana.
Yeah.
Very limited in terms of mobility, needs protection, needs a front line to be able to play the way that she wants to play this game. And if we're talking about protection, Thresh is a great way to help out champions like this that don't have inbuilt mobility.
It absolutely is, but the engage from Rakan and Gragas is so explosive that it's very difficult to save someone from a Lantern. If you get Body Slam flashed into a Rakan combo, there's no clicking the Lantern, right? And you can easily get ulted away from that Lantern by the Gragas as well. So we'll see, you know, if who he can be really on point with the Flays and kind of keeping that space for him.
Also, just the Xayah is such a good answer to what Golden Guardians are going up against, are bringing to the table at the moment. Like, the Kennen tries to go in, Xayah immediately ults herself, keeps herself out of harm's way, even with just being able to follow up so effectively on any of the Rakan engages. Like, Thresh CCs himself if he tries to throw that hook, so immediately you can follow up and go for it.
JDG missed their ban. So I'm not sure if there's going to be, you know, if that was like user error. If it's user error, we just continue. If there was some sort of glitch that made them miss that ban, maybe we'll have to restart. We'll let you guys know as soon as we find out any info about that. But for now, it is continuing onward, so I have to assume it's just user error on JDG's side, because normally they would stop them before you show any additional bans.
Right. Well, they're going to proceed. So no ban for ban number 4 from the side of JDG. Their final ban of the draft will be Lee Sin, wanting to keep that playmaker away from River. Syndra was banned out by the Golden Guardians because it is one of Knight's favorite champions to play. It is tied for most plays in spring for him with the Ahri at 8, and LeBlanc also banned out now.
It's also historically one of the champions that he showed up on in the most clutch moments. Yeah. Like in finals, he's had these insane Syndra scatter the weeks that have changed the outcomes of series, but won't be getting to see it. It's a little bit unfortunate as he's incredible on that.
I mean, I hope we get to see a Syndra at some point throughout the tournament. Syndra is really the champion that made me first really fall in love with Knight as a player. You know, I made a Lane Kingdom piece of content on him playing that champion specifically back in the day. He is incredible at it, but it is going to be the Kha'Zix. Will River come out with the Rengar as the answer? Oh, come on!
Twice he's baited us now, twice!
It is a rule of League of Legends. We got a lore battle! Rengar and Kha'Zix, get out of here, Sejuani! Get out of here!
All right, I'm down for it. Now they're even recovering. Man, if Hui locked Asol, I don't even care anymore.
I mean, this would actually be sick. A Rengar Galio combo would be insane.
Oh,
I'm
I
curious to see
respect
though,
it.
because the last time we saw Rengar at the international stage was SOFM as the counter to the Evelyn back in
That was tank
2020
Rengar.
Worlds. Yeah, and I'm curious if it is going to be the tank Rengar. I imagine you'll probably go for the damage version, especially when you've already got the kind of the backup alongside the Galio. But this is going to be so cool to see.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. I mean, they have quite a bit of damage with the Jinx and the cannon, but I'm expecting it to be a damage build, or at least like a hybrid damage build. I have seen some people just do things like Boar Drinker into Spirit Visage and stuff like that. So you can kind of go for those like hybrid damage builds where you go for a bruiser build into tank. Be interested to see how it does work out. It is going to be Knight with the Nautilus mid here. So this is going to be a nightmare game for 6A to play. Every single fight, Gragas, Kha'Zix, Nautilus ulti, Rakan ulti, all are going to be thrown towards this one champion, and it's going to be up to his team to actually create space for him to be able to play the game, which is going to be so tough.
Yeah, everybody that's not ruler has a kill Jinx button on their champion. It's very, very difficult to get away from all of it. Yeah, right. Like, okay, I've got Gale Force.
Don't you dare doubt ruler.
And Thresh is going to try to throw his lamp on me, and that's the only way that Stixxay gets away from all of this. So his work's going to be cut out for him. But, I mean, it's up to the rest of the team to be able to try to help him, right?
Yeah.
If Kennen can slicing Maelstrom and just go in, find a nice, really big engage, Galio being able to follow up on top of either a Kennen or a Rengar initiating. Because remember, you look at a Galio ulti, you know that it can be used as a counter engage, but it can even more effectively be used to follow up some of your own plays.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting because I do think in a lot of cases, you think about Rengar, you think about, okay, diving deep, going for these picks. But I actually think for Golden Guardians comp, I think they're going to be more effective if they're actually playing counter engage in this game. Because everyone clearly has to go for Stixxay. The problem is if you're the ones who are initiating the dive, you send in the Kennen and the Rengar and Galio and everything in the back line, they can try to just have someone get past that and Stixxay can get blown up. But if everyone dives on Stixxay and all of a sudden Licorice drops his ulti and Galio's coming slamming in and they have the Thresh box to deal with, that could make a situation where Stixxay could survive and turn it around.
Also, it just makes it very tough for Ruler to play the fights because you've got the Rengar to worry about. You also got the ultimate from Licorice to worry about. Like, trying to follow up on this engagement was very tough, but JDG want to make it happen early.
I think they're going to run into each other.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Bot
they have no
lane,
idea.
5v5 level 1. Ships in the night, boys. Ships in the night.
Yeah, but where do they recall? This is the key part, is it can get really kind of dicey. Do you do a 5-man recall in the bush? That is the safest play because you have no idea where they are. Looks like JDG are just going to stay and start on the enemy red buff. Is Golden Guardians going to stay and start on the enemy blue buff? This was hilarious.
Yeah, this is quite a turn of events here at the level 1. So close to potentially running into each other, but now just going for the same plan.
And then because you have no vision on top side, you could think that they're just like spread out on the top side, that they're doing counter invade up there. You don't know where the other team is. So now it gets really wacky. What is your jungle path from here? Do you try to full clear the enemy side of the jungle? Do you try to, walk back into your own jungle?
They're going to spot each other.
Okay, now you've got to know. So Gory sees him, and now he has to know. And Gory actually really intelligently hides. Now Knight does spot him. So everyone should have info of where the other is starting, and I'm just really curious to see where they're going to take this. It looks like Kha'Zix is going to go straight bot at level 2, but River's coming as well. We're going to have a 3v3 bot at level 1.
They find the hook. He goes in, and Missing is going to be the target, but River's going to be carefully flashes away to stay alive, but he's only got 100 HP, and it's first blood back over to Kanavi and the Kha'Zix. It should be picked up here with Golden Guardians getting the money on Stixxay. He's excited, and he just can't hide it. Missing goes over the wall into the brush. He tries to get away. The grand entrance is shut down, and Stixxay gets 2.
Stixxay gets double buffs on top of it as well. This is a disaster for JDG's bot lane. Stixxay has struggled every single lane phase so far, and now in game 3, he's off to the perfect start.
What a banger. I mean, honestly, this series has been so much fun to watch. Golden Guardians do not care who they're playing. They're going to go right at you. JDG, arguably the best team in the world. Golden Guardians are down to scrap. They're down to take these fights. And what kind of a random situation is this, where it's a 3v3 here down on bot side with both teams full invade, no one runs into each other, and then everyone just converges down to the bot lane for this fight. Kanavi has already spent the flash. He knows he's not getting out. Stixxay's already kiting up towards Missing because he has the ghost popped. He knows he's going to get the reset. And then, yes, there's a W over the wall here, but Huhi flashing in has the confidence.
What a
cojones on this guy.
And Huhi is unbelievable this series. What a legend. Like, take a bow, sir, because this series, the entire way through, Huhi has honestly been outplaying Missy the entire way through.
Huhi is just a monster, man. Awesome start down there in the bottom side for the Golden Guardians. But now we got to see where everything else goes. Huhi is roaming around with River. Golden Guardians like to have Huhi do this. They're okay separating him from Stixxay, allowing him to try to move around, facilitate River, being able to do things like take the Scuttle Crab, even if they're not sure where the enemy jungler is. And now Huhi's back down here. Stixxay still got those double buffs a little while longer. And if we check up in the top lane, Licorice has a nice little lead for himself over 369.
Yep, meanwhile in top lane.
Yeah, the story of League of Legends.
Yeah. Both players completely uninvolved in all the action. One has a 4CS advantage. Top lane experience.
You don't sound jaded at all about that as the top laner, yeah.
I'm a Phil player, which is actually the same thing as being a top laner because no one wants to play that.
Fair, fair.
I feel like every game I've ever played with you, you pick Phil, and about 90% of them you end up in top. But now it's Golden Guardians bringing River back down to the bottom lane. If Huhi can find a death sentence, they might be able to make something happen here. Now remember, both summoner spells still available on Ruler. Missing can just dash back away to safety, so he's not as worried about it either. And it looks like the Golden Guardians aren't going to get a whole lot out of this one. They're just going to keep River down here long enough to have his presence enable them to shove this wave forward. And in games 1 and 2, you pointed it out both times, Isaac, Golden Guardians have had some bad back timers that caused them to lose out on waves of gold and experience. So this time around, especially with Stixxay starting off like he has, I want to see him clean that up.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to play from this position of power. Navi, though, going to find River here.
River taking the worst part of the trade, but luckily can heal most of it off there with that W, as Kanavi does not want to stick around long enough to clear out the entirety of the control ward.
Yeah, it gets a little bit awkward because, yes, Kennen can make first move, but then you're going to lose the wave to the tower, which can be really painful. Gory, though, hits 6, and now he's moving, so Kanavi has got to leave from this point.
Navi trying to get back into the river here, and yeah, he's got the Scuttle Crab vision, gives him the extra haste so he can disengage from this situation, and now Gory will just walk back into mid, walks around the slightly longer way. He knows he doesn't want to risk running into Kanavi, and River is once again found by the bug. They try to chase him down with Knight, who wants to use the anchor there. Gory interfering, dropping the taunt, making sure that River's not in any real danger. Gory does lose some farm underneath the turret because of this, and JDG, the mid-jungle, are playing aggressively.
Yeah, putting that pressure on, the Kha'Zix really wants to put that pressure on. Know if you can get this Rengar isolated, he's away from the brush, he doesn't have the Frosty stacked up, it's not going to be a good fight for him. So they're putting that on, but it's good coverage here, from Gory moving over. Not able to find the hook, so nothing going to really happen from this. But it is the flash and the ult from Knight down. So yeah, you lost a little bit of farm, but I think you're pretty happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Knight flashed and doesn't get anything is a big one. It was a really nice job from JDG where they were like, okay, as long as we can play this slow and let Knight push in, Gory has to catch the wave, but just having that little bit of a whoopsie means that they're not quite able to get out of there, but still giving enough of an advantage to Kanavi now where he has that level up, he got a couple of the camps, he can start to move around. Moving down towards this bot lane as well, it's just very tough to end up winning out on this bot lane now that Stixxay has those two moves.
And you can see how much Golden Guardians are ready to try to play around this. River's been down here 3 different times now, counting that level 2, level 1 battle, as Licorice uses the ulti on 369 on the top side. And Dagda, it's exactly what you were describing back in draft. The big man just throws the cask on the ground, says get the hell out of here, and he can walk away from anything Kennen's got to bring to the table.
And it's going to be the case of trying to do that later on in this game as well, especially if you can try and disrupt how much CC Golden Guardians have to offer and find a way onto Stixxay is going to be crucial for JDG. Stixxay stops the reset. River is down on the bot side.
I've got to say, Ruler is so annoying with his Qs. I feel like he hits every single one on Stixxay the entire time, and he just slowly chipped him down. Despite the fact that they did have that advantage from level 1, they're doing just fine. He's actually up 1 CS. He is getting the push because he has been the one actually chunking Stixxay, and Stixxay may again be forced to take a bad base here. I think he's going to want to try to stay around, farm out this wave, but it's going to be JDG have that pressure on bot side. Huhi went back for the early base, but it should be an early dragon here for Kanavi. He's Kha'Zix, he's level 6, easy peasy.
And this will be the first time this series that JDG takes the first Drake of the game. In both the previous games, it was Golden Guardians 8 minutes in and then at 10 minutes in being the first ones to that neutral objective. But this time around, JDG finally get the better of them there. Usually, if we see the first Drake taken and it's past 8 minutes, the other squad will try to respond with Herald shortly thereafter, and that's what I expect to see Golden Guardians going for as River makes his move.
Yeah, Knight's starting to move over as well, just wants to get full information that Golden Guardians are going for this, but you have Kha'Zix on the way. Missing got that quicker reset, so JDG maybe thinking of trying to make something happen, but...
Well, Herald's at 1900. JDG are coming in. They want to contest this. Knight's going to lead the charge. Goes in, finds the anchor. River's got to disengage as Missing goes after him. The Galio ulti comes down, and it's JDG. They forced them back. They took control of the river. They got themselves the objective, and they get the better of the Golden Guardians. But now Gory's coming in with a two-man taunt. Knight stuck here on the front line as he goes for another hook, but he won't be able to land this one. River grabs a kill on Knight, and Golden Guardians get something for their trouble.
Yeah, it's a good kill back, but the play is still positive for JDG. You know, he had these decent base timings with Stixxay, so he was trying to stay around bot to hold the wave for Stixxay on bot side. But at the end of the day, it means he's way late to the play. Missing's there first, so they force the flash, they force the Galio ultimate, they get the Herald. That is more valuable, and now Gory gonna have to flash here as well. So JDG definitely getting more off the play and still have that Herald in pocket to cash in.
Yeah, they're even starting to push into the spot lane as well, but I think Kanavi might be a little bit slow in getting down to try and use the fact that Chad pushed there to use the Rift Herald, but as you say, really nice job from JDG. The kill going across does suck, but it's just full control for the LPL rep at the moment.
LPL's #1 seed, still slightly behind in gold, but that can change very rapidly depending, especially on how much value they get out of this Herald. Where is it going to be dropped? How many plates does it result in? Because we're not even 10 minutes on the timer just yet, they have the entirety of turret plating's duration to choose when to drop it, where to drop it, and that just means that Golden Guardians needs to be aware of where these JDG players are going to be rotating around to.
I am curious, as you say, just on the rotations, if JDG end up like pushing in this wave, sending Ruler to mid lane, and then trying to use the Rift Herald in mid, because I feel like it's so important to try and get that mid lane turret down. As JDG, though, are on the way.
Oh, man, it's the whole Goon squad. JDG bringing down Kanavi and Knight to join up with Ruler and Missing. But as Stixxay makes his way back into the lane now, it looks like the jungle mid duo of JDG just going to head back towards mid instead.
Yeah, you know, they were trying to see if they could capitalize on a roam timing there. You have to remember, the cooldown on the level 1 ultimate from Galio is just infinite. You know, it's like 2.5 minutes. So if you use that thing, you are not going to have it for a very long time. So when they use that over by the Herald, that first Galio ultimate really hurts if you don't get anything out of it. So if Knight can get pushed, he can always threaten those roams to sides because Gory's not going to have it for a long time. And he's playing Ghost Flash. He's not playing TP. So it's not as though he can have that to really answer a play, and that's why when you lose push through mid, it becomes really problematic.
Ooh, nice attempt there at the dredge line. Gory just steps away from all of it, gets back underneath the turret. Doing a pretty good job here, staying even on farm against Knight. The jungle still stays in the favor of Kanavi's Kha'Zix, who has been having a higher tempo than River's Rengar, because River has made so many visits down into the bottom lane, constantly trying to fish for those opportunities and see what he can find there.
Plus the pressure they applied topside. You know, Kanavi harassing him around those camps and taking away the wolves, being able to steal those away definitely does put him down a little bit. But we'll see, you know, how effective River is going to be, especially when he uses his first ulti. That is really want to watch for. Who's he going to target? Is he going to try to do it with Gory? Is it going to be synced up with those other teammates? Because you've really got to try to make a lot from that. I do feel like Golden Guardians comp is super ultimate space, especially for topside.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you need like the jungle mid and support in that equation to actually make it work. Because although you have River who can leap in, yes, he'll have a little bit of CC. Flashes galore on JDG side, not to mention like a bunch of the opportunities to even hook yourself away, jump away. Ruler has ult, so I think you need a ton of CC to make this combo work, and that's the part they're struggling with at the moment, is Knight pushing in, JDG now moving down to this bottom side, trying to see if they can get use out of this Rift Herald.
Well, and you can see Golden Guardians, you know, great early level 1, but they're the ones losing plates here on this bot side. It's already down to 2.5 plates. Its charge is going to knock it to 1 remaining. They're trying to push in here. The ultimate has been popped. We'll see if they can find anything. But I don't think they can. River is too far away from the rest of the team.
Well, he tried for it. Not going to get much more than just 200 or 300 damage off of Ruler's health bar. And yeah, that Herald nearly destroying the turret there in the bottom lane. And with Golden Guardians sending all their men down to try to stop that push, Knight just takes advantage of the fact that nobody's back in mid, and he's grabbing more over there.
Exactly. You know, they've lost the plate top, they've lost the plate mid, they've lost 4 plates bot now with that Herald, actually 2 plates top, excuse me. So, you know, JDG having the push across these lanes, really making the most of it. This reset from Ruler and missing, though, may mean that 6A can actually get some turret damage back here. We'll see if he can grab a plate or 2 of his own, which would be really nice because it looks like it's going to be solo gold. So he should be able to get 2 plates. We'll see how confident he is to stay around. Is just going to back it up off the 1 plate. Doesn't want to lose too much tempo. Is they're actually going to look to try to take this dragon here. And with Kanavi just back in base, it should be a Golden Guardians dragon.
Missing can try to see if he can be an annoyance here, distract these guys, but with Stixay already moving over to the Drake as well, there's not much that just a support Rakan can do to interfere with this. Knight starts moving down towards this bottom side river as Ruler is also moving up. JDG want to find a collapse here. They're doing a good job, and Stixay's already dead. The Jinx was in the middle of everybody, and that's exactly where JDG want him to be. They'll pick up a bonus on Gory, a 2-for-1 special for JDG.
Where'd he go? He didn't even have a chance. You see Gory go, don't worry, I'm coming, and he's completely wiped off the face of the map before he even gets there.
Yeah, I mean, the damage shield is nice, but Kha'Zix does not care about it. They're going to get this hook in on Knight, but the minions are still there. He doesn't have aggro and the TP to cover as well.
There's just not enough damage. 369 shows up. They lock him down. They burst him. River's already dead. Golden Guardians are just crumbling now.
Yeah, JDG again getting more and more. Knight pulled into the tower though.
Nicely done to set it up for the alley-oop for Stixay's Super Mega Death Rocket, as JDG will get punished for sticking around a little too long this time. Licorice trying to see if there's anything else he might be able to get here, as 369 and Missing both get away to the protection of the turret.
Kanavi starting to move in though. You do need to be a little bit careful here, as Golden Guardians will actually spot him out here. How much does Kanavi want to go for?
Finds a good chunk on Licorice, but not enough to put him in kill range. Licorice can just get away now.
And we got to see kind of what JDG want to go for and how it's going to be so difficult for Stixay. You know, really when this dive happens, Licorice has to be there with him for the counter engage, because that's the only thing that's going to keep you alive, really. You know, when this comes down, they throw everything on him. Missing even exhaust Stixay while they're going for this full CC. You can see the exhaust even comes down here. There's just nothing he can do whatsoever. Ruler's flying in with the Gale Force. Kanavi's stealthing in on top of him. He's been ulted up by multiple members. Nothing he can do.
And that's the thing. You even see the Lantern go down, and it's a Hail Mary. Like, you're never getting to that with the amount of CC that's there. And you called it out in the Champ Select as Ale. Like, the fact you have this Rakan makes it so difficult for you to play this game as Golden Guardian. Not only the charm, but great knockups coming through from Missing.
Oh, back in bottom lane, they're making a play on Knight. He tries to get back underneath the protection of the tier 1 turret. It's barely alive, but it's alive long enough to give Knight the extra little bit of time to disengage. River coming around from the side, and there they finally got the damage. Licorice takes the kill, and Golden Guardians get one.
And you can see in this one, Gold pretty close except for Jungle, where Kanavi has opened up a massive lead. He's already on 2 completed lethality items here. So he is going to be such a menace in these fights, and I love the Edge of Knight because it is CC that is really going to spell his doom in these fights. You know, if he's able to stealth around, constantly get these hits off onto these squishy members of Golden Guardians, it'll be really difficult.
Especially for a champion like Kha'Zix. Oh man, Kanavi knows this is just free money, free food. Kill that dude. Kanavi 3-1.
And especially now that you're going to be able to get mid lane turret here for JDG, this is only going to get worse. Ruler though, can they walk away from this? Missing stuck.
Missing can just dash back over the wall, no problem. Gets away from the chompers. Kanavi's ready to find some more damage. Stixay not dead quite yet. The shutdown. Jinx survived with 15 HP.
Just barely survives, and that shutdown is big. A little bit too confident there was Kanavi. He even spent the flash. He does get the flash off Stixay though, which is going to make the next team fight a nightmare for him. Really, it's only the flash that is doing anything to keep him alive. It is going to be the Gore Drinker for River, so I wouldn't be shocked if it isn't that build that I was talking about. You know, just Gore Drinker, Spirit Visage, can go for that. With Kanavi dead, should be a Herald take here for Golden Guardians, but it is an over 2K lead for JDG, so Golden Guardians definitely have some catching up to do. which has not really boded well for them so far in this series.
I was actually curious to see what the game plan here for Huhi for his mythic was going to be, because I was kind of angling towards maybe you just go for the Age of the Legion, just get more of the shields, a lot of the Iron Scar, even more of the shielding, make sure that you're able to just keep 6A alive as long as possible. He's still just going for the, hey, maybe if you can run away quicker, we can get away from a lot of this engage. But I think, as you can see, like Kanavi nearly one-shotting Stixxay. I think you need a hell of a lot more healing and shielding for Stixxay in this one if he hopes to survive the dive that's on JDG's side.
It's tough though, because it's also a lot of reliance on him for damage, right? You know, so if you just go too much indexing towards those defensive stats, and he won't really be able to do much. I wouldn't have minded Locket, you know, this game from Huhi, but that could be something that could help, but I don't think we're going to get that, unfortunately.
Knight just defending up here underneath the tier 1 turret as River and Gory are both nearby. River's just going to walk up, try to grab some of these minions here a little bit earlier on. Stixxay and Huhi join up with the rest of the team here. They'll drop the Eye of the Herald. They're going to see if they can just force down this tier 1 turret. They've got a Demolish proc ready to go. Herald charge should pretty much guarantee it. Golden Guardians have a 5-man squad here in the top lane. They're escorting it forward. They want to get this tier 2 turret money. It's worth so much and could really help them try to close this gap.
TP in from 369 as the charge comes through. They should be able to just clear out this wave to keep themselves safe, but I gotta say, for a team that has at least in the early stages, hasn't been doing so hot on the map movements when it comes to these plays from Golden Guardians, now they're actually getting the push in mid, getting the dragon in response, so not as big of a win for Golden Guardians.
Oh, River jumps in after Ruler, but now he's got to be careful because Ruler just guns him down. The Xayah's saying, what are you doing, man? The Rengar way too overconfident there.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was intentional. I mean, he used his ult to the ward at first, then jumped from the brush over the wall towards him, so I don't even know if he really meant to do that. That looked just straight up bizarre from River, and now Knight going to threaten the dive, and this is those windows that JDG can just end the game off of.
And Knight's ready for it. The turret's already down. Huhi'll die here first, and they want more. Gory tries to get away off to the side. Stixxay fires off a couple of rockets. Knight wants to disengage before he allows the Jinx to get excited, and it makes it so JDG only get the 1 kill plus the turret.
They get the turret, but they're going to get so much map control. Vision immediately being spread out in the Golden Guardian jungle. River, you don't want to be here. Nope. Just be able to back away. But again, you're looking at Baron that's just spawned. River now wants it though.
River just jumping in over and over by himself. Man, what was that? Golden Guardians trying to chase him now. Missing's gonna get caught. Ruler gets away. Nice use of the feathers to avoid some of the damage coming out from the cannon. Ruler goes on a rampage. Golden Guardians were trying to set something up, but all they do is gift over 2 more kills.
And that's Baron, and that's essentially the series gift wrap now for JDG. As River just really overforcing on a lot of these plays, and JDG so easily responding to it. You know, Licorice trying to come in with that ulti, but Missing had the stopwatch. He's going to use that. This is a freebie Baron here for JDG. Golden Guardians may as well attempt something, but there's no ult on Licorice. There's no jungler. I don't think there's any chance.
Golden Guardians should back away. They're sticking around maybe a little bit too long here. You can see the buttons popped. 369 wants to go.
369 with the Everfrost. Not going to catch Stixxay there, but again, it's River. And again, it's Kanavi showing him which one of these 2 assassins in the jungle reigns supreme. The jungle diff is an absolute canyon here in this game as 369 picks up another kill on Stixxay. And JDG with the Baron, with the lead, with a 5v3 for the next 10 seconds, are unstoppable.
And it's a strong showing for JDG. First time at MSI after they won Spring in 2020, but with no MSI existing, weren't able to go. And now in their first series against Golden Guardians, they were favorites coming in, but you're kind of getting to see why they were so lethal in the LPL.
Absolutely. JDG absolute monsters here, making it look easy against Golden Guardians. Have everything they need to close this one out with a clean 3-0 sweep. Kanavi has been incredible on the Kha'Zix. 3 completed items. River still just has 1 in the garage sale. Not even close to what his opponent is going to be able to get done. And now Licorice looking like he may be caught out.
Trying to get away from Missing. Kanavi ready to follow up his support here, but Licorice can get enough distance in time. At the end of the last game, Dagda, you said, man, if you aren't watching the LPL, what are you doing? This is such a good region. The games are so fun. And talking about the strength of the region, remember that JDG as a whole, it's 369 and Ruler who were first team All-Pro. The rest of the team was second team All-Pro.
Yeah, and it's also the fact they just had massive step-ups in the mid lane, like Knight coming into the team, Ruler coming into the bot lane, like the swap with Yagao and Knight, like the two old best friends now swapping on the teams. But I mean, JDG definitely come out the better for it. Knight has been absolutely spectacular domestically, and we're finally starting to get the chance to see, maybe when he's not on Nautilus, just why he was so good back domestically.
Oh! Kanabi just jumps in, 1v2, immediately assassinates Stixxay, and forces River to be saved by Huhi to get out.
What's isolation damage? You know, just murder the two of them anyway. And now JDG
he isolated both of them.
Oh, true. Yeah. If you kill one, the other's now isolated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kanavi's just going off this game. You know, he was the big difference in the early stages for JDG. He was the one putting on pressure even when Golden Guardians were in a better spot. And he is really running away with it now. JDG, as they always do, when they get that lead, they will just close out the game so incredibly fast, and they're looking to do it right here.
Dredge line from Knight finds Gory. The follow-up will not kill him, though, thanks to the stopwatch, getting him enough time to walk away. As JDG continue their movement forward. 5v5. They've got a massive gold lead of over 10,000 gold. Now they're just walking it back away. No minion wave left. River isolated from the rest of the team now. Locked down by the Everfrost. Disengages thanks to the W as Ruler leads the charge. He's going to be CC'd, but not long enough for Golden Guardians to burst him down. Stixxay and the rest of the Guardians now have to hold on 4v5, and JDG are disengaging with Missing and Ruler having a little bit of compromised health.
Yeah, but the knock up and the hook, it means that you don't have the damage,
but
Licorice!
No, Licorice! He face checks into the Kha'Zix. Luckily for him, Kanavi does not have the mana to keep on fighting, so he'll live to see another day.
Unluckily for him, though, the Dragon is up and available, and JDG immediately going to go towards that, put themselves on towards Soul Point. If the TP from 369 after picking up the Shadow Flame immediately in towards this top side, JDG want to make sure they're not letting this pressure up.
I don't think the pressure is going to be relieved anytime soon. JDG just so far ahead, 25 minutes into the game. Once they get ahead a little, they're just so good at continuing to move it forward at a faster and faster and faster pace.
I mean, look no further than the mini-map and look at the vision that gets taken over. You know, you look down towards this bottom side, all the wards getting littered out throughout there. Now they're starting to evade around this top side. They're going to clear out some of the vision on this side. So, you know, really is impressive stuff from JDG. And if they can get a pick, they may just end the game prior, but if not, they're going to control vision around the Baron. They're going to set up for that in a minute and a half, and I think they're going to use the Baron to close out this game.
JDG take down that tier 2 turret in the top lane. That was the last standing structure for the Golden Guardians outside their own base. Now as they have to continue retreating because Huhi's so low, he can't stay in a fight any longer. It means JDG has a chance to just hard force once again, this time onto the tier 3 turret at the top side. Both of the other inhibitors are already down. JDG is about to make it a 3-inhib game.
I mean, when you're this far ahead, you may not even need the Baron. JDG immediately burst out the backline of Golden Guardians, and now they're onto the Nexus turrets.
Nexus turret still standing, but for how long? Minion waves pouring in from 3 different directions as JDG will start working on the top Nexus turret. You gotta keep your eyes on the engaged champs. River's gonna be caught out here in the bottom side, and that should be enough to end the game right here. Missing goes in for the engage, but he isn't gonna find any valuable targets. Licorice here for the slicing maelstrom, but there's just no damage. There's just no way. There's just no chance for the Golden Guardians. They get 1 kill there with a super mega death rocket. Stixxay's trying to fire on these guys, but Ruler puts plenty of damage right back into him. JDG, very low health bars now, trying to finish the game. They don't want Stixxay to be able to get excited, and nobody's more excited than JDG. It's a 3-0 win, and they're moving on in the upper bracket.
The top esports flash at the end from Knight, showing that he wants to turn over a new leaf here on JDG. A fantastic performance from Jingdong Gaming coming into this. It was a slow start in game 1 and game 2, but when they got control, they did not let up.
I mean, their team fighting is just so damn good. Ruler in these fights even when he's just flying forward, he doesn't ever seem to get taken down. He gets so aggressive. He knows the limits of his champion so perfectly. The team is incredible in laning, incredible in team fighting, individually immensely skilled, and so adept at enabling each other to really play to the maximum, to always create pockets of space for Rulu to just go crazy.
JDG is one of those teams where even when they're behind, you look at them and you're just like...
They're still sweating.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, so they're down 2,000 gold, so maybe if they fall behind, 3 or 4K more, then it'll be back to an even game state. And it's just ridiculous how good these guys are. They never seem to be affected by things going poorly. They always seem to just be looking for their next opportunity to punish. And I think that's one of the things that really separates the greatest League of Legends teams from the rest, is the fact that you can just approach the game so mechanically, so objectively, that you know, even if things aren't going perfectly, exactly what you have to do to get them back in your favor.
And you can see some of those clips that come out from the LPL, like mic checks, where you'll see, like, back in the day we had one of Knight where it was, hey, watch this, guys, and then he immediately solo kills the enemy laner underneath this tower, and he's like, I'm so good, don't you like me, don't you love me? Like, this is a team atmosphere that definitely lends itself to that in a lot of situations where these guys are so good friends behind the scenes, and a lot of the opportunities where you might have to maybe have that mental blocker, tilt, doesn't really happen when you're able to work the way they do.
And for the Golden Guardians, it was a good attempt to stand up to the super team that is JDG. Particularly that second game was so close to being something really good for them. And now with all of these first round best of fives resolved, we move into the second round, which is regional matchups across the board. So that does mean Golden Guardians are going to have their rematch with Cloud9, who defeated them for that LCS title in spring, to see if they can stay alive.
Well, I think that's going to be the exciting thing about the regional matchup. Sure, myself, like everyone else, loves the inter-regional stuff. I'd love to see some NAU best of fives. But what I'm really excited for is to see, a team like GG, who I think have actually looked better than Cloud9 here at MSI. I feel like they leveled up during play-ins. They looked, very competitive in some of these games versus JDG. Cloud9 went into the finals as heavy favorites against Golden Guardians in the LCS. Do they still remain those heavy favorites? Are some of these, second seed teams going to be able to upset? Have they learned enough since the regional finals to here at MSI to really buck the trends? Can BLG take down a JDG? Can Golden Guardians take down a C9 and so on? I think it's going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, but right now, we've got an interview ready to go. It's Lore and Ruler standing by on stage with a Verizon post-game interview.
JDG,
Thank you, guys. Ruler, congratulations on the win today. An amazing victory for the LPL. I want to talk about the level 1 strats. We've seen one each game. Why did you guys go for this approach? And how would you rate the success of these level 1s?
네, 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이번 시리즈에서 계속해서 1레벨부터 좀 인베를 한다든지 설계를 하는 움직임이 많이 나왔습니다. 이런 전략을 설계한 이유는 무엇이고 잘 먹힌 것 같나요?
일단 잘 먹힌지는 모르겠고 연습 과정에서 좀 이러한 초반 과정, 인베 과정에서 좀 많은 일들이 있어서 좀 계속 해보는 중입니다.
I'm not really sure if it worked perfectly, but we had a lot of actions and stuff happening in that level 1 strategy. So we just wanted to keep trying this.
All right, well, that was a spicy viewer experience at least. What about your experience in the LPL? Because you have such a long and exciting career. Why did you learn from playing in this region and how did it make you better as a player?
네, 그렇다면 룰러 선수 이번에 LPL에서 활동하면서 또 어떤 점을 새롭게 배우셨는지 궁금합니다. LPL에서 보는 시간 동안 어떤 점을 배워서 더 선수로서 성장하신 것 같나요?
일단 제가 LCK에서 경기할 때 좀 되게 공격적인 포지션을 많이 했다고 생각했는데 이제 LPL에 오니까 좀 더 많이 필요한 부분이 있더라고요. 그래서 그런 부분을 좀 배웠던 것 같습니다.
So even in the LCK, I tried to take a very aggressive position, and then when I moved to the LPL, I learned a lot of stuff about this. So I've gotten a lot better about this.
Makes complete sense, given the aggressivity coming from this region. But talking about MSI as a whole, I think it's fair to say that JDG is one, if not the favorite, to take it all. How do you reflect on this statement and this sentiment coming from the community?
이번 MSI는 정말 많은 분들이 JDG가 우승 후보다, 우승해도 이상하지 않다라는 그런 반응과 분석과 평가를 보내주고 있습니다. 이에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금하네요.
일단 충분히 우승할 수 있다 저도 생각은 하지만 그래도 너무 쟁쟁한 팀들이 너무 많기 때문에 좀 더 경기력을 봐야 된다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them, but at the same time, we have so many strong teams at the MSI, so we also have to wait and see.
All right, but which one then? Because even though we had only one-sided series so far, who do you think is the more scary opponent and why?
그렇다면 쟁쟁한 팀이 많다고 하셨잖아요. 지금 사실은 브래켓 스테이지에 들어와서 계속 원사이드한 경기 양상이 많이 나왔습니다. 룰러 선수가 볼 때는 어느 팀이 가장 위협적이다라고 느껴지시나요?
모든 팀들이 다 위협적이긴 하지만 뭐 T1 젠지도 되게 위협적이고 BLG도 위협적이라 생각합니다.
I mean, I can say every team is looking scary, but I want to say T1 and Genji and BLG.
And I want to see the rematch you against the LCK. Last question for you, Ruler. You're a world champion. You're an LCK champion. You're an LPL champion and LPL Finals MVP. What is the motivation for the rest of your career and this next chapter that you're about to open?
네, 룰러 선수는 또 월즈 우승자, LCK 우승자, LPL 우승에 LPL 결승 FMVP에 선정이 되시면서 정말 수많은 업적을 계속 남기고 계십니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 계속해서 조금 앞으로 나아갈 수 있는 원동력이 무엇인가요?
이 게임이 되게 재밌기 때문에 제가 더 나아갈 수 있다고 생각하고 그리고 여기 와주신 분들과 이제 못 오셨지만 응원해주시는 팬분들이 너무 많기 때문에 제가 더 나아갈 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
First off, this game is so fun, you know, and that's my biggest motivation. And also, just these fans out here, and also my fans watching us like online are my biggest motivation.
Amazing to see the support from the audience every time.
Thank you.
축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
인터뷰 감사합니다. Ji-sun, thank you so much for being with me on stage as always. And Shox, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much. Another wonderful interview, and I bet Ruler is really happy with their performance as JDG move on to the upper bracket. But we've got a special guest at MSI Cooldown. Licorice, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, I think you're probably one of the best people to talk about everything we're going to talk about. We have a lot to break down, but let's start with the series, obviously, which everyone here on the desk agreed that you had a fantastic series, and I think the rest of your team also had moments. But what in the end was it? What wall did you run into?
I think it was really just the team fighting. Like we were able to get through the lane phase pretty well. We were getting early leads, and then just like in the team fights, we couldn't execute well, and we would just end up losing.
We'll take a look at some of the highlights, but Emily, that kind of, I mean, explains it well, I think.
It tracks, yeah.
It tracks.
I think, I mean, going into this, I will say, I'm not sure if you've seen this yet, but you guys essentially passed each other, did not notice each other, were pinging out each other's buffs alternatively on the top side to try to see where you were going to start. What was your, I guess, early game plan with River on this Rengar to try to get him ahead?
Yeah, I mean, Rengar is just a really strong level 1 champion, so we definitely wanted to look for the invade. And then when we didn't find anyone, we were like, oh, like, they're probably behind us, or they could be at the blue buff. But everyone was just talking about the fight, and we ended up getting 2 kills. So.
He's behind me, isn't he? Yeah, but that worked out for you, and I think it was clean. And in some points, the early game was really awe-inspiring, I want to say, but you seem to have run into the issue that the other teams versus LCK and LPL also ran into it, as that despite building up an early lead, be it in lane, or be it even a team accrued gold lead, it seems very hard to get the snowball going. Was that also the case here? Not particularly in Game 3, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly in Game 2 that I think that would be like the thing, and it just... I don't know, it's going really well right until the moment where it isn't, and then it just seems like everything falls apart, and it's just really hard to play.
Something I actually wanted to ask is, like, in Game 2, Cannon, you were decently fed. Did you notice a really big difference? Because to me, it feels like both the LPL and LCK teams are so much better at denying flanks and keeping someone to mark you. Like, did you notice that while playing, or was it more the rest of the map state that wasn't really favorable for you getting anything? Or them dealing with it, rather?
I think it's a bit of both. Like, I mean, they're really good at team fighting, and that definitely includes like knowing where everyone is and marking the flankers and making sure they're not giving like these big engage angles. But I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it's a great answer.
I mean, yeah, it's probably hard when you're playing the game to see all those things happening. We do have our 1+ player of the series, and it is Kanavi. And we were talking a lot about, you know, there's very visible impact in team fights and entries to team fights. Licorice, but in general, it seemed like he did also a very good job just shadowing, making sure that you guys couldn't capitalize on any opportunities.
Yeah, no, I think he had a really good series. And I mean, especially the Game 2 on Wukong, he was just like a menace, and we weren't able to deal with them really well. And I think that was like a big part in why the team fights went badly that game. So I think well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, I think, in this final game too, obviously, the Rengar was picked as a direct counter to the Kazakhs. Maybe the rest of the comp was a little difficult for Rengar to play, but he just absolutely popped off on this Kazakh pick. I know it's not a pick that people think you should always necessarily have everything behind. I know sometimes people are a little iffy on how much of a carry this can be in certain compositions. I think Kanavi showed exactly why junglers themselves value this pick so highly.
Yeah, exactly. And it was very convincing if you look at all 3 of the games. And Licorice, we talked a lot about your matchup versus 369 specifically, but also kind of the journey you went through this year and the fact that you found so much success as the playoffs and the LCS went on. And as said already, a good series out of you. So what's the feeling in terms of how you feel you're matching up right now against this international competition?
I mean, I think I'm playing really well. I think for me, a lot of it is just showing up and playing my own game. And I think I've been able to do a really good job of that since the playoffs and LCS. And I don't know, I haven't felt like there's been a huge gap in the top lane or anything. I felt like I've been able to compete against these players, and hopefully I'll be able to keep doing well this tournament.
Yeah. One thing that's super interesting to me is obviously you're going to be going up against C9, who you guys face in finals. There was actually, so this isn't just a East versus West thing, right? You had some similar problems in that C9 series, right? Where you guys would get early game leads and then end up losing in a lot of team fights. How much do you think you've improved as a team from facing C9 the last time, and how do you think that matchup is going to go this time?
I think we've gotten a lot better. As far as the matchup's going to go, I think we're going to win. I'm sure C9 thinks they're going to win. So,
nice.
I mean, I'm not I don't know. I'm not it's just so hard to tell, you know? We haven't played them in forever. We've just been scrimming at MSI, and everyone's going to get better at international competition. But I think that we can be a really strong team right now, and I think we'll have a good match into them.
Okay, cool. Really excited for that. That is on Sunday. Maurits, you also wanted to take a look specifically at kind of how the meta has been evolving here in the bracket stage?
Yeah, because something that we usually see is that there's a really big gap between play-ins and bracket stage. Both at Worlds and at MSI, things like Yumi come to mind. If we remember Amumu support and MF, there's a type of picks that come up and then kind of disappear. Looking at what we've seen between play-ins and bracket stage, though, I think the only one Nidalee we saw some attention go towards, but it was really only the teams that felt like they were way stronger, put a lot of pressure or priority rather on the champion. And I'm really happy to see that Cassandre has gone from 68% present to 100. I think the champion is completely busted. You can pick it in any role, as you've shown, great at solo killing opponents, extremely strong in team fights, flexible, makes it really hard to get the daily carries, which right now are such a big deal. So, and there we go. We had to bring it up.
We're all really happy. We'll get it.
No, I mean, you can hear the crowd a little bit in the background.
Yeah.
It's always really fun.
Yeah, to be fair, this is, I think, the fullest house that I've seen, and they were chanting a lot. I also think there's G2 Army, but it's very transferable chant because you just got to change the 2 to a G. So they were let's go, GG. And it worked really well. Because, of course, you are still in the tournament because we are going to see both the upper brackets and the lower brackets play out in the next couple of days. We're going to start 1 hour earlier, by the way. I'll repeat it by the end at least. But we have all regional matchups now, of which most of them are finals rematches, not the one coming from the LEC. So, Emily, do you want to kick us off?
I mean, obviously Gen G, T1, and BLG, JDG are super interesting to me, if only because BLG did give JDG trouble initially the first time they met in that LPL playoff bracket, like I said, at the top of the day. But finals was very convincingly JDG favored, and I haven't seen anything from this tournament that would lead me to believe otherwise. I think JDG should still be favored in that matchup. I'm super curious. That's why I asked you that question, though, because I'm really interested to see how much you guys have evolved as a team to go into C9, because I think initially when I against you very heavily, you proved me wrong, and I think you have a much better chance going into this matchup against C9. I wouldn't be surprised if people think you're favored.
Yeah, no, I think we have a really good shot, and the last time we played them, we definitely had a little bit of the fatigue setting in from the long gauntlet run and then the travel and the finals, the losers finals.
Yeah.
The losers finals the day before, so I think like it'll be much more even footing this time, and I think we'll have a much better match out of us.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. I'm also obviously looking forward to Gen G T1. You know, just because I've seen it a bunch of times doesn't mean that it's going to be good again. And what is most interesting to me is that Gen G kind of went more towards T1 style, and T1 kind of went more towards Gen G style, if you look at how they played in the respective playoffs. So I'm really excited to see whether they're going to stick with that or whether they're going to swap back to what we saw from them domestically.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sorry for my present guest, but we're going to see a good series. Like, that goes maybe 4 to 5 games. I mean, from both sides, that came out harsher than I meant. Which, you know, what else is new? What else is new? Overall, though, I'd love to know, Licorice, since you have that scrim experience as well in terms of the favorites, who do you have your eye on as you think is currently the strongest?
We haven't scrimmed all the top teams. But, I mean, T1 looks really strong.
Okay,
so.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of a...
Safe bet.
Yeah.
Safe bet, yeah. They make it to a lot of finals. So tomorrow we'll have Gen G versus T1, and then we'll have G2 versus Mad. So back-to-back, we'll have 2 best-of-5s. And yeah, as the LEC representative, I'm excited for G2 versus the Mad Lions. I mean, we didn't see it in this finals. We did see it last time around. And I don't know what my gut tells me. The Mad Lions, they imploded so heavily in that series after that early game versus T1 that I have a slight bit more faith in G2.
Yeah, in their defense, it is non-finals T1, and they are really good, right? Like, they just treat this like it's the regular season. But I do think that what we saw from G2 as well, the way that they were able to really put the pressure to Gen G, is something that Mad Lions, outside of the one early game, wasn't able to replicate.
It's true. Okay, do you like licorice? No, yeah, Licorice?
Yeah, I love licorice.
Yeah, we have some licorice.
Yeah.
Do you want some? Yeah. We were gonna do a little, like a little bit where he is like cosplaying 369 and he's eating licorice.
But you were
But you were playing too good.
You were playing
so
way
we're just gonna eat it.
So I'm gonna join you.
You'll join me? Okay.
Yeah,
Hey, we want a piece.
but
as
now
well.
it's in celebration. You want a piece as well?
Yeah, do you have like the small ones?
Yeah, of course.
Or?
No, I can.
Oh, okay.
You can rip it up. There we go.
I actually really don't like it, so this is. I'm
perfect.
doing this for the good of the show. All right. Oh, it's so good.
Amazing.
Delicious.
Great. That's all from us here today. We'll be back tomorrow with a double best-of-5. We are also starting earlier, noon here, London time. So buckle up for a potential 10-game. See you then. Oh. Not a fan, huh? It's sticking to my team so much.
Let's have fun, okay, guys? Don't play scared.
Yeah.
Play aggressive. Come in, go.
Okay. Jinx. Jinx is dead. Ready, nice.
No Ghost, no Flash, no defensive summoners available here for the Gwen. He will not escape, and Licorice gets the kill. But they got the follow-up coming in from Nautilus. Ruler tries to get away, but he goes fishing, and River lands him a kill. They find plenty of damage onto onto River. He barely gets out, and River's at 100 health. Licorice tries to stand and fight, but the Jax is down. JDG take game 1.
Let's go, G. Let's go, G. Let's go.
Oh, all out. Licorice flashing in.
He'll top. The dive in the bot side, no.
Ruler goes in. He's looking for the stun, and they're going to follow Ruler up. Kanavi goes back in. Attract and repel. And Wukong's going to hell. Locks him down. River ready for the follow-up, but they did not chain the CC perfectly, so Knight is able to go back underneath the turret, and River will be drowned as they try to make the play. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
Just run. I can go. Go. Nice, go. 0. Go flash. Go flash. Go.
They found Ruler. They're going to go after more. They cannot survive for JDG. And Golden Guardians just killed everybody.
You beautiful bastards, you're doing it.
It is a rule of League of Legends. Missing goes up the wall into the brush. He tries to get away. The grand entrance is shut down. There's just no damage. There's just no way. There's just no chance for the Golden Guardians. It's a 3-0 win, and they're moving on in the upper bracket.
당장 저희를 꺾고 우승한 젠지도 그렇고
Hayes lifts the LCK trophy. Genji defend their title.
저희가 스타일에 꽤 많은 변화를 줬다고 생각해서 많은 변화가 있을 것 같고 더 재밌는 경기력이 나올 것 같습니다.
정규 리그에서는 좋은 모습을 보였지만 국제대회에서는 아직 우승으로 증명을 하지 못했기 때문에 고평가 받았다고 볼 수 있다고 생각해서 근데 이제 그런 표현에 맞는 선수가 될 수 있게 좋은 성적을 이번 MSI에서 내보겠습니다.
Toby absolutely destroys G2. They step too far forward and Chobi stomped them into the ground.
초비 선수가 잘하긴 하는데 상혁이 형이 밀릴 거라고는 생각 안 해가지고
티원이 열심히 하는 만큼 저희도 열심히 할 거니까
이번에는 방심하지 말고 잘 준비해가지고 좋은 승부할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I'm very salty towards Mad Lions. I really wanted to win spring as well, and Mad Lions took it away from me.
I think G2 is playing a bit worse than they used to in winter. I'm excited to play them, and I think it's gonna be fun for people to watch. I think we have mental advantage over them though.
G2 we play really explosive, right? Really quick decision making. I think that's why we have like a slight advantage over other teams.
I mean, it will for sure be more hype because we are two European teams that like to fight a lot. Especially in front of so many people, it's gonna be really interesting and a lot of fun.
The Mad Lions are gonna be very sad after our series against them.
My message to G2 is please don't choke so we can have some fun.
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2023 live from the Copper Box Arena. Tonight, we will have our first double best-of-5 day, kicking off with the LCK Spring Finals rematch, followed by the LEC Winter Finals rematch, starting with T1 versus Genji, and then after that, G2 versus Mad. We could be strapping in for a very long day, and luckily, the house is almost full. I see a T1 flag already, and I know that there's many fans of many teams today as for our play. Also, 4 people on the desk. My name is Shax, and I'm joined by Azael Ox and very, very special guest, G-Sun.
We had to bring in the big guns for the LCK affair.
Oh, G-Sun, I'm so happy to welcome you on the desk, and you must be so incredibly excited for this Genji T1 rematch.
I am super excited. I'm here as an LCK expert and also Korea expert, so I'm here to deliver some of the special information, and the stakes are so high because it is very likely that this MSI result will impact on the Asian game rosters. So it's not only about this event, but it's about 2 years in their life, whether they're going to make it to the Asian game roster and get an exemption for their military service.
I actually did not, I wasn't that aware of that context, so that actually raises the stakes even more.
I mean, it's crazy, right? What value you can put on a couple of years of your life, and playing, as essentially what is like a trial for the Asia Games team is incredibly intense competition because there's so many amazing Korean players, and not only in the LCK now, but around the world. You'll have to compete against some of the players potentially from the LPL as well.
And we've seen so many big stars retire as a result of the military service, and end their careers maybe earlier than they'd hoped to. So a massive deal, and also a chance to represent their country as well.
Yes, let's pull up the bracket. As said, we're heading into 2 double best-of-5 days. Each day, one in the upper bracket and one in the lower bracket. So for Genji or T1, if you lose, you're not out. But for Mad and G2, you would be. Same, of course, for tomorrow, Azael. So definitely taking an extra step forward in this bracket and do-or-die situations coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge amount of pressure on both the LEC and LCS teams, obviously being in the lower bracket. None of these teams have really delivered what they hoped to coming into MSI. All the Western teams got clapped up by the LCK, by the LPL. They've been dominant thus far, and I'm sure that the LCS and LEC are hungry for rematches.
Definitely so, and may I say it, I really hope that From the bracket stages, this is the first good best of 5 where like, where the teams really go head to head and it goes 5 games and like, it's a South this as well. Like, no, they did and they were competitive at times here and there, blah, blah, blah. Actually, today is hopefully, Ji-sun, where we should see 2 teams that know each other very well, that will have taken the steps to improve from their last performances domestically in the LCK.
And that's what I'm expecting the most from this series, because previously right now at MSI, we only had a very one-sided best-of-5 series, but this time, T1 Gen.G and Gen.G T1, they know each other so well, so they're going to be so cautious making every single play, so I think it's going to be a 5-game series.
Yeah, and we've seen them go head-to-head so many times. We can see the total series score in best-of-5 since 2022 is dead even. Even with Gen.G coming out on top in the grand finals we had in LCK Spring, we also saw the upper bracket just before that, a week before, where T1 actually came out above Gen.G. So even this season in best-of-5s, they're actually equal in series score and equal in game score. They both won 3-1.
Yeah, and the convergence of all the storylines here, not just in kind of first this best-of-5, the Asia Games context, also the larger tournament run and the international scene, the fact that there's someone like Chovy who's like, I want to show an even better performance, I want to show everyone wrong, but also things like Faker and Peanut, who played together the last time the LCK won MSI was in 2017 when those two played in Brazil and lifted the trophy.
Yeah, I was actually shocked to find out it's been 6 years since LCK won an MSI, I watched the Kessergen hype video to find out it's been 6 years, and I was like, yeah, this is the time where we step up to show something.
That's quite a while. How long is it since NA won? Can anyone remember?
Anyways, Peanut got 15 kills in this game. If some of our longtime fans may remember, that was absolutely bonkers.
And this was during an era of complete LCK dominance, right? And I think since then, it has become much more competitive. There was an era, 2018, 2019, where it seemed like the LPL had pulled ahead of the LCK. Now people really do see the two regions as these massive rivals, but it has been the LPL really that has dominated MSI. LCK has been the stronger performer kind of more at Worlds. That has been their tournament. So it'll be interesting to see if the LCK teams, who I think a lot of people are looking at as the stronger performers thus far in the tournament, can really step up to the plate and take the title back home to Korea.
I think especially since it's Gen.G and T1, and T1, there's been this sort of discussion about losing a lot of finals recently, but there's another representative, the Fair Seed, who have been so good, who can offer another opportunity for LCK to take a title themselves.
And I like that you brought it up there, because that has been the trend. T1, formidable team domestically in the regular season, but in the finals, not so hot. And Ji-sun, the way we have recontextualized that here on the desk is how, yes, those finals lost, it stings, but we have to remember they've been together as this roster from spring 2022, and they've gotten to all these finals. So we're waiting for them to take the final step. Do you think this MSI could be it for T1?
I think so. I think the biggest factor actually impacting them is about the mental hurdle, I think, because they have in this continuing trend of not being able to just get the final step done at the final. So if they manage to keep the mental fortitude this time around, I think the chances are really high.
It's such a big question mark in this whole tournament. And there's so many hype matchups today, but we're looking especially towards the bot lane, where FaZe and Gumayusi are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
After annihilating Europe, 2 mechanical machines will meet each other again for the LCK Finals rematch. Our featured matchup is FaZe versus Gumayusi, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
And now FaZe is showing us that he's willing to dash forward, to blast forward, to kill off the enemy AD carry.
The solo kill in the middle of the base.
Zeus is low, but where is Guma? So far untouched, so far undamaged, so far unkillable.
The last time they met, Gen.G's rookie came out on top, much to the surprise of everyone, humbling the T1 bot lane.
On the blood of T1, FaZe has paved the golden road here in spring 2023.
As we enter a total civil war in MSI 2023, Gumayusi will look to settle the score against FaZe.
One of 5 top-tier matchups across the board here today, and this one especially, where I think many people, Ox, even though Gumayusi didn't win that final, he was one of the most consistent players on the Rift today, and obviously FaZe played lights out.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people saw an underperformance from the other members, particularly Zeus, who had such high expectations. But Gumayusi was really solid, really consistent, and even when the team was losing, he was still trying to do his best to make it happen for them. But I feel for Gen G on the other side, they did such a fantastic job of setting up FaZe, and you felt like with them losing Ruler, a lot of expectations was it'd be such a big hit. People didn't think they'd even make it to finals this year with this rookie AD carry coming in, but it feels like he's matched their playstyle so well. Once again, if you play for him, he will take over, he will carry.
And I mean, it's just such an incredible story, right? There's not bigger shoes that you could ever have to fill than that of Rulers, and FaZe potentially is going to go up against him at this tournament, up against the guy whose place that he took, to really show that he can not only fill those shoes, but he can surpass potentially what Ruler has accomplished.
Oh, that would be such a cool matchup as well, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, every time, this entire year, this entire season, everyone asks FaZe, how are you dealing with, filling Ruler's shoes? And he's every time so chill. He's like, the pressures are really high, but I think I'm dealing with it really well. So it's really interesting to see this rookie player has got such a big heart.
For Gumayusi, though, he wears his heart on his sleeve.
So it's really interesting to find out Gumayusi is the opposite. He's really open to express his feelings and emotions. So this stage interview we previously had a couple of days ago, he was like, my body is full of anger. You open me up, it's angry, He said, I'm thirsty and hungry for the revenge. So it's really interesting to see how the two different AD carries have such a different personality.
Yes, and so motivated for revenge for the side of Guma. And I want to pull up the LCK Finals predictions that were done by the people in the region and the analysts alike. Because as you can see, analysts, sometimes they don't know what they're talking about, apparently, if the graphic comes up. Well then.
Basically every single person going for T1. And T1 had already taken their matchup earlier on in playoffs. They had been so dominant in the regular season. So people really were thinking this is going to be the time where this T1 roster steps up in the finals and really dominates. But it was such a surprising performance from Gen G. And Doran in particular, to me, was such a shock, right? Because people were really looking at Zeus as this matchup that was going to be dominating in the top lane. Doran's Gragas in the first 2 games was massive for Gen G.
Yeah, and we've seen a bit of some differences from Gen G so far, like bringing out the Fiora, but honestly, I'm not sure if that's going to be a consistent theme. I feel like that might just be the opposition.
You're not buying what they're selling.
I'm not buying what they're selling, and I think some things that we might end up seeing is the lack of the Gragas could be a real factor, because it was at game 1 where he was able to turn around these big plays, but the engages were so good for Gen G.
Overall, yeah, as it went against expectations, Ox, aside from the might that came out of that top lane with the Gragas pick, what else was so defining for Gen G that they were able to subvert those expectations?
I feel like a large part of it was we saw like early advantages trying to be accrued by T1 in the early spring season. It was much more about crush bot lane with things like the marksman supports. And when we got to the finals, the meta had shifted, but also Gen G's style worked so effectively. It was more controlled, it was more around those neutral objectives, setting up their AD carry to be successful in those team fights.
Well, I think that the most interesting thing about this series for me is what are going to be the changes from the LCK finals to what we've seen here at MSI. And both these teams have shown different looks, right? Doran came out with a Fiora, something you wouldn't expect from him. But T1 as well are playing these 4 Protect 1 comps. They have Zeus kind of off of carries. He played Karma top. He played tanks. And it's going to be so interesting to see, are they just trying to kind of bait their opponents into thinking this is a style that they're going to play? Or is this something that T1 and Gen G are actually going to commit to against these incredible opponents?
I think it's interesting because like that game 1 was kind of how they went into the series in the finals, where there was a lot more, like the Jace and the Varus about winning those lanes. We saw game 3, the one game they did win in the series, there was, the tank top for Zeus. We saw Gumayusi on the Jinx was a massive factor. And then in that series against Mad, it feels like they've done the full transition. They are putting a lot of resources into Gumayusi. He is their big carry, with AD carry being such a strong role right now, and the rest of the team are happy to play a role where they're facilitating him. They're providing CC, frontline, and even shielding from Zeus sometimes.
Jisun, what do you think has been the biggest change now that you've seen Gen G and T1 play their initial series here? One could say, of course, it's not the level of competition that they are used to, but what do you think is going to be the biggest difference comparatively to that finals?
I want to point out the fact that Faker was also playing Veigar so many times in finals, and we actually didn't really get to see that often in the LCK, and he decided to opt into Veigar a lot. However, this time, meta has shifted, and right now we have a lot of engaged picks on the mid lane, and something that can set up for play. For example, like Ahri, Lissandra, and also like Sante and Nautilus. So in Korea, like when they were playing up against Mad, you know, in game number 1, we were falling so behind, but still our casters were shouting for the Faker angle because he has this vision for a specific angle only he can see to make plays.
I think that's a great point. And even though, you know, when you talk about Faker, it's not that he's going to be the MVP every single time. He has moved to a more facilitative role. But when you watch a T1 game specifically, Azael, and I know this very much when I watch when they play our teams, for instance, you can never be safe in a lead. You always think that they will be able to turn it around.
Absolutely, because they've shown it so many times over the years. And one of the things that I think is a hallmark of Faker, you know, as this elite player, the greatest of all time in League of Legends, is his adaptability, right? You know, Chovy has been known more for his lane dominance. That's what international fans think of when they think of him. But Faker has won championships from everything from Lulu mid to tanks mid, like Galio, to carries, to assassins. He can do it all. And that's what I think has made him really stand the test of time.
And I think on some of these picks that we're seeing in the meta, like the Lissandra, he had some monstrous plays in the regular season. There were a lot of people who just thought he was on like his absolute S-tier game because there were moments where, you know, they're going for these dives, they're going for the aggressive plays, and as you said, the windows he sees, the setups he's able to make happen, he's just so effective with that.
And on the other side, of course, no slouches either. So let's see who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Usually it goes the way of T1.
I've heard they're kind of popular. They have some fans, I think.
Why would that be? Oh, okay. 73.8. That's pretty crushing, and I think the win rate is pretty good from the fan predictions. But if you don't, if you disagree, you can send in your predictions every day at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter. Not on Monday. We don't have games on Monday.
You can send it in.
You can send them in.
We won't do anything.
Yeah. But listen, since we put the LCK crew on blast, I need your predictions, because if we can laugh at them, we have to be able to laugh at you. Seriously.
I have to go T1. I think that, you know, the adjustments from the finals, I think, are going to favor T1 more. I think if it's tanks mid in this sort of style, I think that favors Faker more than Chovy for his playstyle. And I also think we're not going to see Gragas for Doran, which to me was such an X factor in those first 2 games of the LCK finals. So, you know, with the adjustments I'm expecting, I'm favoring T1.
Yeah, I think T1 as well. I think there was some roughness, like the series against KT in playoffs, that made it set up the upset in the finals. But I think they've started to show the adaptations. They've talked about it. They've lent more into the shift in meta. So I'm going with that. But I also said T1 in the finals.
Yeah, I feel like I see a trend here. Heason, you're the tiebreaker. Well, not, because you don't know my vote yet.
I'm going to be honest here. I was also on the T1 hype train for finals, so I'm also bad at predictions. So can I just like put a question mark?
You know what? You're allowed. But next time you come to the desk,
you only get one question mark.
Yeah. Regardless, though, of the predictions, we are just super excited for this clash and also for the casting trio, I have to say. But that's all from us here at the desk. It is time for a showdown between the 2 titans of the LCK, Gen G and T1.
Thank you so much, Sharks, and g'day, London. How you doing? I'm Atlas, and we're here.
You're here.
For the LCK 2023... Wait, hang on. No. MSI Round 2, upper bracket.
I can do my best Wolf impression if you want, yeah?
Yeah, that would be great, because I'm joined by Chronicler once again, and now Wolf's turned into a Dagda, which we're absolutely okay with. How you doing, man? This is our first cast together.
Yeah, I like that I'm picking up kind of a bunch of the finals. I've done LPL now, I did LEC, and now I get to do LCK as well. So it's been real nice. Yeah.
That's not fair. I need to get your agent. Chronicler, how you doing, man? It's been so long since
it has been, and you know, so much time has passed. We've casted so many different games in between as well. Definitely not this series.
No, I know. This is actually a breath of fresh air, isn't it?
I know. And in particular, the Gen G T1 matchup.
Yeah.
How often have you seen that one?
Well, quite a few times, if I was to be perfectly honest. And these 2 teams have met up many, many times in the past. But last time around, we thought that it was going to be T1 favored. It was not. It is now not a final of a tournament, though. And so it probably should be T1 favored once again, but I'm not biased. So I'm just here for the ride, guys.
What I really liked, and thank you for clarifying that, Atlas, is what the desk was talking about as well. The first draft, to me, is going to give us so much more clarity about what we can expect from these 2 teams, because what we saw against the European teams, I don't know if they're going to follow it. I do think that T1 is committed to shifting their style somewhat because of the fact that they lost in finals, as we are hot dropping into draft.
We are straight in here. All right, let's give you the fast rundown of the bans. Lucian, Nautilus, and Lulu have all been taken away by Gen G. K'Sante, Maokai, and Vi all removed. by T1. First pick, Ari to come in here for Chovy. He's been absolutely destroying on that pick. There is FaZe's signature. Aphelios, of course, it's Gumiyushi's signature as well, but FaZe has played double the amount of games on this champion than his second most played.
It definitely feels like we're getting that split, though, with T1 again kind of going towards, hey, we want big, beefy front line with a hyper carry in the back line, at least having a bit of that range advantage as well. Whereas you look across to Gen G, this seems to be more the style, right? Take the Ari, play for the strong mid jungle, and then see if you can have FaZe pop off in the later portion.
And after the Nidalee incident that Gen G had with Peanut unable to pick up a win, maybe taking a page out of Konami's book, or going back to Wukong. If you watch the LCK, this is of course no surprise. Peanut was the one who prioritized his champion above basically everything else for the entirety of playoffs and even a large part of the splits. And even though the nerfs have come in, we saw yesterday that what the champ does well, which is mid to late game team fighting, is where Peanut excels, and we'll go back to that now.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see exactly what the ban phase is going to be like. I'm thinking you might try and get rid of things like, say, a Blitzcrank or a Thresh here, because you want to try and take the Thresh here for carry, but not actually going to be the case. Malphite going to be taken off the board, so just making sure, again, that they can have the better front line when it comes down to these fights.
And I think if you're a Gen G fan, you're kind of okay with that, because Doran has not been able to win on the Rock since the playoffs began in the LCK. So kind of all right with it, but still going to stop that Wombo combo from coming through. Now, Gen G thinking about their couple of bans moving into this one, and there is Owner's Nidalee. There are two different Nidalee players in this particular match, and there's one of them that's a bit scarier than the other.
Yeah, I really like the respect paid towards Owner, and with what we've seen right now, barring a mid-Sion flex and any going towards the support, which is still a possibility, it does look like T1 is following the path that we saw them take in the first series, where they're going in hard on 5v5 team fighting. The Annie, when it comes to the engage power, really, really big as well.
And now, Chronicler, we need to ask you the question, because it was, of course, T1's challenger roster that used the Sion in a very experimental way that their main roster is now employed as well. Is this suicide bot lane Sion a possibility? Because often it was used with things like Maokai, a little bit of extra setup, but I'm always terrified of that prospect.
I wouldn't be surprised. I do think that it's a strategy that works best when caught off guard, and Gen G is 100% going to be ready for it.
I mean, you've already got decent pushes well there for the Jinx in the bot lane, so I could easily see him shove in bot wave, immediately start to roam down.
Oh, and with Poppy?
So, yeah, I mean, this could genuinely be a big play for us.
Well, we'll see how it does go as Gen G need to round out their first game roster of champions. FaZe considering what he wants to collect, and it looks like it's going to be Doran and Delight that are going to be picking up champions. Another carry for Doran would be really interesting, and this is assuming that the Sion is top lane.
And this is a really big moment, because Doran is, of course, the one that has taken so many hits for Gen G throughout the entirety of the split. He was the guy who was like, R4 me Cassante blinds, I'll deal with it. Him still being on carries, even against T1, is a really big signal and the sign that Gen G feels very confident with what he's been able to do.
And also, this is a fantastic option into that Suicide Sion strategy, because what that needs is someone that doesn't push all that hard on that top side of the map. Gwen is not one of those champions. She can solo carry a game. So if you leave her alone for too long and she gets too far ahead, it is too dangerous.
Yeah, I also just think with the moment, with what T1 have drafted here, they just have a great response to Gen G, right? Like, when you look at the dive potential that you have for the Gwen, the Rakan, and then the Wukong, your Poppy gets so much value here. Now the Tam Kench at it to try and keep the Jinx safe. I think as long as Gumiyushi gets out of the laning phase unscathed, he should be in a relatively good spot to just have so much protection in these fights.
And Gen G has a lot of comfort, and I think if they can keep the game messy, if they can find an early lead and run with it, they have a really good shot. But if this devolves into just straight up 5v5, one team smashing into the other, it's not going to happen, right? With just Poppy and Sion, it would be hard, but you have Keria on Kench as well.
Yeah.
Really tough ask.
And I think a huge amount of this relies on Peanut and Chovy, like trying to play through that strong mid jungle, see if they can get onto Faker in the early stages, and then lean that aggression into bot lane, especially when you hit level 6 for the Rakan. Like, that dive potential in those early stages where you can even charm up both the Tam Kench and the Jinx can set up beautifully for that combo of the mid jungle.
And it's also exactly what T1 have been playing so far. It's what they've shown. It's just a whole bunch of CC to allow this Jinx to get absolutely ridiculously powerful. And Gumiyushi is 100% a player that you can get behind and trust to do that. So these are going to be your two rosters for the first game here in round 2. And I'm very excited to see whether T1's tried and true strategy is going to work out once again.
Can't wait. Extremely excited to see who's going to do it today.
And here we are onto the rift for game number 1. Genji on your blue side, T1 on your red side. Pays, he's the one that picked up the Aphelios. Gumayusi was saying that he thinks he's the best in the world on that particular champion, and let's see whether he can take Pays down a peg here in game number 1 and try and maybe get his hands on it in game number 2. Last time these two teams clashed, it was Genji walking away with a victory, but that was a final, remember? And now we're back in the upper bracket, and this is T1's territory. Before the finals hit, T1 do not lose.
Want to highlight a couple of item choices. Pays actually going for the Doran's Blade here, right? Usually in this matchup, we see the Aphelios go for Ghost as opposed to Cleanse. That, of course, makes sense into Faker playing the Annie. But him also looking for early aggression with this, because if he doesn't and the Cold just gets to stack up for free, is a pretty big departure, maybe also a sign of what is to come. Conqueror also adds to that, maybe going to be looking for a lot of aggressive early game skirmishes as T1 invades.
Yep, Genji with full information. Chobi over there gets that ward down, but it does get cleared out.
It's happening.
Yep. I don't think Genji should be surprised. Of course, they already picked that Gwen. It's now we're going to go for the grand entrance. They're looking for Gumayusi, who already has to flash. Carrier now running for his life, but there are 3 men after him. He has to use his flash as well, and already Genji off to a great start.
And as we mentioned, the Sion strats should not come as a surprise. And Doran says, guess what? It's not. Waits with the rest of his team, and they force early summoners from the bot lane.
Yeah, you're still getting the red buff here taken on the bottom side, though, so still you might be able to make some magic work. The fact, though, that you've taken so much of the health bar off of Gumi and Carrier, and even Doran just sticking around here, makes it so difficult now for you to really go for this. I mean, look where the wave is. You're not going to be able to make this dive happen.
Yeah, Doran's still here, so
standing guard.
Top lane does not exist anymore. It's just in the bottom lane now. There's a mini one. It's a small little lane towards this brush, as we can see. Q comes through here as Owner is just clearing out that Krug camp. Gumayusi does get that shove towards this turret, and let's see whether it's going to work out. 4 versus 3 for T1. Zeus going to try and pick up turret aggro. Delight going to knock him up into the air, and it is going to be first blood going over to Pays. A 1-for-1 so far, and now Zeus' zombie mode is almost going to take down the Aphelios. He does fall, and that is a kill for Gumayusi once again. T1 1 up in the trade.
It's a disaster for Genji. The fact that you end up losing both of your bot laners, and Doran doesn't really get the farm. Like, Sion will do fine, right? He's TP'd back to the top side, but he doesn't need a huge amount of farm. Doran missing out on a lot on the top end. Will catch some bot, but still really nice play from T1.
And this is with Genji being fully aware, right? Also want to highlight Zeus going for the Ruby Crystal first, which I imagine is just so he can tank, like, use the health to tank an extra turret shot and stay alive for just a little bit longer, buy those couple of precious extra seconds for the rest of his team. And really, as you were saying, T1 coming out ahead, the only thing you really get here on the flip side is that Pays picks up the kill, which is nice, and Peanut gets some extra camps.
Yeah, I mean, really nice job here in the dive. The fact that you get onto Delight here immediately with Owner just going directly in onto the knockup as well means he doesn't really get away. And I think at this stage, if you're Genji, just try and back away. Like, it would have been nice to pick up Owner, but you're just walking into the waiting hands of that zombie, and he's more than happy to take that kill and set it up for T1.
Yeah, the turret juggling was absolutely fantastic. Steadfast presence and the phase rush movement speed coming through from Owner there, allowing him to get out after going through with the wallbang. So really nicely done here for T1. And Owner is coming back for another one. There is the Abyssal Dive. Good battle dance to get Delight out of the way, of course, on his signature Rakan, as our Owner is just going to clear out some vision.
And actually, because of the invades, Peanut doesn't even end up being ahead, right? He wasn't able to take the Krugs on top side, and even with Owner spending as much time as he did on the bot side dive, there still hasn't really been an opportunity for Genji to try and strike back.
Yeah, I will say, though, at least for when you look at that top side, Doran has done a really good job of now kind of keeping Zeus at bay, so he's got a nice little CS for himself in that top end. And again, I think the biggest point of contention is the fact that we've had so much focus on the side lanes that now I want to see this transition into the mid, see if we can get Peanut as Chovi's about to hit that level 6, to see if he can pick off Faker and try and set up some of these plays to right the wrongs that have happened on this bottom side.
Well, as we can see, Gold not really showing too much difference between the two squads. Genji losing out in that bot dive, but with the Gwen being able to contain the Sion so effectively, we should be moving towards a mid-game on pretty even footing. Dragon's going to be the next little question mark here, as it does spawn in 2 seconds' time. Cloud to start us off. No Cloud Souls for my first game, it's a bit sad.
Is it?
Yes,
I don't know if it is.
Sad.
I don't know if it is.
Cloud Souls
I think
no, I'm on Cloud 9 that I get to cast with you, so that'll do.
Thanks. You're a sweetheart. Why haven't they put us on broadcast together before? As Owner's coming in once again. Pays trying to do what he can, but he gets pushed back into the open arms of T1, and once again, he will go down. Gumayusi gets his second.
Yeah, Pays in the clouds as well, and it appears as he goes down another one. A little unfortunate there that they couldn't quite spot out that T1 were coming bot side again, but this just seems to be the game plan now. Gen G's bot side is not going well at all, and maybe not mid either.
Yeah, Charm traded for a big old bear here as Chovy's going to back away. Faker winning out on that one, but does have to press his R button. Of course, hits level 6 a little bit before Chovy does.
And right now, I think Gen G's composition is, to me, somewhat reliant on finding a couple of good skirmishes around a dragon, around a herald, right? Trying to use the power, particularly when you hit 6. But when you're already being put behind this early on, it's going to make it a lot harder.
And I got a question for you, gentlemen. Is Annie actually just the hard counter to Chovy? Because you're putting an extra minion in his lane. And that is going to distract him quite a lot. He does like minions.
Atlas,
quite a lot.
You and I both know Chovy is more than that now, okay? Don't feed into these false narratives. Come on.
I was actually going to say, I've been really impressed. Like, obviously, this isn't news for you guys, but how much Chovy has grown. Like, the fact he is roaming significantly more. Like, he's an absolute menace both in lane and out of lane, and it's made such a massive difference to Gen G, and especially when a player is so incredibly strong, to still see them even just improving on that is just nuts to see.
Yeah, that was his one point of contention. Of course, a bit of a meme is now Peanut is going to come forward. The good old Wukong walk past strategy, as he does just make his way towards the bottom side river. And Owner is taking this first dragon. Very happy Poppy so far here.
Very nicely done by Faker there. Doesn't even have to invest anything, and Chovy's ult will be down, means that there's no opportunity for contest here. Maybe if they get any, they can try and get something going. Not going to be the case now. And Owner has already had such an incredible impact on the map. Picks up a dragon now as well, as that 2 successful gank. And all the while, Peanut has not been able to get anything going just yet.
Yeah, and I like the idea from Peanut, like, if you can blow a summoner spell from Faker there, right, like, Dragon's gone. We already accept the bot lane has gone out of control. We're not going to be able to get that. But for Gen G, it's, hey, maybe we can actually lean in towards a Rift Herald on the top side. We have push for Doran. If we can try and play through the mid jungle, we can make something happen. But unfortunately, not quite able to get anything. He will have just crested over to 6. So maybe if they can get out and get vision on this top side, they can make something work. But again, with Gumayusi and Keria having so much bot lane push, they should be able to get the faster reset. And contesting vision for Gen G in that top side is going to be so difficult.
Well, T1 getting a bit of a shove here. We'll see whether they can collect themselves a plate. Gumayusi with that extra range might be able to do so. Keria just standing in position. Doesn't have Devour just yet, but he's very, very close. He's just farming up as safely as possible. There goes that plate, so a bit more gold into the pockets of T1. But Doran starting off this Rift Herald, and it's a tale of 2 sides of the map here, gentlemen, because the Gwen is going to be a big problem for T1, but this bottom lane is already a big problem for Gen G.
Oh, Owner.
He's coming in. Of course, Doran doesn't have Smite available. Peanut is making his way over, though, as Doran is going to try and turn it onto Owner here. 2 versus 2 for now, but Faker's moving up. Chovy following him forward. Small 2v3 here as Doran's getting taken down so low. No miss to put down, no options, and Owner is going to take him out. They'll take a Rift Herald as well, and T1 off to a great start. This is a big turning point.
And this was not the play for Doran. He immediately moves across, doesn't actually have the push in top lane, so Zaze gets the roam down, Faker gets to cut across quicker as well, and Doran ends up paying for it with a bash in the face from the shield and the Rift Herald going across to T1.
And this is something that the Poppy most notably makes the life of Doran so much harder, right? And similarly for Delight, as soon as Owner is in the play, you need to be 100% certain that you are the one that is playing it forward, because once you commit, there is absolutely no way of getting out.
And the thing is, there's not really a position here for Gen G to really fight. Like, you can see Faker has Chovy zoned off, so Chovy can't really get in. Doran overcommits into the pit to try and get onto Owner, and at that stage then, with the great knockback of Poppy, it's easy pickings for T1.
Also no opportunity, because he used his mist early, right? Otherwise, maybe at least you force a summoner from Faker, who then needs to get on top of you. Wasn't the case. And right now, T1 with a composition that in a straight-up 5v5 looks so threatening, already ahead. And if Gen G can't try and find a way to leverage side lanes and get even more gold into Doran, I think they're really going to struggle.
No, absolutely. This is exactly what T1 have been utilizing all tournament long. It's being able to make sure that Gumayusi can very safely do a lot of damage while there is just a catastrophe being created by the rest of T1. And they can certainly play towards that game plan so far. 1.5k is the approximate lead. Gen G can play side lanes very effectively with the composition that they have. Still a lot of teamfight power if they can get there. But it's just not quite working out so far in this game. And T1's road to victory so far is looking pretty clean.
Yeah, especially in the fact now that you do have the Rift Herald, you can even put more resources into Gumayusi, just accelerate him so far into the game. Owner is on the way, but you don't really have much support, so I don't think they can really dive here with Peanut in the vicinity as well.
Yeah, Delight just hitting level 6 now, so the quickness will be available. Peanut now fighting Owner. As he does get a heroic charge forward, Peanut going to have to walk away from this one, but it looks like no full commitment being made. Just looking for another plate here for T1 on the top side. Operation Move Gumayusi and Take All the Crockery is working out very, very well.
And if we go back all the way to when these teams first played, because it was actually the first match of the LCK, this was basically what happened. T1 put an incredible amount of focus towards FaZe.
Yeah, Faker moving very, very quickly towards this Gwen, who wanted to be immune, but she is most certainly not. And Faker is going to be able to pick that one up. Cool guys don't look at explosions, and Faker definitely is a pretty cool guy. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to delay FaZe's back. He actually cancelled it himself to try and avoid it. And now he's going to pick up another wave. Chovy gets a plate for his trouble. The Faker is now moving in once again. Move speed, pretty high, but not going to be able to get on top of Chovy, who slinks his way out.
And this is kind of just going from bad to worse for Gen G. The fact that both side lanes now down 2 deaths, you don't really have control to match a lot of what the plays that T1 are making. And again, you've got Dragon in 30 seconds time, so Owner about to move into the mid lane. He'll pop down the Rift Herald, guarantee that they get control over mid priority and can even move down. And look at Faker, he's got push and bot as well, so full control right now for T1.
And with these side lane picks in particular, Doran snowballing looked like the only angle that Gen G was really given after how the early game played out, with the attention towards bot side, the gank mid not working out. But with T1 then shifting his attention towards him, Gen G is just kind of left scrambling as it's getting low.
That Delight going in, does find the charm, but the Devour is going to be utilized here from Carrier. A long cooldown, but is going to keep Gumayusi safe.
Actually really big for the Dragon fight though. The fact that you don't have that ultimate available is going to be very, very nice, and you can actually try and see if you can make some plays. Delight held onto his ultimate, so I think Gen G, you can already see, might be looking to see if they can contest this a little bit with push and bot, and the reset now coming through for FaZe with the Gale Force picked up.
Oh, that's big. I was just about to talk about it, because Gen G, a couple of mythics are still missing, right? Riftmaker for Gwen, extremely important. Sunderer for Peanut, not quite there, but with this Gale Force on pace, maybe they want to try and fight here nonetheless.
Could be an opportunity. Doran does have the push on the bottom side as well. Faker dealing with that wave, but Gen G have started off this Dragon. T1 looking to come through for the pincer as Faker is moving his way over as well. Pays looking for a flank angle on the Aphelios. An odd decision. We'll see how it does work out. Zeus in that front line trying to work things out. Doran puts down his mist now. T1 just patiently waiting that one out, but the quickness is huge onto 3. They try to get forward, but immediately Peanut is booped out of the fight. Doran's still at full health though. The Moonlight Vigil is going to get the flash out of Zeus. And Gen G have pushed T1 away. Those health bars not looking very healthy, and the Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide.
You still have the TP to come in from Chovy though. They can try and just rinse and repeat this. So Pays going to shove out mid, and Gen G, really good call here to take the fight with those ultimates down for T1. They have to play a little bit more careful.
And even though the Rakan into Poppy is a matchup that obviously is going to feel very hard, this is the champion when even when Delight was still on Breon, he was feared. This was banned against him a lot of times because the angles and engages that he was able to find were a really big part of what made that team work.
Oh yeah, he was absolutely fantastic. His engage play just in general, but this is his signature pick by a large margin. Good to see, being able to find that incredible engage, demonstrating that prowess. But T1 losing out on one Drake, not going to be the end of the world, but let's check out the replay.
And it starts off here with Doran drawing a lot of attention. Faker is looking for the flank. He's trying to fight with Chovy, but the moment the engage comes in, it looks really rough. And if you don't knock away that Wukong, this fight is done. And T1 might be routed. Fortunately, due to Owner hitting it, they're still able to at least get away with their lives.
Also, the fact that Kerry was just matching pace for so much of that fight was crucial, because with the Infernum gun, if that's going across every one of those low health bars, you're in a lot of trouble. But still, you can kind of see how important it is for these AD carries to be present in these fights.
I think you could feel Pace was like, you're standing behind the wall, he's like, do I go?
Do
I flash?
How
and he
much
did it, which I think is a good call, because
do?
he's playing into Annie. You need that summoner a lot.
I think we're missing half of this graph. The MasterCard
no,
had all
that's
difference
correct.
here. Oh, okay. There just isn't the other half.
No.
Never mind. So Gumayusi with a massive lead. Same to be said for Owner here as well, as they're looking to augment this with yet another Rift Herald. T1 collecting Shelly and Shirley this game. See where she does go.
And if there is a team in the LCK that has been known to come back from these type of goal deficits, it is definitely Gen G. And we saw in the previous fight as well that they were able to find kind of the angles, but with more and more gold getting into the pocket of T1, there's going to be eventually a point where you can't outplay the amount of item advantage that the opposing team has.
And that's the thing, I think Gen G have been spectacular when you look at them and how good they are at setting up for these fights, right? When you look at that Dragon fight, they get into the river early, they make sure they have the vision that opens up for Delight to get access to backline away from Owner with the steadfast presence. So I think that's going to be the big factor here, is how well can Gen G actually coordinate themselves on the map to set up prior to these objectives, as the helicopter will just be a threat for Pays and he'll walk away.
Yep, just wants to wave the hammer around a little bit. I like that, bit excited.
Sometimes you need to, yell, get the excitement.
Yeah, you have to, you have to get it out of your system.
Yeah, you're scared of it.
And you're not punished too much for it. Refunds a bit of the cooldown. It's absolutely fine. No worries at all. Has that one back available already as he's looking to clear out vision now. Chovy going to vacate the area as Faker continuing to get this pressure on. And I think the conversation about scaling for both of these team compositions is we do see a little bit of a kerfuffle between the Ahri and Poppy, but not really too much to worry about. But, Carrier diving forward. Chovy, his ex-teammate, catching him unawares just a little, but he will be okay. Ultimate still at the ready, so no worries at all. But Shirley is going to get her skull into that outer turret on the top side of the map, and T1 are looking to get even more. Bottom side, there is going to be a turret traded, but T1 still in the lead when it comes to these structures. They'll get another charge as in goes Delight, and immediately he's going to leave. It wasn't voluntary. It was, in fact, Owner telling him that he needed to get out of the building.
And this is one of the big things you can do when you have this Jinx with a lead, is just continue to push forward. You always win that push against the Aphelios, apart from when he has the Infernum guns. But at the moment, T1 just using that to full advantage. Rotate immediately towards top side, they rotate back to mid. The vision control littering that top side as they go.
Yeah, I want to highlight as well, T1 also, of course, these two teams have matched so many times. The ward that just came down, the Scryers in that brush there, didn't actually end up spotting Peanut, but like they know how Gen G works, right? Yeah. With this composition, with Delight, with Peanut, you know they're going to be looking to try and get on top of Guma right from the get-go of a fight. But as long as you keep control of your vision angles, you play disciplines, and you make it hard for Gen G to ever get that opportunity, particularly with the amount of map control you have right now, Gen G is going to have to try and maybe find a pick in side lane, someone overextended, because otherwise they're going to be in a really rough position.
And I think that's what Gen G are trying to do. The fact that they end up changing the cross map there for, hey, we're going to try and get some vision down in this Dragon area. It's a minute out, so at least you've already got a decent foundation that you can look for, try and push out these waves and then drift into that bottom side, knowing that there isn't a huge amount in that bot lane to really spot you out. But T1 also reset at a decent time, so might actually be a bit of a vision fight here for Delight.
Well, Delight does have a few options as far as exiting the area, but Carrier still getting on top of it. There's a charm waiting on the other side of the rock, though, and Chovy's going to make his presence known. T1 will back away for the moment, and we do need to take a little bit of time to talk about the fact that we get Mountain Rift here as well. Phenomenal for Poppy. They've created a lot more corridors for a few of these picks to happen, and not only are T1 happy about it, but Gen G have a lot of tools to utilize these narrow chokes with the composition that they have. With things like the Wukong, things like the Rakan, if you are ever grouped up as either team, it can become very, very dangerous.
And what's important to note as well, even though there is a lead for T1 as Delight, again, look at this. Trying to go for another flank angle. It's still very close, right? Like, K and a half doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things.
And I think that the scaling does ebb and flow a lot in this game. Right now, it's aiming towards T1, but the ultra late game should be Gen G favored with the fact that this Gwen in a side lane is going to be so difficult to deal with. Gen G looking for an opportunity now, teleport to the back of the pit here as the Poppycopter is getting channeled. It's going to miss though, and this is going to be an honest 5v5. Stolen away by Peanut. They collect the first Mountain Drake. Moonlight Vigil does connect. Chovy looking for an opportunity, but already Peanut's being taken down. The Devour utilized perfectly. Guma grabs another kill for himself. And Doran, he was in the mid lane that entire time. And Peanut did his job before he fell down.
Yeah, Doran and Zeus both fighting, trying to get to the fights like, I go, no you go, no I go. Neither of them end up joining it, and Gen G trade 2 kills, but do pick up a Mountain Drake.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking as that fight kicked off. Delight ended up going over the wall, gets spotted by the pink that had cleared out his vision initially, and then he ends up having to reroute himself back into where the rest of the team was. But just a decent fight from T1. I was a little bit nervous for Gumayushi as Chovy came over that wall. I was like, all right, well, goodbye to your AD carry, but unfortunately they just don't have the follow-up already in position there. You can see Pays He's trying to make his way down to the rest of the team. Oh, actually, interrupt by Zeus
that
onto
was the interruption.
Really, really nice there to make sure that they couldn't actually get through. But here, this is where the engage comes through. But look at Pace. He can't actually follow up onto Guma.
And imagine if Gwen is already here. Yes, the Cyan ultimate is there, but the amount of damage, I think, would have been the big turning point. Instead, the turn from T1 on Peanut really, really nice. And the Pace, Chovy just have to get out of the pit, make sure that they're safe. And if Zeus doesn't find that interrupt, I think Gen G win that fight.
Yeah, very cleanly done here from Zeus to make sure that that Gwen was not involved. She is so much the win condition here for Gen G. T1 recognizing that, playing it out effectively, but still losing out on the Drake, which could actually be big. His steadfast presence a little bit late there from Ona. Not going to stop that grand entrance from getting the CC, but he's a Poppy. Not too worried about the whole situation.
Still, though, drew a lot of members of Gen G up onto the top side, so Faker should get pushed. So now T1 get to re-establish that vision, just having the numbers advantages. Pace clears out mid, will even get to rotate up towards this top side. So Gen G trying to make something happen onto Owner, but not quite able to make it work.
Well, in goes Peanut, finds a Cyclone onto Faker here. The Bear is going to come down as a response. Red and white guns here for Paze. He's set up to do some damage as Chovy gets the flash out from Carrier. Still, Paze looking for that opportunity to auto-attack, but everyone is moving too far away from him. So the Ophelio is not going to be able to utilize all of that damage. 3,000 gold currently the lead for T1. Doing pretty well, but a lot of things in favor of Gen G as well, especially that Mountain Drake. So not over till it's over, of course.
And what we're seeing right now when we look at the gold as well, as expected, Gumayushi up roughly 2k, given the amount of attention that has been paid to him. Very understandable, but the big difference is T1 have actually been able to utilize Guma being fed, whereas for Gen G, Doran has either been focused down, ganked, or in this case, didn't even get to join the fight. And as long as that doesn't happen, I think Gen G, they can hold on, but they can't actually shove back against T1.
And the thing is, you don't even really get to use Doran in the side lane particularly well because the push is but TP now.
Yeah, and Infinity Edge is now done as, okay, Chovy could be in trouble. Does have to flash away from the train, but there are a lot of different problems for him to deal with. He gets knocked up, smacked into the wall, and Faker is going to be able to lock down the kill on his opposite number. T1 just catching Chovy in a side lane.
Gen G tried to respond to mid, but not quite able to get onto the tower, and now, here we go!
Yep, the Abyssal Dive does come through, gets a decoy, but not the real Peanut. He's going to be able to make it to safety as Doran getting himself with the rest of his team. 4 versus 5, the Baron now an option. Started up here for T1. 22 minutes, a little bit late for a T1 Baron, but they'll take it as Peanut is still there. They're going to look for a turn as Chovy has teleport available. 10 seconds on him coming back into this fight. T1, they know it. They want to try and get this turn soon, but the knock up onto Zeus. He's taking so much damage here from Gen G, but it's a phenomenal ult from Ona, and they will secure the Baron. This guy's Poppy has been absurd this game.
And even when Gen G is looking for an opportunity to fight, to actually try and out-teamfight T1, they're not given it. With the disengage from Ona there, T1 stay cool, calm, and collected. No possible way for Gen G, and now they lost the Baron.
They did, and it's just so interesting that it's Ona's Poppy here as well. When Peanut versus Ona was being spoken about a year ago, it was the fact that Peanut was so good on Poppy. And Ona hadn't really employed much Poppy play, and this is a complete turnaround from that whole situation. Really impressive here from the T1 jungler. Of course, has played a fair bit of Poppy in the past, but it was never really his signature. And so T1 utilizing that very effectively for now as they look to push down on the last remaining outer turret here. Should be able to easily collect that. Some more money into the back pocket of Gumayushi, who already has 3 full items complete. This is a very happy Jinx.
And he's only going to get more gold here as well. Reset's only coming through now for Gen G, for Peanut, and for Chovy. So bot lane tower should go, and T1 over around trying to see if they can catch anyone who tries to overextend here, and Doran does.
Yeah, doesn't have any mist left as the heroic charge does push him into the wall. Not looking for the dive just yet is T1 as they bear down on this inner turret. The siege minion out of range and is continuing just to lay waste to this turret. Zap not quite long enough to get rid of Doran, who immediately teleports back to this turret. Gen G, they want to try and fight for this one, but it could be dangerous. Zeus is pretty big for that front line. Faker also has his Banshee's Veil completed. And the Annie is going to be pretty difficult to deal with as well. Dash Cannon Annie as well, kind of like.
Yeah, I haven't really talked about that yet, but it was, of course, mostly Rod of Ages when we saw the Annie in playoffs, trying out a different build here, able to more reliably get to some of those backline targets. And T1, with this play, shoving in bot side, getting the teleport from Gen G, and then also setting up for a very free dragon. Neither team really too close. We have actually been trading these very, very evenly as Faker.
Yeah. 2 dragons apiece now, but Faker looking for Pays. Peanut over the wall, very ready for whatever Faker is about to try. As Pays moving forward now, as he has some extra teammates waiting in the vicinity. So T1, Baron is going to wear off very, very soon, and we're going to check out this fight one more time. Look at Ona with the ultimate.
And I think Gen G do a really good time, right, of making sure that T1 can't get into the pit to rush down this Baron. And once Chovy gets there, they can win this fight. But the moment that ultimate comes through from Ona, there's just nothing you can do.
Nope. No chance. And
2v5s?
I don't like their chances so much. I have a feeling that might be a little bit in favor of T1. The risk of sounding a little biased. As T1 now move back towards this river, wanting to retake some control. 3 minutes on the Baron, so not exactly under too much pressure to do that just yet. 4 minutes on the Mountain Drake. So 2 apiece, we're going to be fighting for Soul Point next time around. T1 just with so much control of this map.
Still do see that Gen G keeps looking for the flank, keeps trying to get Peanut or the Light in a position where they can catch someone off guard. T1 playing very, very carefully, but if someone oversteps, if they pick up a single target, might be able to leverage that into more. I think the free item mark for Pays is one that is going to be really important, because as you pointed out, I think eventually, once you hit critical mass on this Aphelios, all you need is one good ultimate.
Yeah, well, Charmy's going to connect there onto Zeus, but he walks the wrong way. We're going to get a knock-up onto Ona, who does have the Steadfast Presence available. Immediate teleport in response, though, as T1 looking to try and lock down Doran and Delight here. The mist comes through, but Faker is not going to be deterred by that one. He tries to dash his way out, but he gets stunned into the wall. Super Mega Death Rock, it's going to pick up the kill. Gumayusi grabs yet another one as Pays. He's trying to walk this one out. Does have to use the Gale Force, but that will be enough to get him to safety. As Gen G with just 2 men to try and defend, and they may just lose an inhibitor turret off that.
Or Peanut gets spotted, is on the ward, realizes it very quickly.
He does.
Want to highlight there as well, Carrier, even knowing that Pays has a summoners, the moment he comes up with his dive, ignites the full health Aphelios. Like, get away, this is our turret.
Yep. He knows the target that he needs to be going for, as Peanut not going to stop any backs with an Nimbus Strike or anything like that, as we are going to have a full reset here for T1.
Oh, that's a Storm Razor coming through from Guma here.
Yeah, he just...
I've not seen that item in a really long time.
It's been a very, very long time. Last time I saw it was solo queue. I haven't actually seen it here in Pro Play for quite some time, but just wanting to have as much damage as he possibly can have. Not feeling the need for anything defensive or anything like that, especially with a Tom Kench in his back pocket.
I think it's also just nice with the slow, right? A lot of what Gen G want to do is just leg it at you, so as long as you can cut their legs out from underneath them, it'll be a bit easier. So for T1, if you can just get those slows onto like Peanut, onto like Doran, if he's trying to go at you, it just becomes a lot easier.
In general, also as non-regarding the mist, the entirety of Gen G is going to have to walk up to Guma, right? And with Rapid Fire Cannon, you can already poke people out, particularly with how fed he is. If you had a Storm Razor on top of that, 1 or 2 bad movements from anyone on Gen G that's supposed to flank him, and you got to back off.
Also, like, Carry is doing his best to be disengaged for Tam Kench, but I think just having something that can slow them up, like allow Faker to get into range with the Hextech Protobelt, it's actually a really smart pickup from Gumayusi. I like it.
Well, we'll see how it's going to work out as this game continues. T1 waiting on this Baron, about 12 seconds for that one. Gen G in the area as the side lane. Zeus just trying to keep Doran at bay and just needs to kill the minion waves. That is going to be his strategy. Has his Sunfire Cape and Jack shows completed. Yeah. He's a pretty happy Scion.
So it's 2 damage items against 2 damage items.
Yeah, no, he's
even
actually...
trade.
I have a feeling that, in fact, Zeus might just do more damage. Because Sunfire Cape, as I've learned from Orcs, is just a broken item. I've been completely indoctrinated into the Church of Sunfire Cape.
Can I just say, coming from the LPL and Oxford, I'm so jealous you get Ox ranks. They're like my favorite thing. They're so much fun.
Well, it's all about Abyssal Mask Sunfire Cape now. That is what Orcs is on. He can let us all know about it during the Analyst Death segment after this. But have to see who's going to be able to take this as... Okay, that's a Rabbidan's Death Cap done for Faker.
Pretty big.
That's pretty big, pretty power spike as far as items are concerned. This Annie feeling dangerous at this point in time. 2-0-4 just quietly here for T1's mid laner. Just feeling very, very good.
one upside for Gen G, they do now have Lord Dominic's regard, right? So if Pace can actually get in a position where he can auto Zeus or Owner, get a little bit of time, he will be doing an incredible amount of damage to them. But with how the fights have played out thus far, I don't really know if he's going to get the opportunity, because T1 is either peeling away or they're making sure to use a Poppy ultimate to guarantee a favorite fight.
And I think T1, as you can see here, have actually been doing a really good job at, like, when it comes to setting up to objectives. Like, that was the thing I was kind of talking about earlier, was like Gen G had been so good traditionally, but T1 have kind of given themselves an opportunity where Pace hasn't been able to get into these fights properly because of the way that they've been trying to fight over the pit or over walls, and T1 have just been able to use the range advantage really well. So now Doran will just clear out some of the vision alongside Delight, but pushing mid means that a lot of T1 can re-establish themselves on that top side.
And again, Delight is he's on a journey. He doesn't know where yet, but if he can find the golden route to the T1 backline, maybe there's still a shot for Gen G. 5.5k gold disadvantage. It's not insurmountable, but unless you get a really good angle, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, it feels like Gen G still have a lot of ground to make up against T1, as Doran's going to dash away from the zap. Charm is going to go wide here. There's a fair bit of poke damage coming down here as T1 just move up this mid lane. They get control and they can just back away towards this Baron. We've seen them do this so many times. Gen G knows exactly what T1's game plan is. There just aren't a lot of great options into it right now, is from what we're seeing. So wanting to get some vision onto the Baron, and they find out that T1 have just lied in wait for a moment, but they'll start it up now. Delight moving in, Carrier just trying to be that brick wall as T1 ready for the turn at a moment's notice. The Baron down to 50%. Gen G on the clock for this one. Flame Chompers come forward. Delight has already pre-popped the ultimate, and the Baron is just going to get melted. Peanut taken down extremely low already. It's a fantastic Cyclone as they get knocked into the wall. Zeus going down extremely low. Chovy trying to get some work done. Not quite enough being found there with the ultimate from Ona, but still, look at Gumayushi. He's just a raid boss. He's gigantic in this game. And T1, they've got the Baron. They've already got what they wanted.
Also there, Peanut getting ignited at the beginning means that he can't try to go for like a flash decoy steal. So there is no opportunity to try and get to that Baron. There's no opportunity to try and force a 50-50 flip. And instead, T1 get everything that they wanted.
Maybe no hope to hold on to the base as well. T1 stepping up with Baron now as Gen G, they're trying to get themselves back in position, but this inhibitor is gone.
Feeling a little bit like checkmate here, gentlemen. As T1, they will take the inhibitor turret and inhibitor very quickly. And T1 now just looking to get that reset, spend these piles of gold. 8,000 gold is the lead for the red side team. Looking now to close this one out. Gen G, just not a lot of options.
And it really is remarkable, because if you took away nameplates and you showed me this matchup in the LCK and told me it was these two teams, you'd think that it would be the other way around. Right, you'd think it'd be Gen G playing the composition where they're trying to play it slow, they're trying to front to back, and T1 that is trying to go for this more pick, aggressive forward style. Not the case.
No, not happening this time around. T1 sticking with what has been working for them in their most recent series, instead of what we've learned from history. The train going to leave the station here as Zeus going for a little bit of a jog. And Faker going to join him up there towards that top side already. A bit of a back to come through from Doran, but he is going to cancel that. And T1, oh dear, Doran, you're going to have to leg it as quickly as you possibly can. But Owner is looking for that opportunity, and it's very difficult to immune the Poppy. The Buckler does come forward. He's just trying to buy that time. There's a heroic charge. Great knock up there. And the mist is going to come through, but Doran is not going to get taken down just yet. Decent charm going to come forward, and there's the lifesteal working out here for the Gwen. Pays now very close to danger. He does have to use the cleanse, but it will be enough to save him from the first onslaught. Great charm there from Chovy defensively, but Pays is still in danger. Peanut trying to help him out as Tibbers is going to move back, needs to lick his wounds just a little bit as Peanut down excruciatingly low. And Gen G, yeah, they don't lose anyone, but they will lose the majority of their base.
I mean, that's the top lane tower now gone. Inhibitor follow, and with minions streaming in, T1 are so strong. Gumayushi,
that's
one pop shots.
Yeah, no, it is so dangerous. This Storm Razor Jinx doing so much work here as they dive forward. Ona is exceptionally low. He does eventually go down, but it's in trade for the Rakan so far. They're looking for another one. Faker getting taken down low. Pays still alive, still at full health as Zeus going to be his first target. The Devour does come forward. Pays, is he going to look for it? Is he going to look for the ultimate kill? No, he's not going to do it. Not going to go for it. Still had his flash available, but no Moonlight Vigil, and did not want to move too far forward.
That's no jungler now for Dragon, though. This actually gives Gen G an opportunity to delay at least the Dragon Soul coming through for T1. And
a 7 elemental game?
Yeah. This could actually be like super good for Gen G. And he's buying a bit of time now. I still think T1 definitely in the driver's seat here. You can see that basically every time they face up on a bit more of an even footing, T1 have been able to take it, but at least getting this opportunity for Gen G is huge.
Ooh, with T1 already back at the pit, though, I think the most you can get here as Gen G is an opportunity to maybe get a 50-50, right? Try and flip it, as Owner is running down the mid lane.
Yeah, Peanut's clone is just going to get stunned up momentarily. Faker didn't invest too much. He's going to be able to charge that one up once more very, very quickly. Owner moving on in now as T1 set up 5 versus 5. Looking to spot Gen G as they try and go for this little steal. Mountain Soul, devastating for Gen G if it does come forward. Doran gets over the wall, puts down the mist as Owner jumps inside with him. Gen G gonna have to look for a way to try and start this fight now, but immediately Chovy is going to get rocketed out of this fight. Speaking of rockets, that one's gonna go wide, but T1 have gotten their health bars low enough as it is going to be the Mountain Soul secured. Peanut is going to get taken down a little bit late on the steal attempt. And now Battle Dance is going to get Delight to relative safety, but I don't know how safe they are as the grand exit here going to be utilized by the Rakan. But Pays, that's the wrong direction. They may have juked them for the moment as they look for the backs, but yeah, not going to get fooled by that one. But still, Owner is going to take a lot of damage and just goes down. Okay, they can just look for it one more time. Yeah, they're going to have to try and get back because instead T1 are just going to look to win the game. The old Owner for Nexus trade going to work out here as Pays going to get yet another kill. They're going to start the back yet again. Gumayusi, you need to hit this Nexus as they are going to spawn relatively soon, but no, he was under no real pressure. He just needs to turn and get the last few autos, and T1 will take game 1.
An incredible start in game 1 for T1. The fact that they're able to get so much control so early on that bottom side, and again, this composition that's built around Gumayusi, we've seen it before, and it looks absolutely exceptional in the hands of T1.
Want to highlight as well that one of the big pressure points that a lot of teams have gone for, right, if you are focusing towards that bot side, is the top lane. But as we saw, the Sion did fall behind early, which generally doesn't matter. Into Gwen again be a problem, but then with Doran also being shut down early, not being allowed to snowball because he was sitting on double CS, was like 60 against 30, he was stacking a call, but then after the repeated ganks, I think Zeus was able to just get back into the game, and then when we got to the straight up 5v5s, was impossible to play out.
And I like the idea coming through from Doran where it's like, hey look, if we can try and match this suicide zombie on the bot side, maybe we can make something work, but I mean, it's not really the case, right? You end up with the 2 kills, and from then, the Jinx, who already had a cull, is accelerated, and she's getting plates, and she's getting Rift Herald, and it was just too much for them to handle. Even a couple of times where Chovy did get access to the back line, there was just no real follow-up to deal with Gumayusi.
Yeah, I think it was the snowball being controlled a little bit too much, but that is enough from us here for game number 1. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much. Yeah, might as well have been Nunu. It was a very controlled snowball right from the start, and there was so much that happened very early on in the game. Actually, the first thing that happened, which we've come to expect a little bit when there's a Sion in the game, Israel, but it was really cool to see, so you're going to break it down.
Yeah, we can just jump right into this. It was a really interesting response from Gen G to this Sion strategy that we have seen with these dives that they're trying to pull off quite a few times. So I'm going to roll out the clip. Notice before I start, these defensive wards here from Gen G, they're already expecting it. Also note, where Chovy's going to be scouting and where they're going to be scouting down here. So I'm going to play the clip, and Gen G is trying to look to actually answer this, trying to find a way to respond to this Sion level 1 that we've seen many, many times, where they leash for the jungler, they go for an execute, they get this dive down on bot side. You'll notice Chovy spotted them right in this area, so they know that they're on Raptors now, and we're going to see this setup right in this circle. So they have the ward placed right there. That is going to give them vision as the enemy team comes through, and you'll notice as they're coming through, everyone backs up. They're out of vision here, back behind the wall, and they're waiting for Guma. So as soon as Guma gets to right about there, we're going to see Delight look for this engage over the wall, try to force out these summoners. So they go in, they get the knock-up, completely unexpected because Doran is down here on that bottom side. They chunk him out, and now the next move here for Gen G is to try to actually push for level 2. So their answer is going to be to try to actually rush down to this bot bot wave, shove out these minions, try to shove out the next wave to try to deny the crash, and potentially get to level 2 before that dive can come in. But as we will see, even though Doran is not soaking XP, he's even actually pulling Krugs here to, again, try to delay this dive from coming in on this side, while Pays and Delight push up over here to try to get that level 2. The problem is, this is coming so fast that they don't actually have time to finish off these last couple of melee minions that ever get level 2. Carry is stepping forward. You can see that Zeus is moving in. Owner's fishing off the camp. And they're setting up for this, and they're preventing them from getting towards level 2 on that bot lane. So despite the fact that they anticipate it, it's still not going to work out. Zeus will actually start the dive. He's going to be moving in here first on the sign. He's going to tank it up. And as soon as he takes aggro, you'll notice the angle here from Owner. He's going to look for the wall stun there onto Delight. They get that stun in. They get that initial kill. Then they reset the aggro because Owner has phase rush. He pulls back out, resets the aggro, and the zombie Scion then takes the aggro. They tank it up, and they pull off this dive. So it's beautifully executed by T1. I do think it was a really smart adaptation from Gen G. But the on-the-fly thinking from T1, I think, was brilliant here. I think a lot of teams would have really caved after that initial play happened. Bot lane summoners are forced. They say, all right, screw it, we can't do it. But they pulled it off anyway. And it was so smart to see the adaptations from both teams going at it and thinking really quickly in real time.
And I feel like when you look at the context of the game and the fact that Guma ends up getting kills there and an advantage, and that would have been very, very good for the other side in Pays as well, maybe Gen G should have said, actually, let's send more people there. Let's actually try and fight this harder, right? So I think that's something they will be looking at.
Yeah, I think it was so impactful when you already have a composition for T1 that is built so heavily around this Jinx. You've set up in a position where you have so much protection with the Tahm Kench, you have fantastic front line with the Poppy, with the Scion as well, so any lead that's put on a Guma Yushi is going to make so much more of a difference. So we see this play where we just see so many plates picked up across the map for this Jinx to get us so far ahead.
Absolutely. T1 knew where they were going to win this game, and it was Guma Yushi getting tons of plates and a huge lead in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, who did this incredibly well. He goes towards bot, they get those early kills, he gets plates there, rotates up towards top after the push, gets plates there. They have the Herald to crash as well. He goes towards mid, he's going to pick up plates there. So they knew who they had to get paid in this game. It was all about protecting Guma Yushi, the Tahm Kench coming through, all of these champions like the Poppy that are so difficult to dive through. Really, we're going to make it a nightmare for Gen G if Guma got ahead, and T1 made it a certainty that he would.
And I think we've seen a continuation of the adaptations that came out in the Mad T1 series, where we saw compositions there that were heavily structured around Guma Yushi, and it looked like they were leaning on him to be that big player for the team, and it looks like some people were speculating, hey, is this just because they're against Mad Lions, or is this their new thing? And it seems like they have lent into that, and it worked very well.
Yeah, consolidated in those compositions, and when we look at the pick order draft here as well, on the other side, where we said, hey, the Fiora Slam, etc., is this going to be a trend coming out of Gen G? Just picked the Gwen in game one, but you didn't like it that much.
No, I wasn't really a fan. I mean, you know, early on, as soon as bot lane goes bad, you basically know it's all up to the Gwen to carry the game. And I'm sorry, Dorian, my man, but you're just not that guy. He's not going to be able to make it happen. I think there's so much pressure on him to carry from this position and from the draft. So I'm really interested to see if Gen G is going to pivot from that, or if they have confidence in Dorian, because I'm expecting them to go more towards supportive style, play more towards mid, play more towards bot, because I think that is really where their strength is.
Devil's advocate, was he not that guy, or was it a situation of the game? And in what moments did you think he could have done more or differently?
I mean, I think it's difficult. You know, a few times he got caught out in sides. You have to be really careful with that. That is a team thing. But when you are going to be able to get the advantage on top side, you know, he's up a good 20, 30 CS at times. You have to make sure that you are playing so careful with that lead, because they already have Pays behind. They're going to be looking to attack you in those side lanes. You have to be playing really intelligently around vision, and you have to make sure that when it comes to those team fights, you are that point of pressure that can neutralize Guma Yushi. The draft makes that hard, but I just don't think he's that kind of player.
Yeah, I think it's just telling, though, the fact that, like, you have this favorable match up top where you obviously want to pull ahead as the Gwen, and yet the call still needs to be, no, level 1, you come bot, because I just don't think top lane's that important right now. I feel like bot lane, with how strong AD carries are, with the itemization changes, they're so broken. Top laners, I feel bad for you, but you're really in a situation where, like, the best strategy seems to be just pick something like Scion, who cares about your lane, and then you're tanky. That is, like, the step-by-step process to win games as a top laner right now.
You're saying the West has a chance. Still play tanks better than us. Anyways, let's take a look at the Baron pick that ended up in then the Baron 41 and the wonderful Poppy ult coming out of Owner, because they've had some issues in the past, but this was magically played.
Yeah, I think a big thing for T1 is they often go for these risky Barons, and sometimes the trigger for them won't be that significant, you know. The pick from Chovy here is quite big, but it can still feel risky for a lot of teams, and T1 are the sort of team who will go for that. We've seen it time and time again, and often when the team is struggling, this is where they fall apart in their setup around Barons, and that's where they can get challenged, because Baron is inherently a risky objective to go for, but I think they have a lot of patience here. They know they have this big tanky Sion who can soak a ton of damage, and they're waiting for the right window where they can secure it without a contest.
Exactly. I mean, it's really low risk. Sion W, a Poppy passive as well. The Buckler, you know, tanking a lot of that damage. And they just wait for this angle. They get the 3-man knockout, and then they can turn and finish the Baron. You know, if they don't get that, they can look for a turn potentially as well. So it didn't have to be a full-on flip. I think T1 played a beautiful game number 1, and I think it's Gen G that really is going to have to make the adaptations, as they're going to be going over to blue side, which they have selected.
Yeah, and you can see from the goal graph, there was no point where Gen G were ahead. It was super slow, super controlled. There was a couple of moments where sure, they got a little bit of gold injected in, but this was a very clean win from T1.
It was. I did have the feeling that they were never safe, because obviously he's still playing against a phenomenal team, but it is up to Gen G to find those windows when they are behind and hopefully turn this into a win in a 5-game series, because we don't want another 3-0 wash. It's T1 that continue their winning ways in non-finals versus Gen G. But how will the reigning LCK champion bounce back? We'll be right back with Game 2.
4 versus 3 for T1. Zeus going to try and pick up turret aggro Delight, going to knock him up into the air, and it is going to be first blood going over to Pays. A 1-for-1 so far, and now Zeus' zombie mode is almost going to take down the Aphelios. He does fall. Following him forward. Small 2v3 here as Doran's getting taken down so low. No miss to put down, no options, and Ona is going to take him out. They'll take a Rift Herald as well. Yeah, Faker moving very, very quickly towards this Gwen, who wanted to be immune, but she is most certainly not. And Faker is going to be able to pick that one up. Cool guys don't look at Explosion, know it. They want to try and get this turn soon, but the knock-up on Zeus, he's taking so much damage here from Gen G, but it's a phenomenal ult from Ona, and they will secure the Barons, and T1 will take game 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI caster desk here for game number 2. T1 already grabbing game number 1, putting that one in the books, but Gen G not to be deterred. There needs to be 2 more victories before T1 can walk out of here happy, and Gen G now with an opportunity to make that not happen.
I'm very curious to see how they swap things up. Like, I think the draft is going to be a big one. Do you just decide, hey, look, no one gets that
No
one,
Sion.
no one gets
No
Jinx
Sion.
defense,
No
or no one
Sion.
gets Sion. Like, I feel
No
like
Sion.
you just make it as awkward as possible now.
Yeah, I think the Sion, as weird as it feels, to ban Sion against Zeus specifically, a guy that we came to know as like the carry guy, but I think you do it until you can find something that actually works, because I think Gen G went into game 1, we're like, okay, we can send Doran over as well, he can beat the turns, he can try to shove, and then they still couldn't shove. And then they got dove, and it kind of was a disaster from there on out.
And I mean, this is exactly what we saw when we've seen this Sion strategy employed. And it is ban the Sion, and then the team can't do that anymore. In the case of T1's Challenger roster, they weren't able to win after that because there weren't other strategies. In the case of this T1 roster, it is going to be a very different story. However, making them play honest League of Legends, I think, is the first step. And so we'll see what Gen G are going to do. Already, Nautilus and Lucian being taken away. Of course, the Lucian is very understandable. Gumayusi is unstoppable on that champion.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually interesting. Like Chronicler was just saying backstage, like having that blue side loss now kind of changes things up quite a bit, because Gen G now, how do you try and adapt into this? Looks like they don't whatsoever, but let's see what T1 want to go for.
Maybe it's just B1 Sion.
Yeah,
maybe that's the answer that we don't want to see.
This is not the world I want to live in.
Or the B1 Jinx.
Okay.
That's going to be the change-up. And of course, Dagda, you were talking about this. Jinx has a lot of early push, so it might be a way to stop them from going for the strategy. But when we see Zeus lock in Sion here, we'll see that they do have more things in the tank.
Yeah, I am curious to see exactly what, it's going to be the Sion, but I don't think we'll get the play on bot side to start things off at least anyway.
unless they want to do a real throw and go for Karma and Caitlyn, because this is something that Gumayushi and Keria have gone back to even when it isn't meta. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case though with the Annie lock in here, and probably just going to be in Aphelios and play out the straight up team fight 5v5 style.
Okay.
Doran.
This could, of course, be going into mid lane, but Chovy hasn't played Gragas so far in 2023.
It's not his thing.
It's not his thing. He does like melees, though, just in general. But Doran is just so good on this champion. If you didn't watch the LCK final, it was all about Doran being able to outplay Zeus in that top lane that got Gen G so far ahead. So they're going to lock that one away. And now Chovy, what is he going to be picking up here, and who is it going to be for? Do they want to shore up their bottom side and make sure that Delight gets on something that he's very happy to be on, or is it going to be something else? Poppy could also come through for Peanut. He is fantastic on that champion, but instead, he's going to lock away the Viego.
Yeah, so we're still seeing Gen G like not going fully into the, hey, we just want all the beefy frontliners and try and make our plays happen that way. And I think the Viego, an interesting one to see, because I still think like you have opportunities like Sejuani that can make things awkward. Like even when you look towards things like the Wukong as well can do relatively well. So I'm curious exactly what way T1 want to go. They will pick up the Aphelios, and you'll probably see a lot of those junglers banned out now just to make sure that owner isn't comfortable.
Also CD Ahri, understandably, something that Gen G have used, even though Chovy wasn't able to make the biggest impact, is a champion that he has a ridiculous win rate on, very high impact generally. Last game, notwithstanding, pairs well with the Viego as well. Another pick that my mind is going towards maybe the Lissandra. Lissandra Viego is something that we've seen a lot, so wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the ban for T1. And unsurprisingly, after Owner's performance in the previous game, the Poppy ban comes through.
I know it wouldn't really fit with the Viego, but I actually think a Veigar would be really strong here, just for Gen G. The fact you can just plonk down the event horizon and make sure that, well, like, relatively short range Annie, relatively short range Aphelios, you're going to be in a pretty good spot. And as Chronicler pointed out, the Lissandra are going to be taken off the board, so I am curious to see exactly what Gen G want to take into that mid lane now.
Yeah, that's the most obvious Lissandra angle ever. Not only is it okay in...
Hey, let me feel smart, Atlas. Come on!
No. But
super obvious.
It's also alongside Viego, and that is probably one of the best
We've seen it a lot,
mid lane champions to go up alongside her. So doubling down on how intelligent you were, Chronicler. Don't you worry about that. The Thresh going to be taken away from Keria. Keria's Thresh is different. It is just extraordinarily powerful. They're not wanting to deal with it. And Tahm Kench could just come through here, deny it from Gen G, and give it to Gumayushi, allow him to play super far forward once again. And Keria was amazing in the last game. It wouldn't surprise me if it does get locked away.
Yeah, if you take the Tahm Kench, though, there's not a huge amount of threat onto the Jinx. But there is threat onto the Jinx.
Now there is some threat. We have found some threat, Dagda. There it is. You asked for it, and you will receive it. There we go.
And even though Blabber, who played it last time, wasn't able to get a win of it, I actually do think the Nocturne was very efficient. Something that allows you to reliably get onto the enemy carry, but also the vision plays that you can set up around trying as... Oh, gonna pick it away here.
Yep, there is the Tahm Kench, and we don't necessarily know where that Annie is going. So what I wanted to talk about was the Twisted Fate Nocturne combo could come in, depending on what this mid lane matchup is going to be. And now we're going to find out, because Delight has to pick it up for Chovy, or tell us that Chovy is going to be playing Gragas. Where are we going with this? That's a dragon.
What?
Okay. The Aurelian Soul going to be the option. Keria is looking for better Tahm Kench as his support option, hovering two of his most successful champions so far this season. This is another one. They don't necessarily need to go double AD carry yet again, but I think he's just having a little bit of fun with us. What's it going to be, Keria? Okay, there we go. Okay. It's just another hook that he's going to throw down on that bottom side, and it will be Blitzcrank alongside the Aphelios here for T1's bottom lane.
It does make things a little bit weird for Owner, though, because he will be the sole person trying to dive in onto the Jinx, not having much of the support. Like, yeah, he'll get an Annie shield, all good, but not exactly the best setup to go alongside this Nocturne. So I think, especially when you look towards the fact that you got Chovy, who's going to be massive in these late game fights, same with the Jinx. If you actually get to the later portion of the game, it feels like you've got a lot of tools here on Gen G to dictate these fights.
And this is also Gen G clearly saying, we had Alistair before, you know, maybe we can bring it back somewhere down the line. But this is Gen G to me also saying, okay, That game number 1 didn't work out. We're going to go back to what works. Mid to late game team fighting, a lot of scaling, and most notably, the range advantage this time around is there for Gen G.
It absolutely is. This is going to be Chovy's first competitive game on the reworked Aurelion Sol, so didn't jump on that bandwagon immediately, and of course not a lot of our LCK players really did, so looking forward to seeing what he's going to make of it. Last time we saw it here in this tournament, we prefer not to talk about, and so we're going to see what he can make work into the Annie of Faker. But T1, it looks like business as usual here for their composition. And we'll see whether Gen G can this time around throw a wrench into the works. But here we go. Game number 2. Gen G taking on T1. T1 already 1-0 up in this series. Making their way out onto the rift here and seeing whether they can collect themselves match point.
Are we getting the cheese?
I mean, you have Blitz and Annie. I think you can invade if you want to. Oh, he doesn't know.
Well, there's the flash hook! All right, immediately Chovy has to respond with his own as he breathes some lightning sporadically around the rift in frustration, and will now go home.
T1 aren't. They still want to see if they can try and get a little bit more.
Ooh. Okay, so this time they actually have full control of this bottom side, but it looks like they're not going to go for the same strategy as game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just not having the push here makes it very difficult to go for that. Doran, though, doesn't believe that. And it's been like, you know what? I'm going to wander down to this bot side anyway, just in case.
And I quite like that. I do think that also the jungler plays a big part here. We saw the Poppy last time out, how good it was at the early dive. With Nocturne, don't really have the same capability. But we know everything that is happening on the map. Gen G does not, although they might also just try, even if there isn't anything happening, to pivot this into an early kill. Keria, do know, doesn't have flash.
Yeah, so...
Oh my god.
This is turned from a defensive play to an offensive play as Doran, we get confirmation that he's still sitting there in the brush. Keria also one up. He could just throw out a rock grab into the brush if he would like to, as there's the flash body slam. Gumayusi immediately knocked up, but just presses the ghost button. The hook is going to be used in response. And yeah, they managed to get a ghost. But that is all they're going to be able to find with Doran's flash invested.
And that was the thing. Gen G knew that their timing window was gone. The second you see Sion get to lane, and he's like, well, I'm supposed to be laning against somebody who's not here. So they kind of tried to force it, but it just means that Doran's now down a flash, down a TP, and yes, you get a bit of damage onto Gumayusi, but not really enough to push him out of lane.
No, and you only have your Q, right? So it's not like you can chain the body slam into a knock-up from the Tahm Kench. And now, Doran is down to summoners. He's Gragas, so like in terms of health, he'll be fine. He can sustain back up, and Gross will help a little bit there as well. But still, it's an extremely heavy investment. Guma doesn't even have to use his flash, which means that any follow-up peanut gank isn't as effective as it could otherwise be.
Do you want to hear the glass half full for Gen G, though? They don't have to deal with Sion being underneath their turret
that
at
is
like
true.
level 2. Okay, so there is at least that they have managed to thwart.
I like it.
That's about all I got for you, though, gentlemen. So far already, T1 feeling pretty comfortable, but that range advantage that you were talking about is going to come into effect. So we'll see whether Pays on this Jinx is going to have the same level of success that Gumayusi did in the first game.
The thing is, though, because Gen G wanted to try and make a play with Doran, they didn't push the wave as heavily as they could. So you can see now it's a little bit pushed out as Nocturne is in the bot side. I don't know if they pinged out there just that he would be here, but that's why Delight and Pays now starting to move over to try and get a ward down, and we'll split out where Owner is.
Yep, they get that information. Faker is cheating down towards this bottom side. River gets the stun onto Chovy. As Chovy on a champion that really, really likes to pick up minions here in this mid lane. See how this Aurelion Sol is going to do for him as Keria moving into the river. Owner coming down now as well. 3 versus 4, but Chovy is moving in. A bit of a split here on the Gen G side as Faker versus Chovy is going Faker's way. Keria taking a lot of damage. Grey health now there for Delight as well as Keria is going to get taken down. And first blood goes to the Jinx. The flash Abyssal Voyage to come through for Delight to try and get Gumayusi out of there, and he has to invest his flash because of it. And Gen G, fantastic fight in the river.
The chompers coming down for Pays were perfect, cutting off Kerry's escape path. And now Owner, he's made his way down, not really in a position to get onto Chovy, and they will just back away.
All right, here is the exciting matchup, though, gentlemen. Gragas versus Sion. So much damage available in this wet noodle fight on the top side of the map.
Up.
If Owner's there, that is a bit more damage available. But Owner has body slam, stuff like that. He should be fine. No flash, of course, because he invested that at level 1. But Owner instead is just going to come on over, say hi to the Grump, clear that one out, and then consider whether Doran is going to stick around, and he is.
Also want to commend Owner on his choice of Nocturne skin.
Oh,
that is
the spooky Nocturne!
Yeah.
As you know, my
objectively the best.
absolute favorite. Exactly.
Do you have a strong opinion back then?
What's your favorite Nocturne
we're in
skin?
agreement.
Do you like Blender Nocturne? Are you a Blender
looking at me
Nocturne
with
player?
big puppy eyes. Like,
Yeah.
come on, come join
I
the
want
team.
to
I'm
know.
like, okay, yeah, I'll join. I'm on Team Spooky. Yeah, great.
There
You
we
look so
go.
genuine.
Another one.
Is that actually your favorite though, or is there?
I'm not
going
gonna
to
lie.
Nocturne
I'm
option?
completely blanking on all other Nocturne skins.
Really? Well, there's the Blender Nocturne. You know the big
Oh, true,
red one,
from the
Eternium?
TFT one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got a Eternum, you know, the really dramatic one?
Yeah, that's Blender.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Because it looks like a blender.
I have never heard anyone say that.
You've heard me say it today. Because I think it might be my first time as well.
Well, I respect it, Atlas.
Yeah. It's along the lines of, like Lawnmower Scanner.
I feel like we're getting off topic here. As
We don't even have flares here. Come on, man.
We do. He's backstage, so we can have a chat. We'll see where the Lawnmower Scanner is going to check. Okay, Chovy taking a lot of damage here, as he does just do a bit of a drive-by breathe onto Tibbers, who is going to teleport back towards a Faker and not give up his life for now. So, nothing too much to worry about there in that mid lane as Peanut does make a visit bottom. Gumayushi still without his flash, but Ghost is back off cooldown as far as his defensive options.
Also, Owner, starting up the Dragon here, with the amount of movement that he made, still ahead when it comes to farm, but not level 6 just yet, right? And that's what we're going to be looking towards. Once that Nocturne Ultimate is available, Paranoia can be a really effective way to either get someone like Gumayushi on the bot side back in the driver's seat, or maybe try and make a play when Gen G tries to contest. I was going to say the Dragon. That's clearly not happening, although maybe a follow-up fight.
Yeah, that's the flash forward here from Peanut. Owner, fantastic spell shield as the hook does come forward, but I don't know whether Carrier really wanted it. As he gets interrupted, the Chompers were set up, and Owner now very, very low on health, but without a flash, still has his life.
Really nicely done there. If Owner doesn't catch that spell shield, I think, or a spell shield, the stun from Peanut, they might be in serious trouble. However, Gen G still gets a bunch of summoners, keeps the Nocturne on the back foot, and is able to put some pressure on T1.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that T1 got the Dragon is super nice because it definitely feels like you kind of want to pick the pace of the game up a little bit here to just have a fight that kind of happens around the 23 to 25 minute mark at that Dragon Soul. Because if you're just letting Gen G scale into Oblivion with the Aurelion Sol and the Jinx, it's going to be pretty disgusting to try and deal with this team fight later. So at least T1 securing that early objective will give them that bit of an opportunity then to start that timer.
Yeah, I feel like that scaling conversation that we were having in game number 1 is now a little bit of a, if Gen G make it to a certain minute in game, they win.
Yeah.
But T1 certainly have a lot of mid-game strength, and their snowball capability with a composition like this is absurd. So if they can do that, then we could be seeing a 2-0 on our hands. But that is getting a little bit ahead of ourselves.
I also want to highlight that T1, as we know, is a team that is known or notorious, depending how you look at it, for their Baron setups. Nocturne is a champion that can really help with that, deny a lot of information, make it a lot harder to set up, possible steal.
Even the fact you're trying to play with range here for Pays and Chovy as well, that Nocturne just completely screws you. So I think definitely you have opportunities here for T1, especially if they look for the hook. Carrier over the wall will be spotted by the minions though.
Yeah, Chovy does have to be a little bit careful about bears raining from the sky and is going to back away from that one. And Gen G also going to back away from Shelly, who is being started. T1 now with control of this topside river, and they should be able to collect the second neutral objective for themselves in a row, as Doran on this bottom side wanting to trade for plates.
And this is the only upside, I think. Gen G, Pays needs to catch the wave on top. And even though they can't contest the Herald, Doran is really far behind. And him being able to pick up a plate, pick up a couple of waves, I think actually kind of gets him back into the game, because he was getting snowballed against by Zeus Saya.
Does mean Gen G's on the weak side of the map though, and already you can see Gumayushi Carrier here. I wouldn't be surprised the owner try and wrap around here and just put a ton of pressure onto Pays into light. Have to wait to see. Yeah, you can already see
He's going to get interrupted, and immediately the paranoia comes down. The fear is going to come through, but another hook is going to land, and Gumayushi grabs that kill for himself. Now Pays just has to look on as the corpse of the Tahm Kench is going to remain. So teleport to come through here, but Faker is in position. Pei's running for the hills, but there's nothing he can do. The bear is going to be enough, and it's a solo kill for Faker. Now Chovy, he's going to throw down the stars, but I don't think it's going to be enough to keep him alive. And T1 just destroy Gen G in the top lane.
Wait a
Peanut, can he find some resets here as this Viego, as they do manage to get one execution onto Faker, but one kill does come through for Peanut.
And the biggest thing there, Doran tried to TP and he got denied again. If Doran is in that fight, Gen G have a chance, right? And you also saw Chovy is teleporting in there with the assumption that they're actually going to be able to commit to the play, but because Zeus is able, I think it was the ultimate, to again deny Doran to join the fight, Gen G get caught off guard, and T1 is able to win the fight.
Oh, it's heartbreaking stuff for Gen G and T1. Like, the fact that they managed to slow down the pace of the game, we kind of said, look, at least Doran's getting some stuff back, but the fact you end up leaving Pei's and Delight on that weak side of the map, T1 punish beautifully, and not only get the 2 kills onto the bot lane they're hoping for, they get a couple of extra prizes as well.
Yeah, this ward in this brush, absolute MVP for this particular players. Now we're going to see it. Zeus just parks the train onto the Gragas.
And that's the second time we've seen that happen. And imagine if there is a Gragas here, right? Pei's is completely fine. Chovy is able to join and then make sure that everything will be okay. Faker doesn't end up picking up the kill, but instead, everything goes T1's way.
Yeah, I mean, the TP from Chovy was super late as well. I mean, you'd already abandoned the turf for Pei's, and you're only just coming up here to 4 members. Now, they do end up going super low, but it's kind of heartbreaking here for Peanut. Owner does a really good job of just barely preventing him from getting in to get the 2 kills there. But at least he managed to pick up 1 for Peanut, but it's a big win for T1.
Certainly is. As the dust settles, we only have about a 500 gold lead here for T1. As 23 seconds on the Cloud Drake. Denied yet another Cloud Soul, but a few other options that could be spicy. Hex Gates, a possibility. Chemtech Soul, another possibility. Ooh. Absolutely fantastic. One of my personal favorites. Orcs is on the desk, isn't he?
Yes.
He is a huge fan of Chemtech Drakes. We got so many of them after he joined the LCK.
Yeah, he really dethroned you as the
did.
guy who...
He was the Dragon Bringer. Yeah, but he was the Chemtech one. I was the Windy one. As all right, Doran looking for an opportunity here. There's another body slam flash as Faker is going to use the cast to taxi his way out. Paranoia comes in yet again as the stars do once again descend. Faker goes golden, but I have a feeling he's still going to go down, and that is Peanut getting yet another kill. Delight going to go down in response, though, as it's a 1-for-1. Chovy is flying towards them. The breath is going to come through onto the Scion, but he's still going to be able to remain alive as Gen G come alive here in this mid-game a little.
Reset City was nearly being built there for Gen G between both the Jinx and the Viego. They were nearly able to take over that fight, but T1 do back away, and Gen G get the drag.
T1, you don't have the pyramids, okay? You need to go for the proper channels, and now Gen G trying to start the dragon, but are getting contested.
Yeah, Gumayushi under 50% health right now without any summoner spells. That's why he's hanging so far back. As Doran also relatively low, and they slink in, and it's just going to be a full heist. As T1 just walk on over and say, no, that's mine. They will pick that one up.
They didn't even have the city permit. It was completely gone.
No, T1 did do their work. Yeah, they're fine.
That was very strange. It's almost like they were kicking them out of their own house, you know, instead. It's weren't actually going for a steal of something that Gen G owned. So T1 now moving themselves towards a couple of Drakes in the lead. Mountain Soul, yet again. High value dragon in this game once more. T1 can continue this snowball and grab that Drake. It really does help them out as for their game plans. We're going to check this one out one more time.
I mean, the fact that Faker gets a flash off here is absolutely massive. And I did kind of think at this stage T1 would dissipate. Like, Zeus not able to get in there, but great stun coming through from Chovy. Faker has to go golden. And that hook from Kerry just barely missing Pei's and getting to light means you've actually got your front line there. And when the reset starts to come through, you can see big big CC coming through from Peanut to try and help out with just following up, but they're not quite able to do so.
Yeah, big thing there is Guma actually flashing. If Peanut is able to get the kill, you're in deep trouble. Zeus.
All right, Dragon breathing on him for a moment as Doran gets in there with the body slam. There's a cast that's going to work out as Paranoia comes in. Can Ona actually save his top lane? The answer is no, but the rest of the T1 cavalry has now arrived. The skies are descending on top of them. Decent knockups are down as well, but the Scion, in fact, the Viego is going to fall. Looking to come on board yet again as Peanut collecting it, but his own version of the zombie mode is going to go down. That was so confusing, gentlemen. My brain exploded.
Too many zombies.
There's too many zombies. As Peanut will fall, but not after getting a whole bunch of work done.
I think big there was not just Peanut being in the front, but also Chovy being able to just keep on channeling, right? Like finish his rallies. Look at the amount of damage that he's able to do by just continuously standing behind his two meatballs. And here what we see is T1, as they often do, attempting to really turn this one around, but I think they kind of underestimated how fast Zeus was going to go down.
Yeah, also the fact that you managed to steal away the Sion there, get a good knock-up onto Owner, and this just sets up beautifully then for the rest to follow up to come through. So really nice job there from Peanut. Yes, he ends up falling down, but even the fact you get the zombie mode activated is perfect. Now Gen G trying to move down to the spot lane, Faker en route.
Yeah, Peanut will take his Krugs first, as Gumayushi with red and white guns really making some short work of this turret. But Doran comes on over to save its last legs at least. Peanut with the largest gold lead in the game right now, but T1 in every other role doing absolutely fine. But as it stands, gold only about 200 in favor of T1. But those dragons really are going to be the things we need to focus on, as Gen G, I guess, has one dragon, don't they?
It's not the right type of dragon.
No.
Well, I mean, depends on where you're looking for. You know,
they definitely need a mid lane.
If you're talking mid lane team fights,
yeah,
or mid to late game, I'm saying that's a good dragon.
Yeah.
But you also don't want T1 to get Mountain Soul for very obvious reasons, and that's kind of what I'm looking toward. If Gen G is not able to get the Drake in about a minute and a half, I don't think you're really going to hit the item breakpoints that you're looking for, or in case of Aurelion Sol, the stack breakpoints, to where you can basically take on almost any fight and be able to win. And if T1 gets a Mountain Soul, all of the equations with 100 to 0 combos, you know, Doran engaging, Peanut getting resets, become a lot harder.
And the thing is, because Gumayushi's managed to pick up three... pick up three of the kills.
Very cute.
It's very hard then for you to actually use Jinx to push up in this lane, because if you end up carrying Gumayushi, the Gale Force, very quickly moving towards Infinity Age, trying to get the push can actually be a little bit tough just because Gumayushi is such a lead. So you do have to be quite careful in trying to enter in towards River to get that vision down so you can actually take these fights and not end up with like Faker having a good flank or just Owner jumping on you.
Even with the light there, it is also hard for Pace to move up, right? Between the Nocturne, the Annie, and the Blitz.
Well, speaking of which, he is going to move up. Chovy going to put down a little bit of a black hole there underneath the enemy turret, but it's not really going to do too much. And Zeus just pushing this wave towards the top side. So not exactly the most action-packed game so far, but T1 have taken the most neutral objectives. So I think theoretically they are going to be pretty happy.
For my first ever LCK finals, though, this is exactly what I want.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, how is it the first LCK final that you've casted? You're one game and a half in, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I already feel at home. I feel like I understand exactly what's going on.
All right, so we'll just need to get an email over to G-Sun.
Okay.
And we
can
take
get that process started.
One.
Get the right pyramids.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Reminds me of 2019 all over again.
I'll move in with Ox. It'd be great.
Rocket Grab is going to land, and immediately Delight is going to get taken down. Not enough great help going to be eaten to keep him alive there. And that is Owner picking up the kill. Now T1 with a big advantage, move towards the mid lane.
Really big mistake from Delight. You know that Keria is going to be fishing, and without a Kench, Paze isn't really going to be able to play this upcoming team fight. And now T1 looking at Soul Point here for a Mountain Soul. Really big win for them.
Absolutely huge, and they also get the charge in the mid lane as well, so that turret very, very close to going down. Delight now making his way back, but it's not going to be enough to get them into position around this Drake whatsoever. So that Soul Point that you were talking about, Earth, Wind, and Fire locked down here for T1. And now they're looking to augment that with an outer turret in this mid lane as well. A really big moment here for T1 in this game if they can lock that one down. Gen G going to deny it for the moment, and T1 will walk away.
Yeah, you can see Gen G were trying to set up for something. Chovy over the wall, maybe the flash body slam from Doran, but T1 are like, look, we got what we came for, let's just back away. But I am holding my breath every time Keria steps near someone. I'm like, is he gonna get it?
Often the answer is yes.
Yeah, he's a really good player. I'm not gonna lie. It's insane how good he is.
That's a bit of a controversial opinion there, Dak. You care to elaborate?
Although, I mean, Delight is actually a fish, so he should have known better. You mentioned that, you know, okay, never mind.
No, I actually would love for you to explain the joke, Atlas. Please do.
Oh, the amount of times I've walked into that one. Anyway, Faker moves up here towards his top side to clear out the wave, and we are back to just housekeeping, tidying up Summoner's Rift. And we'll have to look towards a Baron that's going to be spawning in a minute's time for T1's next port of call. Because of course, like if you ever want to know what T1's looking to do next in the game, assume that it's Baron.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a couple of seconds until it comes up, yes, it is 20 minutes, but you can already see, like, Keria moving up in this direction. They just want to try and push waves, get vision, because a huge amount of their game plan is we actually don't want to full-on 5v5. We want to see if we can get a pick with Keria beforehand. So trying to get this mid lane turret down is the big one. And Keria, this is...
I would have flashed. I would have just flashed.
That's really big, though, because Keria uses his flash, right? And obviously, you can still get caught, but it takes away a lot of the pressure. And Pace, he's unfazed. He doesn't care. He just walks it off.
He really does have a level of stability around him that does not make sense for his age. Because I saw that flash forward, and if it was me, I could have been 3 screens away. I would have been flashing.
It does upset me that he's half my age and more secure in life than I am. But Keria,
well, the Abyssal Voyage is going to come through there as Keria. We may have cursed him just a little. They get the Devour out, and Keria didn't go down without a fight, but he still will go down. Peanut locks up the kill for Gen G.
Just brilliant stuff. I mean, the fact that they managed to get the turnaround there, the E coming through from Delight makes it very, very easy. And now Peanut wants to see what he can do in the Blitzcrank, but everyone on T1 is dissipated. Faker matching Chovy push on the top side, and I think again, Peanut?
Yeah, Peanut just looking for it. Does not find the stun there onto Faker as the Abyssal Dive does come through. Owner looks for that opportunity. It's a phenomenal ult from Chovy there as Faker is going to be the result of that. But now T1 members do outnumber them. The flash out, decent cask to come through from the grave. But Gumayushi's flashing on top of them. It's a double kill already. Make it a triple. And T1 will walk out the victors.
A crucial there is that Peanut could... Oh, Pace.
Flash forward there as Owner is not going to be able to secure him. And he will get to safety.
A crucial there is that a lot went down and Peanut couldn't start the resets. I think maybe because of the vision denial and Zay is standing on top, he was immediately channeling his decimating smash. So Peanut couldn't get close, couldn't get more kills going. And now, 21 minutes, T1 about to pick up the Baron.
Yep, yet another T1 Baron to come through here, their third for the series so far, as Zayas is going to dive forward towards Paze, gets a full channel on the Q, and Faker just mops it up.
It was going so well until it really wasn't for Gen G.
Yeah.
T1 now immediately putting the foot on the accelerator. 6 kills for Gumayushi, nearly his third item. And I'm going to say Faker dodged these abilities, but definitely Chovy had to try and come in to rescue this one because it wasn't looking so hot at the start.
And what we see, even with the ultimate going down there, right, Guma is so much faster to the fight. So you're lacking so much damage, and we know how aggressive the T1 AD carry tends to be.
Speaking of which, he's going to get cast away. We'll see whether Doran is going to survive. He's pretty tanky right now, as Peanut as well, fighting against Owner, who's moving forward. Delight looks for the tongue lash, but Zayas is here as well. One after the other, T1 are bearing down on Gen G. The Tibbers not going to find too much value, but still they're going to be able to get it. The hook's going to land once again, and Doran will fall down. T1 now looking for an inner turret off the back end, and this Red Bull Baron power play is only going to get higher and higher. Currently 4,000 gold, they're looking for more.
And T1 are angry. 23 minutes and they're already going to crack the base.
Oh, no, the hook! Oh, man, he's addicted to fishing. Chovy tries to find the ult, but nothing more is going to be found. The inhibitor will fall down, and T1, is this all you want to take from this, or is there more in the tank?
I think they can back off, because in 10 seconds, that Mountain Drake is spawning. Possibility here to get the Mountain Soul and basically take Gen G out of this game completely. You see Gen G, where as well. Maybe you're going to try and get something going, but I don't think they have the damage available right now with the teleport. That's not happening.
Yeah. You can see the gold difference powered by AWS. This is a significantly quicker gold lead.
Yes. I would say so, as, Zayas not going to take any damage from almost anyone at this point. This Scion very happy in this particular game. And Gen G, we mentioned the scaling advantage that they had. Their Nexus may explode before they've been able to scale, which is what we alluded to earlier on in this game. And now T1 on this Mountain Soul point, they will be able to just take down this, collect themselves a soul, and Gen G haven't found a neutral objective all game. They haven't found a turret all game.
And it's something that, sure, domestically they don't necessarily prioritize dragons, but they are then able to trade cross-map, right?
Yeah.
They're able to get a turret, which right now hasn't happened yet. Get a Herald, and when we talk about scaling, right, I think obviously with Jinx and with ASOL, yes, these are very strong, but it's not like any and Aphelios, if they can get on top of that back line, they can still wreak havoc. And right now, it looks like Gen G isn't getting an opportunity to play the game.
Yep, Owner on the flank. Does have that paranoia available. Peanut will find him. Let's see what T1 are going to be able to find. First, it's going to be the inner turret. Then, looks like Peanut is on the menu. Owner still looking for more, but Peanut slinks into his own mist, and he will be able to get himself out of the way.
Yeah, they need to go back and deal with this wave. It's pushing in topside. T1 again should be able to just take control of the jungle, start to slowly but surely choke out Gen G. The wave started moving Keria.
Oh. Man, this is the most exciting fishing I've ever watched. I'm not going to lie.
Well, Peanut is once again just trying to stop T1 from being able to take whatever they want, but so far it's been unsuccessful all game. And it is going to remain that way as the inner turret is going to be taken down. All inners now removed. One inhibitor turret also taken down. Gen G just scrambling to find anything. T1 moving towards a 10,000 gold lead. And Peanut has to dash. Gets himself out of the way of the hook once again here for Keria. As Peanut just throws a bear at him, and there's only so many times you can dodge it, Peanut. This was not one of them. And now it looks like this inhibitor turret's going to go down.
But if you're a Gen G fan, that one feels very recognizable.
Oh dear, Faker flashing forward, finds a big old bear, and there is a Devour, but Delight's not going to be able to save his whole team. As Gumayushi grabs the first kill, Owner's going to grab another. It's a double here for the Aphelios, and I think game 2 is just done and dusted. T1 taking Gen G down for the second time in a row in this series. They will find match point, and we'll see whether Gen G has anything left.
Oh, he got him!
Anything else in the... Oh, my goodness. Another hook, and I think if we were going to do player of the game, which we don't do here at MSI, but I give it to Keria for this one, as Peanut going to look for Zeus, but he's not going to find it there. Nexus goes down, and T1 move to match point.
And there are some moments in this series for Gen G, a couple of individual plays, but I think even in the loss that they had against T1, right, in the upper bracket finals, back in playoffs, I don't think it looked this lopsided. I actually think that Gen G in that series, even though they ended up losing, felt like they had more going on, because this game, like, you see the ASO, right, you see the Jinx, and even in the mid game, nothing is going their way, right? The ASO felt like kind of a pick that eventually maybe was going to do something, but to me, the biggest advantage that Gen G had over T1 in finals was Chovy. He was everywhere. He was proactive. He was impacting the map and the fights. And ASO doesn't allow you to do that, and even the moments where he was there, he couldn't get anything done.
And I think a lot of that was the fact that you end up missing some of these core abilities in the mid-game that end up stopping you from snowballing this, or at least slowing down the pace of the game, and it causes major issues for him.
Certainly does. We'll see whether they can solve them before game number 3. Before that, though, we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to see what they had to say about that game number 2.
Thank you so much. Maybe you're a little bit shell-shocked as well, because T1 absolutely run away with the game and the series so far. Perhaps Doran heard you, and he was like, I can show you I am that guy. Actually, here comes my Gragas pick. But then Keria was like, no, I am actually that guy.
Yeah, Keria is actually that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, Doran, goes for the early Gragas pick, so it wasn't changed. We were talking about it in the LCK finals. It was always second rounded that they went for Gragas. So in the first game, T1 bans it out in the second phase. Obviously, Gen G says, all right, Keria didn't work the first time around. We're not going to go back to the gun. We are going to do the Gragas, which means we have to first round it. But they were so shook, it felt like, by the Scion dive from the first game that he has this whole bizarre play where he's holding on that bot side in the entire time in the side brush, goes for this body slam flash with no follow-up available, and, kind of loses all control of his topside lane because of it.
Yeah, and I think a big problem as well is when you look at the composition, Gumayushi is going to be a big threat, and the only real engage option on the side of Gen G is that Gragas. So Gragas is already behind because he's trying to defend against a Scion dive. It's a tank Gragas, not an AP Gragas that we saw a lot during the LCK finals. And so if you need your top laner to be there before you can find an engage, you're just really not going to pose any threat. So constantly, Keria can fish for hooks, Faker can fish for engages, and it just meant that they permanently felt like they were on the back foot when it came to setting up plays.
And in terms of that, of course, you have on the other side a Blitzcrank that is constantly threatening, and you can't get the advantage that much yourself. And then T1 really doesn't drop a beat. They focused very heavily on the dragons very early, and also in terms of this top dive relatively early. That sealed a lot of the deal, it felt like, in terms of how the game could evolve, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Gen G, after the early minutes, it felt like they had some good fight back. Peanut, I think, was getting involved in all these skirmishes, was having some good results.
Fed, actually.
Yeah, he was. He was like 4-0 at one point, or thereabouts, maybe 4-1, I can't remember. But this topside fight went so bad for Gen G.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of things that went wrong here. Obviously, you're trying to disengage with a great read from Carrier to get the Tom Kench before the W comes through, but also the fact that Doran's TP was cancelled. This happened game 1 in not a similar circumstance because at least then he was out of vision, but he tried to TP right in front of Zeus here. It gets cancelled, and it really diminishes her ability to counteract this play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just so tough from here, right? Because the TP gets canceled. You've already committed your mid laner to actually come up here and try to defend. There's no one left there to hold, so everyone dies. And this really started to snowball the game very, very heavily in the favor of T1, who's just so good at getting Gumayusi fed. Like, they're so good at delivering every single kill possible to this guy.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Oxa, in terms of Gen G, they usually do stay competitive in games like this. They find ways to keep afloat, and they won't then necessarily win it, but they rarely ever get blown out so hard. So what do you think this is? Does this seem like a pretty unrecognizable Gen G to you?
Yeah, I feel like they've looked often best when they have like a strong mid jungle and they can use that to kind of lean advantages to the side lane. Something we praised Chovy for massively this season is being super active on picks like Lissandra and Ahri. And here we're seeing an ASOL, right? Not nearly as active. You're not able to set up initial picks so that you can get resets on the Viego. And on top of that, they couldn't really do anything for the bot lane. So it's just this passive, sit there and scale, and it just doesn't suit how we've seen them be successful in the past. They need to be proactive and get paid ahead so he can contest Gumayusi.
Well, I think one of the problems is just the Annie is such a good neutralizing pick, right?
100%.
Faker's just dropping ults to push in waves and trying to keep his job as lock Chovy in lane.
Yeah, and he's doing it so well that you try to wonder where Chovy is in this series so far. Unfortunately, he is statistically the absolute standout player, and unfortunately, this is some of the things we've seen in the past before. So this is something that they surely should change up if they want to stay in this series, and of course, looking further in the tournament.
Yeah, it feels like they're really well prepped for what Gen G wants to do and how they can sort of stop that. And we saw like how much Chovy can take over in the previous series when he was just absolutely demolishing Caps. And as you said, subdue him, ensure that you're using the Scion so that you're always having an advantage bot. And it just really means that they're on the back foot for minute 1.
He's not up against Caps anymore, though. And if they stay in the upper bracket, maybe they won't be either.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough, right? I do think there's some adjustments in draft I'd like to see. I mean, the Scion, I think, has been so problematic that you either have to pick it away or ban it out. Just the fact that the level 1s have been so destroyed for Gen G. You know, I think the fact that he's actually going tank Gragas is partially even to do with the fact that there was this Scion, this dive that's going to be happening bot, because you don't want to go for an AP build if you're going to be low economy, right? So that's even changing up the build that he was using in the finals. It was obviously a massive problem in game number 1. Paze is nowhere close to the impact that he was having in the finals, where it was such a story about him and how Gen G were able to enable him through Chovy moving around the map and through Doran enabling him with these engages. So I think Gen G have to get the Scion out of Zeus' hands. It was a big problem in the finals, even in that game 3 where T1 won. So I think they cannot allow him
just
to have
get rid of it, because if it's mind games or if it's actual impact, you just don't want to deal with it. I like that you mentioned the ADs, and I want to check in on the bot lane matchup as well. As you say, Gumayusi being set up for success tremendously by the side of T1 overall, and this is just turning into, a big diffy.
Yeah, and I mean, these stats really tell the story of the series, but I don't think Paze has been doing anything particularly wrong, but it's how the team has set up Gumayusi, and this is the sort of transition we've seen, you know? It was a lot more about, like, setting up top lane for Zeus, particularly in the finals. That was the attempt with the Jace that didn't really pull through, but we saw this transition when they went up against Mad Lions, really investing in the AD carry, and Gumayusi is just on such good form right now, so consistent.
And it's just such a theme of the tournament, right? You know, even in games where a lot of the Western teams are winning, you know, I think back to the JDG series, it's even in Golden Guardians are in a good position. How JDG enables Ruler just makes it look like they never actually stand a chance, even when they are behind. And both these teams are going to be battling, trying to put their AD in the best possible position, because it does feel like if you're going to play these kind of comps, if you're going to play the 3 protect 1, 4 protect 1 type comps with Aphelios, with Jinx, it's all about who can enable your AD better. Because we know that Guma, we know that Paze are fully capable of taking over a series. It's who's going to set them up best for success.
Yeah, is there a possibility for a reverse sweep on the cards? What is it going to come down to?
I feel like...
Is it the grand finals?
I mean,
no, okay.
No?
That's it. In conclusion, 3-0.
I feel like Gen G are definitely capable, but they haven't shown it in this series yet. So I'm hoping for the bounce back in this game 3. But, you know, they just need to go back to what worked for them before. They beat T1 in those finals before because they had a better read on the meta. They better understood how to play it. And it's quite quite shocking to see them almost sort of revert, yeah, at this point.
I just feel like their pre-series planning is completely not worked. So I don't think there is a chance for them to come back in this, but it's double limb, right? You know, maybe they can cook up something if they meet later on in the tournament.
In the
I think
finals,
this one is pretty done and dusted, honestly, because looking at game number 1, looking at game number 2, you know, clearly game 1, we have this answer to Sion. We're going to meet them bot. We're going to defend the dive. Doesn't work. Game number 2, they early pick the Gragas. They go away from what they did in the finals because they know it's going to get banned out. That doesn't work either. What are you supposed to do next, right? They can't go back to what they did in the finals because T1's not going to allow them to. They're always going to second ban the Gragas in that second phase. So I don't think Gen G is going to have the luxury of repeating what made them successful in the finals. They have to change the recipe. And what they cooked up has not worked.
Yeah. Change everything. For the side of T1, when we zoom out, of course, the big story that we're following is how are they going to arrive at this bracket stage, and it's been very convincing so far. Gen G will say we will try and switch it up. We're going for the red side, try and get a counter pick and influence the rest of that draft.
Yeah, because I feel ultimately we're trading ADs a lot here, so that first pick isn't necessarily as important. But also on red side, you can be a bit more reactive. If they do end up taking a Sion, maybe you can find a matchup there. But honestly, I think they should just look to ban it.
Yeah.
Get that out of the picture, and then maybe look for a better matchup mid where they really struggle to see impact from Chovy.
Exactly. That's what I think it's going to be, because you can't ask for like a better preferential matchup than the Gwen into the Sion, right? You know, that's already kind of what your counter pick would be. So I think they need to look towards Chovy, enable him, try to get him a winning matchup against Faker, use that as the window to get out of that lane, push out mid, go towards bot, enable Pays, and try to swing the series that way.
Yes, just do all that stuff and make it happen.
It's not
Otherwise, it might be the end
Just
of the
win
day
for
for
it.
Gen G. Can Gen G avoid the 3-0 sweep here at MSI 2023? Or will T1 move on to the upper bracket final, continuing their non-finals win streak? We'll find out with Game 3 right after this.
Pressure onto Pays in the light. You can already
He's going to get interrupted, and immediately the paranoia comes down. The fear is going to come through, but another hook is going to land. In fact, the Viego is going to fall. Looking to come on board yet again. And Rocket Grab is going to land, and immediately Delight is going to get taken down. Not enough great help going to be eaten to keep him alive there. But now, T1 members do outnumber them. The flash out, decent cask to come through from the grave. But Gumayushi is flashing on top of them. It's a double kill already, make it a triple. And T1 will walk out the victors. Their Nexus goes down, and T1 move to match point. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2023. We're here at the caster desk for a match point for T1. This could be over very, very quickly, gentlemen, and I'm hoping that it's not. Maybe it's the start of a potential reverse sweep, something like that. Last time, if we have a look at the script and how that was written, it was a Gen G win in game number 3. Or sorry, a T1 win, but on the other side.
But then also on the flip side.
Yeah,
it's like a 2-0. And then...
But the last time these two teams met in not a final, that's how it sort of worked out. So maybe game 3 is the time where we can extend it
The
just a
MSI
little.
script has been a bit 3-0 biased, though, so I don't know if we're going to go towards that. So.
Yeah, I got nothing. No. What I do got, though, I think that we're either going to see Gen G swap to red side and try something completely different, try and throw them off, or ban Sion. I've been liking Gen G's bans, and I wouldn't even be opposed to them dropping the Nautilus ban and prioritizing himself. There is no shadow of doubt in my mind that Chovy can play it, right? And
he has played it.
If you don't let the Sion go, even without the strategy, you saw like how heavily they invest in trying to counteract it. It is going to be red side, so that's going to be a swap up at the very least.
A big change. Ari going to be first cab off the rank here as far as things that are different from the bans that we saw in the first couple of games. Because we saw exactly the same. It was a bit of a run back when it came to the first round. Kasante still going to be banned here on the blue side for T1, as the Maokai going to be taken off the board here by Gen G. So Lulu is the one that gets through in favor of the Ari. So first pick here for T1. We'll see what it's going to be. If it's Sion, I'm going to be confused. But Annie's going to come in. So 3 games in a row here for Faker on the Annie, as this is their first time on blue side so far this tournament. See whether that is going to be a buff for them or whether it's going to be enough to shake things up and get Gen G back into the series.
So I think the big thing here is, like, do you prioritize the Lulu and the Sion and then kind of go for second dip on whatever the AD carry is, like whether it's something like the Aphelios or the Jinx. But I think the big problem is that if you end up leaving the Lulu open here, it's going to be a little bit easier for Gumayushi and Carry to go for like Aphelios Lulu and actually have a ton of setup for the Aphelios alongside the Annie, so they are just going to take it.
Yep, Lulu going to be picked up here by Delight, locking down the bottom lane, although certainly some other options here, as Peanut just decides that he wants to scoot around and see what else he could be picking up. That's a brand, so probably not what they're going to be taking. And instead, Peanut just going to settle back in to a comfort champion of his. Has been nerfed, of course, since he played it domestically, but still, we've seen can work out very well.
And what I'm looking towards is mid lane, because mid lane matchup, as mentioned previously, I think if Chovy doesn't, at the very least, have pressure, if he isn't able to impact in the early game, Gen.G looks like a shadow of their own selves. Yes, they've been able to play around Pays really well domestically, but that did come in large part through Chovy. Delight actually is a great blitzcrank himself as well.
I don't know if you want it with the Jinx, though. That's the only thing. Like, usually you have something to try and keep the Jinx safe, whether it's the Thresh or the Tahm Kench, so a hover, but I'd be really surprised if they don't go for the Thresh. Yeah, there.
Peanut just losing his mind. He is almost always laughing, by the way. If you look at Peanut on player cams, like, it is very hard to make Peanut upset. So having a great time here, even though they are down 0-2 in this series. Will be the Thresh in the end for Delight, providing a bit of safety, but also has that hook available. And now second round of bans. Once again, the Poppy going to be taken away. We'll see what T1 is going to remove.
Big fan of the Poppy ban. It not only is really strong into the Wukong, but we saw how well T1 was able to play around the ultimate to set up favorable fights for themselves no matter what. So taking that away means that Owner is going to have to go in a different direction. Lissandra banned again. Unsurprisingly, we do know that it is one of the picks you can go for into the Annie. And again, I do not want to see Chovy on something scaling. I want to see him on something that is actually able to impact the map early. But his Ahri, his Cassante, and his Lissandra are all already taken away. So there really isn't that much left. And I actually think that Gen.G, in that scenario, is going to have a much tougher time. I really like the read from T1 in that regard.
I'm also surprised that the sign has made it this far into the draft when you think like how impactful it has been. And neither team willing to take it so far. So I am curious exactly what the follow-up here is. Maybe it's just something like a Syndra or a Blanc ban, or maybe it ends up being T1 taking the sign off the board entirely. But I'm going to go for the Malphite. So definitely a bit of a call-out saying, look, if you don't take the sign, we're just going to take it and have a great time.
Well, now it's Pays' choice, and that is a Rumble. So theoretically a flex pick. Could be heading towards that mid lane. Should just be a lot of fire in the mid lane, theoretically. But could, of course, always be Doran there on the top side of the map, the more common place for a Rumble to be placed.
So I actually had this really funny conversation in the green room at the start of the day where Goldberg and Ox were literally talking about this matchup. Where I was like, I'd love to, like, Goldberg's like, I want to see more Rumble. And then Ox was like, yeah, but if someone just has like a Scion in the top lane, what happens? So I'm glad that these two are going to get an actual functioning follow-up to this question.
I'm actually thinking that this might be Chovy, right?
Yeah.
Trying to go for something that both can impact the map with early team fighting. The Cyclone combination with the Rumble ultimate very, very strong. And being able to win some of those early skirmishes would be huge.
Are we zigzagging?
Oh,
no, it will be the Kha'Zix locked in for Owner one more time. He's looked fantastic on this champion so far this tournament. And now Gen.G, what is going to be the response? Could just be Gwen, honestly. Could just do it. And then put the Rumble into the mid lane. Not sure how the Rumble into Annie matchup goes. But we'll see what Gen.G do decide on, as Gnar is the consideration. So it will be the Rumble Gnar combo has been something that's been tried and true. You know, you've got the, this was played in the jungle mostly for the Rumble when we saw it last time around. But the Equalizer plus the Gnar into a wall is a lot of damage and a lot of CC.
Even the Cyclone as well. Like, you've got so much setup for Chovy's Rumble here. And I'm going to be really curious to see how they make that work at the level 6 mark. Because it definitely feels like when you start to look towards things like early Dragons, well, I've got push on bot. I've got a massive wombo combo in my mid jungle. Let's see if we can try and make this work for Gen.G. And I think it's kind of a twist now where Gen.G are saying, hey, look, you know what? We tried to match the late game scaling. We tried to go Uber scaling with the Aurelion Sol. Let's just go back to seeing if we can match in the early game.
Yeah, and if they can snowball the map, as mentioned, picks like the Rumble can really make the game unplayable for the opponent, right? You can zone people off turrets very easily. The amount of circles you have available to just throw at the enemy and keep them down is really, really tough to deal with. But I do think when we get to the late game, if T1 is able to get there unscathed, they're still going to be extremely strong.
Is these just the short range of T1 that I'm a little bit nervous about?
Yeah.
Like, Rumble works so well into these kind of compositions because, as you rightly pointed out, Mel, the fact that you can, like, separate the team and you've just got, like, a Flame Spitter in your face as you're trying to auto-attack, especially if you end up with an early Zhonya's. So I definitely think that this is a game where Gen.G want to try and put their foot down early, and if they can get there, can definitely continue to choke out T1.
Yeah, they still do have abilities to play out that late game. Like you say, the range is still going to be there, but certainly a lot of fun as far as what they've picked up here. Sort of saved themselves from the Scion Rumble matchup, which has certainly helped keep things a bit spicy. But here we go. Game number 3, T1. They win here. They remain in the upper bracket. Gen G will be on their last legs in the lower bracket after a loss in this game. Need to keep themselves in it, keep that reverse sweep alive. Could be silver scrapes, you know, you never know. And 100% of games that Gen G have played at MSI so far, have gone to more than 3 games. True. So, I don't know, you can't argue with the stats.
Yeah, great stats.
Yeah.
Love the stats usage.
Yeah, so that means it's almost guaranteed, right?
Great sample size as well.
I'm all about the 1 sample size. It's my favorite. I feel like you get the funnest stats
because it makes it easy.
Well, no, it doesn't make it. It just makes it, you know, could be anything. You know, it keeps up the variance. We like that. Because we don't like 3-0s quite as much. We want to be here for longer. We want more games in our MSI, and hopefully Gen G can give us that. Cool. Okay, a little bit of convergence, but not too much action here as Faker moves in, gets a ward, they get some money from the ping, and they are just going to move it on back. Doran now in a good matchup here with the Nara into the Scion, avoids the Q there quite nicely. And we just move into laning as usual. No shenanigans to come through this time. And the last Rumble mid internationally was, of course, Doinby, because he's the guy that plays weird stuff. 2021, and it was a loss.
You know, he also was the one who brought us a Nautilus, which also has come back.
And that one's been fantastic. So this is the era of Doinby, even though he's not actually here at the tournament, as we are fighting and we are committing to this one. Carrier lit on fire, down to 150 as Delight's moving forward. Not all that scared, but maybe he should be, as Gumayushi firing back nicely. Some trading. Carrier coming off a little bit worse for wear, but the health trade, I think, as a whole, is actually kind of even.
2-for-1 trade. We also have Peanut starting on the top half of the map, so might have an opportunity to make his way towards the bot side. Owner, particularly with a champion like Kha'Zix, ideally you just want to get to 6 as soon as possible, get way more power. Also want to highlight, Chovy going for Ignite here. So really, really aggressive setup, and also means that if he does fall behind early without the teleport, can get in some trouble.
A good ward from Gen G as well over towards the Raptors. We'll just spot out exactly where Kha'Zix is now. Will time out just before Owner clears them, but you'll know he's going to be moving back towards top side. Another ward placed, as you can see, just the blue spotted exactly what that is. So Peanut should know that there's no real pressure on towards this bottom side. So if Delight can set up any kind of hook, they're in a good spot.
Well, Doran's going to dive on top of a Q and misses Wallop, but not really too much kill threat on either side at this point in the game. And Nah should just have control of the wave as this one continues. Scion, not too worried. He is a big tanky boy and just needs to survive. As Chovy looking a little bit worse for wear in the melee versus range matchup. This is sort of his speciality as a mid laner, playing out melee matchups very effectively. But Faker is not going to let him get through this lane for free.
And I think a huge amount of this on Gen G side is trying to control that, right? When you look at top side, Doran's going to push for days, he'll be totally fine. Pays in the bottom line, as long as you keep some vision here, can push for days and he'll be fine as well. So a lot of this does feel like, okay, can Peanut and Chovy interact enough where Faker ends up blowing an early summoner spell? Then you can use that pushing bot to go for early dragons, try to snowball the game that way. Because at the moment, Chovy should be fine. Like, he'll still be able to eventually push out this wave. May need a little bit of help from Peanut just to make sure he can do so safely as Owner making his way towards the top side.
Like this a lot. Doran should be aware.
See whether he can create enough distance, avoids that Q and looks for an opportunity to go back in. This could spell his demise as we're going to see a hook go out on this bottom side. Peanut setting up, but already Doran is under threat, looking for that flash angle. We'll see whether he finds it. Actually, he's not looking for the flash as he hops out of the way. Zeus' health bar is going down, and now he's splitting away from Owner. Has Doran kept himself alive? Finally does flash, and he's been isolated. There is the first blood, and it goes over to Owner.
And he stalls for a long time, but isn't actually able to make his way out. No reinforcements are on the way as well. And Peanut trying to get something going on the cross map doesn't actually end up working out. And Owner with Futures Market is, Chovy does have Ignite, so maybe a little careful, but with Futures Market and an early kill, he has a serrated Dirk and a longsword on his first back. And champions like Kha'Zix can snowball so incredibly fast, particularly with First Strike, if they get an early lead.
T1 once again off to a great start in this game. Chovy going down relatively low, but does clear out that minion wave and is looking for that first back. And getting good back timings is definitely fantastic. Doesn't have teleport to try and mitigate some of that. As we're going to check out this bottom lane play once again. Oh, the flash from Carrier is great.
great timing and reactions on that, but yeah, we're just going to watch this again. I mean, it's a nice idea from Doran, right? See how long he can try and keep this going, because Owner's just trying to stop him from flashing over the wall and getting away, but he does so good at getting him low, but even it was kind of dead in the water here. You can see Faker roaming up from bot side because he had that push, so Doran just tries to get towards the tower, but ends up isolating himself, and Owner can finish him off.
Yep, as soon as that flash comes forward, Owner knows that he is dead. If he flashes with hop and flash, then on cooldown, you can see Doran not too happy with the whole situation. Genji not out of it yet, but once again, it's T1 with control of the game. Chovy, possibly overextended. Owner is going to move on in. Does have that level 6 and just drives by. It's going to be absolutely fine, but now doesn't have a flash and the scrap shield on cooldown as well, but still, it's going to be able to walk it out. No worries.
That's not supposed to happen.
Ooh, and
that should never happen.
Hook as well, just grazing the T1 bottom lane. Peanut once again denied any access to the lane.
Do have to say though, Guma used Ghost and Curry used Heal, so they were able to get out, did have to blow some summoners, so that is something that maybe Genji can use when he gets to a fight. I'm still very confused as to how Chovy just walked that one off, even with Scrap Shield. He was going very fast.
But he just right-clicks back. That was the thing.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I mean, that's what Guma and Curry did, just walk away. Just leave.
Ultimately, it does often come down to who can right-click the best. As T1 now just trying to get Peanut out of this area. They do get the Warrior Trickster, is setting up for a bit of a dragon. First one going to be the Cloud Drake, much like it was in game number 1. The Insect going to be able to lock down the crustacean there in the river. And T1 just moved back to clearing out their minion waves. They're still having a fine time here towards this top side, actually even, as Doran is going to try and stop that from being the case. Goes back to Mininar, trying to get these hyper procs in as the Q is going to miss. Boomerang lands as well. And does do a lot of work onto the Scion here, but doesn't look like he's under too much threat as Owner is going to have to leap his way out, and he will be able to do so. Did he also secure his
Get it? Yeah, he got it. He got
fine.
6 of that as well.
And that's what I was going to say. This is the part where you're getting to the dangerous point where when you get 6 for Peanut and for Chovy, you can actually start to use this double combo. And if Peanut had actually won the level 6 bout there and Owner has to run, this bot lane could have been under serious threat. But with no 6 for Peanut, no real engage, it is actually buying some space for T1. So much bigger win for Owner than you would have realized.
Yeah, currently 600 gold lead here for T1. Genji looking for their first level 6 fight opportunity. Of course, I can go back into the history books as far as trying to work out how a Rumble team composition works, and it is get to level 6, find team fight, put equalizer, good spot, win team fight, win game. They haven't found that opportunity just yet, and right now T1, with the amount of map control that they have, they should be able to secure this dragon. But look to see Genji find that sort of angle to try and get themselves back into this game and the series.
And I do think you can give up a dragon when you're Genji. Herald, though, you got to contest, right? You got to be able to actually fight for this, because I think if you start falling behind on gold, on champions like Rumble, you don't get a big early equalizer, you don't start snowballing. It's going to make the rest of the game incredibly hard to play out. The extra gold that you get from Herald is going to be pivotal, and Genji seems to notice as well, starts up the objective here, but looks some movement from T1 towards the Herald pit.
Pushing mid, this is the problem. Chovy will end up coming in a little bit late, but Peanut, can he get onto Faker here? Good ward.
Yeah, good ward is going to be down, but Tivers is still going to be available. Doran just jumps past him. Okay, not going to press the R button though, as Super Mega Death Rocket is going to fly by. Peanut going to get eviscerated in the battle. Faker grabs that one, but the Kazi's going to be taken out as well. It's a decent Q there from the Scion, but it's a double kill for Chovy before he goes down. Now Doran's trying to fight it out, but T1 have brought in the cavalry. It's a decent lantern, but not enough to save Doran, and Delight is just going to try and make his way out. T1 going to win this one.
I mean, things have not been working out for the top
dear, the Thresh is going to fall. Okay, great hook. As Fake is going to press his Sonias, get a wild growth, and he will be fine.
Oh, and that one has got a sting for Genji to even rotate up pace, but he's not able to join. We'll just have to accept getting a bunch of plates. Doran did actually end up getting Herald though, so even though the kills aren't great, maybe Genji can use it to bounce back, but that's not how you want your first fight with a Rumble composition to go.
I mean, top laners and people walking away from the name a better duo in this game. Doran not going to be able to get it, but I mean, it was a really good ultimate from Chovy, which started off the fight for Genji, and you could kind of see Luxeus was standing on it for a lot of it, but at the end of the day, Faker not really having enough damage in the tank to take him down kind of caused a lot of issues, and now Delight finds Faker once more here.
Yeah, possibility. No flash available, of course, as he hex flashes over the wall. Delight just biding his time, looking for that window, looking for that angle. And Faker is just not going to give it to him as he walks towards Pays and gets himself a stun with that.
Hey.
But not too much else going to come with it.
That's money right there. That's a first strike.
Absolutely.
You take those.
As we're going to check out this fight one more time as T1, they just get there a little bit faster. Of course, you can see Jinx in base.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut goes down immediately, but you can see there the ultimate hitting immediately on towards Owner. You've also got Zaya standing on top of it, so he takes a ton of damage right behind the health bar here. You see he'll go down. But then you've now got the zombie sign in the middle of you who just one-shots Chovy. So even though Delight flashed in, there's not a huge amount left. Doran stuck in the pit. One more auto for Guma, and then we just get the chase down here. It was so close to Delight being able to turn this around. Like, it was a nice hook and a nice attempt, but just not quite able to get it across the line.
And shout out to Brendan Valdez here as the best item in the game is going to keep Faker alive.
Not even close.
He has a Sunfire case? He's like, wild growth me, wild growth me, wild growth me, wild growth me, and then the turret shot was about to hit him, gets the wild growth, but still has to break the stopwatch. So I guess it's
tragedy.
It's, you know, two things that he had to use there. Could have been better. But it's still going to be absolutely fantastic here for T1 as they put pressure on this bottom side as well. Gen.G trying to hold on, trying to stop any sort of dive, any sort of extra bleeding of gold. As Doran's moving down, Chovy knows that he can push this wave up.
I think a huge portion of this is trying to unlock Doran from these side lanes because he has the Rift Herald, right? You can see 2/3 of the way through the timer. They want to try and get that gold into other lanes like Chovy, like Pays, but although it is nice to have, it does feel like at the moment you're probably just going to end up using it for yourself, Doran. I wouldn't be surprised to see Peanut trying to move up into this top lane just to give that support and make sure he can get the charge.
Someone needs to go and help Pays.
Yeah, Pays is looking in danger. But Owner is not going to get over there just yet. Control Ward does give Gen.G full information of what's going on here. As Doran fighting against Zayas, decent wall up there as he gets the Nara into the wall. Throws a stone, a Gen.G stone, thanks to Cuvée, into Zayas. But Zayas loses almost 50% of his health bar. That's the result of all of those buttons. And he's just going to turn it back around. Mininar not super tanky.
Wins the trade?
Yeah, you win the trade, just like land one Q.
Oh, Doran.
He's going to back out, so Faker not going to be able to find that angle.
And something that I think is really remarkable and is a really big pivot from what Gen.G used to do domestically is how they've actually been able to funnel gold into Gumayushi. I think T1 for a really long time held on to these compositions which were very high executed, even though it's not like they wouldn't play around Guma, they wasn't the focal point, right, of how they played. It was more so focused around Owner, around Zayas, and around Faker. And even in games like this, where it's not about necessarily ganking bot lane, he's the one that ends up being in the right place at the right time, gets fed early, gets accelerated. It feels like every single game, he has been at least half an item, if not more, ahead of Pace.
And especially as you start to come up towards the second dragon, the Gale Force now completed for him. This is where at least you can see Gen.G trying to make something work towards Faker in the mid lane before they move over towards the dragon. But at least they do get the push. But look at the bot side. Chovy, he can't defend this tower.
Yeah, Gumayushi does a lot more damage to turrets than Doran does, so as far as this race is concerned, T1 are winning. Equalizer goes down, though, to get Gumayushi away from this one. So that turret is going to stay up for now. Gen.G bearing down on them now, though. There's 3 members of T1 in the area, but are going to be able to stand strong. And now another wave is going to come down towards the Rumble.
This is just a bluff from Gen.G, though. When you have no equalizer, like, that's the majority of this combo gone. So Pace starts to move back in, but they can't really contest this dragon, and T1 are well aware of it.
Yeah, all you get is a heal. That's not worth it. Gumayushi still has double summoners. Wild Growth is available as well.
Well, Peanut's going to move in, and T1 looking to back away from this Drake for the moment. Owner keeping it aggroed. As it does turn, there's the flash tibbers from Faker to start off this fight. Hook is going to connect. Zayas not going to be worried about the CC right now. Cyclone comes in from Peanut, but he's relatively low. Dragon secured by T1 as they grab the Infernal. And now they're just looking to back themselves out. Hook going to go completely wide there as Doran's Nabar is getting there. Does get the extra health as Gumayushi says, get away from me.
And now imagine that fight if you have an equalizer, right? Which is what the comp is.
Nice.
Yeah,
would have been better, I think.
Would have been
yeah.
great. Not going to be the case, and it takes away so much of the team fighting power that you have otherwise available. Faker starts the fight, forces Chovy, and even though Chovy is able to stay alive, he's like a Rumble with no ult, no flash, that's at half health. So he's not able to do anything, any meaningful damage as Zeus.
Yeah, I saw the hook land and I was like, oh, and then I saw that it was on Sion, and I was like,
oh no.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I guess you took a cooldown from your opponent. Zeus, nicely done.
But this has been a couple of games now this series where we kind of talked about, hey, look, you've got great opportunities for this mid-jungle to work together, right? We saw it on the Ahri game, now we're seeing it again with the Wukong and the Rumble, and it just hasn't worked out for Gen G where they're actually able to get that synergy to work. And now Team 1 have been abusing the fact that, hey, look, if we don't have to worry about this, well, let's control the bot side of the map. Let's make sure that we're actually getting Gumayusi into this great spot.
Do want to highlight, though, that this type of team composition, as much as we talk about the early game, it takes one good Gnar and Equalizer combo to win a fight no matter what, right? But what I'm mostly worried about is how T1 have been able to play around leads. So I think that right now Gen G still has a decent position in this game. If they can find a flank, if Doran can get onto, say, Gumayusi or Faker, slam them into the wall. But in the last two games, when T1 gets a 2k gold lead, they get a 5k gold lead. And then they get a 10k gold lead, and then Baron and the game is over.
Yeah, and if you have more money, you're a bit stronger. Isn't that right?
Both stay, I mean, I'd say so,
yeah,
generally.
Yeah,
well, it depends on what you spend it on.
That's true. That's true.
And you got to spend it as well.
Yeah, but you don't have to spend it all on control wards. You can buy other things if you would like
Protein shakes, get yourself stronger.
All that sort of stuff.
Workout gear.
Yeah. There's diminishing returns. If you put it all into the one thing, then generally it's not going to work out unless you diversify. Exactly.
I will say, though, if you get control here on Vision for T1, it's real difficult for Gen G. Yeah. Oftentimes you'll see, like, once Chovy starts to pop up in this top side, if they can actually push that Vision in further onto the top end of the map or even in the bot lane, it just opens up Owner to just play around these bushes super well. Look for anyone on Gen G that maybe wants to try and aggress forward, and even just keeps Gumayusi significantly safer, right? Because if you actually can't push in because maybe a Kha'Zix is going to come behind you, but Guma's going to win the mid push or side lane push all the days long and make it really difficult for Gen G to really fight back against the Helios.
Well, things have slowed down just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, and T1 just looking for their next opportunity to pounce. 3 minutes on their favorite neutral objective in the universe. Baron going to be up in about that much time. 2 minutes on this Mountain Drake, and another
in a
Mountain
row.
Soul. 3 in a row? This is not the T1
So
way.
there is
The T1 way is Cloud almost every single game.
There's only one person we can blame for this. There's one thing that has changed between you and me casting this. And he's standing right beside us.
Wow.
What do you have to say for yourself?
I feel like chronically you've got to be the Ocean Soul guy.
That's me, yeah.
Yeah, well, we got a bit of a battle happening here as Shirley does pop down into this mid lane as well. She's getting denied, and I have a feeling she ain't going to be charging anyone. There's a flash forward from Zeus. The equalizer doesn't really do too much as Chovy gonna have to take a land right, but Pays doing so much work. Faker gonna be the one to go down first as Tibbers gets angry, but not angry enough to take anyone down. And Gen G, they will get a kill onto the mid laner, but they lose the value from Shirley.
A little bit trigger happy there from Zeus. Yes, he's able to tank all that damage, but the rest of his team isn't quite in position. Owner!
Yeah, he's diving forward. Not going to be able to find anything there. Doran down to 50% health, but he's going to get to safety.
Nice pickoff for Gen G, but that by itself isn't enough. They need to turn this into more, and it looks like they want to start taking down these outer turrets and get some more map control.
Also give them a bit of a gold influx as well. 55 seconds until that third potential Dragon 4 T1.
Big.
That is huge, especially if you can start to get some of these second items completed, but I don't think we'll be quite there yet. You're probably going to finish like half an item here for a lot of Gen G. And T1 responding well though, reading that Chovy went up towards that top side alongside Peanut, so they're like, cool, we'll answer with this bot lane turret instead.
Yep, Gumayusi going to be making quick work of that one. 2 turrets in the bank now for T1. Gen G have infinitely increased the amount of turrets that they got since the previous game. Being able to get at least one of them so far, but they're going to need more than that if they want to win this game. They're going to need to find themselves a team fight that can actually work out for them. Hasn't quite worked just yet. Doran clears out this wave, but it feels like Gen G are playing on the back foot and have all series long. As Owner with the empowered W. Gonna get dove on here by Peanut. Does have that spell shield, and he will be absolutely fine. Leaps his way out.
Actually want to highlight, this is something that T1 did as well when Owner was on Kha'Zix in the Mad game, which is how much they use his early Umbral Glaive for vision control, right? Particularly because Gen G is kind of relying on finding flanks to try and engage. Their hard engage isn't that good outside of Peanut just straight up jumping in or finding a hook.
Gen G not going to give up Soul Point here. Are going to contest this Drake. They do have Equalizer this time around. Can they find the team fight that they've been looking for all series long? A lot of movement speed here by T1 as they pop the Shirelias, but haven't committed to anything just yet. Delight just off to the side, finds the hook. There's the Equalizer. Perfectly timed, but Kha'Zix gets into the pit. Not not able to get the steal, but does have to flash his way out. Flash hook does come in from Delight, but doesn't find anything from it. Faker has decided to invest. His Moonlight Vigil comes down, no kills just yet, but Peanut is separated from the rest of his team, and Gale forced forward from Gumayushi to look for more. Not going to be able to get the kill though, and now the Unstoppable comes in. Good hook. Zay is going to go down, but can T1 find anything? Yes, they can! As the Nara is going to go down, Delight falls as well, and it's even more for T1 as Gumayushi gets the double.
I mean, 2 kills go over, but it is going to be Gen G at least getting the Dragon. T1, though, immediately pings are going down onto this mid lane turret. They want to make sure they can get even more off this. Bit of a scrappy fight, but T1 are able to come out.
And we see Gen G use the Equalizer as a tool of zone control. Deny access to the pit. T1 is forced to back off. Gen G's thank you for the Mountain Soul, by the way. And as a result, the initial fight goes well, but it is when the rest of Gen G goes forward that things go awry. Are they thinking that they're doing Baron? Like,
Owner is just going to get interrupted there as Peanut is going to press the stop button and just walks his way out. Okay. Just walk off? I would have been a bit more scared than that, personally. But didn't quite have the W cooldown. It's still going to be able to walk it out.
I mean, at least he faked them out, potentially, maybe. I don't know.
You know, if they don't get that, if he doesn't get the smite, if they don't get that Mountain Drake, he's dead.
True.
Oh, yeah. There we go. I like that. Let's have a look at the replay.
I do think, though, this is a bit of a mistake for Gen G. You're just fighting front to back here, which is exactly what T1 wants, right? Makes it very easy for Zeus to step up. Yes, Owner comes in and manages to just hop out of the pit, but look how spread out this is, right? Like, this is totally fine now. The hook is down. You don't have to worry about any threat of the Cyclone or the ultimate, so Faker and Gumayushi immediately start to step up, and it's a very, very spread out fight for Gen G. And with the big wombo combo we were talking about kind of down, Hayes is trying his best to hit the front line, but there isn't a front line for him to really do so, and it struggles to actually step up and deal the DPS he needs.
Also, CT1, not only do they get Doran low, but they kind of wait out with the full re-engage until he's blown everything, right? Mega Gnar almost down, and he does get an ultimate down on Zeus, but he doesn't really care. He's only there to ensure that the fight keeps on going, and yeah, those types of damage numbers.
Yeah, looking for a bit of a dive here as Gumayushi says, all right, well, I'll just walk in and kill you if you want to try and take out a turret. Still, they will be able to collect it there. Jinx gets excited and runs away. Going back to that last fight, it was actually really cute. Keria pre-casted the Wild Growth on Gumayushi and said, go, have the extra health and kill everyone. And he did. That was precisely what occurred. So, nice little play there. But T1, they will lose their outer turret in the mid lane, and Gen G might be able to make use of that, play around it as we get further on in this game. It's only 1,000 gold the difference, right? Like, there's not any sort of insurmountable gold lead that's been put together. The Gen G, they do need to just do better in these fights, because T1, honestly, have just been playing better in the 5v5s this whole series long.
And that's the thing, technically, this is the part where they're stronger, but
there we go!
T1 starting it up. I mean, you've got 2 autos completed across the board here, but this is still very dangerous if Peanut and Chovy can get that combo down.
Well, Chovy over the side, Doran moving in. There's the equalizer. Peanut gets into the pit. It will be a 50-50, but it's secured by Owner. Peanut explodes. And T1, they'll take the jungler and they'll take the Baron. The first one, 22.5 minutes. Second one, 21 minutes. Third one, 23 minutes. All right, nice.
Is it really a flip? Yes. It is still a flip.
Yes, it is.
That was still extremely risky. And there's a very thin line between confidence and overconfidence. T1 is able to get away with it, but if Gen G was a little bit more ready for that, maybe he had a deep ward, that could have backfired horrendously. Instead, you know, you get Baron, you walk it off, you're completely fine.
Well, there's the Mega Gnar, but it's avoided by Gumayushi. Fantastic reflexes on the Gale Force, gets him to safety. And T1, with their Baron, will just walk themselves out. Look to spend some gold before they start again on this push.
Yeah, we'll be able to reset here, but honestly, like T1, they're in firm control here. You get to reset, you got Baron, you get to look for the next dragon as well. That'll be 3 to their name, and what a statement series from T1 at MSI as well. In fact, you're going up against Gen G, who beat you in finals, and you're making it look like a clean 3-0. Like, this is insane from T1, and they definitely found, like, they have found the meta that suits them here, and they are punishing anyone who steps up against them.
Yeah, and some people would say that the finals were a little bit of an upset as well, as T1 were very, very strong at that point. Oh,
I remember.
I don't know whether I would go out of my way to say so. Just ignore the predictions for that particular final. I was alongside Jonah Strong, and he definitely predicted it correctly. As Gen G making their way out, but they're running out of options as this game progresses. 3,000 gold now, the lead. 2,000 of that is our Red Bull Baron power play so far. There's still a minute and a half left on that buff. As Doran looking for a flank angle, they find the equalizer down onto Faker. He has to commit, and he throws down the tower and goes 1 for 1. What the heck was that? Okay, Faker, he just takes Pays with him, and that is so much of the pushing power for Gen G. They would really like to kill Faker and take this turret, but without Jinx, I don't know whether they can.
That might be a bit of a problem. That could be a bit of a problem for these future fights, because now Faker's like, oh, I can actually just kill Pays and my flash forward, and they don't have anything that can really deal with me.
They did manage to get the turret, though, so I was wrong there.
Well, Faker still has flash.
Yeah.
And Pays doesn't.
Yeah.
And I want to highlight again, last game we saw the Rocket Bell. This time around, it's Ludens. He is just going all in, and meanwhile, on the cross map with Baron buff.
And also, there's some hooks landing, things like this. They do try and, they do manage to kill the Kazakhs, but at the expense of their inhibitor turret and inhibitor, as Gumayushi is just going to destroy that one. Doran and Pays just have to watch as all of their stuff gets broken in their house.
It does say a lot with Gumayushi. Oh, hang on.
All right, well, he's walking up to 3 people here. Flame Chamberlain goes down. Doran is going to die first. Now he's flashing forward. The Crescendum almost kills Pays, but Pays is able to get the shutdown, the double onto the bottom lane of T1. But is it actually enough to get them into a winning position? I don't think so just yet.
Okay, Guma, the previously was confidence. This time it was overconfidence. Just flashes in, has faith, ends up going down. And I actually think that kill is really big because that makes sure that Pays is looking a lot better. The cross map, though, still not very good for Gen G.
Faker has flash, is in a bush, and Pays is coming towards him. So
oh dear.
Be careful. But I definitely think for Gumayushi, like, you could see how confident they were. They were like, oh yeah, AD carry and support against the top laner and AD carry. Yeah, we win this. Just come at me. Gen G had to respect him. So definitely T1 feeling themselves this game, and rightfully so. They've gotten pretty much everything they could hope for.
Yep, gold difference powered by AWS is pointing towards a T1 victory. We'll see whether that is what's going to happen, because a lot of shutdown gold was picked up by Jinx of all champions. And if you want some Gen G hopium, that is definitely it. The Jinx basket needs to be where Gen G are looking, because he's got 3.5 items and he's looking pretty strong.
Upside, though, is that T1 will still have the bot lane inhibitor down as the Baron spawns. Now, T1 don't really need a reason generally to go to Baron, but having a bot lane inhib down is a good, as good a reason of any. Can also make use of the fact that only Doran has teleport, right? Again, Chovy with the Ignite. Oh, Doran. Careful.
Scary position, but he will stay alive for now. Delight was lurking and had the lantern available. But T1 Baron down, looking for the Gnar. And Ono, with his Umbral Blade, going to be able to clear out all of the vision. Faker is once again going to be the target. There's the Hex Splash. Misses the play, though, as Delight still going to be able to get a lot of damage, but the Zhonya's is going to keep Faker alive for so long. Turret falls on the top side as Faker. He stays alive. Peanut also going to be able to stay up as well and walks out, limps out after that one. Carrier going to get zapped, though. That's so much damage. It's a corridor and an equalizer. Fantastic for this one, but Gumayushi is so strong, and Doran does nothing. It's a double kill, a triple, a quadra for Gumayushi.
Doesn't quite finish off the Penta, but Guma was so strong in that fight, and now the TP from Zeus, they want to end it here.
Gen G thought they saw a moment of weakness, and they were right, but it wasn't T1 that was weak.
Oh, it was not enough, and also is going to die to a turret, and Chovy is going to sit on the base. There are minions that are winning the game in the meantime.
But it can't end.
Well, I mean, the minions might be able to, but Zeus definitely isn't, as Chovy once again going to try and go for the drive-by. The zombie mode might be able to be what gets some work done to these turrets. As Chovy says, no, I would like to last hit it. Not going to be able to do so. So, the game continues.
They found the weakness. It was the turrets. That's all they needed. Bait them into the turrets and they can win. Gen G will hold on. But Baron in 2 seconds. T1 already on the map. A ton of control on this top side as well. You can see the observers pointing out just how much vision is up there. They can start to clear out some of these lasting wards. And Gen G, we got to go through it again.
Oh, second time here for Gen G. Also, in 50 seconds, that Mountain Drake is going to spawn. And T1 can say, we can trade, right? Zeus, no TP, no way to get back to the rest of the fight quickly. And Gen G, they're going to start up the Baron.
Well, we'll see whether T1 can actually go for a contest. Owner is going to be there and will be able to get around. Can he win this? As the equalizer doesn't exactly get a lot of value, it is going to be secured by Peanut. Owner gets himself out of the pit, though. Peanut looking for the engage angle as they dive once again on top of Gumayusi, but he presses his stopwatch. Delight getting taken down so low, but the Rebellious is going to be dead, and now it's Paze's turn to pop off in the team fight. Faker gets taken down, and T1 are routed. Gen G may have found their way back in.
All they need to do is make sure the minions,
minions
still
might win the
down,
game.
but there's no teleport except on Faker, who's still dead for 40 seconds. And Gen G, they want to extend it. They're going to keep on going.
They want to just win the game here and now. Okay, well, the front door is open. They are going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret. And
that's going to be it.
They are going to be defended. Okay, so Zayas, can you do something heroic is the question. Carrion needs to be there as well. He dives forward, gets the polymorph onto Paze, but it's not going to be enough to keep them in this one. Second Nexus turret going to be taken down, and Gen G will keep themselves alive in the series.
How the hell did Gen G win that game? There was no right. One team fight and just spiraled completely out of control.
And we didn't even get the replay of Gumayusi murdering everyone around that Baron because Gen G were, busy, I guess, finding a way to win the game.
I didn't even feel like Gen G won that team fight, right? Because it ended with their bot lane getting shoved in, and it was just Chovy by himself.
I don't know either. I don't know either. But I guess if Gumayusi does go down in the team fight, there is a way to win. And Gen G definitely proved it. T1 were winning until they lost in that particular game.
I mean, I think a huge portion of that was Owner ended up tanking those Nexus turrets, which meant he fell. And then there wasn't really the damage to finish off Chovy, right? You're a Scion against Rumble, and you're not going to escape away from him either. So a pretty big error means that then you have that opportunity then for them to come back. And because Scion's dead for 50 seconds, no TP, they get the Baron, and they can close it out.
Yeah, 100%. Owner getting executed, they're lost in the game.
Yeah. Hey, and guess what? Now, we're at the very least guaranteed a 3-1 for T1 Gen G for the third time in a row.
There we
Let's go.
Hey, well, also could be the reverse sweep angle, which would be even better. You never know. Well, not necessarily the reverse sweep, but just 5 games would be good. We want as many as we can possibly get to. But, man, what an incredible game from Gen G towards the end there. We are going to throw it to the analyst desk, though, to break that one down and see what they thought about the Gen G win.
They won, Atlas. That's all I know.
T1 didn't win?
No, they didn't. I mean, we went
just about.
To put our headsets on, and then all of a sudden, no, seriously. I mean, we were convinced. We did not think this was going to go to a Gen G win, right? You could see kind of, I think, the touching points of it, and the Annie getting caught, and Paze getting more kills, but the base was so incredibly in shambles that T1 had to make some grave errors for Gen G to be able to capitalize on them, which to their credit, they did immaculately.
I mean, it is a pretty wacky game at the end. I mean, Oder executing to the towers, or they probably just end, right?
Yeah.
It comes down to that, where he was so focused on actually getting over there and killing Chovy that he's not paying attention to the towers. This game just got insane towards the end. And Paze, who was very far behind early, started picking up shutdown after shutdown after shutdown and became really relevant down the stretch.
And I think a big thing here is the fact that Gumayusi is so strong, has so much peel and protection, but they throw everything and the kitchen sink at him. He still does a ton of damage here, but once he drops, there's just not the follow-through in the team fight for them to win it out, and Gen G managed to bring it back.
Well, I mean, they're going into this fight trying to contest at the Baron, but Sion's not even there, right? So they're going in 4v5, almost like 3v5 for a little bit. Look at the goals grab. This game was like a T1 win, right? This, by all rights, this should have been a clean 3-0, finish it up, but all of a sudden, mistake after mistake after mistake from T1 kind of pile up, and Gen G made the most of it and are able to turn around and get themselves back into it.
Yeah, but this doesn't feel like a reliable strategy for Gen G, right? You don't
what are your takeaways from this game?
Yeah, this is how we win. We just let them get a massive lead, hope they throw. Finish? Yeah?
Yeah.
I guess it worked there, but I think they need more if they're going to bring this back.
It's a dangerous game to play. I'm just going to say that. In any case, from the side of this game as well, you said yes, and they threw everything in the kitchen sink at Gumayusi, but I felt like it was at that point that they realized, okay, we can't wait until this Kha'Zix poke someone out or maybe kill someone. We can't wait until Faker drops Tibbers on us again. We can't wait until they rush us. This time, we will go to the Baron first. We will make sure that we can target Gumayushi so we don't need to bother with anything else for a while. I feel like that proactivity was very much the key to why at the end they were able to bring it home, because they only had one turret defending their Nexus, right? So,
yeah,
you know.
I mean, you in situations like that, you can't allow yourself to be pinned in the base with Super Minions, right? You have a small window when you get a kill to get out on the map, take the objective, and then get back to your base and defend. Or in this case, they get the team fight too, so then they can look to end.
Yeah, and I think a big thing compared to like the previous game draft where, sure, there was strong team fight when you have an A-Soul and a Jinx, but there was no go button really apart from the Gragas, so there's not as much agency. I feel like coming to these fights when AD carries are so strong, you need to be able to dive on the enemy AD carry. Even if you have a strong Jinx, it's important that you can shut down Gumayusi, because that's what worked in the end.
It's so weird, though, because it's like this draft didn't work. This plan didn't work, right? It's like, do you actually walk away from this game as Gen G thinking, yeah, that was the right draft? Like, this game worked out, because Chovy, we were talking about it during the game, did not look comfortable on Rumble. He was missing almost every ult, it felt like, throughout most of the game. Wasn't really zoning ults, exactly. He was corralling them perfectly. Faker, you know, comfort on the Annie. Isaiah's comfort on the Scion. It was 3 straight games of that for T1. It looked like it should have been, you know, a clean sweep. So I still feel like there's changes that Gen G have to make to be able to reliably win a game, because I don't think that this recipe worked. I feel like it was T1's game to lose, and they kind of threw it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I don't think the draft is in a place where you're like, okay, let's just run it back or anything.
Yeah.
But I do feel like having more agency, having more go buttons, even if they didn't work the whole time, sometimes you just need that one fight. You get, you know, a couple of shutdowns when they made the misplay in the base, gives enough power to a Jinx, and then in that one fight, they killed Gumayusi, and that ended up being enough. And look, there was a lot of events that led to that point, but I think if it was a repeat where they had like A-Sol in the mid lane and you know, Viego who's waiting on another engage, we could have seen a game where this opportunity never actually happened. So I expect them to tweak draft, but I hope that next time they still have a lot of picks where they can look for Gumayusi, where, you know, Chovy can have more agency, even though the ults were a little bit.
I feel like this was almost a get out of jail free card, and you were calling it up so much when we were watching. You were like, okay, you're going to move to the red side, but then you still keep that Scion on. That has given you so much trouble. That ultra reliable, Annie in the side of Faker. I think maybe this will have woken them up and said, okay, well, actually, we are going to make that drastic change in that regard. And I could see in that regard this series shaping up to be different, but I just can't shake the feeling that, you know, T1, who has had such a big advantage, accrued it so, I won't say eloquently, efficiently throughout those first 3 games, that will just happen again.
I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because Gen G have been given another lease on life. Like, by all rights, the series should be over. It should be too bad you lost 3-0, but they get another chance now because they were kind of gifted a surprise win here, to be honest. Now they get one more chance to try to change the draft to make those adaptations to see if they can really run it back. T1 have chosen red side, so they are going to be swapping over towards the red side. So Gen G will have an opportunity. You know, they'll be drafting from blue side. Are they going to try to take away the Scion or the Annie? I think they have to disrupt something. Because that has been working too well for T1.
Yeah, and I think a problem as well is that T1 now have this opportunity to adapt, and we saw that in the finals in the other way round, where, you know, T1 managed to get that game 3 in the grand finals of the LCK against Gen G, and then Gen G adapted and shut them down very quickly, managed to finish it out. So, yeah, I don't think they're out of the woods yet by any means.
No. Go ahead.
Do you think that T1 has to adapt, though, right? Because I don't think that they do. I think that what they're doing is working.
I wouldn't. Just don't throw the... Like,
I don't like the Kha'Zix. I think the Kha'Zix is the main thing I'm not really a big fan of, because I feel like sometimes you can find fights where you're not super useful. I feel like tweaks is more than like a full adaptation. I think they have the right read on what they should be doing and like how the whole comp should work, but I think like there's individual things, maybe they can deny things away from the other side, maybe the Jinx could be something that they look for instead, but I think ultimately like the Kha'Zix was the main thing. I feel like as much as it got them that early lead, in some of these fights it just feels like it doesn't have the impact you'd hope for.
Do you agree, Isaiah?
Not really, just because I feel like to me, it's like this game was so execution-based that it's like all the fights that they lost didn't feel like it was really champion-based, right? Like, the only real 5v5 that they lost was that one up by Baron, where it wasn't even 5v5. Zayas wasn't even really there, right? Like, I do agree that Kha'Zix can really be hard to execute on, but I didn't feel like it's like, the Kha'Zix is why you lost this game by any means, because the execution was why they lost this game. Executing to the Nexus Towers was why, right?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's true. And listen, what if there were no nameplates here, and you were on the blue team, right? What feedback would you give them, honestly? Because I feel like it's T1 and they won all these early games, so this was really impressive, but like, we're at MSI. Why are you doing this?
If I'm T1 coach from this one, I think this is really easy to say, oh, come on, guys, we all know we messed up that game. Doesn't matter, no problem. We won the first 2 games. Really, we won the 3rd game too, but we gave that one to them for free. Now we're just going to go in and win the 4th game, right? Because
optimism? Dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations, though, where it's like they know that they really goofed at the final hurdle. Would we even be talking about any of this had he just literally not executed to the Nexus turrets? The game would have just ended right there. The series would have been 3-0.
Yeah, but it did in this AL.
It didn't, exactly. But it's an obvious mistake, so I think it's easy to look past that and say, hey, we made one mistake that snowballed into some others, but they've won 3 straight games, pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like we obviously wouldn't be talking about this if it hadn't executed, if it just ended. But I also feel like the fact that it has, you come into this and sure, that mistake would have just been the difference maker. But I think like there was other things, like there was the whole fact that they ended up giving that huge shutdown and the base over. And again, I think these are all execution issues.
Kind of getting fast and loose, right?
Yeah, and I think maybe part of it is just like, you know, having some restraint. I think maybe you get to that 2-0 point, like, oh, the series is over. We've got dinner reservations at 2:30. You know, maybe cancel them, right? Move them till like 7 p.m. Have a late dinner and just focus more.
A late dinner at 7? What the hell? Is that what they do in London? Is that
compared
late?
to having like a dinner reservation at like, I mean, I guess it's late lunch at 2:30.
That's a brunch, actually.
Yeah.
Any case, let's see who goes to brunch and who stays in the upper bracket. It's a comeback by Gen.G to stay in this series, luckily, and bring us to a Game 4. Can they steal another one to reach Silver Scrapes? We'll be right back.
It's a decent Q there from the Scion, but it's a double kill for Chovy before he goes down. Now Doran's trying to fight it out, but T1 have brought in the cavalry. It's a decent lantern, but not enough to save Doran and Delight. Not going to be able to get the kill, though, and now the Unstoppable comes in. Good hook. Zay's going to go down, but can T1 find anything? Yes, they can! And it's even more for T1, and Doran does nothing. It's a double kill, a triple, a quadra for Gumayushi. Second Nexus turret going to be taken down, and Gen.G will keep themselves alive in the series.
How the hell did Gen.G win that game?
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2023. And before we get into game number 4, we need to go back to the very end of the previous game, because a very interesting thing happened, gentlemen. Do you want to explain how this one went?
So I want you to keep your eyes onto Chovy's items, because as this is coming down, he buys a stopwatch mid-fight on the fountain to stopwatch the damage, which keeps him alive, allows him to get the shield, allows him to get the heal, and literally saves the bloody game off of that.
And so that's the value of stopwatch.
We were talking about investments, we were talking about what you put your money towards. It's always stopwatch. Always.
Yeah, that's it's just the highest value. So we've confirmed it, we've figured it out, and now we're ready to get into game number 4. Is this the start of a potential reverse sweep, or is it a hiccup? Is it once again going to be T1 taking a 3-1 victory over Gen.G in not the final?
I think that Gen.G is not going to feel like that game was theirs. You know, that maybe wasn't really the direction that they wanted the game to go in. As really big pivot here. Do want to highlight that Annie going to be taken away for the first time. Paze has been forced to run cleanse every single game up until this point, whereas Guma has been allowed to use Ghost with both early game and team fighting application. So that is something that is now going to no longer be as big of an issue for him.
T1 on the red side this time around. They elected to head over there, so enjoying their time on the red side so far. I've only played one blue side game so far this tournament. Faker is not enthralled just yet. Needs to be on Summoner's Rift before he's super excited and engaged. But here we go. First pick, once again, K'Sante, Maokai, and Vi going to be taken away. This time, the Ahri left up, and the first pick going to be the Jinx. Really has skyrocketed as far as priority. It was the Aphelios that was picked up first time around in game number 1.
I'm curious now if the Ahri does get taken away and you actually see Faker and Owner trying to go towards this more heavy mid-jungle style, especially since it has been the favorite of Chovy and Peanut trying to go for that. But Lulu is up and available, so they're immediately just going to take the Lulu and the Aphelios, it looks like.
Wouldn't be surprised. Also, Wouldn't be shocking if we do see Delight going over to his Fresh again. Had some great hooks, had some not so great moments. Some of the mid-game fights not quite working out, but the Ahri does make a ton of sense, because I also think that you can't give it to Chovy. Even though in game number 1 it didn't end up working out, I do think that on that pick he is a complete menace, and denying it to him also means that he might get pushed to another champion where he's not as comfortable.
Could be, but Lissandra Viego could be a lock-in here that Gen G could go towards. Does go quite well into the Ahri, although we have seen Ahri win out in the matchup in the laning phase. But that combination is very strong. Peanut loves the Viego, but instead looks like it is going to be the Wukong once again. Where does Chovy go? And it looks like it will still be Lissandra regardless.
I kind of love that Peanut. He was like, oh no, it's not good anymore. And then Kanavi won it. He was like, I guess I can still play it. It's fine. Let's go back to Wukong like I've done for the entirety of the split.
And it works so well, as Atlas was already saying, with the Lissandra. So I think the big question mark now is, like, what happens for Delight in that bot lane? Because I think you're going to get rid of the Thresh. You're going to get rid of probably the Tam Kench as well, honestly, with at least how your composition's setting up here for T1, looking a bit more dive with the Ahri. So I imagine FaZe is going to have a little bit more trouble this game, even if he doesn't run the cleanse, but just the fact that you do have so much threat that's going to be going towards that back line.
Well, the Aphelios is going to be locked away here, so once again, Lulu Aphelios for the T1. Bottom side, and like you were talking about, likely to see some support bans, likely to see a Poppy ban over the other side before we get into the next round of picks.
Great bait and switch.
Want to highlight as well a pick that we have not really seen outside of some bans left and right, and I do actually think Gen G can look towards this Renata. Which is one of the picks we so often into specifically these type of short-range compositions, and right now T1 is heading in that direction again. Makes it really hard as well to get those kind of short bursty kills, and really both compositions right now I think are looking for that initial start, right? Like get someone start either the Lissandra chain, get all those clones, or get Ahri on the board, start the reset with the ultimate. As you mentioned, unsurprisingly, Fresh gonna get taken away, and same for the Blitz, particularly into that Lulu Aphelios.
I am curious though what the jungle, the jungle pick is going to be here for Owner, because as you're saying, the Poppy already going to be taken off the board. Those are amazing. But
Chovy and Peanut looking dapper.
But I think you're kind of looking like, okay, do you go back to Elise Sin, upgrade into the Lissandra? When you look towards things like the Sejuani, don't really want to pair that. So there's a Sion ban, and we'll have to figure out exactly what the plan is going to be here for T1.
I wanted to see Zeus' face after that, because he might have been like, yes, finally, don't have to play Sion.
There's a little nod there.
It's going to be like Malphite.
Yeah, and still not going to have the greatest of times. But the Nocturne going to be locked in first. Love the Nocturne plus Lulu combination.
Also, what goes into what you were saying, right? That just by what is currently unavailable for Gen G, FaZe is not going to have nearly the amount of support that he normally would. Kench could still be on the table, but does mean that you lack the amount of hard engage that I think with a Wukong you'd want. Wukong Rakan is an incredibly strong combo that allows you to team fight basically at any point at any time. Could also go for the Gragas, and looks like that at the very least. Gragas Rakan, like this is just a bouncy castle here for Gen G if they do the blocking this in.
Yeah, just making sure that you cannot have fun here is Gumayushi. The second you try to walk up, there's so much CC that can come your direction. And, yeah, I think he'll end up going back towards the Rakan. Other option could be something like a Braum. I know he just sucks in lane, like you're not going to have a great time, but just that disengage, but still going to go for the Rakan instead.
Zeus?
It's Carrier. I don't trust Carrier at all.
Yeah, no, never. Although, I would love this, to be perfectly honest. I was talking about this earlier in the green room, the good old Susan. But cycling through some choices before Zeus does decide to settle on something. We'll see what it is going to be. I'll try to stop
getting baited by
everyone. Okay. So, Ox was actually talking about this backstage, how good the bug fix was for the Ornn. He was actually filling me in on it. So the fact that you used to have a stun and a knockup that was coded into the Ornn, and it meant that if you got Merc Threads or you had Tenacity, you'd actually not bounce as high as you were supposed to. But now, with the bug fix, Ornn is actually incredibly strong because you no longer get the Tenacity working on a lot of these knockups, so you actually end up CC'd for incredibly long, and you're seeing his win rate jump up from about a 50% win rate to a 53% win rate just off of that bug fix alone. So a massive, massive win, and shout out to Ox and also Gulberg, who were talking about it backstage.
Well, also, Zeus is pretty good at this champion, gives them a lot of late game power, and like, The thing is, now Gumyushi's ceiling is like an extra 1,000 gold worth of items on top of all of the others that he could possibly get towards. And the On going to provide all of that CC at the same time. So T1, I like the team composition, but Gen.G, a lot of comfort for them as well.
Yeah, I'd also argue that even in the last game, did Gen.G really win a team fight at any point, right? Like, they won skirmishes, surely. They won a couple of fights, but a straight up 5v5, I'm not 100% sure if they're able to get. And effectively, with that own lock-in, this is just another team fight comp, right? These compositions operate very similarly. Snowbally mid lane mage with a lot of CC setup, junglers that are looking to get at backline access, and then a beefy boy in the front with that Gragas and Ornn.
I do think, though, this is a little bit of an easier to execute composition where you can actually fight front to back in a lot of scenarios. And that was one of the big things that was kind of the crux of the problems for Gen.G in the last one, where it was like, oh, well, we got a bunch of things that want to try and flank and get into positions on the back line, but not really in a position to do so. So I think this time around, when Chovy can, have that Ice Claw that can go through the team, or you have Doran even who can try and separate fights, it becomes a little bit easier. It is going to be tough, though, when Owner, Faker are the ones still trying to dive pace in the back line, and how safe can he be when those two are coming for him?
You can see Zeus actually spotted on a ward, moved back down towards this bottom side, even though he's not Scion, still going to be down here in the very beginning. Does go back, moves up towards top lane. So it looks like no shenanigans to begin this one off. And we'll see who that is going to benefit. T1, like you guys have mentioned throughout this series, just been team fighting better so far. I think we're safe to say that. But Gen.G, now with a little bit more wind in their sails. Killing a Nexus is the most important part of the game. So, although T1 did have a lead for the entirety of Game 3, the winner of the game was Gen.G. And so, it should make them feel good moving into this next game.
I do want to highlight, you were pointing it out earlier, right? Like Peanut having a lot
as well as they were walking onto the rift.
Well, yeah, and also as they were losing, right? And I think that Peanut and just in general, this Gen.G's ability to be resilient no matter the game state is something that you are obviously very well acquainted with Atlas, but in general I think is something that has allowed him to come back from almost unwinnable positions, not just in individual games but also in series, as early aggression here.
Yeah, it is going to be the heal utilized on both sides, but an extra Ghost being employed by Gumyushi just to get control at level 1. This is something that Keria has done in almost every game. It is freely investing summoner spells just to get control of the wave.
Well, I also have Pace going for Cleanse again, even though he's not playing into the Annie, so definitely remarkable there. Wants to have full agency, and is also paired with a Rakan, right? It's not like you're playing with Lulu and McHills is on the board, so does make sense, provides him with extra safety against the Nocturne Fear as well.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of this is going to be a case of, like, how much can Pace dodge? You've got knockups from Zeus, the follow from Owner and Faker. Like, he's going to have so many things gunning for him that I think the cleanse is going to be very much needed. But it does mean Guma has a little bit more control in these early stages, and at least at the moment, Owner moving down towards the spot side. I don't think anything's really going to happen down here, but at least having that support here for T1 to continue pushing in.
Once again, Spooky Nocturne as well. Very
great
to
Big
see
fan.
it. Yeah, my personal favorite. It's just so cute.
I'm glad I'm learning so much about myself over the course of the day.
Yeah.
I'm a Spooky Nocturne guy. Yeah. I'm a mountain guy.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I'm having, a true self-reflection and discovery session today. Yeah.
Well, that's what happens if you cast with the two of us. I'm not going to do the recruitment again. As Trophy taking the worst end of that trade here in this mid lane. Faker actually playing it out quite nicely for now. Of course, Trophy going to be okay with it for the moment as we split up to have a look at all of these different lanes. Zeus underneath this turret, just happily farming things up as best he can as the Ornn. And on the bottom side, T1 getting that push in. So far, not a whole lot to comment on, apart from the fact that T1's laning phase has been a little bit more beneficial for them as this game has continued on. As Peanut will take this first rift stuff.
It's really interesting to see, though, how, like, at least from looking at finals, and you guys are more of an expert than I am, but Gen.G, I felt like we're really, really good at kind of reading what T1 wanted to do, and then operating as, okay, we're going to match you on side lanes, but kind of always punish these mistakes. And this game, it's actually almost been a reverse, where, look, T1's laning phase is still as strong as ever, but Gen.G haven't actually been able to match T1 in a lot of these early plays, and it's Gen.G who've made a lot of critical errors at important times. It's kind of sad to see that Gen.G haven't been able to find that level of success, because it was something that I was really looking forward to watching on the MSI stage.
I think a lot of it comes down to how specifically Chovy and Delight have been performing. Chovy has still been fine, but he hasn't really had the impact that I think was one of the biggest parts of what made finals so one-sided, what made Gen G in general such a great team when they were on. And Delight also, it's easy to forget because we also have Paze, who kind of defies a lot of the normal rules for your first international tournament. But Delight, also his first international tournament, was of course part of Breon, played like 1 playoffs last year, but outside of that, really never made deep runs. And I think these are the type of moments where you can really see that. His fresh game, in the last game as well, a lot of those hooks, we saw him hit actually in the finals, in playoffs in the LCK.
Yeah. Well, here on the top side, going to have a back interrupted. Chovy as well, like continuing to fall down. Faker has just played a fantastic series so far. Of course, first 2 games on the Annie, but here, really laning effectively on the Ahri. We'll see how much more he's going to do as this one continues. As Chovy underneath his turret for now. A lot of pressure being put down as the Demolish proc comes through from the Ahri, but Circle of Frost is going to come down. And there's a Nimbus Strike, fantastic charm to deny Peanut. Now the Blast Cone is in position. And, oh, the flash on over, but still going to get juked a little bit by that one. Foxfire is flying out as Doran looking to rout him. He just flashes on over. All right, well, Doran's flash is down and Faker is still dead. Going to be able to take that first blood is Peanut. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Drake taken by T1.
Nice turnaround from Chovy to get the kill into mid, but as you say, T1 being able to respond well with the Dragon in their own right. So a little overzealous, I'll say, with the flash.
I actually, it's important to remember, like, Faker has his flash, and they didn't have vision. So Doran thinks that if he doesn't flash and denies the Blast Cone, Faker might be able to get out. But I think he could have also just waited. And a little bit. I think he'd been fine.
I feel like if we were to go in with a microscope afterwards, there were possibly some ways to optimize what just happened. However, I don't have my microscope with me.
Really?
We'll just move. I know, I forgot it. Forgot to pack it. I was packing in a bit of a hurry yesterday in order to get over here. So microscope didn't make it, but I will pack it next time. Sorry.
Well, I kind of counted on that.
Yeah.
You got my back?
I got it.
Oh, did you bring one?
Yeah, I got a spare one.
Oh,
nice.
All right, well,
good to hear.
Well, we'll definitely dissect the play coming on. Thanks to Dagda, is now Peanut going to have to use his Warrior Trickster. Not going to full Faker, but he's still going to get snared. Ona flashing forward. Spell Shield doesn't get a whole lot of value, but the Fear certainly will, as Peanut is going to get taken down. Now 2 versus 1 is Chovy wanting to take down Ona. He grabs that kill, and now another Circle of Frost comes in. The Thrall not going to be able to find Faker, but he does have to get out of there.
By the way, while that was happening,
yeah, what happened to Doran?
Solo killed Doran.
Yeah.
This one,
just
and you know, Balmy Cinder, that's an Ornn. We've been.
That is from the mage part of the Ornn kit. Is the Balmy Cinder. Let's have a look at what happens here topside.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, just immediately gets the ultimate, gets the knock-up, gets the follow-up, like, really nice job from Zace. And you kind of see there, like, you just,
and the Bellows breath as well.
All right, that was nasty. That was so well played.
Doran just getting completely caught off guard. And here we see, never mind.
In the meantime, Gumayusi going to get knocked up as they dive on top of him, not able to stand his ground this time. Peanut not going to be able to lock down Carrier. He has to flash to get out of there, though. So Gen G with an opportunity here on this bottom side to get some plates into the Jinx.
Gen G coming alive a little bit in this game. Apart from the top side, the fact you're getting kills now, getting some plates onto Paze, it's exactly what you need for Gen G to try and start that road towards the reverse sweep. T1, though, responding well, immediately moving up towards his top side. Zace doesn't have the ult, so Doran just kind of being a bit of nuisance here.
Yeah, Peanut just trying to hold Carrier at bay, but it looks like this Rift Herald is going to be foregone by Gen G. Doran moving back towards his top side, not going to try and go for any sort of steal, which would have been difficult because he's not a jungler. T1 back here towards his bottom lane, though, as Gumayusi just going to settle back into farming. Very even as far as that is concerned, outside of the mid lane where Chovy has a couple of waves in advantage.
As both junglers say, hey, you can have my buff. I take yours. And they're both fine with it, which I think is heartwarming.
Well,
right?
actually, no, he's decided,
Chovy.
no, I was on the wrong side of the map. I should leave this for Gen G. But no, just didn't know where the rest of Gen G were. Didn't want to go too aggressive. So, Gen G will be able to get both blue buffs. I'll see whether that can actually help them begin this reverse sweep option, because they do have a slight gold lead, and in the early game, they haven't really had many gold leads as they dive on top of Faker once again. Frozen Tomb comes on down, and Faker flashes. He does have the ult. He's staying alive!
does he not die to those? The fact that he had gone so incredibly low, one auto, one anything, would have taken him down, but they're just not quite able to get it across the line.
And I'm pretty sure that Peanut had his Cyclone for that. I think they didn't want to use it, thought they had the kill, as I think did everyone. As the Merc Threat's gonna keep Faker alive there, will have to expand his ultimate, will have to expand his flash, but really big moment with Chovy also using his in that exchange, although he does have the Unsealed Spellbook, so at the very least, he will be able to swap it out later on.
Yeah, decent advantage for Gen G, though, because Faker is still out of lane, right? Was at 0 health. As once again, they're going for another one. Great quickness to keep Carrier there for even longer, and Pays is going to be gifted a kill. This is some momentum now for Gen G in a stage of the game that they haven't been able to find it all series long.
Crucially, as well as you say, the fact that you're kind of coming off the back of a win, whether whatever that looked like, you're now getting early leads, you're getting control in the AD carry matchup, which has eluded Gen G for a lot of this game. But you can even turn this into things like the Dragon in just a little bit of time. Doran still isn't winning these trades against Zeus, though, so does need to be a little bit careful.
I don't know if Doran knows that. He just keeps on going. And obviously,
he's got his own microscope. He's just
there. You go. He is well prepared.
Why do you guys keep? I'll bring it next time, Chronicle. I'm
well,
so sorry.
Whoa.
As Karsk is going to come down here towards his top side. Can Zeus do it again? Doran right now with a decent health lead as he gets back. Just puts him in way of the Super Mega Death Rocket. Pace says thanks for the setup.
So what I want to highlight is that, yes, Gen G won that last game through a series of unfortunate events, right? Like, some shenanigans happened, they got the win. But in it, that doesn't matter. You're still given another chance to fight. And right now, in this early game, they are looking way better. They're doing exactly what T1 did to them, right? Able to get the AD carry fed to the point where it becomes very hard for the opposing team to deal with, even with the amount of dive that they have.
Well, this time around, it is going to be the Orcs Dragon as Chemtech Soul is upon us. You had your moment there, Dagda, with 3 Mountain Souls in a row, and so it is now Chemtech time. Hoping that we get a Cloud Soul in the next game, if there is a next game. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers. As Doran just starting this one up nicely, and look at when the rocket gets fired as well. There it is. It's in the air. As Doran says, no, back there a little bit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Doran just catching Zeus off guard the moment that the Bellows Breath comes down, right? At the very end of it, he throws out his ultimate, guarantees the knockback. Zeus doesn't have a lot of mana, was looking for a back anyway, and it gets taken down.
Peanut looking for Faker. Zeus in position as the claw comes forward. There's the Frozen Tomb. Zeus, I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time as he was in turret range, and Faker is going to go down yet again. Gen G, 6 kills in 12 minutes.
This time he is willing to use the Cyclone, and this time they get the kill. Really nice pick out to Faker, and again, I want to see... Oh, hang on.
All right, Paranoia is going to come forward, gets the flash out, but immediately Owner is going to join him. The fear is going to come through. Monkey possibly a little overextended. Zeus is going to get another one, but there's the body slam flash as Owner's down incredibly low. Doran trying to get on there. Chovy doing it as well as now Gumayushi is fighting. Delight and Pace. Chovy grabs the kill over on the other side. It's difficult to look at these 2 screens at once, but we're trying our best, and it is going to dissipate. Action is going to calm down.
And in the end, it ends up working out. Faker gets the teleport, dissuades the rest of Gen G to keep on fighting. But that's still a win for Gen G, right? They're able to get the teleport of a Faker. He's now in the bot lane, and unless they can somehow pull off a dive with Paze and the Light still being very healthy, it's going to be Gen G coming out ahead of the play.
And it's the fact that you managed to get some kills as well on towards Chovy now means that he should be able to get a decent amount of push here in the mid lane with the Everfrost finish. You got Rift Herald in a minute's time as well. Like, you're hitting some really big item spikes on Gen G side that isn't quite being matched yet on T1s. They're starting to pick them up, as you can see Guma does finish off the Gale Force. But still, this is a great start for Gen G. If they can keep this up, they should be able to try and push us to that game 5.
It really does feel like the shackles have come off. You know, Gen G are like, well, we managed to steal away the win in game number 3, and so they're sort of on free time at this point, right? And so it does feel like there is a certain added level of relaxation here for the squad, and it's doing fantastic things for them as the Mega Blast Cone is going to get Chovy towards this minion wave, and T1 just trying to dot some I's and cross some T's before we get to the next neutral play.
And in this game, they're just straight up outplaying him, right? Like in the mid-jungle 2v2, Peanut actually having way more impact than Owner, which the last time around Owner was on the Nocturne was completely flipped around, and Pace is getting fed early. not behind the Aphelios for what I feel like is like the first part. Even in the last game, Guma died, but he was like 10 and what? Yeah. 10 and 1, 10 and 3. And this time around, look at that, a substantial gold lead for Pace for Chovy. And if you've done your stats research, when Pace is ahead, is hold up Doran.
Yeah, Doran in a little bit of trouble here. Gumushi and Kerry are going to move on forward. The cask is going to be used, but only on to the Nocturne. And so Doran just knows that he's real dead. He's going to try and clear up some of this minion wave before he goes down.
T1 just looking to trade there for the Rift Tower. They're like, there's not a hope that we can really fight against Pace in the position that he's in at the moment alongside Chovy. So they end up finding Doran, who's overextended the bot lane. Still though, Gen G now, they have control on top. So they could actually try and take this Rift Tower and immediately plunk it down in the mid lane if they want to.
But I do have to say, if Doran doesn't overextend, respects the fact that his team is playing on the top half of the map while he's on the bottom half, then you could probably deny the first turret block. But this is the type of plays that I do think keep T1 very much in the game. Do remember that with Ornn, gold leads can be somewhat deceptive, and it's not like the T1 composition doesn't scale onto team fights.
And that's what I was going to say. The fact that you've still got like a ton of pressure that can come in onto Pace in team fights, and if he goes down, yes, Chovy's in a good position, but not exactly in the best spot to try and win you an entire team fight on the Lysandra. So if Owner and Faker can still get access with Zeus having the knock up onto Pace, you're still going to struggle as Gen G. So this still comes down to execution. It's just that Gen G definitely have a running start.
And I think this next Dragon is going to be big because even though it's not the favorite soul, I'd say, of most people, picking up an early Chemtech can still be pretty beneficial against the amount of CC and single target blow-up potential that Gen G have.
Yep, definitely being tenacious is very, very good. As Doran, the flash comes out from Gumayushi. Doran taking a lot of damage, but still, that is high value here for the Gen G top laner.
Huge. Just before we were talking about this dragon fight, Doran, though, still going to be up here trying to see if he can clear the waves. You have to be careful. The ultimate is up.
Yeah, Paranoia is going to come forward, but Owner is just going to get dove on. He's in the bouncy castle now, and he's going to be taken down. They took the mid turret as well as Faker tries to get something back, but still, going to be the Raptors stolen away, and now T1 underneath their top lane outer turret, and things kind of falling apart here for our red side team. Gen G moving up, looking for that opportunity as they find the grand entrance once again. The claw comes forward. Zeus looks for the knock-up with the ram, and Delight is going to be his target, but he's not the priority. And the Zeus is going to fall down. Pace collects that kill, and now Gumushi Carrier on the run. Baker has to get out of there. And Gen G are looking for an inner turret now.
They're going to start pushing this wave in. Wave very quickly cleared out by Faker will stop a lot of this push. So looks like Gen G will be happy to take top tower. They'll move over towards Dragon and take that gold that was so happily given to them.
And we've seen this issue with T1 before where if they have early game control, they look almost unstoppable. But if they fall behind early and you're able to preemptively try and catch them in rotations as they try and trade back, something that they love to do, you can catch them off guard because they're not used to that, right? They're used to being in full control. And this crucially leads to Gen G getting the Dragon.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look at it again. Owner, press that Paranoia button. They were looking to make that proactive play, but he was dove on before he could actually do anything. So that game plan that they've been relying on, that they play around so effectively, is then just ruined.
And Chronicler was talking about this 1-2 combo of the Rakan and the Wukong. Like, you get it immediately onto the jungler, then they just move on to the next target. And Zeus, I think, wanted to get the kill onto the Light there, but unfortunately means that he ends up getting caught out so much because he doesn't get the knock up onto Chovy and onto Peanut. There's enough damage and enough CC to prevent him from escaping.
And I want you to cast your mind back, Chronicler, because what Doran has done a lot on his Gragas is die a lot in the early game and then just have game-winning plays. That's just kind of what happened. Reminds you,
it's the Doran effect.
It is the Doran effect.
You can't explain it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not that great at laning, but you give me a team fight or a skirmish, and I'm going to do fantastically well. We haven't necessarily had that big moment yet, but it could be coming up. And if you're a T1 fan, you should be a little bit scared of what the rest of this game could bring.
What I think is crucial is up until this point in the series, when that has happened, like Doran dies, Pace or Chovy or Peanut also died. But in this game, this is Gen G's wheelhouse. Doran dying, that's been happening all year. They don't care about that. Crucially, the people that you want to be fed, Pace and Chovy, are in a great spot in the game at the moment. 3.5 gold lead here for Gen G.
Well, Chovy sitting on that Mega Blast Cone will deliver him into T1. Faker's going to be the one that's locked down. Super Mega Death Rocket secures it. Pace gets excited. And T1 are just going to get the heck out of there.
I was about to say, who's baiting who? The fact that Gen G have this much lockdown, that AoE in short-range corridors, like, that's exactly where they want to try and fight, and T1 think they have the pick. end up getting caught, and now Gen G are just exploding this game open even more.
And it feels like if T1 don't have the initiative in these moments, they're not able to actually find it, right? If you're the one pressing that paranoia, finding the priority target, it's just not working out here because the setup isn't there for the first time in the series, and Gen G have come alive. It's about time.
Yeah, just need some time, you know, get acquainted. I mean, even I know they played another best of 5. I was there for that one as well.
Yeah.
But
I was more speaking about this series.
Yeah. Well, no, I know. No. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure.
Okay. Just hoping that you weren't still a little bit miffed at me for not bringing the microphone.
I would never be Atlas.
Okay.
I forgive you. You
Good,
know
good.
that.
Thank you.
Plus, I got Dagda now, so.
Yeah, Dagda's microscope came in, so we're fine. Peanut going to be clearing out vision here. And we're talking about that sort of stuff because not a whole lot of action now. It is just all about upkeep, making sure the vision is going to be there. And T1 trying to get to this point where they do have some control on the next point of contention on this map.
I think that's exactly, like, just trying to get the push in here so you can actually establish vision on this top side is key. Like, you have that wave pushed up in top lane, so someone eventually should have to go and answer that. I think actually Peanut will probably need to give it a little bit more of a shove, but just trying to draw T1 away from this big group of 5-man unit is exactly what Gen G need to do before they really try and commit for anything, because they're so quick at finding picks, T1, with the Ornn ult and also Ahri and Nocturne if they're grouped up as 5.
What I really like here is Gen G is denying vision, right? T1 don't know if they're doing Baron or not, but they have to rotate people over in response, which means Chovy gets a free bot line turret, is able to shove that in completely, get them more map control. And cast your mind back to some of the other games. Gen G barely got turrets in those. Right now, they're looking peachy, denying a lot of vision as well.
Body Slam gets scoring out of there, so a whole lot of control. Still, T1 get a control ward into the Baron pit. It's 21 minutes into the game. Every time, by at least 23 minutes, the Baron was dead in the other games in this series. It looks like things might change just a little bit with the fact that it is a Gen G that is in control.
But Gen G are happy to just keep doing what they're doing. Like, they don't actually have to force the Baron, because if you look at the side lanes, every single time they're grouped up as 5 in mid, you're seeing waves die in the side lane that they're not actually getting to catch. So Gen G are just slowly but surely accruing these small leads off the fact that they are catching these side lanes and making sure that they're uncomfortable. With Dragon, though, in 30 seconds time, maybe we see T1 try and fight it, but it is just a second chemdrill.
And FMA's now also done here for Owner, so we'll be able to put that on, I assume, Pays as he dive into the enemy backline, trying and keep that 5-0 Jinx. At the very least, for some summoners, keep her out from the rest of your front line. So you have an opportunity, as Dagda points out very nicely. Stopwatch here for Pays.
Oh, and a lot of damage as well, as Carrier gets taken down pretty low.
That's a heal.
Still, T1 fishing a little bit for some more CC. Charm goes wide, though. Gen G keeping them at arm's length. And T1 just playing so defensively at this stage. You can see the gold lead is absolutely ballooned, just kind of passively over the last little amount of time. Gen G just taking control and making sure that they extend this advantage. Don't want to overextend it. As you can see, T1 starting to move up a little bit more. And of course, they're pretty strong on this one. Their team fight capability still there, but Gen G, if they still keep this control, they'll be in a great position.
Yeah, you see, Gen G really has to respect, because if T1 wants to start a fight, they can, right? So if they know that Peanut isn't close and they press the Ornn and the Nocturne ultimate, isn't a whole lot that you can do as Gen G. But now T1, they don't need to really contest this. It's only a second Drake, so no huge harm in giving that one over. But eventually, they're going to have to try and actually make a stand, fight back like they did in the game against Mad Lions.
Yeah, they're not really in a position, though, to do particularly much on the cross map. You can see Chovy's moved up here to prevent top tower plays, and he has Zanya's, he has ults. It's going to be very difficult to try and make anything happen onto him. So, now to Light, trying to return the favor.
Aurelia is going to get proc there, but see Carrier still going to make it out, but does have to invest the flash. Summoner spell gained here by Gen G. T1 do manage to get all 5 to safety, though. As there is so much posturing. It just feels like a lot of posturing in this game so far. Gen G refusing to start the Baron. And I feel like the Baron should get started. Maybe I've been conditioned in this series so far. It's been alive for the longest it has, the whole series.
I think for T1, your best bet here is to send Faker to top lane to try and match Chovy on the push. And as long as you just keep pushing waves back and forth, you'll be relatively okay. Like, you're buying time for Gumayushi to get to the late game. The problem is going to be cases like this where Gen G are able to move in and steal your buffs away. But if you can actually try and get Owner to play between the two lanes, maybe you can use the Nocturnal to like gank onto Chovy, blow some of these spells nice and early, or at least get something back on the map, because at the moment you're just being bled out.
Yeah, and that's actually what I think Gen G has done a really good job at, is when you're playing a Nocturne in a situation like this, where everything is warded, you have zero side lane pressure, and you have zero catch potential, it's really, really hard.
Ooh. Owner just out of range of the Ring of Frost, didn't need the spell shield. It would have been great though, had it been in range. As Gen G in position, Zeus moving forward, he is not the optimal engage target. Once again, Delight moving real fast. There's the Ornhorn. Paranoia comes down as well as T1. They're looking for the team fight. It's a 5v5. Moonlight Vigil, just massive from Gumayushi, but he's now in the bouncy castle, and he's just destroyed. It's Doran that collects that one. Owner's going to go down as well, and Gen G are just wiping the floor with T1.
And you can't put a monetary value on that stopwatch from Pace. Gen G was ready. They knew the engage was coming. All they needed was to wait it out, catch the engage, and then go in. And you see the fact that Chovy and Peanut are as strong as they are meant that they had more than enough damage either way.
And Gen G stopwatches these games have been absolutely insane. Again, the fact that Pace does manage to get away with just the Gale Force. He doesn't even have to flash. Able to get away from that is huge. Now Gen G will take the Baron. It's about 2 minutes delayed, but still, they'll be very happy and in so much control. Lads, I think we're going to a game 5.
Yeah, I have a feeling you might be right there, Dagda. Let's check out this team fight once again.
Oh yeah, you can see as that comes through, like, stopwatch on the Nocturnal, on the follow-up, and the cast goes to Gumayushi means he's not really, like, gets a good ult off, but immediately ends up in the bounce house, pays his empty Gale Force away, and it's only Owner who's dealing damage to him, so on the backside, there's just not enough DPS coming through from T1 to try and clean up the fight.
Yeah, that's a happy score right there. Of course, still a little bit stressed in this position in a series, but all momentum now with Gen G. And we all know that, you know, T1 in 5-game series, they've been tested many, many times. DRX was a team that did it to them relatively recently. You guys remember, it was last year. But that one didn't go so well for T1. We'll see whether Gen G can get to that position. Of course, they should. They have 10,000 gold in the lead. Now a Baron, Red Bull Baron power play, cresting that 2,000 gold mark after this inner turret goes down.
And I want to highlight as well the damage that Chovy and Peanut did in that fight, right? Like, even with Pace as fat as he is, he was more of bait, maybe this time around as well.
Yeah, let's go for it one more time as, oh my goodness, the damage onto that Nocturne. But they get into the backline and they manage to take down the Jinx. Delight also taking so much as Faker is going to clean that one up. And now Gumayushi is still alive at full health as Gen G are looking now desperately trying to escape. And that Baron power play I was talking about, it's not going to crest the 2,000 gold mark. Doran is going to get taken out. They're trying to just stop this fight as Chovy with the claw will create enough distance, but I don't know whether they're escaping this one. Another charm from Faker, and Doran will be taken down from that. And T1, look, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say it again. Not going to say it again. Yeah, looking a little bit better in the game.
You say potentially game 5, and immediately T1 slammed that door shut.
That's one of the most epic cast curses I've done. I've done many in my time, and that was one of the worst, I think.
I want to highlight there, it was the combination of Zeus and crucially, this teleport isn't spotted because of the Nocturne ultimate, right? So they don't know that Zeus is there, and I want to draw your attention to Gumayushi, because yes, Zeus is able to single out Pace, but look at this. Moonlight Vigil then over the wall to guarantee the kill, and not only that, but as a result, he is completely safe. He's standing behind his front line, and then without an enemy AD carry, they can just win the ensuing fight.
And that Red Bull Baron power play is next to nothing now, as T1 will get the Dragon for themselves as well, get some of those objective bounties, and you're looking at Gumayushi's items. 3 items now complete. He's still a little bit behind when it comes to the Jinx, but Gen G, they want to immediately rush mid lane, knowing the team are out of position, but they can collapse onto Pace here.
Another 13 seconds left on this Baron. They do manage to make it to the inhibitor turret, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to get there. Only 3 members of Gen G in position right now. Doran and Chovy are going to move up as well. The Baron is now done though, negative 800 gold in that Red Bull Baron power play. So not much of a power play
I think Gen G got a little bit lucky there that T1 didn't spot where Chovy and Durham were, because if they had just gone for it, that could have been a game ender right there. T1 now getting sieged underneath their own turret though. Good charm.
Yeah, Delight going to take a little bit of damage in response. I said a little, I meant a lot. Moonshot doing a whole bunch of work there. Zeus going to have to flash out, but now the Ornhorn comes in. Moonlight Vigil doesn't do anything though. And T1 not going to be able to find the engage they were looking for, but there is still Doran relatively out of position. He's pretty tanky, gets speared up, doesn't have flash though, does have body slam, and now looks to try and escape. Faker now gets into position as they dive on knock. They look for Gumayushi and they manage to take down the Aphelios. Now Pei's dodging everything. And Gen G just destroy them. That is going to be game 5.
That's a clean ace!
This series is too much, boys!
Are you still jet lagged? I think I'm wide awake at this stage, man.
That one certainly woke me up. I've had a fair bit of coffee, but nothing is like this. We're going to Silver Scrapes, thanks to Gen G.
After the first 2 games, it looked done and dusted, right? And then the game number 3 happens, you're like, well, what are you gonna do? It happens. But this game was unlike any game that we've seen in this series thus far. This felt like Gen G at finals. This felt like a Gen G that knew that they could actually pressure in the mid-jungle 2v2, that did know how to play around pace, getting him fed early, and as a result, going to game 5 for the first time.
The first time here at MSI, exactly. They're going to move past 4 games, and it was Gen G that was the only other team that went to 4 games, thanks to some creative drafting up against G2, but also G2 playing some fantastic League of Legends. But now our first 5th game. As, yeah, Pei's did a lot of damage, but honestly, like, so much of that came down to these micro situations, and both Gumayushi and Pei's playing fantastically well. First that stopwatch, and then Gumayushi with the brilliant play in the bottom lane.
I really want to highlight Chovy, and that for me was the biggest difference maker. Chovy getting ahead early and actually having a really big impact is, I think, Gen G needs that. If they don't have that, we get games like game 1 and 2, and even though they won 3, we saw the same issue there. This time around, he has the impact, and the team fights go a lot smoother as a result.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because they managed to get control over the bot side, the team fights are going great, but I mean, the team fighting was incredible. The fact you have so many things that are jumping onto Pei's in the back line, and you're seeing everything in the kitchen sink being tossed out to make sure that it can actually stay safe and stay up. Like, this was such an incredible game for Gen G, and I'm so hyped to see what happens now in game 5.
And I'm really hyped to get into some Silver Scrapes. So now let's go to a short break, and when we get back, that game number 5.
Well, welcome back, everyone, where we've got a Game 5. I'm so happy. I didn't think it was going to happen, but Gen G said, no, we aren't going quietly. We aren't going to be 3-0. Then they got that one win, and Game 4, this is a different team.
Absolutely. Game 4, by far the best performance we've seen from Gen G so far in this series. They played really, really well. We're able to enable Pays. We saw a new Chovy who got really active in the early game, got really involved in the game. And it really starts to feel like the momentum now is swinging over to Gen G.
Yeah, it really feels like a return to form, right? This is the team that won the grand finals, defied expectations, and managed to put Pays on his pedestal where he just took over these games, and we're seeing that delivered once again.
And a whole different level of confidence and being proactive on the map, and then also being proactive in closing out this game.
And watch this Gragas ult here, actually to deny the Ornn ulti coming through. These kind of plays make up the X factor, keeping your backline safe. There's not that additional engage to follow up because the Nocturne and the Ahri are very much that secondary engage. They're about to follow up, so it's so difficult for T1 to actually find a way into this fight.
And I think it's just fantastic as well, because we see Pays look threatened. It looks like Faker's going to find him. The Gale Force to dodge, but the counter engage is so swift, and this entire series has been so much about who can get on top of that AD carry, who can shut them down, and we're seeing all these different tools, but the execution, these little micro moments is so vital.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because Chronicler was talking about it on the cast that you don't pick Doran Gragas, to necessarily dominate the lane. No. It's about the X factor in the fights. It's that he can go down in lane, but he can turn around a game, or he can find those key moments to really make a difference. And if that Ornn ulti hits, who's to say, would Pays not have gotten taken down? Faker actually did get in the back line and got him low.
Yeah, and we saw it, I think, only once, and then it was still super, super difficult, when he was able to TP unseen under the Nocturne ult and then get the ult off, and then Faker needs to have like 1, 2, 3, 6 charms to even turn that fight around. So, I mean, it's a difficult situation to be in.
And it's also interesting, we did see now Annie finally getting removed.
Yeah.
And I think that also kind of pushed the Sion out of the draft a little bit because Annie was functioning as their primary engage in a lot of the earlier games. If you want to play with the Nocturne, if you want to play with the Ahri, they kind of need someone else to be able to start the fights for them, and then they generally follow up on it. So I think that is why the Ornn kind of slotted in for the Sion. Ornn, obviously, great scaling pick, but I don't think has nearly as much impact in some of the earlier fights that a Sion can. Sion feels like it gets a lot tankier earlier.
Yeah, and you also have the option, the threat of going for the early bot lane dive. Even if you don't, they have to be prepared against it. I also think the Annie being gone meant Chovy could take this Lissandra, and we finally saw the development of this player that we've seen throughout the LCK spring, where he was super active on the map, moving around. We were missing that for the start of this series. It felt Game 1 and Game 2, he was super subdued. Faker would just Tibbers the wave and force him to be trapped, and we finally saw him able to make that impact and pair up with Peanut.
And so much of the series really has been about which team can enable their bot laner best, right? It feels like it is this battle between Gumayusi and Pays, as often it was in the LCK and in the LCK finals. And in this game, in this pivotal game, it's Gen G who are really able to get him rolling early. You see Peanut down towards that bot lane, always gifting the kills over to Pays, trying to get him ahead and set him up for success on this Jinx.
And it's something you were saying before about T1, how even in these 5v5 team fights, they'll often leave those kills over to Gumayusi to make sure he's fed. It feels like Gen G are doing the same for Pays now, when, this is a player who's came into the shoes behind Ruler, who was such a phenomenal team fighting AD carry, and he's doing such a fantastic job filling in his stead.
Yeah, Jinx now 3-1 in the series as well, even though Gumayusi obviously is dealing insane amounts of damage on his affiliates as well. Jinx is just such a reliable late game carry when you get into that moment, and for now more victorious than the other side.
And I think it's quite clear that both these AD carries are playing out of their minds. Like, the game isn't decided by decide which AD carry is playing better or worse, because if they are given the resources, they will both pop off. So it's all about the rest of the team facilitating or shutting down the opponent.
Absolutely, and I really like the Gen G draft around a Jinx, right? Because you have Lissandra ult, you have Wukong ult, you have Gragas engage, you have all of these tools to start off the fight in a really explosive manner to get that first reset for Pays. And when you are playing at this level, when you're playing with marksmen that have such good mechanics, the move speed is just like almost unmatched as a stat. Just getting it excited, getting that reset allows them to completely take over a fight.
They did, and if we look at some of the key picks that we wanted to put in this graphic in terms of the series, you definitely see that there's a shift. And I called it up, I said they get a get out of jail free card. Will they now make the actual changes? And I feel that Annie, so incredibly pivotal, taking that away. The Sion that then didn't get picked on the side of T1, the Jinx and the Wukong, of course.
I mean, all these picks have been really, really big. You know, the Sion is where T1 got both their wins, as is the Annie. The Jinx now 3-1 throughout the series. You know, both sides haven't getting a win on it, but Gen G now back-to-back wins on that Jinx. Also, it was paired along the Wukong both times. You know, that primary engage. Peanut was so comfortable on the Wukong in the LCK. You know, that was what I always kind of thought of as his best pick. But it got some nerfs, and a lot of people were feeling it's just out of the meta. You can't really go back towards it. But I think in this series, we're seeing the power of comfort, and we're seeing the power of these players going to what they really know works for them. They know exactly how to play around the Wukong and how to teamfight with that champion.
Yeah, particularly when they have like a combo like the Wukong Rakan. It's so potent because the Wukong can use that stealth, use that gap closer to get in. Rakan follows up, and you can layer like ult into the Rakan, knock up an ult into the second ult from the Wukong, and you just don't get to play the game.
Now you get into a game 5 where you've learned so much about either side. You've tried a couple of things as well, and as you say, comfort is usually the name of the game, but there's a lot of difficult decisions to be made, right? And I would definitely say that T1 is on the back foot, being how they were on match point. In fact, they were on the step of tearing down the house and having a clean 3-0 here, Azale.
I know, it's crazy. Like, they really were moments away from winning the third game and having a sweep, and now there is the potential for the reverse sweep. And it's also incredible because despite the fact that these two teams have matched up historically so many times, it doesn't ever seem to go to 5 games. No. Yep. It's always the 3-1 here. You can see since 2020, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1. Never once did it go to 5 games despite all of these matchups. So London is being treated to an absolutely amazing series. We're going the distance, and hopefully that 5th and final game really will deliver.
Yeah, I mean, it's historic in more ways than one. On international competition, we don't often get reverse sweeps. In fact, we only got 2. One was TES Fnatic 2020, and the other was DRX EDG. No, nothing DRX EDG 2022. I think the added context here is that it's a little bit hard for us to kind of quantify it, because this is MSI new format, right? Yeah. It's the upper bracket. You're still going to go ahead and play an upper bracket final. But on the other hand, it is such an incredible momentum booster, right? For either side. I think T1 overcoming the might of that Game 5 pushing against them, and maybe Gen G completing a reverse sweep. That is something that could go a long way in this tournament.
I think as well, when you talk about Game 5, last year at MSI, T1 against RNG went to 5 games and T1 lost. Last Worlds against DRX went to 5 games and T1 again lost. Next international, Game 5, they really want to break that streak.
Absolutely, and I think it's such a confidence boost to be able to do that in a 5th game when they have kind of had that mental block. And I also think keeping your extra life alive in this bracket is so important, because this is not a standard MSI where there's just the 1 LPL and 1 LCK. There are so many amazing teams from these 2 regions that if you go into that lower bracket, you're going to run into an incredibly strong opponent, and you would only have that one chance to stay alive.
Do you want to take that risk is the question.
No, you don't.
Got it in your hands. No, indeed. Now, we talked a lot about what's going to make the difference, and it's always so crazy, because when you get to a Game 5, it's almost like on the one hand, you take everything into account. On the other, you're throwing everything out. Now, one thing we do know is that these ADCs are extremely consistent, and we've said that it's everyone around them. So tell me then, who is it going to be? Who is the difference maker? Who will bring this Game 5 home for either team?
I think enabling the mid-jungle is so massive. If Chovy and Peanut can start to impact bot lane early, start to set up those kills, have control of the map, that's going to set the game in a really good trajectory for them. We saw when Chovy was locked in lane, that is when Gen G struggled.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think setting up mid lane for success is so massive, but I'm also really interested to see in this 5th and final game, will there be a ban on the Aphelios or the Jinx, try to have one taken away and really throw a wrench in the gears, because this series has all been trading Aphelios for Jinx 4 straight games. Will it be 5?
Yeah, it's such a weird thing that we've had so many metas in the past 2 years where it's like we have these two really strong AD carries that just get traded off. Well, like we don't see one of them banned that often. Like we had Lucian Nami and Zeri Lulu, we had Siva Yumi and Zeri Lulu, and now we have the Aphelios Jinx, which we've had before as well. It just feels like such a consistent thing with these trade-offs.
It definitely is, especially when you have such strong ADCs. But it all comes down to this Game 5. Who will advance in the upper bracket and who will fall down? Let's get into picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It is time for game number 5, our first Game 5 of the tournament. And I am so ready. Thank you for being here with me, gentlemen. It is an absolute honor to bring you this one. So, Gen G with the momentum, T1 not being able to win Game 5s very well in recent history. But these two teams have never been to a Game 5. And so, as far as that is concerned, this is untrodden territory. Can T1 do it? I saw a wry smile from Faker as he was making his way out onto the Rift. And I think that, for Gen G fans, should be a little bit frightening.
True. True. I mean, well, he did just lose the last game, so who knows? Maybe it's a different time. As we move into this,
my God! Dada with the smackdown!
Lucian banned away as well.
You love having no horse in this race, don't you? You
He's not impressed at all.
Hey, we've got 2 horses.
He's smiling, so what?
Yeah,
I don't care.
Look, you'll see it tomorrow. That's where I'm going to cry, all right?
Well, Vi Wukong and the Maokai all banned away here by T1. They've identified that Peanut can be a little bit of a problem. Lucian and the Annie and Nautilus going to be taken away here by Gen G as Cassante gets through. And T1 locks it down first. Double flex for T1 as well as Gen G. We'll see where it's going to be going towards the end of the draft.
Yeah, I think Cassante is maybe the most busted champion that we have right now. Yes, obviously against T1 you're going to ban Lucian Nami, but I don't think that duo is as strong against anyone because Cassante, he can frontline, he can solo kill, he can survive multi-man ganks and somehow turn them into wins. So great B1 pick does mean that we will see pace back on the Aphelios as opposed to the Jinx, and I feel like the Jinx has been a little bit more consistent, and I think the range advantage is a really big part of that.
Yeah, especially if you're not able to get as many as the beefcakes in front of you. And I mean, Cassante already off to a good start, so it does feel like you're just going to end up trading this across. But bit of a change up here. Perhaps see if it is going to be the early game junglers that are coming through for Peanut to see if they can have a bit more of that early game control.
Oh, the Peanut Poppy to come out here, of course. Peanut has in the past played a fantastic Poppy, hasn't been playing it very much recently, as he was alluding to the fact that T1 likely to pick up an AP jungler. But Gumushi right now looking at the Xayah for that bottom side of the map. It looks like a movement away from the Jinx is happening here as the Xayah will be locked in.
I got to call back. I got to call back to the 5th game against KT Roster that T1 played. Yeah. Because that was a 5th game that they were able to win, and it was off of the back of this duo in the bot lane. Gumayushi and Keria in a late game team fight. I think we've seen like 3 times already this tournament because that was such a pivotal moment. Get that combo again, but what you give up for it, Ahri and Poppy for Peanut and Chovy, I don't know if that's worth it.
That's a lot of comfort. That is a lot of comfort. As now, in the second round of bans, we'll see what Gen G are going to take away first here. Clock ticking, and it will be the Lissandra to deny that answer to the Ahri that did work out so very well in the last game. Thresh taken off the board as well. Blitzcrank could leave also, like we saw in the previous game.
I'm wondering if we'll just get the Lulu ban coming through, though.
Yeah.
Just making sure that you can't have any sort of comfort there. It's even just a good matchup into the Rakan. He goes in, you polymorph and make it all good. Sorry, that art is incredible. But yeah, I think the big one is just going to be a case of making sure the pace doesn't have that comfort, because as everyone has pointed out, a huge amount of this has been a case of these AD carries have been performing. How well can we try and stop that from occurring?
Well, now let's see what Gen G is going to prioritize. Could lock in a top laner, but that is dangerous because you do give counter pick over to T1. Could just be a support here to leave that one up and available as Delight. Thinking about the cow, and there it is. We had a cowbell before. I think we're going to need to bring that one out yet again. So Delight picking up something new for this series. See how it is going to work out. Fair bit of teamfight prowess there and compare with the Poppy very well.
I'm curious what the plan is here then for Doran, because it definitely feels like you are alleviating the fact that Doran has to go for an engage tool here, because realistically you don't have the strongest engage right now apart from the Alistar, so maybe we get something cute coming out from Doran.
And holding onto the flex. Here is T1. Now Rumble can go mid or top lane, and Gen G will still not really know where things are going. Of course, one of them going to have to be picked into the Ahri, and maybe the Cassante would do better there, but we'll see where they're going to go otherwise. That is a Gragas. So who's jungling, gentlemen?
We actually don't know. Like, this could be a throwback to the Rumble jungle. It's not like he was nearly as strong as he was a couple of MSIs ago, but that is a possibility. It could be obviously just mid Gragas, which we've seen Faker bring back this year. But I don't think we can say for certainty, which makes it really hard for Gen G.
Yeah, I think it is a lot of the flexibility that they're trying to keep, but I also think it's a big takeaway because Doran probably would have liked to provide that front line there, have the Gragas to try and at least do something in these matchups, but now taking that away, we will see Doran go back to another late game scaling carry, but definitely something that hasn't been as strong. So good thing that Delight does have this Alistair because he's going to be so crucial for setting up these fights for Gen G.
Still swapping, still swapping, still swapping. We'll see where it does land. It looks like it's going to be the Rumble on the top side, Owner in the jungle there on the Gragas, and Faker's Cassante in that mid lane. We kind of expected the Cassante to be used mid. We'll see how Chovy is going to be able to deal with it. Faker with... Okay, never mind. Okay, so it will be the Rumble in the jungle. I hope that he picks the skin. He needs the Rumble in the jungle skin in order to play jungle. He does more damage to jungle camps with the Rumble in the jungle skin. That's not actually true, but I like to think that it is.
And I want to highlight as well that obviously you want to wait till the last possible second to give the least amount of time for Gen G to plan for this. When it comes to these drafts, T1's draft to me is a bit of a question mark if they can execute on it, but I think the power of Rakan, Gragas, and Cassante with two high damage carries is insane. And Doran on Gwen didn't look that good in game number 1. Now, Gen G have looked completely different in the other games, but is that enough?
We'll have to find out as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 5, our first of MSI 2023. And it's between Gen G and T1, the rematch of the LCK Spring 2023 Grand Final. Oh man, see who's going to be able to stay alive in this upper bracket and who is going to fall to the lower, because after like a series like this, it's so much worse for the mental to then go into the lower bracket. You're so much more susceptible if a series goes this long and then you barely don't manage to pick up the win. And guys, last time we saw the Rumble in the jungle, it was Canyon in 2021 in the final of MSI.
And it was a loss.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Oh.
Remember the
you remember who it was against, Dagda?
I think it was an LPL team.
Yeah, can you maybe say their name?
Yeah, there was an LPL team that won a lot of MSIs, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it RNG?
Yeah.
RNG, yeah.
RNG, yeah.
I think it's Golden. Sorry, that joke goes way too far back. Never mind. Okay, so T1 setting up for the early game. No shenanigans to start this one off. We have to do that check after all of the Scions that we'd seen prior, but no Scion means no problem as far as this early game setup. So, Gen G moving on in, looks like a topside start for them. Just standing away from this ward for now, as Chovy will be able to get that one cleared. Doran going to help out with that.
And that's quite big, because it means that there isn't actually any knowledge for T1 for certain where Peanut is going to go. The Poppy Peanut in particular is notorious for just flashing over Dragon Walls. Yeah. Very early on, did it all the time last summer. So him not being known, I think, is a really big win here for Gen G in the early game. And it's going to mean that T1, specifically the bot lane, I think, need to play it a little bit safer.
And gentlemen, after we do get out of this pick and ban, moving into this game, who do we think has the edge as far as these drafts are concerned? Because it has been a really long time since we've seen the Rumble in the jungle, and T1 have taken some risks, I guess, with something that isn't necessarily as tried and tested.
It's really hard for me to try and say right now, because I'm trying to like work through, I think something like a Gwen can actually do very well into a team fight against T1, right? Because Gumayusi, relatively short range for an AD carry. If you can actually snipe out Gumayusi with a lot of these ultimate procs from the Gwen, it can deal major damage and make these team fights very hard for Guma. But on the opposite side, I mean, Pays has so many things that he needs to try and deal with. The Equalizer, Carrier trying to jump onto, Faker even potentially doing Zeus casks, and that's where it becomes very hard to really say. I think a huge amount of this is execution, and can Guma get into the deal the damage?
At the same time, last game, Pays was a Jinx with effectively no peel besides just his teammates, right? There was no Kench, there was no Thresh, and he stayed alive against that composition. So I find it very hard as well, because what I love about the T1 comp is that this is a comp that effectively plays itself, right? You go in with Cassante, with Rakan, and with the Gragas, and then you blow up whoever is in front of you. And really, I think the only thing that you are really going to struggle with is Peanut with that steadfast presence. But I actually really like the Alistar here, so I'm leading to the conclusion that I actually have no idea. As I'm arguing in circles. I like both compositions, and I think the first few skirmishes, getting, for example, this Rumble ahead, might make the complete outlook of the game completely different.
But that's exactly where I want this Game 5 to be. I want to see how both these teams can go head-to-head on two excellent comps where you're going to have to see exactly, like, can you try and have major upsets with, like, Gumayusi flying in on feathers, flashing forward, killing off Hayes maybe in the back line, or can Delight find those big knock-up combos in the back line as well. Like, so much of this game is going to come down to execution and skill expression. And when you're in a Game 5 against two of the best teams the LCK has produced, that's exactly where I want this game to be.
Well, we'll just have to see where the first point of contention is going to be. Right now, just laning, okay, Delight. Gonna try and find himself a knockup. Does have to flash to get out of the way of the grand entrance there as T1 getting frisky. Owner now moving down towards this bottom side, and with no flash on the Alistar, could be dangerous. They did have a ward, so they are able to back themselves away.
Well, I was just about to say, it would be very LCK for now nothing to happen for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It was waiting for a fight to break out, but fortunately, Keria able to force a flash there of Delight. Really has to respect, right, the fact that Gumayusi, if he gets the Fatal Recall, can take him down. Post 6, Light not really going to be worried about that anymore, as he will have his ultimate available. But for now, really need to respect, and I do agree with you, Dagda. I think the bot lane matchup, getting someone ahead there, has been a really big part of whichever team is at least able to get a lead and take control of the map in the series.
Nice response to the charm there from Faker, but still going to lose out on this trade in this mid lane. And the thing I want to talk about is the top lane, because we've been talking a lot about the Gragas of Doran all series long. But Zeus debuted on a Gnar, but then played a lot of Gragas that season and was absolutely insane on the pick. As we check in on it, he's winning out a trade against the Gwen in the early game, something that's to be expected, but he's been able to find some really great angles on this champion in the past, and we'll see whether he can do it again. As once more, Doran going down very, very low, and now Owner is going to move in. Harpoon's at the ready. Zeus very close to level 6. Only one minion was going to do it, I believe, as there it is.
I mean, that top jungle 2v2 rather is really, really threatening, because Owner, if he hits his spears, especially after the buffs, you're going to get blown up in seconds, right? And particularly if you're Gwen, you rely so much on your Shroud to avoid damage. Neither Rumble nor Gragas is going to particularly care about that. Also looks like, as expected, Zeus is going to go for the AP Gragas build, so a lot of damage coming in from the top side.
Yeah, especially since you are so AP focused, like the 24% magic resist that can come through at level 1 if you hit both spears is absolutely absurd. But nothing going to happen here, as both teams are back away. Faker will spot out Peanut, but it's just going to make sure that he can secure the crab here for Owner. Chovy in the vicinity, but I really don't think Gen G can do much here.
Yep, Faker just going to move on over and protect his ward. Does so quite nicely. Charm is going to connect, but the Aftershock working out nicely there from Faker. And still going to go down low, but he's Cassante. Just doesn't really care about that whatsoever. Gets to work on these minions.
The slower paced early game, though, is going to help out Pace quite a bit. He has the cull already picked up, like your kind of Felios. Like, if you aren't worried about dragons going across early or having to fight maybe for early Rift Herald and stuff, you're going to be in a bit of a better spot, especially as level 6 starts to crest. That's where Desai and Rakan get so much of that early game presence. So at the moment, if things are not working out, Gen G are pretty happy to just coast on through this.
On the flip side, I think T1 also, like, looking at the equalizer, right, the Feather Storm and the quickness, a lot of these can be layered to make sure that you win any team fight. And then it comes back again, like, if you are able to lock someone in a Charm, Alistar, Poppy combo, take him down, you can win the fight from there. Same can be said for T1. The amount of hard engagement they have and ability to punish small individual mistakes is really big. This time around, though, no ability for Gen G to contest.
And that's why I like that T1 are trying to set these dragons up, starting to imagine move up towards this Rift Herald as well. They're the ones that just want to make sure that they can actually keep the pace of this game up, play off the 2 item spike that they're going to hit with, like the Rumble and also Gumayusi as well, and just make things very uncomfortable for Gen G in the mid game. Gen G have to try and find ways to slow down the pace of the game, but Owner's doing a pretty good job at the moment of just leaning to different parts of the map and making it uncomfortable for Gen G.
Okay, he's going to have to stop that back there as the Gravitum is going to stun up Gumushi for the moment. Not too much action as this game goes on. T1 picking up about a 200 gold lead, guys. Something
Riveting.
that I didn't need to mention at all because it means not a whole lot at this stage of the game, because being risk-averse in a game number 5 is something you'd expect, but Pace going to get knocked up. There is a very offensive Featherstorm as now Owner comes in. Pace is walking it out. Delight not going to be so lucky. Steak on the menu here, and it's going to be barbecued by the Rumble.
So I said T1 needed to go for the Rift Tower, but instead they're like, no, screw it. We're going to give that over to Gen G, use the fact your jungler's winning resource there to go for the dive on the bot side and answer for their turrets immediately, with Guma being able to pick up 1 plus the kill.
Really big here. Owner also, he hadn't backed at that point. Like, I don't know how much his gold is sitting on, but he is more than 2 M-tomes worth, particularly after the kills. There we get our answer, almost 1900 gold. Play still works out as they know where Peanut is. And for Gen G, at least Pace doesn't go down. You know, that was...
All right, we're going real aggressive here as they get the knock up. Bouncy Castle in position, and Owner going to be tidied up by Peanut. Answering back 1-1 now is the kill score.
Amazing stuff there. You can see the double flash committed. Won't more than likely come back to bite them just because there's no real objectives that are up for the moment. But I was curious to see if you would actually see Peanut just immediately move down to the spot side and trying to get some of that goal back into Pace. But going to move back in towards his own jungle. Kerry now making his way down towards the bot side as well to make sure Guma isn't under any threat from the jungler. And it's just one quick kick, or one quick kill for Gen G.
Want to highlight as well that with how this early game is going, the team able to get a huge lead. I also think that how Gen G is going to use this Rift Tower is going to be really important, because if they can use that after maybe a kill, get a bunch of plates, with the right weapon setup with Aphelios, you are even able to just take down a turret right from the get-go, right? Although Guma's ultimate is about a quarter of the way done, so once that's available, probably not going to have that opportunity anymore.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I was curious to see if they just immediately went to the bot side. Because yes, you've now got the red-white guns, which is perfect for taking it, but Keria is spot on ward as he moves in, but the fact you will have the ultimate for Guma means you can't really do too much. And
all right, well, that is a heroic charge. Faker in a bit of trouble here, but does manage to mitigate some of that CC. Goes all out onto Peanut, now just trying to fight the Poppy. Chovy, though, is going to make his way through. Faker's still alive for the moment. And he'll survive!
That was sick from Faker. I had no idea he was going to be able to get out of that one. Still might not. His charm just goes wide.
Yeah, Chovy getting caught there, but not stepping too far forward. No opportunity for Owner. Really well done by Faker, because we talked about the mid-jungle 2v2. Snowballing that has been such a big part of whichever team gets to take control of the series. This time around, not going to work out for Gen G.
Well, Doran being kept at bay here by Zeus in the top side of the map, but man, Faker, the fact that he's been this good for this long still blows my mind, and I've seen a fair bit of him. It's just ridiculous. Give him a Cassante as well, whose buttons do a whole lot of work. But still, Shelly going to pop down here on this top side of the map. And Doran going to be given some money. Actually really like this idea from Gen G.
Yeah, and this is what I was kind of talking about earlier, is like, when you have these short-range AD carries, a Shroud and that Gwen can be such a nuisance for them. So it feels like Gen G at the moment are going, look, Pace is going to be fine, he's going to scale into infinity, he'll be alright. Let's see if we can get Doran rolling, get this early Rift Maker. He now becomes a massive threat into Zeus in the side lane. Plus, when we get to these team fights, if he can land these ultimate procs through the T1 team, he can do so much damage to Gumayushi.
Delight getting over that wall, but spots himself a control ward, so not going to find any joy there. And Faker now takes a bit of damage in the mid lane, but isn't too worried about it because he's Cassante, it's pretty tank.
Doing a highlight, Gen G have not really prioritized early dragons. This time around, I wouldn't really mind it, because with Chemtech and Ocean already, or rather Cloud already on the table, odds are that you're going to get an extremely high value soul, and starting off that chain early would be quite nice, as Doran was waiting for Zeus, but even though Zeus, I don't know if he knew, he's definitely ready. Trade not going Doran's way.
Yeah, the AP Gragas actually having a pretty good time here in this lane so far.
Oh, yeah.
So as the dust is settling,
the reverse
it's extremely even. We have another plate going down here. Carrier going to lock that one up. Says thanks for the extra bit of cash. As Faker's going to have his back stopped, and now Doran in a little bit of trouble here. Zeus continuing to go aggressive. Still, he's Gwen. Does have his leeching there and things like that. Should be all right. Looking for a back timer.
if that's game one, they're both throwing their ultimates, and they're going for the all-in. Like, we're throwing everything, but now both of them have teleport available. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see some pretty heavy aggression towards this dragon here.
I think that's the big one, is having those up and available for the dragon fight is going to be so crucial. Faker trying to make sure he can get this wave pushed in. Will trade some of his health bar forward. Joby not quite able to get the Everfrost, but you'll see in River already Gumayushi and Keria taking position. Owner going to be coming across in a second. And if T1 can control vision here, you're setting up for Keria with the big ult onto Owner. That's where you can find success here for T1.
Without Peanut there, though, it looks like Gen.G is saying, hey, we don't really need to go for this. Still on the top side of the map, looking for a back right now. And looks like they don't want to take the risk of trying to fight for the Drake early here.
I was about to say, I'm curious to see what Chovy does, because he can push in mid, which he's just done, and lean to the top side, potentially look for a dive at Peanut, but Peanut gone for the reset as well. Looks like Gen.G don't want to cross map at all. They're just going to say, look, we're going to take this slow, make sure that we're trying to match in case they immediately try to move into bot or mid, and not let Pays fall behind in this one. Well, further behind.
Ocean Soul is going to happen, so Mal, we get one of yours. Nice. So triple Dagda, an Orcs, and a Chronicler.
Yeah.
Love to see it. I miss out.
No Atlas yet, but you have plenty.
There has been a Cloud Drake in every game, and I'll take that, you know. So we've had 5. So 5 have gone down, so that's more than, you know, a regular game.
Yeah.
So
I think it's
I'll
nice.
take that.
I think it's neat. Riftmaker done for Doran here. That's a really, really big spike for the Gwen. And if we look at how some of these champions use, right, the Ocean Soul, Gwen to me is the main one. She already feels extremely unfair once she builds up enough AP. The amount of sustain that she gets from her needles and her Q is kind of insane. And let me tell you, if you add an Ocean Soul on top of that, that top lane 1v1 is not going to be sustainable anymore.
Feels like it sounds like it started raining in here. And I actually kind of love that because we've got an Ocean Soul. Thank you so much, London, for that one. As now
Atmospheric.
That's the Shirley being started here, down to 4,000 health as Gen.G are looking for the team fight. Good knock up onto Keria, but he gets himself out. Phenomenal equalizer, right in the right position. Keria has to get out of there, though. He's very, very low. The feathers get pulled back, but no joy is almost there from Doran, and it's going to be Chovy that finishes that one off. Collects another kill, doesn't get the charm, as T1 now just trying to get themselves to safety.
And by the end, nothing happens.
Well, Keria went down.
Keria went down.
In trade for the Rift Herald, so it's an even trade.
Good enough. What I want to highlight there is both the setup from T1, the bait that they were setting up with Zeus, hiding in the pit, and then the response time that we see here. Crucially, this is after Peanut misses the ultimate. That could have been a game-deciding factor. Draw your attention to the flash that's about to come out here. But even though he doesn't go down, crucially, Pays is still zoned away from the fight as Doran.
Yeah, Doran could be in a little bit of trouble here. His owner's going to move up, lands the harpoons, and Doran not as immune as he wants to be. Just going to get taken down there. Owner collects his second of the game.
And not quite the best look there for Doran. Doesn't realize that Zeus managed to stick around in the bush, but you can kind of get the idea that Gen.G are going for here, which is, hey look, Chovy's going to be fine on the side lane. Let's stick Doran, who's got that Riftmaker completed off on the side as well. But now, Delight, you don't have the members on the map that you want to, so he'll be forced to back away.
Yep, just going to clop his way out of there. Is now Faker in a little bit of trouble. Peanut trying to keep him in position. Goes all out. We've seen this one before. We'll see whether Faker can once again survive it as Chovy is looking to say no. As he gets over the wall, the charm still connects. And Chovy's going to collect it with the Foxfire.
Just about able to finish that one off. Faker, not surprised to see Peanut rock up, but now Rift out of the mid will get one charge.
The classic Faker. It's Faker for turret.
That's a lot invested though, and they're going to get a first break and a subsequent charge.
Yeah, there is the ultimate to come through from Peanut as they flash away. Gumayushi making sure that he keeps himself safe, but won't have that summoner spell for the next engage.
It didn't want to end up getting caught by Delight. I wasn't sure if Delight was going to invest it, but you see it here as Chronicler was saying, a huge amount invested.
Yeah, because even though they are able, this is one of the reasons why Cassandra is so highly prioritized. Even though they do end up getting him, look at how much time he wastes, right? And not just time, Chovy is forced to invest his flash just to make sure that they actually get the kill, and because of all the ultimates, all the time, all the cooldowns invested, T1 then gets the mid lane play. We do see Gen.G trade back a little bit. If they could have actually started the fight, would have been amazing, but they only get Guma's flash, which, while good, it is Xayah, so there is a lot of innate safety nonetheless. As a result, Gold still dead even at 17 minutes here.
You can see though that Gen G were like, look, if we can get a couple of these slows off, Doran does grand, we can get Delight into the fight. But the fact that you want to hold on to this flash is so crucial, especially when you're looking at the Dragon that's up in 55 seconds. That's what Gen G are trying to play for here, and that's why you can see Doran now in the spot side, trying to establish vision with Delight. Peanuts on the way. They want to make sure that they're in a position to get good flanks off for guys like this Alistair, so they can actually try and contest Gumayusi in the fights.
Goal difference powered by AWS, not giving us a whole lot of information because honestly, the gold has been pretty much identical between these two teams throughout this game. The amount of trades that have just been incredibly even has been too many, so it's hard to say who's really coming out ahead. I feel like the team with Gwen, though, often feels a little bit more dangerous as you get to late game, but then there's a Xayah situation, and I just don't know.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's also, I think, the first game that is truly close. Because even though some of the games that we've had in this series felt close, it was one team had a decent position, but despite being a couple of K gold behind, not so much this time around. A lot of vision that is inaccessible due to this Ocean Rift. So is Gen G actually going to walk in? Because T1, full control of the area right now.
Yeah, early to mid game has been T1 3 games and Gen G 1 game, and in this game, it's neither team that has that control.
The thing is, though, because T1 have control over River, well, Peanut just waltzing on through. Doran wasn't able to defend that bot lane turret, so now you can kind of see Doran doesn't have control, so Gen G now trying to bring it back, but at least Pei's isolated. You got to take a step back and make sure the AD carry's coming with you.
You got to be really careful. You can't fight in these corridors. If you get comboed with feathers and an equalizer, it's unplayable, and it looks like Gen G have been slowed down too much, unable to make their way over to the Dragon.
Yep, not going to be able to get in there. Too much control, and T1 will get themselves Soul Point. So Ocean Soul, in 5 minutes' time, is going to be the fight that they're looking for. Speaking of fights, Chovy looking for an opportunity. They managed to get the Featherstorm, actually a big cooldown, but with the fact that they just took the Dragon, it's likely that they're going to be able to wait out that cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, look, yes, our Baron's up in 12 seconds time.
Oh yeah, that means that there is a Baron fight within the next 3 minutes, right?
Yeah. Well, true. But you still have Flash that's about to come up for Gumayusi, so he'll be all right. Like, there's no real threat that Gen G are going to be able to put off. It was a nice attempt, kind of just like, hey, look, we'll see if you can fish for something as now. They're going to see if they can get Faker on this top end.
Well, Peanut biding his time, not wanting to give his position away, as Faker going to mitigate the CC. And we'll just walk away. So, not going to get too much excitement, action, and things like that.
Yeah, I think after try 1 and 2, like, is it even if we get him, is it really worth it? And in this case, they also don't have topside control, and if Owner does end up showing up, the 2v2 is a much different situation than if you'd just be 1 versus 2.
All right, gentlemen, I want to play a game. At what time is the gold lead going to be over 1,000?
26 minutes.
26 minutes for Dagda. Chronicler, and what about you?
I'm going to say 24. I think someone is going to get Baron.
So 24 minutes?
Yeah. How about you?
Okay, I'm thinking 22.
So I have a feeling...
Oh, 22.
Yeah. So I have a feeling what'll happen is we'll get to next Dragon. Gen G are like, okay, do we really care about Ocean Soul? Not particularly. Let's just try and bait Baron, which means that then one person on T1 gets Dragon, and then we just have this Baron dance indefinitely until Boulder comes.
Why does
I'm
he
going to
have
be wrong in 45 seconds.
Why does he have a reason? I'm not understanding. That's not the point of this game. Stop explaining it so well, Dagda.
Yeah, I actually feel even more stupid.
Sorry, I'm the new guy. I'm trying to work it out.
Come on, man.
No, it's okay. Well, we'll have another game coming up. If this is still going to move relatively slowly, there'll be plenty more games. Totally fine. Hang on, 30 seconds away from being wrong. As Peanut.
Keep that counter going.
Yeah, got to make sure we stay on top of it. Carrier gets back to base just fine. And okay, so what are we at? About 500.
Yeah, it's not naturally gonna. It's not just gonna happen.
No, I've got
There's something
12
needs
seconds.
to go.
12 seconds. Chovy, can you get a kill in 12 seconds? Well, not if you miss all your abilities. Okay, there we go. And is going to move back and pick up the minion wave as Gen G just getting control around the Baron Pit. Understandable into T1. Against other teams that are around 20 minutes into the game, maybe you wouldn't necessarily need to invest this much vision around this area, but against T1, you definitely have to.
So I want to highlight, as we see, Owner, thank you for that, very important. Owner actually going for death cap second here, so like really trying to max out the AP that he gets and just toast his opponents in the shortest amount of time. Quick plate's also done for Gumayushi. Did go for Kraken, which we've seen more and more. Does mean that some of the maneuverability in a fight and the really big feather combos are a lot harder to hit.
I think it makes sense, though, when you're only really worried about Delight's engage, and it's relatively easy
Oh,
to get a
I
Feather
agree.
Storm or something, so I definitely like the trade-in. The only thing I'm worried about is that, like, the longer this kind of stalemate continues, we do end up drawing getting to super late game. You'll have the Infinity Edge completed, and I feel like this is, as soon as this Rabadon's deck cap is completed for T1, that's the moment where they're strongest, and that's when they really need to kick it up a gear. It should pair nicely with when the Dragon's up, but as I said, I'd be very surprised if Gen G actually try to commit to anything at that stage.
All right, well, I mean, taking that inner turret meant that T1 brought it all the way back to dead even. So we are still waiting for someone to make that play that gets some sort of advantage in this game, and right now, it is just so much posturing.
I kind of, it works on so many levels. It works in the context of this series, right?
Yeah.
Because it has been brought to a 5th game. Also happens, in spite of how much more proactively LCK has gotten, sometimes we fall back into some old habits, like 5 kills in a 23.5-minute game.
Surely
but
not
when,
Gen G, though.
when
Gen
it
G's
breaks
never been
out,
slow.
when the action starts, I don't think we're going to get any rest. So I think we should collectively enjoy the moment of peace and tranquility.
He says to the guy who's with the LPL, peace and tranquility. So much of that over there.
Just shaking in the corner, like, what's happening? Look, I'm a changed man. I'm now LEC, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly, exactly. But that was quite recent. My LPL is kind of worn off now.
Yeah.
After about 6 years.
Took a while. How long did it take? I was going to say, like, how long did it take? Yeah,
3
years. Okay,
to stop just expecting a massive team fight at every moment. Speaking of which, we do have a dragon coming up. This is, of course, Ocean Soul for T1 if they can lock that one down. Gen G desperate to deny that one.
Look as well, all cooldowns are up. Flashes across the board.
You don't say.
Ghost available.
As T1 looking for the trade. We're just going to trade it. Gen G, of course, denying Soul, fantastic. But getting one Ocean Drake, not going to mean that much. This is the power of Soul Point. As T1 has started this one off, they can back away from it at a moment's notice. If Faker diving forward doesn't find Chovy there, Everfrost is good. Equalizer, even better. But Doran, he's immune, guys. And now T1 will back away. Let's count how many are dead. None.
And nothing really burned apart from the ultimates, but now T1 still trying to push forward, trying to make sure they can get control over mid lane, so it's very hard for Gen G to move across.
Delight gets the flash headbutt. They find the backline as Gumayushi already has used the Featherstorm. Doran down incredibly low. Stays alive for so long, but it's not going to be enough. Another couple of kills to come through for the Rumble, and T1 come alive at 25 minutes.
And it starts off with the engage, but it is not enough. Guma stays alive nonetheless. Pays is swept out of the team fight by Faker, and without that damage, T1 is gonna break open the base.
And it was so even for so long, and now T1 are just crushing through the base of Gen G. What can one cow do? He needs to buy 10 seconds of time, but it's not going to happen. And at 26 minutes, almost on the dot, T1 will take the Nexus and win a Game 5 for the first time in so long, and they will remain in the upper bracket here at MSI.
Game 5 in International Series have been a curse for this T1 roster for such a long time, and all they needed in the end was one single team fight.
And an incredible team fight at that as well. Gen G think they have the jump onto Gumayushi, and he leaps away. And Faker, what a pullout. Finding Pays next to the wall, immediately takes the AD carry out of the equation. And T1, I mean, straight up take a bow. That was incredible.
What an amazing series from both teams, to be perfectly honest. But T1 in the end will be the victors. And I can't, we're not even up to the final. We could get a rematch of this. It could theoretically happen if Gen G can make it through that lower bracket.
Oh, look at those faces.
And elation here for T1, and they deserve it.
We're not even done today. We're at the halfway mark.
Yeah,
we're only halfway done.
The dream is 10 games, ladies and gentlemen. Mad and G2, it's over to you now. You have to do it. We need to get to the 10 games.
And I want to take some takeaways here. After the series, which delivered much more than I think we were expecting.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing this, as Azil pointed out, it's always a 3-0. Sometimes it's a 3-1, but it doesn't feel close, and felt like that was what we were on track of. What I love is that T1 have fully pivoted away from what didn't work for them, right? What caused them so many issues. They're over-indexing into early game, instead relying on their star AD carry Gumayushi. And on the flip side, Gen G, I think you're still going to be extremely happy with what you achieved today, because the amount of comeback, mentality that they had after kind of getting clapped for the first 2 games was remarkable. Look at that.
Yeah. Like it's a flat line of a gold graph until one moment where T1 found their team fight, and it was started by Gen G. It was that flash headbutt pole on to Gumayushi to start it all off, and I thought that was a great start to the fight that Delight set up there, but all of the answers were there. T1 just so ready to respond.
At exactly 26 minutes.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's almost as if we could have predicted.
No, no one could have predicted that.
I think
no one could have
only
predicted
someone with a perfect reasoning and a deep understanding could have predicted of the LCK specifically. Could have seen that one coming.
We need an Eastern League of Legends expert, and they needed to be here in order to predict that. So thankfully, Dagda was the one that was able to do so. You can see some dejected faces here on Gen G, but they should still hold their heads high. Making it to 5 games after what was honestly looking like it was done and dusted after that game number 2.
And that pull on pace, right? Like that's the highest profile one. But I think the big moment there was again. I think that when Doran is not on front line, it's not just his Gwen play. I think his Gwen could obviously see some improvement, but specifically how the rest of the team functions when he's not on front line, to me seems so much worse because of the space it buys for the rest of his members. And in that fight, not enough space for Pace to play the game.
Yeah, and it goes back to the draft as well and what T1 were able to put together. This is something that a lot of people were skeptical about, right? Preparation, ability to have answers for what Gen G wanted to do in that final, and being able to now find that, absolutely fantastic. Shows the growth of T1.
I mean, especially when you get to see picks like the Rumble coming out for Owner, kind of adding like a new layer, because even up until the 22nd mark, we're like, where are these picks going? The flexibility they're offering draft, the fact that they're able to open up, like they've already kind of shifted the meta towards, hey, we can play these mega tanks in the front line, but now they're even shifting the meta again in the goalpost. It's been really cool to see.
Owner actually ended up doing the most damage in the game.
It's a Rumble.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Just absolutely insane stuff. And after that 5-game banger, we have Faker on stage. And so it's now time to throw over and have a chat with the GOAT and see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, guys. What a fantastic series from T1 against Gen G today. They take the victory. And Faker, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking down Gen G today. Tell me about the series. The first 2 games were going so well for you, and then it feels like the momentum shifted. How did you bounce back to close out the series in the end?
네, 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 오늘 사실 1세트는 계속해서 T1이 아주 안정적이고 스무스하게 승리 가져왔는데요. 3세트부터 전세가 역전이 되면서 사실은 기세가 많이 기울었습니다. 어떤 식으로 잘 회복해서 5세트에 임해서 경기를 이길 수 있었나요?
경기를 하다 보면 당연히 질 때도 있는 거기 때문에 좀 저희가 졌을 때도 그런 패배 원인을 잘 찾아내서 저희가 계속해서 수정해 나갔기 때문에 이겼다고 생각합니다.
I mean, when you're playing a series, sometimes you lose, you know? It's natural that you lose, and what's really important is that you analyze what you lost the game, and then you just focus on making adjustments.
Yeah, and it was the adjustment that mattered in the end, but when it comes to an opponent like Gen G, that you know so well, that you've played so many times in series, how difficult is it to prep against an opponent like this?
그렇다면 젠지처럼 정말 항상 만나왔고 서로를 너무 잘 알고 있는 상대를 상대할 때는 어떤 점이 준비할 때 가장 어려운가요?
서로 잘 알고 있을 때는 사실 상대방에 대해서 분석할 시간이 좀 더 적다 보니까 저희 팀의 플레이만 좀 더 집중할 수 있기 때문에 더 어려운 부분은 없는 것 같습니다.
I don't really find any difficulties because the fact that we know so well about each other means that we don't really have to put in more time to analyze them, which means we can solely focus on our performance.
I see here. Well, maybe a quick question about the draft for this Game 5. it feels like you were swapping a lot and you took a lot of time to swap the last 3 picks between the Gragas, the Rumble, and the Cassante. Did you know exactly where it would go, or were you debating towards the last moment to know what would be the best solution for this game?
그렇다면 마지막으로 5세트 때는 사실은 정말 많은 스왑 픽을 가져오면서 마지막 순간까지 계속 시간을 쓰면서 어디로 어떤 픽을 보낼까 고민하는 듯한 모습이 보였는데요. 실제로는 이미 우리가 어떻게 픽할지 어떤 라인으로 보낼지 정하고 오신 건지 아니면 마지막 순간까지 대화를 나누면서 어떤 식으로 교통정리를 할 건지 얘기하셨던 건가요?
저희는 이제 픽을 하면서 이미 어느 라인으로 쓸지 정해 놓았고 그런 스왑하는 거는 이제 좀 상대가 혼란스럽게 하기 위해서 좀 했던 것 같습니다.
Well, we actually came with a very solid plan. We knew that which peak is going which lane, but we just wanted to play with their minds a little bit.
All right, nice mind game here. But last question for you, Faker. You've been playing for so long, and in the hype video last week, we saw that you said you wanted to show people how much you've improved. But when you've been playing for so long, how do you know how you should improve on, and how do you refine your approach into becoming a better player?